Oh, man.
Right, you want to bend them over so they come to the negotiating table that they were just at, and the mediator in between was like, there's progress being made, and you're just going to ignore that. Like, that wasn't happening. Makes sense. They were at the negotiating table already.
Okay. We sat down at negotiating tables with Iran. We bombed Iran. This dude was in power for how many years? Their whole shit was to wait out Donald Trump. That was their whole game plan. Yes, he's out of office. They're going to try to assassinate him. They literally, they got hit squads that they trying to take out. Trump when he stepped out of office. Biden talked about this shit.
But what does that
mean? No made up shit.
But what does that do? So what does that mean to you, though?
Okay, what I'm saying to you is that Arthur's point was about them negotiating. I'm saying they were not acting in good faith. It was all bullshit. They were trying to buy time. That's since we're a threesome, I'm addressing what he said. Exactly.
Hold on, dude.
That's what I would say if I was a mediator to do.
Hold on, Adrian. So again, when last Friday, right? When that fucking piece of shit, dirty fucking pig went in front of the world and declared America going to war. What was the imminent danger at the time?
The world has been constantly under imminent danger from Iran. Alright? So if you want specific imminent danger, the missing uranium was specific imminent danger.
Who said that?
But it was obliterated.
What do you mean? What do you mean who said it was missing?
It was obliterated.
Nobody knows what that uranium is. Nobody.
It was obliterated. He said it was obliterated.
He didn't say that.
He literally said
obliterated. He did not say the uranium was obliterated.
The strike was to obliterate the uranium deposit.
Obliterate uranium. What are you talking about? Makes sense, man. You're putting words together.
I hear you. So let me ask you this, right? So you're saying it's been like 47 years, it's erosion, right? And I agree with you, fuck Iran. The Iranian government, right? So if it's been that long, don't you think we would have a good plan if we attack them? What happens like after that?
Okay, so hey,
No.
Again.
Would you think that there would be some type of strategic plan in place?
Asian, I think that it's difficult to make the plan as the way you're suggesting it. I think that's difficult. All right. I think that the United States has strategic goals, and they're going about achieving those strategic goals. They have defanged Iran's military. They've taken the fangs out. The airplanes that they had, the friggin' navy that they had. Like, Iran is fucked right now. Their missile attacks have gone by 80-something%.
Yeah, but look at the big picture though. This is what you understand it. The big picture is Iran is not expecting to fucking defeat the U.S. on the battlefield, right? That's not what they know. That's not what's gonna happen. But Iran is trying to fuck up globally, right? They want us to be a long fucking burning wound, okay? Where the financial markets are fucked and this shit drags on. So now it's the next fucking generation. Hey, do you know if my son is not able to go to the military? Do you know if we was even fucking born on my first deployment? So it's a whole other fucking generation doing the same bullshit.
Asian, listen, bro. When you start talking about your kids, you're getting close to home. I understand where you're coming from, and it's nothing I take lightly. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing I take lightly. All right? My son has friends in the U.S. military. My son isn't in the military, but kids that I watch grow up, they're in the military. I love these kids. It's nothing I take lightly. I appreciate their sacrifice. So there's no joking, there's nothing lighthearted about that. I thoroughly respect what you say. You're talking about your son, I respect it. No fucking
it's not almost. I'm talking about the
Yeah, clearly, I know I understand. Yeah, I understand that. And Haitian, there's like, I'm totally serious, totally, respectful as it relates to that stuff. So here's where we're at. You know, the United States, we voted in a leader. Our leader made a decision. All right. I think we need to rally behind our forces. I think we need to pray for a quick resolution. I think that, the long-term goals, if you look at how much of a destabilizing factor Iran was in the world today, like, I understand. It makes sense to me. It makes sense. So for some people, no matter what this dude does, it's going to be the wrong thing. That reflexively, automatically, he did it, it's wrong. I don't think like that.
Yeah, and some people that no matter what the fuck he does, they're gonna make it for it. So right now, let's not focus on him, right? Yeah, he's a piece of shit who let us hit because his daddy told him to do this, right? But again, what the fuck did we gain by doing it last week, right? Versus doing it 6 months if we had a better consistency plan in place.
The advantage that we have in doing it is we were able to take out their leadership. That's the number one objective has already been accomplished.
But they've been decentralized for over 20 years.
The number one objective, taking out the top people in Iran, has already been accomplished.
And yet they're still firing missiles. They're still firing missiles. They're so outraged.
As they should be.
Right, so whether they're the leader or not, the decentralized nature that they put in 20 years ago is withstanding this effort that you're talking about.
Okay, so you're saying that it's withstanding. I'm saying to you, they have no navy to speak of. They have no air force.
They never had a navy.
They didn't have a boat that got sunk? Like some kind of...
Hold on. In terms of naval power, Iran has no navy to speak of.
Okay. If you want to talk about, like, comparing their navy versus China versus the United States, then yes, they have no navy to speak of. But they had naval forces. They absolutely did. So what I'm saying to you, that their missile deployments have dropped by over 80%. You're acting like there's no progress being made. There's clearly progress. 80%? What does that indicate?
Anthony, listen.
They're running out of ammunition.
Anthony, listen. This is my take, right? Good. Designate them, do the fuck you gotta do. That's fine. Like, again, I'm not crying over any motherfucker in that regime fucking being blown up. I don't give a fuck about them. Okay? But what the fuck is the plan the next day?
The plan is to arm them with submission.
Okay, and then what?
Okay, and then at that point, have a puppet government that will stop them from supporting terrorism all around the world.
So who's going to blame them? So who do you have that you fucking vetted that's on the list?
The Shah? The Shah?
Yeah. He already said that, bro, that motherfucker is trying to be part of the transitional. Not staying there.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be a puppet. He's trying to be a transitional puppet.
No, Anthony, when I say transitional, he's talking about in a year. You're not talking about fucking being
He's talking about getting them through some kind of election process.
Wait. Trump already said Reza Pahlavi, the Shah, is not going to be the leader. So I know what we're talking about. Second of all, if you're looking at the chat, so, hey, what's up? So there's a classified report that by the National Intelligence Council that said, warned Trump, even a large-scale assault, if it were to be launched on Iran, it's unlikely that out the Islamic Republic and their military. So we don't take heed to cautious of our intelligence?
Nope.
Okay,
it's not going to go at all.
Hey, our intelligence can tell us what they think may happen. All right? It's not... So, Ace...
They have house. It's not an idiot.
Excuse me?
coming up with this other ass.
So, Ace, what you're saying is that they know for a fact what's going to happen. They can go into the future and see what's going to happen definitively.
They can assess the outcome.
Yeah. Okay. So have they ever been wrong? Have they ever been?
This is a nation that has never been conquered in 7,000 fucking years. Okay, the terrain of Iran is impossible to navigate. Can you move to the ground? Good luck. So bombing them from overhead isn't going to change the regime.
All right. Again, you're acting like right now what we're doing isn't effective.
Isn't changing the regime.
Okay. Well, all right. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's already changed the regime. You understand what the word change means?
Yes, bring in new leadership. It's the same fucking system. Do you know how the RGC works? Do you know?
Okay.
It's Spartan. We have 4 to 5 people. Do you know how the RGC... fucking God. Do you know how the RGC...
We don't treat them like maggots, you know, those...
No, I'm not disrespecting her. I'm not saying anything.
Oh, you know what? It's going to anyways, but so I don't mind it. So with that being said, the RGC isn't as simple as Venezuela. You take the guy out and it's done. No. The Ayatollah Khamenei bombing and killing him, he's not the representation of the entire system. It's an ideology. It's so deeply entrenched. You don't even know the system. For every high-ranking position, there's only 4 people who are trained and ready to go. It's a spider web. There are at least tens and 20,000s. They're saying at least 50,000 members is what they say for the IRGC. They have 1 million military personnel, boots on the ground, ready to go. If you talk about what they have, and they've sent videos underground. That's where they keep their hypersonic missiles. Even the U.S. intelligence has said, actually, this is a general, I'll find a video. He goes, the Shaheeds they're using to strike are very difficult to sort of combat, even with the defense systems. Yes, we are doing a hell of a lot of fucking damage in Iran, but don't sit here like this is some easy peasy thing and they're going to be walking out and saying, hi Trump, yes, we'll let a puppet in. It's not happening. This is not a simple country. It's way more complex. So bombing it isn't actually a fucking country. You're actually bringing Iranians together because they hate their government, but they fucking hate the fuckers who come and destroy. There's these beautiful mosques, beautiful art installations that have been there for thousands of years. They bombed them for no fucking reason. 13 hospitals have been bombed. Civilian hospitals. 165 little girls were bombed. For what reason? So this is actually uniting the people. Nobody wants to be bombed. They may hate their regime, but they definitely fucking hate Israel. And the US is doing. Oh, by the way, just earlier, Israel went and bombed one of the biggest oil refineries in Iraq. Tell us how fucked that's gonna make our oil prices. Anyways. Oh, actually, not just ours, sorry. That's gonna fuck China up. But there's the Gulf states. Oil refineries that we get our oil from have also been bombed. The Strait of Hormuz. They're not letting in anybody but Russia and Chinese vessels. That's actually fucked us. If you don't know, 25% of the crude oil that the world needs goes through that Strait of Hormuz. That's 20 million barrels a day. So tell me how we're gonna, find a way to justify that. Anthony, go ahead.
All right. So Ace, listen, man. When we get into this whole like insulting game and saying people are low IQ and stuff like that, it's not a productive conversation. I didn't say anything about you. I didn't call you out your name, nothing like that. All right? I specialize in disrespect, but I said nothing to you. There's no reason for you to do it to me. As it relates to what you said, you talked about 50,000, IRGC, and then you talked about 1 million, and there's like over 90 million people in Iran. And, in terms of the will of the people, universally, I've heard the people praising this intervention. I've heard the people thanking the United States and Israel. This is what I've heard. I understand that, certain people live in echo chambers and they want to see America and Israel lose. They hate Donald Trump more than they love America. I get that. And, it's not, I'm not upset about it. I'm not it's not anything that I'm looking for a fuss or a fight about. You knock yourself out. Donald Trump, if He's going to continue to do what he's doing. He's going to bomb them into oblivion. Why wouldn't they have led with the hypersonics? Where's the hypersonics? Why didn't they just drop those early and do maximum damage? Take the heart out of Israel. Take the heart out of, attack U.S. Bases with the hypersonics. But, listen, you have access to all the information. You know more than Netanyahu. You know more than Trump. You know more than Mossad. You got it all.
Well, Bibi's right there and get it until you said motherfucker got us into Iraq, remember? And I didn't see IDF boots on the ground with us. Just saying.
Yeah, listen, bro. The whole situation in Iraq was a bunch of neocons running shit. And, that's a whole other story. As it stands right now, I think that I can see progress. When you hear the president...
What? Progress wiping your ass? Come on, really? What progress, bro?
The progress I'm hearing is 80% less missiles. 80%. That's not minor. That's huge. The progress I'm hearing is the president of Iran apologizing. And then some hardliners in there criticizing him. So we have, in their ranks, we have dissension. We have disagreement. We have different ideas in the ranks. We got the president apologizing. They can make this to the regional people that they attacked.
Did you hear what they said? The president said, our target are not our brothers in the Gulf State. If you
I said to
post
the
a
regional
base,
people that they attacked.
but no. Then if you post a base, we will use it. And listen, do you know what happened after he said it? My family's in Dubai. They bombed the Dubai airport. Okay, so try that.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna go to bed in a second, man. I just want to play something. Hold on.
Like that, so you kill the number one guy, and literally that next day, another one will pop up. Where there's a will, there's a way. I figure power corrupts everybody. Iran just started letting loose on some hypersonic missiles. We moved carriers out of striking distance, and then there's the argument of World War III. If I remember correctly, we did something pretty similar right before World War II started. Nick showed he was caught because he had a female that came to the compound he was staying in. Does it surprise you that a woman could have possibly been part of this capture and kill? Some of the most popular individuals in the world have been out by women. They're looking to be one of them, right? What's going on, folks? Welcome back to the Green Morning Chronicle Show. We got a good one for you guys today. So, war with Iran has broken out. I have a few reactions as far as what everybody's saying about what's going on that I want to share with you guys. The first one being Chad Wright. And then, guys, I'm going to let you hear what James Swade has to say about what's going on in Iran. And then we're going to talk about Mexico, guys, the cartels going on over there. I'll let you guys hear a clip as far as what Nick Irvin thinks is going to happen when it comes to drugs and what's going on over there, right? And then, guys, we'll end it with another clip from Nick Irvin talking about what led to El Mancho's demise, right? Guys, if this is your first time watching me, my name is Jay Dorian, retired U.S. Army Boomerang, and the intent behind the channel is to coach, teach, and mentor the next generation of warfighters. So if you haven't done so already, guys, like, subscribe, share the channel, greatly appreciate it. Also, I noticed about 68% of you guys watching aren't yet subscribed. Doesn't cost you anything, but it helps me over here. Lets me know you like what I'm doing, right? So if you don't mind, subscribe and share the channel. Really appreciate it. With all that said, guys, let's jump into the first clip with Chad Wright talking about Iran and the role we played and how that's going to turn out. Let's take a listen. I'm just wondering how many people have bought into the narrative that Donald Trump gave to us about this war with Iran. I listened to his address, and he did a very good job painting a picture of...
Just for context, one guy speaking is a retired Green Beret. The other one speaking a retired Navy SEAL.
Iran as the ultimate enemy of the United States. He also did a great job at encouraging the Iranian people to
And of course, in 1994, there was war there because I was in Haiti, and I remember the helicopters and all that stuff with any invasion of Haiti, right? And again, fast forward 2001, 9/11 broke out. 2003, I joined. Iraq was going on. 20 years later, right, we're in both of those countries simultaneously in Syria, simultaneously doing other things in the Middle East. I retired 2023. Of course, ISIS is still going on. We've been in other conflicts. 2026 alone, now we're in Iran, and of course, we went into Venezuela and did work. Like, what do you guys just thought about what he's saying as far as there has to be war, there has to be conflict? And as a nation, we've been pretty active as far as meddling and doing shit when it comes to getting involved in other people's businesses. It is what it is. I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just calling out a fact, right? It is what it is, guys. Let's keep listening.
Composed of not only governments, but also individuals with a great power and influence. And what war does is it creates a desert for then the machine to come in afterwards and establish its dominion. And the goal of the machine is to establish dominion over the entire earth. And it is marching forward, irregardless of the actions of men. Most of your politicians who are on board with this current war with Iran, you're going to hear them say things like, this is what peace through strength looks like. That's a fib.
Pay attention.
The United States lashing out and taking all these preemptive strikes all over the world and being involved in all these proxy wars and all this stuff, that is not what peace through strength looks like. It's actually what weakness looks like.
What I thought about that one, guys, is us going into Venezuela, us going into all these other places, is that weakness, or is that what we've been told peace through strength looks like? Because he makes a really good point. At the end of the day, if you are the most powerful person in the world, you don't need to go out there and showcase that to everybody. Everybody should just know that it is what it is. Everybody should just know that's who you are. Keep listening.
Shows you that the United States has been absorbed into the machine as it marches forward in its dominion over the earth. What would the strength look like for the United States in reality? It would look like us holding down the fort. It would look like us building so much national pride and investing so much of our resources into the development of our nation in all of its aspects, from its intelligence to its military strength. And it would look like us becoming a individual entity, a individual country that the world knows is so strong that if you touch us, we will kick you so hard in the face that it will take you 100 years to recover. That's what peace through strength looks like.
I remember correctly, we did something pretty similar right before World War II started, where we were considered a sleeping giant, right? We kept to ourselves, we didn't mess with anybody, and then next thing you know, Pearl Harbor, and then that was the beginning of...
Thank God, man.
So,
Hey, Shay, man, I don't know why you played what you just played, man. I'm gonna play something.
Wait, say it again?
I don't know why you played. Like, what did you want everyone to glean from what you just played? What was the? I didn't hear. I'm smoking gun.
I'm just giving you two. It wasn't about smoking gun. I was giving you two perspectives from two other members of the military who spent the last 20 plus years in combat, who came from such operations communities. Or both saying,
okay.
Hold on. Or both saying, this is bullshit.
Gotcha.
So if anything, you want to smoke a gun, that doesn't mean anything to you right there?
Alright. Asian, I understand their perspective, and they have every right to their perspective. They put their life on the line. There's nothing I'm gonna say that's gonna be critical of those guys. I'm not gonna play that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking for that kind of smoke. I never put my ass on the line for the country. So far be it for me to criticize idiots who have put their ass on the line. So I'm not, I have nothing as it relates to what they're saying. I have a difference of opinion, but I'm not criticizing. Now, I like to.
Their statement and their beliefs is not about it. You know what I'm saying? Personal feelings or this and that, right? It's not about they like Donald Trump or dislike Donald Trump. It's based off experience.
Haitian, I humbly disagree, right? I think that our perception, everybody's perception is this is like, if what you were saying was true, everyone with their level of experience would see things exactly the way they see things. There are people that have their level of experience and there are people that exceed their level of experience that have differences of opinion. Okay. They don't see it the way they see it.
Okay.
It's not like there's just, one way of thinking about the situation. Okay. There are multiple perspectives.
So Anthony, that's fine, right? But it's very interesting from the military perspective community. And yes, you can say whatever you want to say, but every single fucking person that I know from that community who was one time right to Afghanistan, regardless of their political fucking party, are all saying the same thing. Is that not interesting, Anthony?
I believe
that the ones who actually did the job and say it's not the right time.
Haitian, I believe you. I don't think you're a liar. That's not your character. You're a stand-up guy, and if you say it, I believe it. But however, that can indicate to me that the people you're speaking to are at least united on this topic. But there's also other people. We can go, check polling data or whatever. There's other people that think differently. Do you know what Donald Trump's approval rating is among Republicans?
No, is it?
It's like 86%. It's like ridiculously high among Republicans. All right. So do you think that there are Republicans that are in the armed forces that agree with what he's doing? I would imagine there are. You know what I'm saying? And this is so you may speak to a lot of people, former military, currently in the military, and they may be against it. I don't think that like you said, the key word you mentioned was anecdotal. So, listen, man, I just want to play a quick clip. Just going to play a couple of minutes from it. Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, cool. Here it comes.
Iran missile launches are down 86%. So there's data. Yeah, so there's something called data, right? It's down 80%. Who is this? This is Admiral, I believe his name is Cooper. Admiral Orstar. Brad Cooper. Brad Cooper, respect to you. Great role.
This is where he gives an update on the amount of Iranian missiles that are being shot right now.
Okay, go for it.
If I just look back over 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at start, the missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian
drone attacks were down by
98%. I was going to say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire. It would almost be a comedy skit.
Yeah, tell him. Go ahead.
No, what he's talking about here is these ships that they make to hold the drones, they look like beehives. And so we figured out where they were launching the drones.
There's way more that I could play, and there's a lot more that gets said. But, I think that shows progress. You may disagree, all right? I think that that's significant. You may disagree. I think the Iranian president apologizing is significant. You may disagree.
Significant? What happened? What happened when the bomber stops? I'm asking.
All right. So that's to be determined.
That's the problem.
So no, and I don't think that's a problem, man. I really believe You're talking about Mossad, you're talking about NSA, you're talking about CIA, you're talking about like, compromised people that are like informing. Dude, like the tentacles are everywhere. You know what Stuxnet is? You've heard of Stuxnet. You know what they did with that shit. The tentacles are everywhere. Like, before we got to this, they assassinated Iran's top general in Iran. They're blowing up embassies in Damascus. Like these dudes are not messing around. They're escalating shit. They're not taking no prisoners. Nobody right now, because of fear, because nobody wants to be in the seat. The secession plans are all messed up. Nobody wants that hot seat. So, to act like, this is not effective. What they're doing, they have no plan.
I don't think I want to go.
Positive coming out of it.
Maybe I'm not being clear. Sorry, I'll take it with myself, right? Again, you do a great job. It's not fucking hard to blow shit up. It's not hard to fucking kill. The question is, what the fuck happens after? Are we gonna give another 2 years? A year? 20 years? 25 years? That's the question, Anthony.
Anthony, we spent 20 years and 2 trillion, and Afghanistan was even more of a cakewalk. We absolutely smashed them. For what? That's what some of us have been asking about. In our name,
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, right? Let's effectively communicate. Are you seriously?
Sure.
Are you seriously comparing Iran to Afghanistan?
Dude, my point is that even though Afghanistan, hang on, dude, let me finish, right?
You got it.
Okay, my point is, there's no doubt that we will prevail. Like, there is no doubt. Eventually, Iran will run out of weapons. They don't even have an air force. Their navy is almost gone. Nobody's questioning that. What we've been questioning is why. Why did we do this? When we've got bigger problems at home, we've got bigger things to take care of, where we didn't have money for stuff like supporting people during the shutdown. That's the big question we've been asking over here. Not whether the United States military will prevail or not. Heck yeah, we will.
So, confusion. I'm not even sure where to start with that. The United States has money for whatever it wants to have money for. All right? We're on a fiat currency.
Not for the hungry, not for the sick. That's disgusting.
I said whatever we want to have money.
Right. I don't know if you.
Okay, cool.
And now for the sick, we're veterans also. They want to send the war.
All right. Listen, I support our veterans. But, I don't understand, where this idea is coming from. That, the United States can't, spend whatever it wants to spend when it wants to spend it. The United States government is not like you or I, where we have financial constraints. The United States government has no financial constraints.
Right. So 39 trillion doesn't matter, right? Dude,
honestly,
hang on. To answer your question, yes, that's exactly what's pissing us off. When money is needed to take care of our own, there isn't enough. Oh, there's excessive spending. We spent 1 year having that idiot Elon Musk trying to gut government so private companies can take over. That's what we're talking about. You don't have to convince us about our ability to print dollars and no country can carry the debt. We don't argue about that, dude. It's not about the financial system. We're talking about why are we doing this? When our intelligence agencies did not show any threat to the American people. We were during times of prosperity, we've taken care of all our shit, healthcare is affordable, all of the stuff. Yeah, sure, then we can go around, say, hey, let's do something for the rest of the world. Who would oppose that?
Okay, you muted up. Cool. So, bro, listen, man. Iran was a threat all over the world, all right? The op-ed piece in the New York Times. And
Op-ed piece in the New York Times, for fuck's sake. I'm sorry, the language. Op-ed in the New York Times.
confusion. I didn't interrupt you one time when I was speaking up.
What's good?
So confusion there, listen. There are plenty of people who think that this war was necessary, and it makes a lot of sense. And I think that when it's all said and done, history is going to look back on this as a net positive for the United States, for the American people, and it's gonna add to the long list of accomplishments, the long that Donald Trump will have under his presidency.
Right.
So I understand Orange Man bad. I understand TDS. I get all of that. All right, but keep betting against them and keep losing that money. Keep doubling down and keep losing that money.
Oh, wow.
That's all I got.
Well, at least I know where you're coming from, Anthony. I can't possibly argue against that, right? I mean, you're basically saying, calling these an accomplishment, ignoring the history of our blunders, and you're basically warning us, don't bet against the Orange Man. If that's where you're coming from, then I respectfully step back from this argument from you. I mean, come on, man.
So, all right. So we have a liberal governor, none other than Mr. I can't read Gavin Newsom, who spent approximately $24 to $37 billion on homelessness and housing programs as of early 2026. Have you been to California lately? Do you know what the homeless population looks like out there? After spending $24 to $37 billion on it. I understand. You guys think that these are easy fixes. Okay, so, Elder, I can't hear how much I don't know what I'm talking about while I'm talking. I'll pass the mic to you, and you can tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. You got it.
You're doing a bad example. California always had a high homeless problem. Skid Row is the biggest homeless community in America, I believe. So, I don't know where you're going with that. You pump up this Orange Man. This Orange Man has been bankrupt 3 times, has failed marriages, been divorced. This man is not what you claim to be. And in fact, now he's pushing us into a war with Iran, right, that Israel pushed him to do. Now he's pushing us into a war with Iran, which the cash prices are going to go up. The economic system is going to basically crash based on his moves that he's making. Right? You dig this guy up like this guy is such a great president. This guy, first of all, he's a draft dodger. He never even fought in the war because he was a rich kid. He went after McCain, who was actually a prisoner of war, and this guy ran from the war. But he claims to be such a strong, powerful leader. He never even stepped in war. Now he's pushing people to war based on another government that has a fear of Iran getting nuclear weapons. So they talked him into making this war. This guy is not what you think he is. I don't know why you can't see it. Something's wrong with you, man.
So, brother, because I disagree with you, it means that something is wrong with me. We can't just have a gentleman's, look, man, you got a difference of opinion, you have a different ideology. It has to be that something's wrong with me. I gotta get demonized. I gotta, be low IQ. I gotta be not smart.
No,
because Elder, I didn't interrupt you, brother. I just muted up. All right, thank you. So listen, man. So we have, just the democracy. We got the Electoral College. You saw what the map looked like on election night. And the American people have spoken. And he's our leader. All right? And he's the head that wears the crown. It's a very difficult position. And I've never been a fan of a leader who just leads through polls. Like, oh, but, you know, the American people, the majority of people, they're against this, they're against that. I've never been a fan of leaders that lead that way. You know, you lead by your convictions, you make decisions. It's all, you gotta wear it. The good ones, the bad ones, the messed up ones. You know, like, imagine those girls that died in that school that got bombed by accident. That shit is heinous. Like, I can only imagine what their families are going through. And that's just, it's as fucked up as it gets, and there's nothing nobody can do to bring them back. Same time, look at what the havoc Iran has been wreaking all over the world. There's a cost for that. There's a cost. And our president made a decision. I support him in making the decision. I probably wouldn't have even made that same decision myself. I would have tried to let the peace process play out. I would have sat down at the negotiating table some more and tried to get some inspectors up in there. He made a different decision than what I would have done. So, I support his decision, and I hope that we are able to effectively change situations in Iran with as little loss as possible. That's what I hope for.
So Anthony, since we said the accident, what happened with those 165 girls who lost their lives, has President Trump apologized?
He has, and it's not going to happen.
There you go.
I'm not sure what I even heard from Anthony here. He's basically ignoring how the Trump administration has behaved. Okay, and he's asking us to trust the judgment of the leader who has violated every norm, convention, and law. The Supreme Court had to push him back on the tariffs, right? And you're basically saying, you know, what you're expecting us to look at Trump as a supreme leader? Is that what you want? We have checks and balances. Yes, we all go to the elections and select one leader, you know, for 3 different branches. That doesn't mean the American people don't have a say. And heck yeah, we have a say this November. So Anthony, your idea that somehow, of course, I agree with you that we win elections, we lose elections. I remember how people tried to deny President Obama getting elected. They were in denial for years. I agree that whoever wins the election is the president. There's no denying that. All right, we get behind the presidency, especially when it comes to foreign policy and wars. But to somehow say that we have to believe a guy who's so easily manipulated that he is some King Solomon that we should, come on, man. It's our money. These guys get out of office, get a presidential library, you know, a pension for life and whatever. Right? There's nothing to lose. We're the ones who are left with baggage.
Hey, dear.
I keep making these mistakes over and over again in our name. We're the ones, the society gets burdened. All we're trying to say is that the bigger problems that completely get ignored because there's no money, and to buy into the bullshit that Iran was somehow like responsible for terrorism, that was just lies. How many times did we buy the same lie? Was it the same weapons of mass destruction?
People believe it.
Come on, right?
But people believe it.
But Anthony,
People believe it.
Trump is in no position to be the savior of the world, Anthony. He's the man that just recently lied and said he was looking for drugs, went into Venezuela, took out the president and his wife, which he was not supposed to do. No way are you supposed to take out a president out of his own country and bring him over here. Hold on. And you lied because it wasn't about drugs. It was about the oil. Stop lying.
About a number of things.
It was about you wanted to take the oil. You wanted to take the oil and control the oil because you were worried about China and Russia. Stop lying. That was not about drugs because you just pardoned a man that was bringing tons of drugs into the United States. You just pardoned him. So these lies. Hold on, I'm almost finished.
you talking about, man?
What are you talking about? That was not about drugs.
Please.
That was about oil. It was not about drugs. He wanted to take the oil from Venezuela. They've been going at it from the days of Hugo Chavez. They wanted to take the oil from Venezuela. He lied and said it was about drugs. He pardoned a man that was sending tons of drugs into the United States. At the same time,
Who you referring to?
at the same time, I forgot exactly who the person was, but he
Just probably got the
tons of, no, I'm not, you can actually look it up. He pardoned somebody that was bringing tons of drugs into the United States. Not just talk, you could actually go.
So you're telling me that Venezuela is not a narco state? Is that what you're saying?
Venezuela is not responsible.
Now I would ask you.
It's irrelevant if it's not a state.
Why is that irrelevant?
Because if you want to say Venezuela's not a state, I mean, fucking places in the U.S. is the same. Like, we can say Venezuela's not a state. So what does that matter?
Another topic, man.
So that gives us the right to go fucking
State?
that gives us the right to go fucking attack them and kill our citizens.
Moving to go.
That gives us the right to kill our citizens.
It's also what it is. We did it.
Okay, so what does that mean?
We did it.
So what does that mean?
Because you can say here what we ought to have done and what we should have done. We went and snatched them with the best and the brightest. I bet when they woke up and he stood at the door of the AM4, they said, hey, get up. He's like, where's my security team? They're all dead. Get up. Hey, you, man, get up too.
Leader was paid off by the CIA government. It wasn't no brilliant. It was paid off, and the intel allowed them to go.
Elder, you would say anything, Elder. You would
Security.
Regardless if you agree with it or not, that shit was a fucking spectacular the way it went down. It was flawless.
Brother,
So there's no way you can say whatever you want to say.
I was really dead. Most of those people were special security forces from Cuba. They actually did a freaking memorial in Cuba. Those people are really people that died. Stop being silly, Elder.
you'll make stuff up and you'll just say anything just to, just like to hear yourself talk, man. To not give them dudes props for pulling off that operation.
The precision,
Pull it off.
like, come on, bro. Motherfucker came in true gum and walking at the same time. You saying that was just whatever? Come on.
no, listen. They arrested top leader. His top man was arrested by the Venezuelan government for giving intel to America for making things.
Okay.
Elder, what point are you making?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, hold on, Elder. What I'm saying, bro, it doesn't matter how the fuck they have the information. Regardless of if that, right? It doesn't mean you got the information, you can be able to go there and pull it off the way they did. That's the point we're making.
Yes, you have to have. Look, we're not here to argue with the military of the United States is not equipped to do intel and do. Yes, we know this. But what I'm saying is the man is making it seem like it was just some brilliant move.
Because it was, bro. Dropped into a whole country, snatched that guy and his wife, and took him to serve for their crime.
Yeah, that's bullshit right there, but so that's the case. Fucking, what about Trump? Why he's not in jail? But that's your family. Come on, man. Like the Trump. Don't do that fake fucking Western morality bullshit, bro.
Well, I am gonna do the fake military. We got bigger guns than that guy. What are you talking about? We run the world. We can do whatever we want to do, Peter. You think I'm trolling? But it's the truth. We run this thing, man. Who is going to shut us up and make us do anything different? Nobody. Give the world back.
When your ass start speaking Mandarin,
Can you please give Maduro back to his country? We said no, come make us. And we sunk a few oil tankers in the process. Come on, man, wake it up. We're the United States, man. I wish you guys started letting your...
bro, you gotta be fucking playing, bro.
No, I'm dead ass.
The arrogance is
So that's
That's that small dick syndrome, bro.
Well, I don't have a small penis. If it don't, I'm trying to avoid this going off the rails, y'all. Listen, man. As it relates to what Confusion said, Confusion, like, you just put a bunch of words together. We live in the United States. We're not an autocratic regime.
You got you confused on when you put words together. You know,
You know, we're not an autocratic regime. People can speak out. People can criticize the government. No one's saying anything's wrong with that. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying to you that people that reflexively, they don't critically think about what is being done. They don't ask the questions. They automatically criticize anything that this president does, anything that the administration does, they find fault with it. How can we have productive discussions that way? How can we come to better conclusions and better understandings when everything is so polarizing? How can we talk about stuff reasonably when the one side is calling the other side stupid?
If you support the fucking
Anthony,
right? Hold on. If you support the devil himself, well, like really, what is there to do, Anthony?
No.
Just motherfucking morally bankrupt, bro.
Anthony, hang on. On that point,
Serious, fuck that. Stop trying to be like these motherfucking madness, man.
I just want to say this for a second. Anthony, that's not what I said. I didn't say, I don't want the same thing how they delegitimize Obama just because he's a black president. I'm not saying that we do that to Trump because this is our fucking government, okay? Whoever's elected is doing the job on our fucking behalf. It's our government. I'm not saying that to blindly oppose whatever Trump does. Who said that? You made that up. You basically
said,
no.
That's what people do.
The thing I objected to, Anthony, is somehow the notion that you were trying to paint Trump like some sort of like King Solomon, where he is the most easily influenced person. That's what Trump is. We know where Trump started on the Howard Stern show, and then on The Apprentice. Come on, we know his history, okay? And we know sometimes he actually says the loud, the quiet part out loud. Like for example, he came out and said yesterday, he actually doesn't care if the next Iranian government is democratic at all. Doesn't care. He came out and said that. Read it up. He even said he doesn't mind if the next Iranian leader is a religious leader. He came out and said that. That's Trump. That's your wise man. He says, I just want to be the one who selects that next leader. So I'm not objecting to Trump reflexively because we're paying his salary. We're paying for Air Force One. Heck yeah, I want my money's worth. I want him to do his fucking job. I'm not going to oppose him.
Here's what's up, bro. Yeah, I gotta speak. Just give me 1 second. I just want to respond. I'm trying to real squabble real quick, bro. I'll pass it right to you. Confusion. Here's what's up. I agree when he says he doesn't care about whether or not it's a religious person that leads or whatever. Yo, if the person is going to play ball and he's a stabilizing force in the region and he's not going to, be on the fuck shit the previous regime was on, I absolutely agree. I just want somebody that's going to be able to be a stabilizing force and is not going to do stuff that's going to compromise that region that's so important to the world's economy. Nobody's dogmatic about, they can't be a religious leader. It's just stupid. It's really dumb. The goal is to have effective leadership, whoever that comes from.
And that's fine, because in a certain sense, any American president, yes, does have a job, among other things. There's domestic, there's foreign affairs, to secure American interests. No one's going to argue against that. Every prime minister and president is expected to do that. We're not talking about that. What we are being, some of us, I can say that for myself, what we get offended about is when people take us for idiots. Okay? With the propaganda, and I say this to the Iranian friends in the chat, stop with that bullshit. We're willing to have a conversation, But to try to say that, Iran posed a grave threat to the United States, the people of the United States, did the Iranian regime pose a grave threat to the American?
It absolutely did. 100%.
Hey, not Iranian people are not fighting people of the United States. We're fighting their power. Dude, that right there is disingenuous. Okay? No one has anything.
Nah, what do you fucking brain stop, bro? What are you pause for, man?
I don't know, because
You start stuttering and shit in your brain?
BWS, let me
And
say.
you're trying to tell me it's disingenuous? Come on, bro.
Yeah, that was disingenuous. Because
Nah, you fucking brain stuttered, bro.
people, not fighting the Iranian people.
So one of the common things, hang on, Daniel, one of the common things that people come to these panels,
First day.
hang on one second.
Power. Dead.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just. Trump, listen. This is what Trump wants. Trump wants to pick the leader, right, of Iran. So they
It's not.
Hold on.
Bro, damn, talk on the mic, bro. Damn.
Bro, I was talking. What are you talking about? You mad at
Let me finish. Hold on. Let me just finish real quick. He wants.
You're on time out now, son. Hey, I follow up, bro.
He wants to pick the leader of Iran, so he can be sympathized. So he can sympathize with Israel, so they can keep dropping bombs and killing the Palestinians and wiping them out. That's what he wants. He doesn't want anybody in that land that's going to fight for the Palestinians. This is what he wants to do. He wants his people to control that region. So stop making it sound like this man is some kind of savior, or this man has an agenda, a worldwide view to help people. No, he's about himself. He's about the super rich. He's about the oil. This is what he's about. Period.
Exactly. And I want to address this comment because it's one of the most common talking points. When people come here and say, Iran says debt to America, debt to America, debt to America. So I was curious. I said, let me go do some research, right? The chant, debt to America, in Farsi, right? I can't possibly pronounce it correctly. Goes something like Martabar, right? Okay? It started in the revolution as an antithesis to another chant called Zindabad, means long live, long live. You know, in every protest in the world, either you're saying long live something or down with something, right? So it turns out that this chant, which we conveniently lazily translate and use as debt to America, isn't killing. It's basically saying down with, opposing an ideology, a way of thinking. That's what it is. So conveniently people come here and say, oh yeah, they want to kill it. Why the fuck? They have a beautiful country of their own with all the resources and land, and why the fuck would they care about how we live? It's complete nonsense. And let's not forget, Iran was the one power in the region that opposed Al-Qaeda. They hated Bin Laden. They attacked ISIS. How do we forget that? And that's what pisses me off. To take us for idiots that, believe us, I have relatives in Iran, and they're all going to kill you, and that's why you're doing this for. That's nonsense. That's what pisses us off. Now, Anthony comes here and says, listen, the economic interests of the U.S. matter, and that I'm for that. And that's a reasonable argument. That's a reasonable argument. You can have a completely different discussion about that. But to say that the same bugger who absolutely massacred, so some of you need to read the room. This room was started by a bunch of good folks who are bringing attention to oppression and the rights of the people whose rights are ignored. So for you to come to this room and say Bibi Netanyahu is a hero for killing and oppressed hundreds and thousands of oppressed people, you're not going to win sympathies here. Not with everyone, at least. Stop saying that.
Yeah, fuck Bibi Netanyahu, the fucking devil.
Who said we're trying to win sympathy from you guys? Who are you guys? We're just human beings, just like everybody else. You got. I don't care who started the group. You guys.
Migrants are not human beings. They're filth.
You want to be in an echo chamber?
Migrants are filth. They're not human beings, bro.
Your logic, your appeal, ethos, logos, pathos. Your appeal to my emotions is, come on, bro. We're not talking about right and wrong here. We're talking about a zero-sum game, winners and losers. What are you? Come scared to go home. So I told her, let's summon our inner Henry Kissinger. This person said, you need to listen, you need to read about Henry Kissinger. I said, why are you assuming that I have not? I agree with what Trump's doing. But then I didn't even vote for Trump. I voted for Kamala Harris. I had to prove anything to you. I don't even know you. I don't know you people. I am a conservative Democrat, RNC. I am right of center, independent, right of center, Democrat, or moderate Republican. Oh man, they're kind of like all interchangeable. Just whatever. I am who I am. You know what I'm saying? What the hell is this Republican? Come on, man. You guys sound like some 3-year-olds. I graduated with a degree in economics, political science back in 08 when you guys were still cheating on your, going to whatever parties you were going to, getting shit-faced and not even going to your classes. I wasn't really going to my classes either. But the point is, bro, I already had my degree in 08 when both of you guys started ChatGPT and stuff back in 2020 or whenever you guys started taking interest in politics. Been there, done that. I don't even keep up with politics, you guys. Are you guys policymakers or something? Like, come on. All you guys are armchair people. You get one vote just like I do. Who the freak do you guys think y'all are? You get one vote.
I'm a motherfucking man. That's what the fuck I am.
Yeah, so am I. What's next?
Nigga, you sit when you pee, I don't.
I'll piss in your eye. How about that? You got something else for me? I'll piss in your eye.
I'll shit in your face, nigga. Now what?
Yeah, and I'll shoot you in the fucking face. Now what?
Daryl, thank you for putting this all. No, hang on, Daryl. Thank you for putting this all in our place. I'm so small. Dude, come on, man.
Bro, you're doing it again. I didn't say you were small. Did I say that? Those words never came out of my mouth.
No, but I'm just clarifying.
Just
No, we're not doing that. You did not hear us. We didn't say, because I said that in response to Anthony. No, we're not going to blindly oppose Trump. We expect him to do his job because we're paying for his salary. So yes, he's president. I voted for Kamala Harris as well. I voted for Biden. And I fucking voted for Hillary. But then we accept the results. Nobody is disputing that, dude. So don't lecture us on that. Wait, why did he leave? Come on.
soldier, Scooby Doo came in. What's up, Joe? Cool. How's it going, my brother?
Good, how you doing, Daryl?
How's it going, man? Good to see another brother in arms.
If you don't know who I am, Patty knows who I am. I fired the first Patriot missile on Desert Storm.
Oh, man, that's amazing, man.
Yeah,
What was
in
that, 1990?
Huh?
What was that, 1990?
1991, the first in 1991, January.
Okay, cool, man. I was a cable dog, man. 31 Lima. I joined March 3rd of 2002. My senior year was 9/11. Cool.
Yeah, I took in 88.
Okay. Yeah, I was born in 84, man. So you got me beat. Oh, we got Little Bravo here too. Ty, what's up, man? How's it going, brother? Cool. Went to Benning? Ty? Oh, 03. Yeah, Ty. We got a Fort Benning guy. We got another thing. We got some Desert Storm people here. All these people that were talking, people, parents served, and they would roll in their grave. They heard some of the kids talk the way they're talking about. That's what makes American people. People die for the right for us to be up here talking shit. I don't even like
Die for the World Bank is down.
I don't even like Donald Trump. I don't like Donald Trump, bro. You can't put words. You don't know who I am. You can't tell me.
Die for the World Bank is down. That's what you died for. You died for the world elites.
Man, bro, I died for the world. I leave.
That's what you died for, Darryl.
I'm alive. What are you talking about? I'm not dead.
No, I'm saying you want to say what they died for. Died for the world elites.
Okay, and what did the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali die for? He died for people then, right?
I mean, he died for his group, his Muslim religion, and what he believed in.
Okay, right. So you gonna sit here and disrespect the people who actually believed and died for God, country? That's what they believed.
No, you think you're dying for freedom and rights for people. You're actually dying for world leaders that's controlling you and telling you who to go after because they want to continue taking the oil and taking the little world.
I agree with you, but that's what but Elder, hold on, that's what I was telling confusion. Like, we're not going against the freaking Iranian people. You see how people beg to switch that? I don't have anything against the Iranian people, man. They're good.
Let me ask you something. Do you feel that gentleman that went and stood up and said, dying for Israel, this war was for Israel, and they broke his hand, that Marine, do you consider him a traitor? You think he should have kept his mouth shut, or does he have the right to protest that?
Say it one time, Elder.
The Marine that recently stood up and said, you're dying, this war is for Israel, we should not die for Israel. And they broke his hand. Did you see that? It was
Just learned about it.
One of the senators actually broke his hand while he was trying to remove him out. Do you feel he's a traitor, or do you feel he has the right to do that?
I feel like he has the right to do that.
Okay.
Next.
Okay.
Because he does have the right to do that. What are you talking about?
He has a right to say what he says, what he wants to say, but when it comes to protesting, that's a different story. You can't do that in the military.
I mean, you can protest. Technically, you might get. I mean, Scooby Doo. Could they chop you out for that? I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
Well, I know you get in trouble for it. I know that it's. I don't know that. It matters what you're involved in, I guess.
You know what? I know Hexep just told military people that they cannot speak at Harvard, Yale, Princeton, like any of the Ivy Leagues or woke places. So Pete Hexep, their boss, he's their second boss, their actual boss, who, I mean, it's just how the country's set up. I mean, Donald Trump was a draft dodger 5 times, Bowensburgs, but that doesn't mean he's not the commander-in-chief. He's the commander-in-chief because people voted him to become the commander-in-chief. So whether, I know he got out of getting out of serving. I know that, but that doesn't mean he's not the commander-in-chief. Half the country voted for the guy. Look, man, don't get mad at me.
Yeah, he just a man by the name of McCain. I'm pretty sure you know that was a prisoner of war.
Yeah, I know what he said about John. I like John McCain. John McCain's a hero. John McCain's a hero. What your point? I thought that was the stupidest thing possibly to say. I thought that was retarded. The dumbest thing you could possibly do to talk to someone who actually was a prisoner of war. In fact, interesting thing, as it relates to John McCain. John McCain, his father was was a big time guy in the military, and they offered to let John McCain go home. But John McCain said, nope, I'm not leaving until the last man leaves. That's just a testament to who John McCain is. Hats off to John McCain. All right.
And Trump disrespected him.
Bro, I didn't disrespect him. Trump disrespected him. I don't like Trump. You don't understand. I didn't vote for Trump.
I got you, brother. Now I'm clear. I got you. What about you, Scooby-Doo? Scooby Black? Obviously, Scooby-Doo that probably doesn't agree.
You know, it's an interesting elder. I live, I grew up in the District 30 where Jasmine Crockett, in the redistricting, and my girlfriend, she goes to Dr. Frederick Haynes Church, so I go to a different church, and we just started dating, and so we kind of had a little spiff, first little fight. She said, I'm going to my church. I've been going to Oak Cliff. I said Oak Cliff. She's been going to Friendship West since she was 15, and I'm 41. She's 40. And I'm like, I said, well, I go to church. I go to the predominantly white church. It's called a multicultural church. And it's another part of Dallas. And I was like, I said, you know what? Because, as a man, we're the leader of the household, right? I said, you know what? As the leader, I think I can let her have this one. I said, you know what? As the leader, I literally had this conversation, so I'm not being funny. I said, you know what? As the leader of this relationship, I was doing decisions where I told her that I was like, I think we can go to listen to Freddie Hayes tomorrow because he just got nominated. He won a nomination. Jasmine Crockett lost, right? Obviously, she was gonna win, and it didn't even matter what Democrat won the nomination. Shoot, they're not gonna win the Senate. It's gonna be Paxton or John Corn. There's no way in hell there's gotta be a Democratic senator in Texas. It ain't gonna happen. We haven't had a Republican Democratic governor since the Ann Richard days. Man, I was freaking a baby when I was a little kid when that happened, but it's over 40 freaking years ago that we've had a Democratic freaking governor in Texas. It ain't gonna happen, Captain. It probably be another 10, 15 years before there'd be a Democratic freaking senator. And if it's gonna be one, it's gonna be a white male. It's not gonna be a black, loud chick. And by the way, I like my sisters loud. I like a little toxicity when it comes to my sisters. A little spicy, like a little this, you know what I'm saying? So I don't mind Jasmine Crockett. But Jasmine Crockett never was gonna be a senator in Texas, bro. But guess what? It's okay. She's already a wealthy black woman before she became a U.S. Congresswoman. You know what? She's about to make more money. She's gonna make so much money. Anthony, can you imagine what Jasmine Crockett's first speaking engagement? She's gonna get some keynotes. If she's smart, she'll probably do a book like Michelle Obama, like the Becoming book. She's gonna do a book. Can you imagine all the African American women, the most educated ethnic group in the country, right? So think about all the black women, I don't know, she's Greek, I think it's Delta. I think about all those Deltas and all forget Delta, think about all the divine nine. It's gonna be having her be a keynote speaker. She's gonna call out so much speeches. Guys, Jasmine Crockett's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. She's gonna make so much money. She just relax. She did a good job. She's gonna be rich. She was already a millionaire before she became a congresswoman, guys. I thought she was just some ordinary black woman. I didn't know she was already a millionaire. Oh my God, I actually thought she represented all black women. Guys, Jasmine Crockett is rich. She has more in common with, I'm going to be facetious here, she has more in common with Mitt Romney than she has with the average black person working at that Amazon warehouse that does drugs all the time and can barely, pay their SNAP benefits. So she probably came from that. I don't know where she came from, but that was probably a lot of people that support her. But guys, that's not who Jasmine Crockett is. Jasmine Crockett talks all this crap. I mean, that's who she is. Now, Jasmine Crockett is just who she is. Like, I don't think she's faking, right? But she is just who she is. And I think a lot of times Jasmine Crockett is no different than Donald Trump to this extent, to this perspective. She's a voice for a lot of people who don't have a voice. Donald Trump's a voice for a lot of tiki-torch white people who don't have the voice, that believe that this country was stolen from them because they actually believe that somebody lied to them and thought they were special. I think Confucius said something like this earlier. This is the funniest thing. When I was working at this company, there was this guy named David Mangus. I use his real name. What the hell you gotta do with me, right? And I remember one time he was all walking around. I was in a sales role, and I was a top producer. I basically would call CPAs and stuff like that and get them to, get their 766 and basically add wealth managers and increase their enterprise values. They can do roll-ups and sell out the PE firm, blah, 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 be the fun. But the point of the matter is David Mangus was a white guy from the rural area and never had a college degree, which he hated me because I had a degree, got my 766 and degree. I was a bad mofo. I just was. Man, I'm not trying to be funny. But this guy didn't have a degree. And he said, one day he said, that Dr. Obama, he sure could with a teleprompter. I looked at that dude, I said, bro, you sound fucking retarded. He said, what was it, something I said to him? Bro, this dude was the president of the Harvard Review. He went to Occidental College. Do you know who his mom and dad were, bro? Bro, the dude's just smart. Like, why can't you just give it to him? He doesn't sound like that because he's speaking from like teleprompter, bro. He is a highly intelligent dude that just happened to be black and white. What is it they identify as? Because racism is such a social construct, but I didn't tell his dumb ass that because he couldn't even get off of first base. He was so fucking retarded. So why would I tell him? Why would I blow his brains away? Not like literally, but why would I hit him with some cognitive Eve and they were all from the same or 99.9%? He probably would have shot him. He probably would have committed suicide or some shit like that. He'd be like, what are you seeing on blood? We wouldn't have been able to, I didn't want to do him like that yet. He wasn't ready for that. I could have destroyed his little white ego. Well, that's a construct. Again, by the Europeans, back about 600 years ago. Yeah, it's time that we get over that bullshit. Guys, we're 99.9% the same. We're all the same species. Homo sapiens. That's what we are. If your white mommy, sleep mom, and dingo daddy, they're gonna have a kid, and that kid is not sterile. We're the same species, right? We can procreate. If I showed you who my great-great-grandfather was, right? And why not? Show you my great-grandfather. And you wouldn't even tell. You couldn't tell if my great-grandfather was white or black. And guess what? He was biracial. His dad was a slave owner. And his mother was a mulatto slave. That's what I can say from my dad's side. And my mom's side, 100% Cherokee, 3 generations, great. I know her name. I got a picture with her. You can't take that away from me. She was 100% Cherokee, 1903. Went to her married. She married a guy named Andrew Timmer. They came to, that's why I was in this with Patty. Me and Patty, we cousins. Patty got Cherokee blood. I got Cherokee blood. Guess what, guys? A lot of us have Cherokee blood. We got some indigenous in us, but that doesn't really show up during our DNA. You know what I'm saying? something, and I guarantee you'll start talking to someone, share the damn app. Guys, we're all related. We're all cousins. Everybody came from black people. I'm sorry, white people, but you don't exist. You do, but you don't. Kinda, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say? Maybe you don't. I don't care. You came from a black woman. Why don't you go read some, read a book called Homo Sapiens or something. I don't know what to tell you. Start listening to the National Geographic. The human genome's already been mapped. Wow, it was a lot. Point of the matter is this. We're just a bunch of tribes that believe what we believe in. Guys, let it go. And this is a holy war. Not because it's truly a holy war, which I believe it is. Because I'm a Christian. I'm sorry, guys. I'm fell victim to it. But this is World War III. At least that's what they're telling people. There's people right now, American soldiers, that believe this is the Armageddon. These guys want a crusade. Regardless of whether you think this is real or not, they believe it. Trump believes it. And if he doesn't believe it, a lot of people that's fighting for him believes it. There's people on the Iranian side who believes it. That Ayatollah guy, he died, but he really had himself killed. He was dying anyway. He's older. He chose to be a martyr, right? To start a holy war. Guys, what about their side? And I take the response. Those guys are just as shitty as Donald Trump. Why would you treat these people as they're some type of patron saints when it's they have citizens that want that guy out of there anyway? Just like there's people from all sides, on our side too, here in America. There's 340 million people on this planet, in this country. Not all these people. Look at all the diversity of thought here just on this stage. Everybody agrees with one another, but sometimes we'll put our differences aside. Because look, I don't really believe with gays. Sorry, gays, but I don't agree with you. I don't want my daughter going to school competing against some boy that identifies as a female. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I think that's the most stupidest thing in the world. So there's things that I like about Trump. There's things I don't like about Trump. I'm all for there being Bible back in school with the Ten Commandments. I just believe that. I'm sorry for all of my people who are not Christians. I don't give a fuck. This is America. If at best the people who founded this country were deists. You know what deists are? They were people that believe that God created earth or created human beings and didn't went off and did something else. He just kind of like y'all know what deists are. A lot of these people were Masons, deists, some of them were atheists, some of them actually really believed in Christianity, some of them didn't. So come on, guys. We have the freedom of religious whatever. Can't think of it off the top of my head. Some of the places that you guys are just hating the United States for, I don't know, like Iran and some of these places. I know for sure Egypt, I had a person that worked in Egypt, 90% Sunni Muslim. They kill Christians all the goddamn time there. Egypt. And interesting enough, Egypt was the place that was the Gaza and the Israel up there ceasefire. I see 90% Sunni Muslim. I can't even pronounce the president of Egypt. I can't pronounce the guy's name, but he's Trump's buddy. He's really not. They just act like they like each other. Trump don't give a damn about nobody but his goddamn self and enriching themselves and sleeping with 12-year-olds and getting his Johnson law about little kids with the Epstein eggs. That's all Trump gets to care about. And Trump is a rich white dude that does the hell he wants to do and nobody can stop him because his dad told him about zero sum, kill or be killed, survival of the fittest. His dad taught him to charge don't either way. You know what I'm saying? Like what did he teach him is the strong devour the weak. That's who Trump is. But guys, your parents are the same way. Come on. We see it every day. Nobody has a problem with Michael Jordan being the dominant person. All right, Kobe, we always talk about Kobe Bryant, Black Mamba. Just kill him, destroy him on the court. So we're okay when it comes to that. The gladiators, we're okay when it comes, we start talking about the gladiators. our history with the Alexander the Greats and the Napoleons and the Julius Caesars. Guys, these were probably people worse than Donald Trump when you read their accounts. You don't think a guy like Napoleon was worse than Donald Trump? Where do you think the Napoleon complex came from? That guy was a fucking insane killer. What about guys like Genghis Khan? Do you think Donald Trump is worse than Genghis Khan? Please don't tell me you believe that. Genghis Khan, Donald Trump is not even an honorable mention when it comes to Genghis Khan. And you're like,
hello, David. Is anyone awake?
well, you know, we need background music for these people since they're all asleep. I think I'll get some free licks in so no one's gonna kick me because they won't sleep.
Okay.
If this was in the morning time, it was just like 9, 10 o'clock, Patty would do me off the goddamn stage. I've been in cool. If Dan was in here, he had already booted me and told me to come back tomorrow. I would have got 1 minute of this conversation off. So I kind of somebody had to get him, you feel me, right? Yo, liberal, the liberals shoot, yeah, you. And then it's kind of a little bit even because I got Anthony up here too. Anthony Edwards, although he may not necessarily agree with everything I have to say, he's a little bit more of a free thinker, man. He's not in the words of George Orwell, he's just not a groupthink guy. Anthony thinks for himself.
Okay then. Well, anyway, I'm gonna end the room here because everyone is asleep.
Yeah, it's fine.
Cool. Have a good night.
I don't know. Go in the next room to be a free thought guy. Have a good one.
Okay.
To understand the origin of the information that one has and where it comes from. Example, i.e., Christopher Columbus discovered America. You have to examine that. Did they really discover America? There was people here before you. Or maybe you meant that America, you talk about you discover America for the people who you represent. And that's what we have to examine information. We have to examine the whole frontal of religion.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Because there was a time when we wasn't even down to the
I'll slide back to allow you to do that. I'll
land right here. Even down to the law, to the word more. The origin and etymology of that word and where it comes from. I'll land.
Alright, so none of that made any fundamental sense to what I was talking about. The truth of the matter is that outside of all of that, you cannot show me where black is represented as a people group on any fucking stage in the world.
I never said that I oppose the word black. I said you have to understand that black.
Right. That is what I'm talking about. They're not color. That's your definition. You have an ideology that no one accepts. No one in a powerful authority accepts your submission of that. No one's going to take the time to even listen to you, to even research that.
Okay,
in a powerful authority. In a powerful authority. In a powerful authority.
let me finish. I'm not done yet. I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm not allowing you to interrupt.
All right, no problem, no problem.
So
we're going to get into
the point, that's cool, and I'm here for that. For a limited time only though. But yeah. So here's the thing.
talk about it.
Yeah. All right. Okay, cool. So here's the point. Blackness, nobody in a position of power and authority that will recognize anything that you or I say will take the time to acknowledge what you are saying. I'm not even saying that portions or if not most of what you're saying is true or not. Your position has to be different. We have to acknowledge accurately who we are, articulate that, and put action behind it. What that looks like is why you establish and pattern yourself as such a prototype of people. Whatever that looks like, be it Negro, be it Black American, be it descendant of child, whatever you call yourself, you have to establish that as a historical point of reference and antiquity and give this to the world stage to accept but follow through, with strategic lobbying, financial impact, geoeconomic and political influence. Then you can either have that state of being that you're talking about that will be articulated and acknowledged by the so-called powers that be. There's not a single section of blackness that's represented on any world stage that holds an opinion that everybody listens to outside of the loud motherfucking static of the rest of the globe and their obsession with what they call black culture. Their obsession with us makes them dependent on our moral support and authority, which still has no fucking power. It's not organized, it's not unified, but it's holistically fractured and divisive by nature. But for appeal, they leverage us and our conditions. So if that is an actuation of power, which influence is, then why don't we consolidate that under an actual banner that's recognized and is immobilized with finance, movement, and consistent action? And I'm not talking about go outside and march for any goddamn thing. I think that's the weakest thing you could do. That's the most unsavvy thing you could do. But you should march your dollars. You should march your support. You should march your opinion. You should also know when to keep it to yourself. Does that make sense?
No, I don't. You know what do you mean? Hold on, I had to come off mute. You said it would make sense. My question to you, because I don't think what you're saying makes much sense. What do you mean when you say banner?
When I talk about banner, I'm talking about a recognized people group.
When you talk about recognized people group, right? Is that in the?
We already have recognized people group. What's going on here?
Hold on, bro.
That's not true, bro. What's going on here?
Black Americans are not a recognized.
That's not true, bro. I don't put in the chat.
Look, I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about
The
African.
UN,
I'm not talking, no, there is no.
The UN recognize Black Americans. What's going on here, yo?
The UN recognize Black Americans. Show me a UN council with the Black Americans. That has Black Americans.
Cypher, let me ask you a question. Do you think Black Americans, FBA, Boule, I don't even want to name us, because I know y'all niggas in here, y'all get upset, right? Native American, you think this people group that's on stage and in the guild is not a recognized people group amongst the globe? Why are you saying that?
I'm saying that the word black, as it pertains to Black Americans, is not a recognized.
Okay, I think you're trying to be like Richard Allen. I think the problem is you're trying to bring in here.
Earlier, if you were following the conversation, you would have heard.
I was following the conversation. You just said you're not recognized. I disagree, bro. I travel the globe and I disagree with what Cypher said. Go ahead.
He ain't got no facts. His ID say black. It don't say nothing else. The hell?
Hey, that's trying to reinvent the wheel, man.
want to get contracts under the same concept of being under Negro, under being black, or being what, a nigga? It's under being black, brother, with your government contract. So mix me with the recognition of whoever you trying to claim we slow out here. No, ain't nobody slow. You slow.
Okay. I don't see anything on my driver's license that says I'm a black American.
Yeah, but that's bad because the Latino, it don't say Latino on the Latino driver license.
Yeah.
That's why I stated that you had to have a blueprint before you build a house. Because you have to undo the miseducation that was passed around.
Right. So I don't know if you wasn't here. I don't think you were here then yesterday.
No, that's why I know that you didn't hear me.
You didn't hear
That's why I know you
yesterday.
didn't hear me.
No, I know that you wasn't in the room yesterday when I actually gave the 5-minute and 10-second blueprint that I sent to Michelle. I think I sent one to Erica. But I literally specifically have a 17-page articulable report.
So how did you
Hold on, bro. I'll finish. Why is it that I can't finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence?
I'm saying,
Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence?
Because I'm trying.
Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence? Why can't I finish my sentence, brother? I know you have better self-control. Just 10 seconds. Unless you know what the fuck I'm about to say, please don't do that. I'll be careful not to do that with you. Okay? Literally, I laid this out yesterday. You might not have been here for that. But there, like we said earlier, there are people in real life that you don't even know you're talking to that's doing the very thing that you're talking about. It's just that some of us don't like being out front because so many niggas got opinions and will trip your motherfucking ass up because they ain't great and will never be great. Because they think that of themselves, they hate to see another nigga do their idea better than they could. And that's why we can't really get anywhere. It's not because the white man's that fucking strong, articulable, and intelligent to where he can do this to us without our assistance and complicity. We played a major fucking role. Half of this is our fucking fault.
Yeah, 30.
Can I comment down?
You ain't
Comment down.
for that. Either you white nigga, hold up, family. Either you get rid of the white nigga or you get rid of the black nigga. We had this conversation with the Circle of God 15, 20 years ago. You talking the same spinning circle conversation that we had in the mosque a long time ago.
Hey, mister, they had these convos 200 years ago, actually. They had these convos 200 years ago.
Screaming over the main dog. Jesus.
Hold up, man. So with that said, if you ain't got no solution, either you wake them up or you don't wake them up. You build or you destroy. The world's problem and the world's solution at the same time.
Yeah, but were you in the group? Was you here yesterday, bro? Have you been listening to these conversations? There's niggas been saying solutions for a long damn time. I literally had a solution. That's why I was telling you that I articulated that to Shu when I said, oh, you wasn't in the room yesterday. When I laid this out, it's 17 fucking pages long. Michelle looked you up. But did you get the audio that you requested? Erica, I don't know if you responded back to the email or to the joint. But I was like, hey, I can send it to you on Telegram. I'm not even putting my name on this shit. If you like to hear it, I'll send it to you too, brother. But what I'm saying is, there are niggas like, bro, I'm landing it right here. Literally, there are people like Sean, myself, even Sweets, low key, even though he don't talk about it often. There's niggas, Eugene, clearly, you know what I'm saying? Michelle, Erica. There's a lot of motherfuckers in here that do shit on their level and at a bigger level that they don't even talk about. But I highlighted something earlier that said people like us don't like to be out front because there's so many different, look at all the pushback I'm getting from niggas when I talk about black banking, when I talk
talk about, hey man, all this war shit y'all niggas crying about, y'all can't do nothing about it. Let's go get some goddamn government contracts. Get an LLC. Here this nigga go with an LLC. Here this nigga with financial risk. I got it. Here this nigga with put it in a black bank. What the fuck? I got a solution for that. And once upon a time, FOI had government contracts on the East Coast, taking over all the ghettos doing security. Government find out the Nation of Islam got these contracts, shut it all down. Ain't nobody trying to do the repeats of the 80s with your pumped up ass idea about, oh yeah, we can get government contracts. Don't you know we gonna cipher that money into the farmland? And once the government find out it's coming from their pocket, they shut this shit down. So we already have been where you talking about. We already been about government contracts and how the government see, it's under Farrakhan, we cut the funding. So stop with all that big, raw talk. It's not going to happen, family at the mass. No, it's not going to happen for you. No, it's not going to happen for you.
Hey, mister, I got one better, mister.
I'm talking about as a collective.
Yeah, but mister, I got one more.
I'm talking about as a collective.
No,
It's not for you. I'm talking about as a collective, they'll get it, but you ain't.
Mister, I got one better, mister. Check this out, mister.
Hold up. I'm not talking about individual shit.
Stay on mute. Mister, go on mute for a minute.
No.
Like y'all, I don't know what y'all be doing. Go ahead, Omar.
Thanks, Erica. No, I was ready to back you up, mister. What I wanted to say was, I know sometimes we think we reinventing the wheel with government contracts, right? I think I ain't gonna say the last, because it's been people even after him, but one of the most successful men that were getting government contracts and private contracts from different governments around the world was Maynard Jackson, right down there in Atlanta, right? And the one thing Maynard Jackson did, and I'm sure Cypher, you're playing like nowhere near Maynard Jackson's, right? He built a whole damn black middle class and a lot of black wealth in Atlanta, right? And he used government funds. What did he do? He used government contracts to build an airport, right? From that airport, he created over hundreds of millionaires in Atlanta, right? And a lot of that black wealth is still there in Atlanta today, right? So I know, Cypher, your plan ain't nowhere near as bright as Maynard Jackson's plan was, right? And I think I have a problem when we have some black people that get on these stages and think they got the master plan for the black race. When a lot of this stuff, to your point, mister, has already been done before. There's not no new stuff when people come on these stages like they're gonna do this and do that. This shit been done before and mastered before. But go ahead.
Point is, I ain't talking to no more individuals. Man, we see shit on these as a collective, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think for the whole, not for individuals. And the funniest thing about it is, I go to the LLC, just like everybody, I get the LLC, just like everybody else can get the LLC. Everybody gonna do that. As an individual, you gonna grind and get money. But as a collective, as a group, no, that shit ain't gonna work like that.
And to be honest, Atlanta's just black managed. It ain't really black owned. It's black managed. Because once the Fortune 500 companies start coming right after the damn airport was built and the Olympics.
But can we agree there's a lot of black ownership in Atlanta and there's a lot of black wealth in Atlanta? Can we agree on that, Sean? If that's the case,
11,000 black millionaires that's in Atlanta.
Yeah, but I know you can't.
Boom. And how much of the niggas got their money?
Listen, I know we praise,
11,000 black millionaires that are worth more than $1 million. I'll give you that.
Okay, cool, right? That's the point I'm trying to say.
And I appreciate the people that are in Atlanta and the wealth that they build, but did they go in and build a black hospital? Did they build a black school? And what is the curriculum that they are teaching?
But that's not fair. I'm gonna say why it's not fair. That's not fair because do the Chinese got a hospital in Los Angeles? Do the Chinese, we can always move these goalposts. The Chinese don't have a Chinese hospital. I'm saying it, Sean. The Chinese don't have a Chinese hospital in San Francisco, right? We can move the goalposts all the time.
In China,
they talk about in America. We're not in China. We're in America. We're in America.
My point is, hold up. My point is that here in America, right, we don't own the regime. I'm talking about our own regime, and these are Chinese.
We're talking about in America.
I'm gonna land on it. Even though a Chinese guy is come over here and build a store in a black neighborhood and suck the money, he still has his country that he can go to. Where is your country?
My country is here. I'm born here. I don't know no other country, bro. I don't know. Yeah, that's my country right here.
So I'm talking about.
Yeah, my country's here, bro. Okay, fine. I'm trying to go to Africa.
Okay, wait a minute. Under whose regime?
Listen, I'm under my regime. I'm in Philadelphia. I pay my taxes. I'm under a black mayor. I got my little enclave here in Philadelphia. I ain't under no regime. Like, I'm on my own.
Brother, I used to live in Philly.
Yeah, I'm in Philly right now. I got a black mayor, sister, good, clean sister, Cheryl Parker.
But it's still under European.
Yeah, no, I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't walk out my house. I wouldn't even see a European right now.
The city laws has been the same, whether it's been a black man or a white man.
We run this shit down, Jim. We run it down, bro.
You're not running.
Okay, all right. That's you know, I pay my taxes. I got my say.
Yeah, but the taxes, the taxes go to? The black regime?
Hey, listen, it gets my roads, it gets my potholes filled up. Come on, bro. Y'all gotta stop this like we say last week. Black Americans are not on
that got filled up. I bet you.
Sure.
The organization or the company that's filling up your holes in the street. You know what I'm saying? They are owned by Caucasians. That contract is owned by Caucasians. Point blank.
You know,
they can have the black. You're not getting to what I'm saying.
You know the crew that came out and filled my potholes? They was all young black brothers in their 30s. Right? Okay, right? Providing for their family, right? One thing I will say this shit, and I get it, listen, I used to be on that black power stuff too, you know, this and that. But listen, our home is here, brother. You ain't no African brother.
Oh, no, I have my roots in Africa.
Listen, brother, you ain't never,
my DNA is from Africa.
Brother, you never even been to Africa, brother.
Yeah, I have been to Africa.
Come on, brother.
Nigga, I have been to Africa.
Man, y'all ain't shit, man. I'm going to bed.
Several times. I've been to Africa several times, my brother.
On my mind.
I'm from Philadelphia, brother.
We can't live with these niggas, man.
Man, I'm about to go to bed, man.
Niggas dead.
Brother? Is that my brother? My brother?
Man. What? Who did this thing? Why? Are you like this?
Man, y'all niggas is Dutch.
I'm
like talking to some of y'all, but a lot of y'all ain't good for the mental health.
Hell fuck no.
A lot of y'all ain't good for the mental health. You going 24/7 this shit. Boy, you would have thought that niggas like him was just like on it. Like I said, man, I think my LLC and C corporation route is way better. Black man, you gotta start moving as a company. Stop doing the shit with your personal shit. And like Omar said, you can be pro-black militant, you can be a corporate nigga individualist. But nigga, if you ain't running nothing with any entities and setups, I don't know what you're really doing. Because everybody else is moving like a corporation. You got companies moving. How they be moving? Motherfuckers getting lines of credit, motherfuckers getting the grant funding, whatever it has to take. But my brother, you need to stop with that bullshit.
We ain't from Africa, brother.
Philly niggas is funny, man. Philly niggas in New York niggas is like.
This nigga wild, man.
Philly got the
I agree with some of the shit that Omar be saying sometimes. We fundamentally disagree about this nigga is a
Omar is funny, man.
That nigga wild.
Omar is funny as hell. Like I said, man, I appreciate sometimes, be popping in the room. I really do. bitch, but nah, ain't no nigga gonna openly eat this shit. Nah, man, like I said, man, I have no problem with niggas in the content. I think when motherfuckers try to make us all African and shit, knowing that, nigga, you know damn well these people is just trying to get a buck out of you, nigga. They'll tell you anything. They'll tell you anything.
Hey, Sean, you know what they say? They say, oh yeah, Omar, you're not a son of the soil. You know what I mean? And I know what they mean by that. I get it. You know, I'm not African. I'm African descent, but I'm not African. I get it. You know, my mom and dad was born in Philly. You know, my grandfather was born in Philadelphia. So I get it. I know I'm not African. Shit.
Nobody on stage.
Charlie, check your back, Charlie.
Ain't nobody on stage African. The Caucasian named Africa after his brother. Another one named America Ichi or whatever. So we're not African American.
But let me ask you a question. How many bloodlines are you going back?
Check your back, Charlie.
Check it out.
How many bloodlines are you going back?
Check it out, fam.
Man, my family been here 10 generations, Sue. What's going on, shit? What's going on?
And that's all you have is 10?
That's all. That's more than some nations. Hey, listen, that's older than some nations, motherfucker. Shit.
Yo, that is older than some nations.
Older than some nations.
Your nation. I'm asking about your bloodline.
Yeah. It ain't even that old, my nigga. Come on, what's going on?
You want me to go back 10?
Oh, only 10? Shit.
10 generations. How long does this nigga think a generation is?
I believe that.
This nigga generation is in years.
I heard a house right on Wellfield Street in Germantown. So you can't tell me nothing about Philly and how Philly is run.
I mean, I
More Philly than the other Philly, nigga.
yeah, I get it on the tree.
You can't tell me nothing. I used to live in Philly.
So y'all confused on how long you been on the planet or what continent you been in?
Yeah, how long your bloodline been on
I
the
said,
planet?
that's a whole nother story. I'm trying to stay in America, but y'all want to go somewhere
In order for you to get to the now, you have to know.
But listen, my DNA goes back millions of years, brother.
Okay, but then that's where you need to go. That's where you find your purpose.
I'm an original man, brother.
That's where you find your purpose and cause at.
Would you say 5 million years? Because mine go further than that.
2 million.
That's it?
2 million.
I'm going all the way back to
Make it 3 million. Make it 3 million.
72 trillion years because we the alpha and omega. So even to qualify for that, you got to know you've been here for
This thing
more
is
than
72 million years.
Yeah, I mean, God's still on the planet, right? He said he's going to be at the end. So somebody got the bloodline, right, family? I see I knew y'all.
If you was there, who is running this bitch? 72 million years.
He was not dumb enough to think that God would not preserve one of us with his bloodline. And
If that's the case, then who is running this bitch 72 million years?
Good question.
Since you older than God and shit.
That's a good
Since you God is real tight.
Hey, whoever got the most powerful thoughts.
Nigga, what drug you on?
That's my opinion. You said who's running it? You got the most powerful thoughts?
Man.
Is it us? Is it another corporation?
Man.
Like you take LLC? Is all the thoughts wrapped up in your LLC?
Hey, Sean, some niggas drugs is attention, bro.
Them drugs is strong.
That's that low vibration, the worst part. Y'all go there to try to trap people. Like shut up, between lust, envy, and jealousy, and self-hate, the lower world, between nature. Bring that shit back up to the best part. Drugs, what the hell? Drugs ain't got shit to do with
And shit, boy, y'all, man, shoes sound like the OG that be outside.
You know what I'm saying? If it's that serious. Huh? You don't have to if it's that serious.
Okay,
Make motion. Make motion.
Okay, nigga, pull up then.
You stay right here in the same box where I'm at. Clubhouse.
Nah, nigga, what? Nah, he said be up in real life. Nigga, what?
This nigga sound like a nigga that live in a box for real. You ain't shit.
a box? Cypher?
Like my nigga,
Like you live in the box. You say you live in the box. Ah, you crazy. That nigga sound like Eddie Kane Jr.'s daddy, nigga. It ain't shit. Like this. Shit.
Man, I'm God. And if you keep slipping, I'll beat your God.
You a little guy, nigga. To a dog. To a puppy.
God, you gonna beat you.
Well,
Omar would beef with the other.
you ain't gonna find nobody else on stage gonna come here and say they God.
Omar, man. Omar.
No, that's not what it is.
Everybody else gonna call themselves a nigga. They gonna call themselves a pimp.
Omar that smacked the other old because he got
They gonna call themselves a thug. Everybody else
talking about I'm from Germantown. That nigga said, well, he got this. Nigga,
You be close to everybody. From a drop of a dime right here on the phone.
this nigga, bro. You and a homie Jay argued for like 6 hours, bro. It was like from midnight to 6 a.m., bro. I still remember that shit.
Man, that bro was not talking about nothing, bro. He ain't got no real black power. You talking about
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem, nigga. We glad you don't got no power.
Well, give me all your brain power right now.
We glad you ain't got no power, nigga.
Put it on the PDF file so I can download all your brain power. Yeah. Send it over there. Upload it in your hard drive. I can put this on my computer and make my shit go viral.
That nigga said, put it in a file. Man.
I got the Sean latest upload for 1995. Yeah. I'm telling you.
That's how bootleg DVDs, we know.
I believe in you, bro. You just gotta put that shit on wax.
Selling bootleg DVDs, we know, my nigga.
But come on, though. I'm waiting for you to go ahead and put out the course. Because I know that's what you usually really try to simplify on a day-to-day basis. So once you get that shit ready, you're on your way.
Nigga, I wish I could just smack you with a computer, nigga. Just smack the shit out of you with a computer, dude.
I am a computer. What you talking about? Supercomputer. What came first, the planet or the brain?
Man, we got a lot of foreigners for this chat. Omar, you see this shit?
Yeah, I think the mind came first, Mr. M. The mind.
Oh, yeah, you got it right. The mind came first. That's why I said thoughts. It's going to be the most powerful thing on the planet. Because you have to have thoughts that thought themselves into existence. The first creator, came on it. He didn't have nothing but a couple of atoms, molecules. It took 99 atoms to make a human being. So, he had to think himself into existence. He ain't come down to birth and out. He ain't have maybe you got a belly, but the first God didn't have a belly button. Did you know that?
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Y'all believe in evolution or we just appeared? Like, what y'all believe?
Man, I don't know. I don't know what to believe in. I think I
give evolution a shot.
Yeah, I don't necessarily believe in all this eugenics talk. So, Brother Omar, since you got all the answers, I know what you gonna say.
No, I got answers. I got answers.
You got all the answers, Sway.
No. I was watching this thing, man. I was like,
I knew you were gonna bring us this damn documentary.
Yeah, depending what side of the bed I wake up, man. I'm like, okay, maybe we did come from reptiles. That shit crazy. I was watching this show. They said we evolved over like a couple 100 million years, man. Like it took us to get where we at. It's crazy.
So damn, what's
said Queen Elizabeth was a reptile lizard.
That's crazy. That shit crazy, bro. What the hell they gotta do with God? God ain't no reptilian. He made the first man like himself.
Yo, but you got body. You got body, man. You got body.
You go off the
The reptilian. The reptilian was no lizard. He wasn't.
Nigga, you wasn't there. Shut the fuck up, bro. You wasn't there, nigga.
I'm telling you right
Nigga,
now.
I made you there. Like, you started from the coast, like, nigga.
You can go there. All you gotta do is start how your mom and daddy made you. But how did they make you? Start with the atom. Start with the sperm and the egg.
But that's what the reptile was saying. They said we started out as tadpoles, like little tadpoles, swirling in the ocean, right? Then we got bigger and bigger. At first we could only swim, and then we had one tadpole went on land, and then over the course of time they developed legs.
Think about
They said that shit kept going on for hundreds of millions of years.
Check it out. Remember you answered the question earlier. You said the brain came before the planet. So you out in triple darkness, deep in space, in black matter.
Bro, honestly, how does make me argue?
You out there in the black matter and water. They said water was way out there, deep in space. They say water is connected to life. Why would you be on a planet and you ain't even thought about a planet? So you still swimming around like a lizard.
That's what I'm saying. This is over hundreds of millions of years, bro.
No, trillions.
Listen, to be true, okay, we go semantics now, right? What I'm saying is you're floating around the water, then you eventually go on land, right? Let's say 1,000,000 years, you go on land. Now you're starting to develop these limbs over 1,000 years. Now you start to, develop forelegs. Eventually you become eventually you become upright. Almost like a mammal to a certain degree.
No.
Talk to me, brother. Come on, brother.
You said the brain came first. So you saying
no, but the consciousness is already there.
Wrong with the planet, or did you evolve and think yourself into existence first? Now you just floating around in space. Now you say I need somewhere to live. Now you're creating a planet floating around. I want to know how did you get on Earth? Is what
I'm trying to explain it. Consciousness is already there, and whether it's still a tadpole or primate, right? So now let's say it's 50 million years from now, right?
So you trying to say I'm a comet? For billions of years floating around in space, evolving, and eventually I'm gonna make matter?
He wasn't in space, brother. He was on the planet Earth, brother.
And you ain't got atmosphere, you ain't got oxygen, you ain't got...
No, you got atmosphere,
You contain a body. 99 atoms.
Listen, brother, then the Big Bang come, right? Boom. That shakes up things. Now you're a primate. And now another 2 million years go by, now you're Homo erectus.
Now remind you, when you...
Come on, brother.
Now remind you, when you get to the planet, there's no moon. The Earth and the moon is connected, and the water is on.
No, that's too far back, brother.
You gotta separate the moon from the Earth. And you gotta make mountains.
No, that's too far back, brother.
The Earth is flat, ain't got no mountains to help it rotate real smooth, give you a nice ride. So you gotta make mountains, you gotta make pyramids, you gotta do all this, you gotta make rivers. This took trillions and trillions of years.
Okay, if it took trillion, okay, let's say it takes trillion. We're gonna go by your argument. It takes trillions, right? How does that, go against what I'm saying, though? Over the development of where we're at now. You can't find a Mr. M 1 million years ago. Consciousness, walking upright, having a meat.
Why not?
You ain't have no. How would you go to feed yourself? You ain't have no agricultures. You ain't have a tool.
a million years ago. You ain't even got a tool, bitch. How you gonna feed yourself? How you gonna hunt animals with you ain't even know how to sharpen your knife a million years ago?
How many years ago?
A million.
Yeah, we had tools. We didn't lose our tools.
I don't know, brother.
The level came 3,000 years ago. Knowledge itself.
I don't think you got tools a million years ago.
Knowledge itself. We put ourselves to sleep and buried all our information under the sea, ocean, and desert 6,000 years ago. Why did we go to sleep for 6,000 years?
But 6,000 years and a million years ago is way off.
Knowledge itself. You said 100,000 years ago, or a million years ago, we didn't have no tools. I don't believe that. Unless you're leaning on white thought.
What tools did you have a million years ago?
You using white thought from the white man. The white man didn't have no tools a million years. He didn't have nothing. That's what you're leaning on. Yeah. The white man was in the cave talking about yabba dabba do with nothing. You feel me? If you lean on his thoughts, a million years ago you got nothing. You was asleep 6,000 years ago. Why'd you go to sleep? Is the question.
Alright, I give you that one. They're saying the oldest tools are 3 million years ago. I give you that one. And that's not even Homo erectus stuff. I was talking about Homo erectus.
Man, let's go further than that. Let's go back when we didn't have nobody in America 35,000 years ago. When nobody here.
How did you know that no one was in America 35,000 years ago?
Because we was all small populated in a small part of Africa.
How did you get to that conclusion? Who told you? Who told you and why do you believe them? Who told you and why do you believe them?
The Earth's circumference is 25,000 square miles.
Who told you and why do you believe them?
We write our history every 25,000 years in advance. God told.
Who told you and why do you believe them?
This is lost knowledge from the God tribe. Tribe of Shabbat.
Who told you and why did you believe them?
Who told me? I told you.
And why did you believe them?
You don't believe it?
That's not what I asked you, sir.
Or do you know?
Who told you and why do you believe them?
I said God told me.
What's today's mathematics?
You tell me.
What's the God hour?
7 o'clock.
Bruh, this is where you at.
Yeah, man, you a talker, bro. You don't get no basic information, bro.
This is where you at. You a 5%. You ain't a member of the Nation of Islam. You grafted away from original, making devil with the knowledge that you do have. So when you speak the true knowledge and come to the root,
But the thing is, you literally don't know.
Hold up. That branch when they fall off, you gotta come back to the root.
Who said I was falling off?
When you come off that branch you on with that 5% knowledge, you gotta come back to the root.
5% knowledge. So bro, here's the thing I discovered about you. This is from me talking to you. Yeah. So this is what I discovered about you. You know what I noticed about you? Is that you talk a lot and you don't know very much. And the more you talk, the more that is pervasive. Like that's really like clearly seen. No, I'm not done. You assume a lot too. And you don't know enough to make the assumptions that you do assume. And instead of utilizing the Socratic methodology or probing to get more information to make sure that you're aware and that you're correct in your framework, you skip all of that because you have a sense of self that's not actually liquid, right? You have a sense of self that says that you're smarter than what you think you actually are. And that's not true. And it shows up in your conversation on a basic level because you talk in circles, you avoid questions, and then you talk about knowledge that you really don't have. So when challenged, you bounce around that and then try to put the conversation from a question to another question area to answer that question.
I just think that you should just be a little bit more humble in your approach, dealing with other people that probably are aware and know more than you. And then not to say that you should agree with them, but that you should probably consider some of the things that they say to add to what you already think you know. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, still sharp is still like man sharp to man. If you think my blade is sharp or I'm rusty as a lock, just know I gotta just get some oil and put on it so I can get the lock right. And if my blade is dull, surely your blade is sharp enough to sharpen me up. So I'm not worried about if I can't have a sharp blade. Just know when it swing, it's gonna cut. It might knock some flesh off bones. But just know, labor's not under your understanding. And everything you know, I know. And I know nothing you don't know. And everything you know, you put it on the tip of the pen and still be room there. So look forward to learning more. And with all this brain power on stage, I can never forget anything. Because there's too many brains on stage that knows. So I would just lean on everybody else's information, just so we can have an accurate consensus versus a stupid debate that is so 90s.
What you doing, my brother?
My brother.
Yo, I'm gonna be using that for the next 72 hours, nigga. Oh, weak as hell. Oh, weak as shit.
Where you at, son? You got Columbia right now?
I'm actually headed back, so I just came back from LA to Ohio, so
Okay.
yes, sir. How about yourself? You in Philly still?
Yeah, I'm in Philly right now. Yeah. I'm gonna be heading down probably later this month.
One of my good brothers from Philly, he owns like 10 villas in Cartagena.
Oh, okay.
Good brother of mine out there.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Probably look at when I get out there, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some good guys from Philly, man. Some good people.
Yeah, I like that technology cycle, bro. You shouting me up, bro. It's like saying Jesus is the way. You know, Jesus Christ is the way to go. You know, Jesus Christ, you know, Lord and Savior. That's how we used to do each other. You know, Jesus is the way. Have you repented today? And you know damn well you talking to somebody that got the knowledge. But you gonna tell them that to see how they respond. Because we gotta deal with these people that believe that way. I told you, I don't think that's my fault. You pray to Jesus, you know you can't get it. Only God can get it.
So, you know, Omar, your boy, Dave East is going to be here next week, right? One of my other uncles is bringing it down.
Oh, yeah?
And he gonna do like a stop through, or whatever you call that shit, at my homeboy's chicken spot. It's like a nice little spot. And, man, we're going to do a thing called Such Is Life by the Summer. And it's a pickup from what I did back in 2019 at like the libraries and open public spaces where I buy like thousands of dollars worth of food, and they come in. Life stands for life and financial education. So what we're gonna do there is that my man's gonna buy all this food for like 2-3 hours, open to the public. But the caveat is you gotta sit down and eat. You just can't get up and just leave.
Right. I like that.
You know what I'm saying? So they sit down and there's a panel discussion, insurance agents, real estate, credit monitoring, banks, all that shit, Black Banks, Delphi Bank, all them motherfuckers gonna be there. And we gonna have a powwow with the community, because it's in the center of the hood. Like the area that's being gentrified that niggas are not aware of, it's in the center of that mecca, right? And we're trying to keep a stronghold in it. But by supporting a resource, I probably spend about $2,500 on food, whatever, food, drinks, and then afterwards we'll have a mixer, all that other shit. I want to kind of start doing that more often. I used to do it once a month before COVID and everything, but kind of got away from it. And one of my social media platforms, I got like a couple thousand people in the group, well, about 1,000 people now in the group, and I want to rejuvenate that. Now, the thing is, I know I can't hit all 1 million fucking plus people in Columbus, but even
even that 1,000, that experience, if even 100 or 200 come out, that experience and what they'll talk about to other motherfuckers can eventually reach a significant demographic. And by keeping up the pace of that, maybe not monthly, but maybe quarterly or annually, whatever the case may be, I think that those are small little step solutions. So when I go back to Colombia, I'm just, working with my people to do it, just giving them the money and the architect. And then when I come back, I just, just pop in town, do that little thing. And I'm not hosting nothing myself. I mean, I'm hosting, but it's not my face. I'm kind of like, what's his name? From Def Jam. Fuck is his nigga name, man? Simmons. Russell Simmons. Yeah. You remember how he did that comedy jam? It come out the end like
Thanks for coming out.
It come out. I'm that nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna do is be like, hey, thank y'all for coming out. Good night, whatever. And that's something that we want to continue to do, but we want to expand it. So when I hear conversations about niggas and what they gonna do, oh, y'all passport bros, or this, that, the third. And I'm like, well, nigga, I love to do things for my people in the city, and we do these things. It's like something I've been doing since 2019. But you always have the niggas too. There's a group of niggas, significant, even though they're minority. You have the flunkies that are afraid or fearful of success that will say what you can't do, how oppressed you are, make excuses for why they can't go nowhere, do anything. And that be the reason why a lot of niggas like to just be in the shadow. Now, I could talk shit all damn day, and I do. And I tell y'all niggas the truth 100%. Because I know half of y'all motherfuckers that can't do shit about what the fuck I do. The other side of it, though, too, is that, I'm giving it out there, but I know half y'all niggas wouldn't believe it, which is great, right? Because I work through proxies. I'm hiring white motherfuckers, Latin motherfuckers, all kinds of motherfuckers to do shit for me, right? But if niggas actually knew who was behind the things that are trying to liberate them, they would self-sabotage. If niggas also knew what was behind the motherfucking hand that's been oppressing us, I would not be surprised if it was another nigga.
What's wrong with the shadow?
See, you don't listen. You didn't hear anything I said for you to ask that question.
Yeah, that's why I use technology and ask it that way. To see,
that's why you need to read more books.
I'm asking.
And understand, and you're not worthy of an answer. There's no reason why you could have asked me that question.
Listen to Sarford, bro. Start with As a Man Thinketh as a book in my channel.
You want to engage?
No, you're just not worthy of going in through the gate. You can't sit at my table. No. But I'm not gatekeeping anything. You just don't listen. You're not equipped to follow along.
You don't even want to be.
Yeah. There's some niggas you gotta leave where they're at. You can't even consider them. You can consider them in terms of what you leave behind.
You're playing a wordplay on the damn app.
No, it's not no wordplay. You're not capable of. You're attempting wordplay, but this is outside of your league. You don't have the bandwidth to do that. You're tripping yourself up, brother.
I told the word.
You're tripping yourself up, brother.
I could have said any other word.
Hey, why you say technology, brother?
I could have said any other word. I'm just distracted.
Hey, Omar, when I say mine, I want you to fill it in, okay? I want to talk some shit. When I say mine, I want you to go and catch you like, brother.
I'm just a reflection of you, brother. That's all.
Not at all, mine. Brother. I'm just saying, mine. Brother. You gotta pay attention if you want to follow along and get down, my good brother. Yeah, y'all something else, man.
And y'all trolling the hell out that word. But check this out, brother. I know what you know not, brother. Steel sharper steel, like man sharper man, brother.
We're waiting. Spit it out. We're waiting. I'm gonna say this, man. From what I've heard from Cypher, bruv, he's trying to uplift. Coming from a white person, right? He's trying to uplift your whole community, and as soon as he starts spinning you with some serious knowledge, he gets shut down. Well, not from all of you, but from the majority of you. And this is like, from my experience, being best friends with a Nigerian and in Australia, and his parents own a $15 million waterfront property on the Bristol River. And my best friend, even though he's Nigerian, he doesn't feel like he belongs there. But his parents, they housed my boat on their dock and things like that. And I'm telling you right now, it wasn't a victim mentality that got these, coloured people to the wealthiest positions in the world. And so I could be here trying to tell you guys, like, man, you don't have to fucking put yourself down and put yourself in this victim mindset, and keep playing the victim card, just to feed your own, I don't even know what you want to call it, there you go. Like, you start with these, like, read some books, like, start with As a Man Thinketh, change your whole mentality. Like, there's some special people, like, especially my best mate, like, we sometimes go tip the hat.
Andrea, are you saying we don't read? Are you saying that?
No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying some of you don't, like, I'm not saying you don't.
Adrian, are you saying we don't read books like 40 Laws of Power, As a Man Thinketh, Barbershop, Rich Dad, Poor Dad? You saying black folks don't do that?
Do you?
Eating, damn, this is crazy. Wow.
Do you?
You don't think black folks read books like The Alchemist?
I'm not saying you don't. When did I say you didn't read, man?
Hey, check this out, dude. You think Cypher was talking to anybody on stage or in the audience? Do you actually think he turned on the app and he actually could be secretly talking to people on the app? Or the people that he could be talking about when he's off the app? Wherever he's at. I heard Cypher put people on the app that's on stage live right now.
Live right now, but like before when I was here 2 hours ago, you couldn't get a word in. People were like getting so emotional, like it was like they're fucking Zoo, man.
Yeah.
And so,
Zoo. What's going on? Why did you say judo? Oh man, that's good.
Because no. So here we go. We're gonna because I'm obviously, even though I got all my brothers, I don't look at people as coloured, although it seems to be from the clubhouse. It's a black. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not you haven't even heard it. But when I say zoo, it doesn't mean I'm talking about like I'm trying to objectify people. I was just like, you can't even say something because it gets out of hand.
Alright, have you ever been to a zoo?
Yeah, it's fucking, they got animals fucking, that's why.
You calling us animals? Have you ever experienced what you just described in a zoo? Be honest.
A zoo? Have you been to a zoo?
Have you ever experienced what you just described on stage in a real civilized?
It's a commotion, man. It's a commotion. It's not organized.
Could you speak though? Was it organized in the zoo? Are you serious? let me get in here. Hold on. Let me get in here real quick. No. Let's get out the forest, guys. Let's get out the forest. Adrian, I appreciate what you said. I thank you for your observation. All right. Now, here's something I have to say, because this is a fraternal conversation and you've been invited to the stage. So I want you to know too, the reason why this mentality exists is because of unaddressed trauma from what your ancestors did. I'm not saying that yours specifically did anything, but people that look like you did a damage to this world that they never healed. And because we've been left with the trauma of that, and it's been passed down generationally, it's also perpetuated in our faces. It's also perpetuated in media and music and TV and apparatuses that we do not holistically own, although we could. We've been spiritually, mentally, physically abused and traumatized. And we have done it to ourselves as well. So when you have an internal conflict going on at the same time as an external conflict, that's how people get conquered. If the mental and spiritual capacity of that is never healed or mended or repaired, then you can't blame people for reacting to the environment that you created.
Yeah, no, so this is where I see with my best mate is Nigerian, and he's so passionate about everything to do with, anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, and he comes from a really wealthy family who worked their ass off, and they're I don't know how to say it, to me they're family, but and if I say coloured, you're gonna say, oh, what are you trying to say here? I'm like, no. I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, that's my brother. Even, me and my brother get into certain arguments and debates on where we stand. I'm like, bro, we came up the same thing, your family.
Adrian, let me ask you a question. I know you're cool with that one brother, your one brother. But what if I said, what if I told you that, okay, let's bring 10,000 black brothers to Brisbane and set up shop in your neighborhood? How would you feel about it if it was 10,000 folks that look like me, Pedro, Cypher, Mr. M, I know you're cool with that one guy, but what if 10,000 of us came?
I'm a boxer brother, so...
But why you want to box now?
No. So I'm just saying, I'm in the scene with blokes who've come out and feel like, let's say they come from the standpoint of, I've got nothing, or we came from nothing.
No, these are blacks that's coming with something. Because you got the Nigerian guy that has something.
Man, I used to play rugby in Sunbank, you wouldn't know, because I'm from Australia. I used to play rugby in Sunbank with Samoans.
You can't even answer the question.
You can't even answer the question, bro. It's crazy.
What do you mean?
His brain cells is
What do you mean?
going bonkers right now.
I'll answer you straight. I'll answer you yes or no.
Say it with your chest.
Say what?
Say it with your chest.
Can I handle black people coming to hang?
Yeah, 10,000 of us. I know you're cool with that one guy that's your neighbor, that one little neighbor.
Yeah,
but what if 10,000 of us came?
Yeah,
and then we bring another 20,000 of our relatives. Are you cool with that?
Hell yeah, man! If we vibe on the same wave.
No. These are black folks. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you look like, man. It matters where your heart's at, what your soul's at, where your mindset is. I don't give a fuck what you look like, man. I know people from all over the world.
Hey, Adrian, is that picture in your PTR, is that at 235th in New York? At the rooftop?
Yeah, that was, it was supposed to be.
Big ass rooftop, it's like two levels of shit.
Bro, that was supposed to have the domes on the top part. It was a snowstorm when I was there.
Yeah, they had the little plastic bubble joints outside. 235th is dope. It's actually right across the street from the Museum of Sex. If you ever get a chance, you get a little.
I've been there before. Museum of Sex.
Yeah, it was freaky. It fucked me up a little bit. I don't know shit.
2022, 2023. And I stayed at LES. We went down there and chopped it up and went there. I was like, you want to go to the shoe? She's like, I'm going to take you to the Museum of Sex. I'm like, Museum of Sex? What the fuck you on? Like, you trying to get some ass? You know what I'm saying? So we went over there. It was actually fun. It was kind of like, for what it is, like they had you up in the little road and all this shit, the old little museum shit, the exhibition shit. It was kind of crazy. It was crazy, but it wasn't like no straight up. It wasn't straight up, just straight porn type shit. The way they did it, it was more like a museum for real. You know what I'm saying? So, but then we went across the street to 235th, one of the best rooftops in all of New York, in my opinion. Had a good time.
Yeah, man, it was a vibe, man. As soon as I touched down in New York, I got to talk with like a lot of people, bro. I was like,
Did you go to Harlem? Adrian?
I didn't get to go out that way because I got some Italian people that I met on a cruise, and then I'm like, yeah, but I'll link up, and then we had some family in New York. I'm from Australia though, so but then I went to New York, had people that I know there. Might be tossing up a move to live there or do something there.
Hey, Adrian, since you from Australia, tell me,
yeah. What?
where in the hell did the white man come from?
Oh shit, that's a fucking.
My brother? Tell me, my brother.
All I know is I was chatting with my OG in the cafe the other day. His dad's Iranian, and he grew up in West Sydney under Muslim ideology. And the funny thing is that we laughed about him. It pisses him off, but we laugh about that in our Catholic schools. Jesus is painted as a white man. We're like, bro, he's not fucking white. He's Middle Eastern, like he's like a brown man. And my bro, although it's another topic, but I know earlier, 2 hours ago, we were talking about what Trump's doing with Iran and stuff like that. He's like, man, the ideology of these motherfuckers is just insane. Like, he's like, I don't understand why people try to advocate for it, but what I came from, what I saw, this is my OG, and he was telling me, my dad's Iranian, and I grew up Muslim, and this is why I converted to Christianity, because the only way is embracing everyone is the only way. Like, even, like, it doesn't matter what you look like, who they are, yeah. Like,
you don't know, so that's a no. You don't know where the white man origins come from, right? You don't know.
From my perspective, are you talking about my ancestry?
In Australia, where does the European come from?
We're colonized by Britain.
That's your answer?
We were colonized by Britain, yeah.
Were your family part of that settler colonization class?
So I'm part Irish, part Polish. I'm not going to get into detail, but like my grandparents escaped. My grandma's parents escaped the concentration camp and got in the boat to get.
Well, tell me this. Do your bloodline go back 200 years or 1,000,000 years or 10,000 years? Just your bloodline. If you can.
My bloodline? How do you?
If you can you answer that without catching a nosebleed within those numbers.
Sorry, but
I mean,
have you gone on ancestry.com?
You know, like AI, 10,000 years, 200 years, or 1,000,000 years. They can ask you.
Our bloodline, brother. The only thing I know from my country where I'm born in.
Just say the number. Just say the number. Just say the number.
I can tell you, man. I can tell you. I can tell you.
How about this, Adrian?
Hey, he catching the nosebleed.
Yeah. How about this, Adrian? Are there any indigenous native people left in Australia? Where did the black people go at? You know, I go to Australia, I see nothing but Adrians. Where did the black people go at?
The black people are in the Northern Territory doing their thing there. Alice Springs, Northern Territory, Darwin, Barron, Townsville, Cairns. Mainly situated around where they were originally from. indigenous. It's the same. It's like asking where are the Native Americans from. You know, I've got Aboriginal friends. I've got Papua New Guinean friends, Nigerian friends.
Yeah. Hey, but what about your wife? How many children y'all got? Or how many children do you want to have on Earth? If you could have any number of children, how many would you have?
Man, if the economic, when I'm in the financial position for children, I want.
Man, I understand what y'all doing. Like, man, I should ask you, crack about where you from and shit, you know, no? What's up, though?
Get back, Sambo. Sambo, get back. Get back.
Sam,
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I was there.
We done with you now, Asia. We done with you now. We got Pedro now.
Get back, Sambo.
We got Pedro now. Okay,
He's now I'm a cracker, man. Now I'm a cracker.
Hey, Pedro, he got on stage. Hey, Pedro, he got on stage, right? He said there's a zoo in here.
Oh, shit, he thought you niggas monkeys.
He said, y'all was like a zoo in here. I said, a zoo.
You mean by that, cracker?
Then he could describe what it was like in a civilized zoo.
Oh, that's right.
He was trying to say that he was experienced, he couldn't talk like he was in a zoo. And I said, have you been in a civilized zoo? And could you talk in the zoo? And was it unorganized? And he said, I don't know, but I asked him where that zoo at.
And Pedro, he also said, as black folks, we don't read books like Get Rich Dad, Poor Dad, 48 Laws of Power.
You could read them shit in prison.
What the hell did I mention that book now?
Hey, look, cracker.
Wait. You can't call me that word. No. You can't call me a cracker. I didn't say anything racist. You just made us up.
I'm racist, cracker. What's wrong with you?
There you go. Alright, say nothing.
Go ahead and say nigga, man. Get your shit off. I'm gonna call you a cracker, a honky, motherfucker. Wet back. You probably ain't a whole 100% cracker. You probably like half Spanish talking about you a cracker. You a fucking wet back.
Go on, let it down, man.
Just call it Caucasian.
No, he ain't Caucasian. He's from Australia.
No, he's from Australia. He's not white American. He can't like we do each other. You Indian, you black. No, he's a Caucasian. He's not American. He's not a hillbilly. He's not a redneck.
But he's a cracker in Australia. Come on, Mr. You kind of tap dancing now, Mr. Come on, bro. He's from a settler. Hold on, bro. His family exterminated natives in Australia, right? Exterminated them, bro. He's part of the settler colonial class that came from England. And Europe and Ireland and all that shit. Come on, let's not let him off the hook. He's part of that class.
But you don't even know where he's from. Listen, them crackers can trace their home lineage back past 1888 or some shit like that, 1887. That cracker don't know what the fuck he's from. He was telling me that. The bitch was talking about his grandparents. Yeah, I don't know that. He's a cracker. But
I'm talking
to the black people right now. You don't even know where he's from. Yeah. Be cool at ease, cracker. You can't be first right now. But he's not like a cracker. He's like an offshoot version of a cracker. Like, he's a cracker because America said he's a cracker, but he's not like a cracker, like a European cracker. Like, he's a mud. Am I right, cracker?
I'm a what?
He's like a mud. He's like a mixed breed.
Yeah. Well, I said mixed breed, but what do you mean, man? Because
do they say you white boy in Australia?
Yeah, you said you was Poland and some more shit, cracker.
Yeah,
do y'all call this a white boy?
No, really. No, fuck no, bro. What the fuck?
He said, bro, you're not like a Caucasian. You're like a Cocker Spaniel, bitch. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no, you know what I'm saying? Y'all rainbow boys. They don't rainbow. Can you please stop butting in while I'm talking to black people? Damn. You crackers think y'all be first and everything. Like, you think I'm talking to you because I'm talking about you, crackers. Shut the fuck up.
He's a great boy,
about me the last fucking 10 minutes, man. You popped in. You popped in.
Cracker.
Hey, if you got something to say, you can say now. I'll tell
I just said it, Cracker. Shut up.
Or what?
I just want to put you, bro. Nothing. I'm gonna fuck your wife. Cracker, shut up. You was always put first in life winning, Cracker. Right now, I ain't gonna be that type of rodeo, Cracker. Yeah. Motherfucking pack of wood, you pink toe. Your ass come behind me, saying, "What you talking about?" Fuck up. Yeah, you don't know his history and shit. Y'all asking this Cracker. Cracker don't know where the fuck he from. I'm talking about he Polish, something else, but he Australian. You don't know.
Where you from?
I'm from America.
I'm from Australia.
I know, but you're not from there, really, because your people from Poland. You said you were Polish, some more shit.
Yeah.
So you're like,
I can say the same thing about you, so what are you?
I ain't from Poland, so you trying to like that.
I'm Australian born, you're American born.
Cracker, I'm American born. My family are American born. They family American born. I'm not like you, Cracker.
You can probably crack as much as you want, man. If I hit you with the fucking I'll be a bad guy.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, Cracker. Say that shit. Say it with your chest.
Yeah, man. Pedro. I call you Big Dro.
No. Call me a coon. Call me a motherfucking coon. That was it. Say.
You want me to victimize you? You want me to fucking call you?
Wow, that's true. I'll call you an ape or some shit.
What? You want me to call you that? Why would you want me to call you that?
I'm trying to see if you got nuts. This is good. That's for what? Brain power. And see, to overthrow the white man, you gotta think 10 times than the white man. But listen, you see how heavy this Cracker, y'all try to be diplomatic with this Cracker. Fuck this Cracker. Hey man, ain't nothing more than I hate than black people than Crackers. I hate Crackers way more. Hey, listen, I'm a nigga. You just met a Florida nigga, American nigga. I'm not like black people. Black people are like weak, and they kind of like respect y'all. I can give a fuck about you, Pepperwood. I know you don't know nothing about your history. You don't know nothing about your motherfucking family like that. You know what I'm saying? These old fucking mixed inbred ass Cracker. Like an offshoot though. You're not like a European Cracker. You're not like the original Cracker. Just like a amalgam.
Hey, but Pedro, some people will say that pseudo. What you talking about? They say that pseudo.
He straight told you. He is from Australia, but his people from Poland and some other shit. He not know but authentic Cracker. Like, man, this motherfucker's a spearmint.
What? No, so were you Native American?
Yeah, I'm indigenous American, Cracker.
Indigenous American. And and your family's been in America for how long?
At least 200-300 years. That I can recall.
200-300 years.
Yeah.
Pedro's foundational. Yeah.
So what was?
Y'all got kicked up out of here or whatever.
I was running for nothing that happened in America.
Pedro,
That Cracker, listen, he an orphan trained Cracker. Alright, man, so listen, y'all really like Savage Pass. Yeah, you laughing, he don't even know his grandparents like that. Them motherfuckers get put on orphan trains. Yeah, motherfuckers, he don't know this way he comes.
So Pedro, name your original tribe that was native man.
What you wanna know? My original tribe is gonna be the Tamookins, and the Tamookins went into the Seminole, and then the Niji on my grandfather's side.
On your grandfather's side. How long ago was that?
Nigga, I just said about 200 years ago, Cracker. I can go back. My bloodline, Cracker.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, let me show you the difference. Hold on, you Pepperwood. Let me show you the difference between me and you. You the first generation Australian. You just told us one of your grandparents is Poland and another one is something else. So that means right then and there, you an immigrant to Australia by your parents, Cracker. So, yeah, you don't know the fuck you is, Cracker.
No, so
we know the first people to Australia were black people. We know those melanated people.
You're talking about the Aboriginal people?
Yeah.
So now he ain't got that. I'm glad, like, you can say whatever you want, man.
Yeah, he's
Like,
white old baby.
I came in here because Cypher was spit the game.
I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't give a fuck who let you in here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk.
Well, let me in here, didn't I?
Just like I talk to the niggas. Hey, just like I talk to black folks crazy. I'm gonna definitely talk to your white ass crazy. He's a white whole baby. Think I give a fuck about your opinion. You don't know where the fuck you from.
I don't want fun, bro. I'm just talking about fun.
And then look at you. You got recessive genes. Look at you. You like a fucking.
You don't know what you're talking about, bro. We might just be on two different tax brackets.
Are you from Australia? I'm not poor. You're not talking to no poor nigga. The fuck, I'm in the motherfucking dinner right now, cracker.
Show us the family, bro.
Man,
Show us the family, man.
Yeah, you dirty cracker.
Oh, I'd love to make it in that, damn it, I tell you what. If you really...
You were damn about to cracker that mind sleep. I call you a bitch right now. You from a dirty white bitch. Cracker. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, cracker.
I'm about to
Hey, I just took a picture with my white friend too. His name Timmy. He's from Florida, man. I just took a picture with that cracker. He a Florida cracker though. He's from
Crazy, bro. I don't know who did you dirty, man. But for me to...
Y'all did us dirty. Y'all
I didn't need, bro. I didn't do anything.
That's me standing in front of this bitch. You see me? Yeah, me and my boy. We just left the car show.
Mate, brother, please, bro.
Somebody stop playing with this shit.
No, come back.
If I would have been a little too long, man, it'd have been
got no money. You look at your coat. Your coat don't even fit you, cracker.
my coat is boss, man. That coat is boss, bro. That's a boss, man. That coat is boss. That coat is literally boss.
Don't fit you.
That coat is literally boss. That coat is literally boss, bro.
Loose around in that cracker. That ain't your coat.
That coat is boss.
That's your coat, cracker. Behind me say that ain't your coat, cracker.
I'm starting to think that's probably man, you're desperate for me to say it, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm itching for you. I'm trying to see if you're a man or not. Say that shit. Get it out your chest.
Man, I'm not gonna be a man out of the net, man. I'm not gonna keep it word, man. If I had to say that.
Lower your tone, Peckerwood. Lower your tone. Talk like a hoe.
For what, bro?
You don't hear me talking to you, bitch? You motherfucking Peckerwood. You talking to me softly. Hey, you talking about
Why didn't you still in here, Adrian, let this man do the shit?
Because he's a soft-ass cracker. It's a soft-ass cracker. Cracker gonna get handled. Them crackers get handled the way they get handled. You know what's going on.
He said, why you guys don't read books like, The Alchemist and, man, look at this. That's basic shit, Adrian. Come on, man.
Hold on, wait. Adrian, why is your collar loose? See, I gotta know how to play these crackers. Why? You talking about money, different tax brackets. Your collar is loose on your coat. What is you talking about?
Did you afford this coat? Do you know what this coat? Because you got a brand on this coat?
What brand is that?
Adrian is giving off bottom shelf bread vibes.
Listen, he's not a top.
He's not the top. Yeah.
No, he's one of the offshoots of crackers. I told you,
Bottom shelf bread. Yeah.
Look, zoom into the coat. And then look at them back. Get the fuck out of here. He got Ray-Bans on. Come on. Dirty cracker. He's a dirty cracker. You're not even a paid cracker. Who the hell wear Ray-Bans in 2026?
Hey, bro, what you do for work, man?
I'm a crane operator. I run heavy equipment. Yes, sir.
Hands on? Okay.
Yeah. Hands on like a motherfucker. Yeah,
He's a builder.
What you do, John? What you do for a living, cracker?
I'll follow that, huh?
What you do for a living? Nothing. You an IKEA worker, cracker.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
You work at IKEA. Yeah.
Man, see, bro, this is not even a racing yet.
I don't give a fuck. It's a race thing. I'm talking to you, pink. So, your mama is a white hoe. They don't respect you, boy. Boy.
Damn, bro.
I'm Adrian, why you keep using the word racist? That I bet you could probably be prejudiced or but racist is more so like racist is like it's like white only, black only. Come in here. You know, back in the 60s, white only.
This is racism.
That goes out of law, the police, the Constitution, the military. That's being racist. When you fuck that power.
Whoop that trick, get it, whoop that trick. Your mama prejudice your life. I wouldn't give a fuck what his mama is white all hustle and flow.
Now, if you go to the all white room, they gonna show you some race. They gonna take you to the goop in the racist room.
No. But they sleep, and I ain't got no pain.
That white man that kick your ass out of the room if you go out there.
You cracker so bad, y'all wanna ask this cracker question and shit. Know where you from? Well, I don't tolerate no pink toe. This fuck that cracker.
Yeah.
Stop.
Hey, I'm lying on something. Shut up. You hear that black man talking to me? Trying to say you shut up while you talking to me. Boy, you look beneath you reception king having motherfucker. Shut up.
For what?
You know what, cracker.
For what?
Adrian, you in the military?
No. Look at him. You got a loose neck. Shit don't even fit the collar of the fucking coat.
I'm not military. I'm Golden Glove champion though, but
now you're a boxer. Boy, if you don't shut your now he's a boxer. What you a welterweight? Get your ass up out of here, man.
I'm actually welterweight, yeah.
I know it. Yeah. That's a bantamweight. He's a bantamweight.
Hey, Adrian, when you gonna fight Gambosa?
Yeah.
Down there with you.
Gambos?
When you gonna fight him? He down there.
He's a big, no, to be fair, he's a buck, man.
He what?
Yeah, he's a bit too far ahead of me. I need another year to get ready for Gambos.
Labs, I ain't in the chat.
Y'all in the same weight class.
Hey, Labs, don't get mad. Don't tell me I can talk no motherfucking paper with what? Hell is wrong with you niggas? What you think niggas be taking up?
Man, when you gonna fight Gambosa, man? In 2 years?
Man, hoping maybe. Yeah, in 2 years, hopefully. Yeah.
He washed up. I believe you can get it. He washed up.
Hey,
no, because to be fair, Devin Haney beat the brakes off Gambosa, so I knew it would happen. Why, man? You're talking like a fucking carrot, man. Just shut up.
Why your daddy didn't marry your mama? Peckerwood.
He already did, man. Did you?
No, Peckerwood. Why? Come on.
Where's your daddy?
My dad home.
Okay, alright.
Why your parents ain't married, Peckerwood?
My parents ain't married.
I know they're not married. I said, but why they not married?
Shit, my mom is a fucking go-getter woman. I'll give her a go.
She's a hoe. I was telling these black brothers that shit. You Peckerwood, y'all ain't no better than us. Peckerwood.
I don't even know where you're going with this, man. We're supposed to be talking about Donald Trump and then talking about
Yeah, you ain't here talking about reading books and shit. You ain't even got a present father in the household, Peckerwood.
Mate, across my 5 families, I'm that go-to. But anyway.
I know it. Y'all see how you want to be loud? You want to have laughter now? Now you want to laugh, Peckerwood.
Laugh about what, man? How old are you?
I'm 35, Peckerwood. My dad in my life.
Cool.
My parents married.
High five. High five.
Yeah.
High five.
You got a high five and crack. I'm better than you.
We'll see.
You know, we'll see. I am, Peckerwood.
No, you're not.
You the pole cracker.
You living off.
Hey, you living off. Listen, you living off.
I can already tell in 2 different categories. You're like 10 years, you're a decade ahead of me, man, and you're carrying on this now.
Hey, listen, I'm not a decade. How old are you?
24, man.
Oh, man, he's an old looking cracker, too.
Yeah, I got a beard, man. You grow one. Where's yours at?
Yeah, cracker. Oh, no, I'm not the light-skinned brother in that picture. I'm the dark-skinned brother in my picture, sir. I'm the one with the Versace shades on, cracker.
Is this, Is this not Pedro?
Yeah, that's a Pedro. You see that motherfucking coloring in the back, Cracker? We don't see come out to play, Cracker. Yeah.
Let me see that.
Yeah, we spraying those, Cracker.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, no, you ain't giving me nothing. I made that. Cracker?
You did that?
Yeah, I'm better than you, Cracker. Tell the rest of them niggas. Say it, man. Say it, Cracker.
Say what?
Say it. Say Pedro, you better than me.
You aren't.
All right, I know that. Hey, better believe
You're
it.
not.
And don't you ever come in here and tell me about that black people reading in prison. We be that shit in prison, Cracker. Hey, you get no cool points.
In prison? You went to prison?
No, I ain't going to no prison.
You want to put that on your neck?
I need a favor, agent. Hey, man, I'm talking to this Cracker. Hey, listen, don't call him agent. You call him Cracker while I'm in the room.
Oh, little agent.
No, you don't call him. I'm gonna make a lot of noise. I'm gonna make a lot of noise. You talk to that Peckerwood like you're supposed to be talking to right now, boy.
I am. Agent,
Call him out his name. Don't call him out his name.
I am. Watch it. Agent, I can't
Don't
trust
call
no
him
white man.
I'm not doing agent. Call him something else.
That can't call himself a black man. So if you white man, you gotta be able to call yourself a black man around. All right? Sound good?
What, black in color or black in soul or black in what? Like, what do you mean?
Like you gotta be a black boy around. You can't be no white man around. I only trust black people. So if you're gonna be around me, you gotta call yourself black.
Look, brother, if you say, look, I'm only sticking with my tribe that came from where I'm from.
Hey, listen. Hold on, brother. Why didn't you call him out his name?
Hey?
I done heard y'all call black people in this room by their name. You don't address Asian as Asian. Call him Peckerwood, white hostess in the chat. Call him something. But do not call him by his name.
I'll call him Lucifer. That's better.
Oh,
Hey, call him that.
damn. I got you like that. Damn. I've got you like that.
Agent, are you Lucifer?
You tell me, man. My Lucifer.
I'm asking you.
Peckerwood, you know who you is.
Man, I'm quite frankly in my grown.
Hey, how many sisters you got?
You got.
No, don't give him that much power. Don't give him that much power.
You got 3 minutes to answer. Are you Lucifer?
No.
Oh, he answered it. He could have said, yeah, but he ain't said.
Hey, Peckerwood, got some motherfucking shoes in my hand. Those some motherfucking hard Peckerwood. Motherfucking shoes, gotta take my shoes off for motherfucking around stepping in the toilet, Cracker.
Close eyes are tight, and he has to get his shoes off and sit down.
I ain't motherfucking I did PTR. You looked in your PTR, that's why you look. You got that loose ass rope, it's small, and then the Cracker.
Hey, champ, don't worry, champ. You don't have to stress so much, champ. Pedro, you're a champion. It's all good. Life will be good. Just you don't have to get so aggressive over nothing, man.
Hey, Adrian, what's your boxing record?
To be fair, 63. Oh, God, got champ.
So you got any knockout?
Nah, because it's only that's why I want to challenge for the pro title at the end of the year. But in the amateurs, man, they pad your shit up so heavy, it's hard to get knocked out. We thought I was, but surprisingly I can't. Not yet. But when we go to the pro thing, no headgear, I'm ready to see what's up.
What weight class? What go for?
60. Nah, super light.
Golly.
Yeah.
That's like 125 or something?
That's what did Shakur and Tifema fight at?
I want to say 135 between 147 or something.
Same with them boys, but I tell you what, man, watching Shakur, man, he's next Floyd. He's fucking crazy. Anyway, though, we don't have to go on with the cracker thing. Like, I'm not against like anything on here, but it's all like, I don't know where it's got so hostile, but it's all love. I'm just saying, you know.
Hey, you ain't gonna never get past Milton. That dude is gonna crush you, bro. I can
can see you fighting him in another couple of years because he's beating up all white boys right now. You next.
Who's that?
Milton. Yeah, he gonna beat you up next. He gonna come out there you gonna come to America. If you want some smoke, come to America.
Yeah, man, I'm thinking about New York, but to be fair, them boxers in the pro boxers in America.
If you stay in Australia, all you can do is just go into like a 3 series with Gambosis and take all his.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Take all his crap. Take his gym. Take everything. Take his coach.
No, to be fair, the American boxers are just different breed, bro. I will admit that. That's why I'm like low-key keen. That's why I became to move to actually New York for a bit, because I was traveling in Europe and I was in Barcelona. I'm like, you can't really switch on Barcelona. This shit's too party heavy. But New York could be on. And it was good to meet. It was good to meet all the American people, like the genuine Americans.
This nigga said, take his coat. I'm walking on.
Take his coat. What you talking about?
Ain't no, he did.
Pedro's gone. Man, where'd he go? I was missing him calling me cracker every fucking second word. Anyway, I want to hear you on the mic, man. You were spitting some game.
Cypher?
Yeah, Cypher.
Cypher. Man, what food y'all be eating out there, man? Australia.
Shit, we take a bit of. Well, we're very similar to in the American sense, but we take a bit of everything. I guess our main thing is our like meat is so like premium that we like fucking like steaks and beefs and lambs and shit like that. But
y'all get American food products out there, like Cheerio, Pop-Tarts.
Say that again.
Y'all get like Cheerio, Pop-Tarts, Captain Crunch.
Bro, no. The only thing we got is like, well, we got some jelly, but like the only thing I think that we got like Americans, it's hard to get like Pop-Tarts in America, and if we do get them from America, the recent thing we got from America was Taco Bell, and I don't think that popped off as much as it should have, but no one really hyped it up too much, but yeah, the Takis, I love the Takis, even though they're bad for you, but it's really just like meats and we take a lot of what, to be honest, Australia is like very similar to America in most ways.
Similar to America or similar to England?
Oh no, I'd say more America than England, to be honest, bro. All the English that come to holiday in Australia be like, how the fuck did we colonise you and you've got it better than us? You tell me. You think London's the fucking capital of the world, but London is a shit show. When I went there, I was like, get me the fuck out of here, man.
Why you say that? Shit show.
Just like the weather, like rainy, like every day's like a cloudy, like glumpy mess. Even though my boys in London, like my homie in London, they're vibey, but you know, like I couldn't wake up every day and just like try to go for a run in the morning. Do some fitness or something, and you fucking got to put a coat on and gear up like you're ready to go to war in like the cold and shit like that, and just go for like a quick run. And now you got to gear up like you just for like a run, whole raincoat and shit. It's like seeds this shit. Australia, I could walk out without a shirt on and go for a run around the block, and it'd be no problem.
Yeah, you gonna deal with that heat out there.
Yeah, it gets hot, but Australian winters, they're primo, bro. The only thing
they got a winter out there? I thought it was rain and sunny.
No, bro, we do have the winter, man. It gets down to like 14 degrees-ish, like in the winter, and then like when the sun's out, it gets like up to like 21. That's when it's like premium. But like when Australian sun comes on.
You ever seen a kangaroo try to like be aggressive and whatnot?
Man, kangaroos, you you don't see them in the cities, you see them everywhere outside of that. If that makes sense. In the main cities where I live, like Brisbane, you won't see no kangaroo, but you'll see them everywhere outside of that. But I've never had them, they've never got aggressive to me, even though I know they can be. Depends on if they're trying to protect, like, it's like with any of us, right? Like, if you're trying to protect something, they just think, oh, I'll go at you, but like, I haven't had that yet. Dude, the only reason most people don't come here is because they're like, fuck that flight. And then I flew from New York to Australia, and I'm like, yeah, that flight is that was a fucking full-on flight, but I think most people would love it when they get here. Well, they say they wish they could live here, but...
Hey, y'all be eating them kangaroos down there?
Yeah, I think they do. Some certain places, not in the main city though. See that?
Like, they put it on the market like kangaroo meat?
Like, if you go to the Whitsundays, if you went on holiday on the Whitsundays, you'd froth it, you'd love it, but that's where they do like some special shit, like they got crocodile meat, kangaroo meat. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even know that was a thing, but yeah.
So do the natives eat kangaroo, or is it just...
Well, I imagine they probably would have, because they're very like hunter-gatherer sort of people, but the city, in the city, it's very similar to like a New York style, not New York, like New York's like, in my opinion, a city on steroids, but it's very similar sort of thing, you know what I mean?
Hey man, they get...
Where are you from?
I'm from North America.
North America.
Over here by the middle part, like Texas.
Oh, you in Texas?
Say that again?
Well, you in Texas? Houston?
No, I'm in Dallas.
Dallas. I heard that's fresh as, to be fair. Dallas the best city in America, you reckon?
I think it's the best survival city.
Oh shit,
You gotta worry about the earthquakes on the west coast. You ain't gotta worry about the floods on the east coast.
Oh, right. So from preservation standpoint, it's just chill.
If the tornadoes come, it's hot and cold. By the time the heat gets to you, the cold from the north comes. By the time the north cold comes, the heat from the...
I heard the fit chicks are there. I heard the fittest chicks are there in Miami.
Man, you don't lose your mind. You don't lose your mind going down there with them.
Yeah. Which one, Miami or Dallas?
Miami.
Yeah. Miami's like Gold Coast, where I'm from, is like similar to Miami.
Yeah, they got nice ladies down there in Dallas too, but they more like, how you say, sophisticated.
Just a slight more class instead of like terroristic sort of thing, you know.
But in Dallas, you got 10% of every race in Dallas.
Yeah. Wait, you got 10% of every race in Dallas? So it's so like super diverse.
Yeah.
Do you want to stay in Dallas, or would you say you probably want to go like,
I probably would stay in Dallas for another 5 years.
In your opinion, what would you say is the most American or US like city or area, state? Where would you say you get the most American feel? Or like, this is where America's at, in your perspective?
I would probably say the Midwest, like any state in the Midwest that's not oversaturated with outside culture. Because the more you go in the Midwest, you got more of a black and white native structure. It's like real laid back. I would say, I'll be honest with you, I'd probably say Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana. Like the last of the real, like, places that's not oversaturated by immigrants.
True. So they're like the most American sort of places.
Yeah, and mine.
What's your thoughts on what's his name, Senator John Kennedy? He's a funny cunt. From what I've watched, he just seems funny.
I think he could be exposing some stuff that it's kind of too late. Even though he was throwing a red flag out there, it's like you know a lot, but you can't stop it. So at the same time, I understand the power shift because of what his brother did, and when his brother got killed, if it's right and exact, certain people that his brother had beef with, it more so festered up back then to where his brother can actually see what's going on.
Yeah. No, but I mean, the Louisiana
brother's legacy by doing something good and with the medicine. And I don't know how he's gonna come out with that because he tied into Trump cabinet. So that reversal concept can come at the end of Trump's cabinet, but it would just be a bunch of mess if they don't go ahead and iron out new healthcare law, new healthcare pharmaceutical ideas, or whatever they want to do with that. And it's a lot of damage control. I think he's in control of. Oh, it's not. I don't think it's an easy job at all.
Yeah, especially with that background, I mean, his dad's son and whatnot, but I was going to get your opinion on the Louisiana state, John Kennedy. You got the same name, the older one, the Republican one.
Oh no, nothing about. He's in Louisiana.
Yeah. He's the one that's like, he's got a real full-on accent. Like, he's the one that wrote something about Congress being dumb as hell or something about stupid, like not being stupid. You know that one? He's got grey hair and shit.
I ain't never heard of him.
No. He's hilarious, but I'll tell you, I know who you would hate. And I think he's a fuckhead too. That Nick Fuentes bloke.
Nick Fuentes. I heard that name before.
But he is fucking wild, dude. That cunt is fucking crazy.
What are you, like a senator or something?
Me?
No, Nick Fuentes. What position?
No, he's just a far right activist, bruv. He drops like, he just says some outrageous shit on all stands, on all fronts.
Yeah, I started keeping up with them people when Rush Limbaugh died. When he died, I started listening to shit. I said, that's their God right there. He did everything over with.
Yeah. Leave it at that sort of thing.
So when that chapter ended, it's like, who could outdo him? Who could be more vicious than him? And then everything else is kind of like down or on Alex Jones or somebody like that.
Yeah, what do you think about Alex Jones, bro? The way he took the piss out of Piers Morgan, bro, that is a crack up interview, dude. That is great content. You seen that one?
He been exposed to stuff. I don't think I've seen that one yet, but he be dropping some stuff out there.
Bro, when Piers Morgan's like to murder and he hit him with the full, he's like, I can speak in this British accent as well, and just started fucking mocking the hell out of Piers Morgan. I just started pissing myself, bro. It was funny as. But hold on. I'll sort of go on off tangent. I was getting called cracker like 5 times in fucking a minute. But like, the thing is, should Americans support Donald Trump? What about you, bro? What do you think? Yes or no?
What I think?
Yeah.
I this cabinet. Now you're in this contract with these people. So whatever they do it in your blood. You with it.
Yeah, so you're trying to be like be independent basically, like outside of all that shit. You don't want to be
man, more independent, conservative type, Yeah, ain't gonna be in your contract, because I know you finna go do it in blood money.
Right.
And then once you crash out, America's like a train going out of control on fire. You don't want to be on the train when it impacts. So find a safe exit some kind of way. Get what you can and get out for it. Because if you're tied into the stock exchange, tied into all this stuff, when it falls, when the dollar collapses, you fall right with it. So you have to have a still-away program. And every little time you can develop your still-away program, just keep building on it. Start with 300 customers. With 300 customers, you never do broke.
But you don't want to subscribe to that, basically. You want to stay outside of that.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna do the same thing on the cycle. The people they argue with living in the same zip code, getting the same resources. So it's not really a division from them economically. The lifestyles are impeccable, if I can say that.
Right.
So for them to experience the differences, there's too much greed. There's too much greed. It's like almost in a perspective to where it's rich and poor. Yep. No middle class.
Fucking hell, that. I'll tell you what though, I'm hoping, from an outsider's perspective, because it does affect Australia as well. I will say one thing, I hope Donald lays this shit out properly. Because if he doesn't, man, the stuff he's doing on, it better make fucking America richer, because I know it'll make fucking Australia more comfortable, for sure. So he better know, I feel like he is, because I don't think anyone can really fuck with the US, honestly. But
the only thing I can describe America to turn into is these two movies. And that's like maybe three. That's The Matrix, the first one, Hunger Games, and Fifth Element. All those movies combined into one movie is where America is headed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever seen Fifth Element. And then you got the Hunger Games.
I haven't seen Fifth Element, but I know what you're talking about with Hunger Games and
The Matrix.
Yeah, The Matrix, yeah. Fifth Element, is that it? I haven't seen that.
The Fifth Element is where they just had so much technology, they can regrow your arm on your body and be like, it was nothing. They can create your whole body over again.
So in your perspective, are you satisfied with where you guys are headed or not?
Satisfied. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Man, check this out. What they doing right now, it was like, a year ago, they said America gonna go through a time machine. So I was like, how you go through a time machine in 5 years? So in order to go through a time machine, you're dealing with certain resources or certain monies. It ain't about a race anymore. It's about who can endure to the end. So I'm just glad I'm in the process of trying to strive to endure to the end of it. Because they can only do so much for so long. So to come out on the other end of this situation with Trump doing, what I see he doing, who knows? I don't know what it looks like, I can't predict that. Other than the fact that what happened a few years ago, or a year ago, as far as I think it was predicting was Trump going to do something. Either was he going to get in office, if he was going to get in office, or if he wasn't, or was he going to do something with the monetary system, something. But either way it go, he made it past that point. Yeah. And at this point, it's more so like, it's like a thing that's spinning out of orbit, if I can say that. And if you can get the planet back under control, cool. But his system that he has, we've been on many planets. I mean, we've been on many worldly systems, but we've been on one planet. But the worldly system that he's using and trying to keep under control is spinning out of control or imploding. You got an ecosystem, you got a justice system, you got an educational system, housing system, financial system. All these systems that makes up a world, a food system, and it's crumbling right in his hand, in my opinion. So in order for him to really be successful, according to how America set up, he would have to cut off the fat. In so many words, I guess it's describing that drain the swamp concept. But when you
feel like he's kind of doing that, or do you think he's doing that through external shit?
Yeah, he's doing it, but it's a civil war at the top. They don't want to talk about it because it's silent. And it's tied into banks. And England got something to do with it. America got something to do with it. And the technology behind that is like, okay, Trump like, yeah, I'm sitting over here with the technology in the bag. And y'all ain't know y'all been using my system for this long. So, like the Grinch, you know what I'm saying? I could almost like, that movie Back to the Future. When that Big Biff, that's him. He got all the chips, got everything under control. I'm trying to figure out what is so unique about Big Biff. Why is he so hated? I think I'm gonna go back and watch Back to the Future. Because whatever he's using in that movie to a degree is coming out in reality. All because of the Monopoly game. The Monopoly game is real too. They just don't really want to say they play Monopoly with fake money. Fiat currency is the issue with the Chinese because they can make money.
Chinese are very self-sufficient, although they're fucking fucked out.
They got a bunch of counterfeit over there. If you have a bunch of counterfeit and you can play the market any kind of way you want to play it, it's like infinite money. Nobody can stop you. Reverse engineer everything in the world. You steal everybody's stuff. It's not something like bad, but it's not something good. It's more so like an unlimited candy store or something.
You're just you just some black fuck out of it if they wanted to. Which they sort of can. Well, they sort of do.
But they got a lot of edge, and the edge is the 6G.
Yeah. Who do you reckon is more dangerous though, Russia or China?
Russia, and I would say China, because the technology
is that next level.
Is in the concept to where, I'll be honest with you, how are Chinese people really living with a face recognition system? How do they really live on a day-to-day basis? Is it really cool? now. Because if we have to go that high in 6G, they will be already dominating that level of market. And those chips, from what they already using right now, which is ahead of us, will flow down to America's market and pretty much knock out whatever we dealing with. Because they already in with the technology. That's what the race is about. They trying to get prepared to build their stuff up and have enough sufficient technology here, which America already has. Is the technology, and I'm also call it manufacturing, all the distribution, steel and wood, all that stuff is coming from import and export. So technology is basically all America got left. And what little bit of money they trying to monitor the financial system. That's it. And Trump pull this off. The only thing in America is going to be looking like slavery. Because the system that he's creating is rich and poor.
I just feel like if he sorts it all out, if he really does, and even though you got Israel, who I think are pretty fucking, they're full on, but like if they really get a grip on it, and they reckon they can control the oil and shit, and they actually win this thing they're trying to do, and they get oil from here, there, it'll make fucking everyone in America's life very fucking sweet. If they do it correctly. If they fuck up, it'll be a massive waste of everyone's taxpayers' dollars. If they succeed, shit. America.
I think they're gonna fuck up. You know why they're gonna fuck up?
Why?
Because it's a cause and effect in everything.
Yeah.
They get this oil from here, and here, so it's taken from there, and there. Wherever it's taken from, that's the cause and effect. So the new market that capitalizing off of on Venezuela, Iran, if they ever think they can get that, good luck.
But you know, as an American, you know you guys are the dominant country though, right? Like by far.
Well, I mean, I can say dominant in probably like the military, that's it. But all this other stuff is over with, bro. Education, no. Ain't dominant in food, no. Dominant in housing, no. Dominant in what? Entertainment, yeah. I mean, what else?
So the big thing over there is, to be fair, when I was there,
Tell me what you think America's dominant in.
Shit, when I was there.
I told you what I think America's dominant.
Yeah.
I know they dominant in the military.
Yeah, then when you said, internally in the end, if you're not born like out the fucking woodworks, it'll be hard to live there. That's why it's going to take me some time to maybe move to New York, but
All you gotta do is go around and don't talk. Just keep a mask on.
Why?
You know how it is, man.
Yeah.
They won't even know you from Australia.
I'll tell you what, New York is, as soon as they're like, no, that's not an American accent, where are you from? I said Australia, and they're like, oh, best vibes, man. Especially from the wealthy people, I want to show you all around their rich shit. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But anyway, man, I might head off. I don't know what happened to fucking old mate who was ripping into me for being a crack or whatever. But
yeah, man.
Sure.
Stay easy out there.
You too, brother. I'll leave you to it.
Yes, sir.
Have you monkey motherfucking niggas left that white man alone?
Man.
Man, y'all
box of saltine with many names that he called that man. Oh man. I was trying to figure out where he was going with it, because I'm thinking, is the white boy gonna go bad and start retaliating with the... He wanted to say it though, low key, but he was like, man, I see what they're trying to do. The thing is, it wasn't wrong, and I can appreciate him having my back because he was observing something that we do. And the thing, I think the mistake most of them make is by commenting. There's too much dysfunction in the European neighborhood globally to comment on Black American shit. But he observed the bullshit. He observed the bullshit with these scary ass niggas on the stage talking about what you can't do and what you crying about. But that's why I had to correct him also and let him know fraternally, hey man, a lot of what you're observing though is unaddressed trauma. That's what it really be boiling to me. Would it be really, what we saying, judo practicing up here when it comes to dealing with the Caucasian and dealing with his etiquette and trying to see our way through him or how we ever want to pull our points on. These people is like Adrian. We have to really know how to master them because they try to figure out how to master us. That's the only reason why he came up in it. See, he can take the heat. I'm like, this man got a little box in him. And he starts talking about the box. So the mental box. He probably can. He probably can, but a lot of boys ain't straight bitches though. But you know, it's a small-minded group of people that got that warriors. They got that ultimate warrior in them. But the mental part is where I say only true intelligent people can interpret it without catching a nosebleed and have that kind of civilized conversation. The rest of them gonna spin off at the handle, call you a nigga, and get off stage. They can't think that far. So when we was asking a question like, where you come from? What's the origin of the white man? And Redneck gonna go back. He gonna go 0 to 60 on it. Nigga, I told you, Jesus is the way we brought you niggas over here on the boat. He ain't gonna last 2 minutes. But the ones that do last, those are the crafty ones. Yeah. Have you ever studied European history, bro? Yeah. Study the white man. When I studied the white man, what have you studied specifically about their history? Specifically about their history? Yeah, like what things have you studied about European history? I know the roots, where it came from. Caucasoid Mountains. Caucasoid Mountains? Yeah, the Caucasoid. You know, the Caucasoid Mountain. That's where they come from. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as Caucasoid Mountains. Or let's say, the island of Caucasus Mountains. The Caucasus Mountains. I call it the Caucasoid. Put a little Caucasian on it. Or the island of Piedmont. Ooh, that's their roots. Yeah, they are called also Caucasoids. That's a derogatory name. I call them Fraggle Rocks or cave creatures. There's many different names for them. But what did you discover about this Caucasus Mountains type thing? Like, what did you discover about that? That's where they come from. That's where it was made at. And the other history came from, 8th grade, 9th grade, civics class, where we learned in elementary school. You ever heard of Rumpelstiltskin? Yeah. You remember the story of Rumpelstiltskin? Yeah, not really, but I remember hearing it in elementary. Rumpelstiltskin was an incubus and a serious fallen demon. It's like a rape demon. Another form of him is called Reebok. Right. You ever
history. And I don't think you have, not in depth. But if you study your history,
That's not that like you, bro, but I studied that.
but it's not about like that. It's not about don't compare me to it because you don't know how much I've studied. But I'm just saying, when you do study it in depth, all of their origin stories are malignant. They are low vibrational, evil ass nightmares. Even the word horrors comes from their tribes. The word vandalism comes from the Vandals, the Goths and the Visigoths. Then you have the word slave comes from the word Slav. Slavic, are modern day Ukrainians. When you really dig into their story, that does have an origin to melanated people, especially like the Aryans.
Right.
They mainly interbred with the Nephilims, and that's where you get stories like the Jack and the Beanstalks and all of these things. But there's mythological stories don't make common fucking sense, but it's always rooted in evil, dark magic, and fairy tale shit, and creatures and abnormal behaviors that are below human. So it makes me question. I believe that there's two sections of white people, Europeans rather. There's the ones that came from Edom, which you would probably call Italians, maybe some Spanish here and there, Germans here and there, things like that. But the pale creatures that origins for, I believe, were genetically modified not only through maybe some laboratory shit, but intermixing and interbreeding with the Nephilim and different types of Neanderthals. So I do believe that there are some kind of experiments to a degree, but I don't believe that Hansel and Gretel, thank you. Yeah, about the witch that was eating. And then even Snow White with the motherfucker eating the apple, poison apples and shit, and fall asleep, and motherfucker basically sexually harassing her or whipping her up, or kissing a dead body or some shit. Like, when you really get into the origin stories, not just the shit you were reading the book, but the real stories of this shit, all, not some, all of it is evil and nefarious. And when you also look at their depictions of the future, it's always after some kind of major doomsday event, some kind of futuristic dystopian nightmare, or a regression of populations of the world. These are the people that they're the only people, to my understanding, that have eliminated and eradicated not only people haplogroups, but animal populations too. So it makes me want to question European humanity. Are they even human? Especially with cannibalism, the type of malignant horrors that they bestow upon melanated people across the globe, the advancements in torture tactics, and this extreme obsession with supremacy, domination, colonialism, brute force power, and also idiotic behavior in terms of how they see themselves in the world. The projection of narcissistic abuse upon other nations and people populations. You have to be mentally fucked to even attempt half of the shit that they've done and then try to argue it as if you're right or that there's some kind of logic to it. So that I fundamentally question European humanity.
I agree, brother, 100%. The Caucasians don't even know why they kill the way they kill. You ask them why you kill the way you kill, man. What gave you that kind of thought? They don't even know. Because the principle of what they was made out of was out of death. They came to earth by death. The only way they can get to the planet was through death. So if I had a light-skinned child, and I had a dark-skinned child on the island, it was so long before that dark-skinned child would not have light. Somebody would say he got sick, died at birth, and this went on for cycles. But the light-skinned child lived, dark-skinned child died. This process created their ideology, if I could say that. They got history built off of that foundation on how black
say evil. Yeah, you can say we brought the worst of self out of us envy, jealousy, and all of it up in there.
And I'll put back in, bro.
So when we distracted these people out of us, man, they looking the total opposite. Then they try to graft themselves back, but it would take too long to graft themselves back. So that's when you get apes and monkeys trying to get back to original. Then you're gonna make another species.
Well, here's the interesting part about all of this is that their reconciliation with history will come through their own children, who will judge them when they come to the light of day as to who their ancestors and what their ancestors are and what they did. When you get into that conversation and their children grow up and figure it out, they're going to morally reject a lot of their ancestors' advice, their ways, their way of life, the way that they see themselves. And then they'll start to intermarry into different cultures, reduce their global population footprint. They'll relinquish some level of power. And if you listen to Marco Rubio's speech in Munich and other places where he's basically realigning and re-architecting the colonial power structure with a shameless, expression of absolute power and authority being kind of rebooted, as a call to those who feel apologetic about what history displays, by your opinion. And when you wake up to history, even for Black Americans, this is why I believe the brother asked about reading certain books and things like that, because we don't know. A lot of Europeans bank off our willful ignorance. How dare we be in 2026? You got the latest smartphone, but you choose to be ignorant. That's like a prostitute that's broke. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I think that when we all have to sit down and have real conversations, meaningful conversations about where people fit in antiquity, there is an internal shame mechanism that clicks on with Europeans. That's why if you call them racist or allude to them being racist, it's the equivalent of them being called a nigger. Right? But when it comes to niggas, most niggas ain't educated enough. Most are not educated enough about our own history to have that conversation with them. What I simply do is remind them of their own internal disparagement and how they've shown up in antiquity, and reel them back to, hey, work on your shit, which is far worse than ours, and don't complain about the environment, about the people reacting to the environment that you put us in. Now, if you read into all of it, though, Black people played a role. You had Africans selling Negroes. Okay, you had other Negroes buying and selling Black Negroes in America, and then most of them telling on Negroes who were revolting or seeking to take over.
Tell me this, right? Be sincere about this answer. What's your interpretation of selling somebody into slavery?
Well, the way I know it to be, to have happened.
Yeah.
Well, you had refugees from Spain and Portugal going to Africa. Africa didn't like that shit. They sold them out to the Spaniards and Dutches and whomever that would give them guns and run to fight their adversaries over that territory. And they still don't own shit in Africa to this day. And not one melanated population of people on the planet came to America to seek to free us or to help us free ourselves.
Know why?
Except for, I think some of the Asians, I think there was an small Asian plan, motherfuckers. But
do you
maybe some Haitians. I've heard some Haitians too did join in, but I mean anything significant.
You know why they didn't come? Because they didn't know where we was gone until 60 years after they had taken us from the homeland.
I don't think that you read that anywhere. I don't think that you even know where that even came from. I think that you thought that up. And I know that you thought that up because there's no history book that says that. And they were the ones who sold us. So they knew where we were going. They didn't probably care or know what happened to us. But word got back because there were some niggas that did make it back to Africa.
The only reason why they didn't know where we was at till 60 years after we had left Africa is because they didn't have no Navy ship to come on board. No.
Brother, listen, you are making all of this up out of nothing. You don't even have a source reference that you read that narrative from.
I told you I know what you're talking about, brother.
No, I know. Well, then here's the thing. I know you don't because you can cite the source. Brother, listen, if you have a source on that, please state it. But there's no like, think about the logic of it. If I sold you and you're not of my ilk, why would I, A, give a fuck what happened to you or where you went? And B, why would I want you back? I made a transaction and you were the collateral.
You made a transaction and you were the collateral. You still don't understand the whole concept. That's why I don't get. I said, I ask you, how do you get in a position to sell somebody? And I come to this equation.
Yeah.
The white man wasn't nowhere around, and we was at war back then, waiting for the white man came to Africa. So how do we get in a position to be at odds?
So, like I said, what you don't know is, what you don't know is, bro, is that those people were expelled from Spain and Portugal. They went to those slave coasts. And those people that were born like the Dahomey, the Oyo, the Ashanti, right? They went and they fought over land. And they would go on war raids and kill all the men and take the small women and children and sell them to the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the French, the Dutch, the Brits, the everyone else.
So when you interpret, because I don't.
It's not an interpretation.
I don't get in a position to where people could lay me under their understanding. I say straight up, man, lay me not under your understanding. Show me that.
Well, it's not lay me under not under my understanding. I can point you to the references from the 1700s and 1600s that will give you the direct information from the words of the white man himself of who, what, where, when, why, how.
Oh, that's all you got. The words.
No, that's not all I got. No, that ain't all I got. I got the Bible. I got historical references, the DNA, the maps. On top of that, shit you probably haven't heard of yet.
So why would you say all of us got sold into slavery, knowing damn well the white man?
When did I say all anything? When did I say all? When did? Don't put words in my mouth, sir. Tell me when did I say all anything?
However you see us being sold, and you can phrase it how you want to say it. When he,
no, you just wasn't listening, bro. Don't put words in my mouth.
This is the real equation. When he got the slaves from you, he came back and got you too. And
no, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. You don't read. You talk, but you don't study. I can't. Okay, if you can read, do you know how to read like old English? Do you know how to read old English? Because if you don't know how to read old English, you're really going to get lost because you don't read books often.
Well, we're not going to go back and forth between.
It's not nothing to go back and forth about when it's the truth. And I can tell by the way that you talk that you don't read a lot of books. You probably watch a lot of TV and have smoke sessions with niggas and y'all pontificate about what happened in history. And you're not far off. You're not far off from the shit. But this particular thing that I'm trying to give you to understand, I'm trying to see if you would even know what the fuck you would be looking at. So if you're asking me to show you reference or say, hey, Cypher, proof up what you're saying, okay, well, before I give this to you, you know how to comprehend this so that I don't speak to yours. Listen, I don't want to speak above you. I don't want to speak below you.
I want to speak directly to you so that you can fundamentally understand, brother. It's like, hey, do you know what the word cipher means? That's not a word. Do you know what the word cipher? Like cipher? Yes, but you're not reading that word. I answered your weird ass question, and you don't know what that is, and you didn't read that in my motherfucking PTR. Now you want to ask me my question? It's cipher, sir. You don't read. I know that you have a limited education, bro. So I don't want to talk above you. I don't want to talk below. Check it out. Now your degrees can't be reached. Now I don't have degrees, nigga. I'm a fucking felon, nigga. Well, I'm just saying your information. I'm better than you because I think better than you. I'm better than you because you think I'm better than you. That's that. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Nigga, you probably got more degrees than I do.
I swear to God, I ain't never seen the tenacity. Goddamn, it's crazy.
You know,
Lord.
No, nigga, you been littering yourself, bro. Well, you been littering yourself. You talking about white man can't even tell you where you come from on stage. You talking about you know him better than he do, and he on stage. I do know the white man's history better than the white man. Generally speaking, yes, I do. Well, where did he come from? I know the history of niggas better than you do. Generally speaking, well, I do. I don't believe you, bro. You don't have to. You don't believe yourself. You don't believe that you that great. Well, I check this out. I don't believe you can read that good either because you think about it too much. No, I'm dyslexic, but I learned how to work through it. But see, you see where your mind is at? You dwell on the word. My mind is rooted in reality, sir. It's just that you feel a way about my confidence and you're making something, you're internalizing something about yourself because you're trying to project yourself as something that you're clearly not. The first part of the brain. You don't know how to get to the best part of the brain. That's what that's why I'm solution oriented. That's why I am on the best part of the brain. I'm solution oriented. That means you're double-minded and unstable in all your ways. Oh, good for you. Do you have anything else? Because you're trying to throw a book around like a baseball bat. You don't read books, nigga. How the fuck am I throwing a book around at you? Bro, I'm not taking... You got books you don't read. I'm not taking that stupid bait. And you are stupid. I'm not going to call you dumb, but you are stupid. You have the propensity of knowledge and education. You don't maximize it. Stay on a low vibration. It's not low vibrational. It's just... I'm purposely gaslighting and antagonizing you to inspire you to rethink about your position. Hold on. Let me tell you exactly what I'm doing. I'm purposely gaslighting you and insulting your level of intelligence to inspire you to rethink half the dumb shit you say and to actually do the real work and study so that when you do talk on certain issues, that you're better at articulating it. You're better at understanding it. Listen, you're missing the education I'm giving you right now because you're remedial. You're emotionally led. You're just trying to be in a position of defense. And that's okay. Whatever way you wanted to take this, I'm okay. I don't care if you feel offended. Here's the thing, brother. Listen, I love you enough to offend you. I love you enough to offend you with enough truth to get you to rethink your approach to things. I'm not even saying that you're all the way off. When I say that you're stupid, that is a matter of fact. You demonstrated your stupidity on the stage multiple times, but I didn't call you dumb. I didn't say that you had the inability to learn. I said that you had the ability to learn, but you willfully don't do that. And I can tell by the way that you talk. And the majority of the shit you talk about, you don't really flesh it out and think about it and know it. You intuitively know it, which is a good thing, which speaks to your innate nature. Which speaks to your innate nature to be God-like. You're just not maximizing it. And the more you talk, the more you reveal those deficiencies about yourself. As your brother, I'm just telling you that your shoes is untied, your pants is zipped, and your corduroy jeans is too tight. And I'm telling you right now, bro, I'm just a reflection of you. You're only strong. No, you're not. Not at all. You're only strong. No, you're not. Not at all, sir. We're not aligned. We would never probably be friends in real life unless we met in a different situation scenario. You're not the type of nigga I orbit around in a real life situation. Don't call
call me your brother then. If you
Yeah, you can still be my brother and not be a reflection of me. Yes, you can.
Act like you on stage and you trying to help a brother out. Don't act like
That's what I'm doing. You're just taking it the wrong way, and I'm whooping your ass with this literature, with these lyrics. I'm whooping your ass with these lyrics because you acting like a goddamn idiot.
Bro, you ain't exposing nothing. I ain't nobody ever told
It's not me about it. It's not me exposing anything. You're exposing the more you talk.
Okay.
I can talk about whatever I fucking want to talk about. You goofy ass coon.
I love that too. I love you too, brother. Thank you, brother.
Look, hey, you's a coon for real, brother. For real, live on stage.
Thank you,
Okay,
brother.
so we gonna move on because he said all right.
All right.
Jesus Christ, y'all be cussing each other out.
And I'll tell you how strong a lie is.
All right, bro. You got it. You right. You right.
I can really just go word for word with wordplay to play this English text bullshit that you claim that you so
English text bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, look up the Critical Review or Annals of Literature, Volume 55, 1783. I'll say it again. I'll say it again for you, bro. Check this out. Look up the Critical Review or Annals of History, Volume 55, 1780. Well, this is why you're done. Now you're done. So look up the Critical Review or Annals of Literature, Volume 55. Okay, it was published in 1783. It was published in 1783. It was published in 1783. And then go to page 141.
He's not listening to
If it's a white man book, I don't care.
He's not listening to you. So it doesn't work. You always have materialism. What's the end game of what I'm trying to do? Because your end game can't be trying to help this brother out, because your end game was helping, but you will take a completely different approach. Your intentions is to publicly emasculate this brother and disrespect him at the highest level, bro. That's why you're disingenuous and you're not acting like this guy's brother.
Y'all just want to argue with each other?
No, I'm not trying to argue. No, Miss Flawless, you didn't say anything when you was
I just woke up to it, so don't tell me what.
Okay, well let me jump in.
And I rolled over and I'm listening.
Well, I'm on there, they jump
Well,
up.
but Erica wanted y'all to move on to the truck plan, and y'all.
Oh, okay, but I thought you didn't hear nothing. I think you just woke up.
Sir, I heard enough. I heard enough.
Yeah, I mean
I don't understand why y'all want to argue about something. Y'all move on.
Yeah, me and that brother was building, and he turned sour, and he stopped building. And he stopped. That's what happened with Cypher. Now, sister, that's what he throw it out and started talking about a white man. She heard everything. About his etiquette is better than my etiquette. Who cares if your etiquette is better than my etiquette? I don't give a fuck if you can speak English better than me. That makes you a better nigga.
I am better than you. I'm better than you. You're right.
At your best, you think that nigga but a white man.
No, I know that.
At your best, you think you but a white man.
I would never want to be a white brother.
You got 24 hours.
Mr. M, don't even go back and forth with that, brother. That power. There's no sense to go back and forth with that power. He has no right to
Actions away, Miss Flawless. You just
They know what's up.
Dick suck. Hey, Dick suck. My name ain't Dick. Keep me out your mouth, nigga.
Hey, Mr. Cypher, I'm talking to you, bro.
Please don't disrespect me because they're going to kick me down.
Bitch,
Okay, let me just say this.
You don't have to mute me. I'm a man.
You know what? Well,
I don't give a fuck. Fuck you and that nigga.
Okay, yeah. Shut up. I muted the stage so y'all could just mute up. Erica already asked y'all to stop arguing. I heard her. I woke up to Erica telling y'all to change the subject. I mean, fuck on. And y'all continue. Don't tell me what to do.
Well, no one's trying to tell you what to do. It's your room. You can
Okay, so you're still talking. You're talking while I'm talking.
Go ahead, Miss
That's
Flawless.
y'all are disrespectful.
It's just me. I'm the only one talking. Derek Cavitt, me by myself.
Well, all of y'all are, because y'all is other people on stage listening to this, and that's disrespectful that y'all don't care. So let's move on. I don't know what the subject is. If it's a book.
Shit.
Should Americans support Donald J. Trump actions?
Okay, well, let Daryl talk, since Daryl wants to talk about what the title of the room is. Go ahead.
Should Americans support Donald J. Trump?
Wrong one.
You want to reach your phone, man? We can hear you. Appreciate you. Tenzin. Hey, reach your phone, Tenzin.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, should Americans support? Well, I can give my own personal opinion about that. I can't speak for anybody else other than myself. I support Trump in some things, and some other things I don't support Trump in. Right? I don't support white supremacy in and of itself. Right? I don't like people who don't like me. But at the same time, there are people who don't like me that do things that benefit me. For instance, I live in the United States of America. I basically buy things for US dollars. So whether Trump likes me or don't like me, if it's good for America, it's good for me. Said another way, I think the buying power, now of course, we have to relax some standards as it relates to gross domestic product, so don't kill me. I also have an economics degree, for those one that know what GDP is. I understand what GDP is. But all those created equal, we relax a few things. The collective buying power of people who identify, henceforward identify, race in and of itself is a social construct. It does not exist. So people who identify as African American, here I'll go ahead and throw my name in there too. I identify, but I know it's some bullshit. So 1.98 trillion. Where would we land if we were our own country? Now I know we're not sovereign. We just pay what we got. 1.98 trillion. Where did that land? Around 10 or 11. How many countries does the World Bank recognize? Oh, don't ChatGPT got on that. I already did the work. 195 countries. So what's 11? I haven't done the math. 11 out of 195. Top 5%. I remember I graduated second to the bottom of my high school class. Right? So top 5, that's pretty damn good, right? Top 5%. So that collective people identify as African Americans, relaxing a few things, buying power is about 1.98 trillion. That means this collective group of people are the richest. I don't give a damn what they are, whether they just consume, they just spend it. I don't give a damn. You gotta have the money to spend it. And the reason why the collective of it is the richest country. The rising tide rises all ships. That's the point, guys. So, a strong U.S. dollar is good for you. All these people that be talking all this shit about black people, not black people, but I'm not this, I'm not that. Bro, you do not have your own currency, right? You trade in U.S. dollars. The largest employer for black people who identify black people are the federal government.
I don't for no black people, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro.
They already come up with he ain't add no value to what he's saying. That stuff don't bother me, bro. That stuff don't, bro. I'm from the streets too, bro. You know how I would do if I see you like, bro, in real life, bro, you would not even say that to me, bro. Not from my hood, bro. Nobody, you would never talk to me like that in my hood, bro. You would get your ass dealt with, and you already know what time it is. You talking that shit, bro, because I can't touch your bitch ass.
Daryl, what's your end game? What's your end game?
There you go.
The end game is, bro, collective. Well, it's the title, kinfolk. Should Americans support Donald J. Trump? Should you support yourself? Do you like Starbucks? Do you like cheap grass? You answer that question for yourself. You might not like cheap grass. You might be cool with the gas being $10 an hour. You may not give a damn about inflation. Do you know there's things that are inflationary and anti-inflationary? Do you not know the real reason why we went over there and snatched that Maduro bitch ass out that motherfucking house? Well, not him and his wife. The fuck? Because they got 18% of their fucking oil reserves and they were moving in assets on us. The fucking Chinese and get the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China. Do y'all not understand what this is about? Right, Dipset, before you say something, you're a bitch. Shut up. Dipset, you're a bitch. Shut up.
Not on the stage, Adrian. Not on the stage, big dog. Not on the stage.
Zero-sum game. You guys are all a part of the empire, whether you like it or not. Look at your driver's license. It says well. I mean, I'm like, hell yeah, you should come out Donald Trump. Who gives a fuck if you like black people or not? If the U.S. dollar's strong, you strong. Get the bottom no shit. If you don't like it, you can always be like, you don't gotta believe the country, but you can go do some shit like this. You can be like, in Ghana, you can do like the dual. You can't be a citizen there. You can do what they got something. I forgot what they call it. You can go live in Ghana. You can get paid for U.S. dollars. And
why would you want to live in Ghana?
Well, I mean, shit, South Africa, Sudan.
Why would you want to live there?
I mean, where that, bro? You fill in the blank. Costa Rica, Canada, wherever the hell you want to live at, bro.
Okay.
Thailand.
Oh, man. I mean, Thailand got some good shit. Bali.
Yeah, it's 195 more countries to choose from. But it's only one. Every place but Great Britain, their currency is stronger than ours. Don't move there. Their dollar's not as strong. British pound is stronger than the U.S. dollar. That's the only currency.
So are you advocating mass exodus of black people?
No, hell no. Shit, I'm good here. You say.
Are we good? Are we good in America?
I know if you're a black Christian and the Muslim beat over and out, they'll cut your head off.
I'm just saying, I'm asking again. Do you think that black people are safe in America? Because I feel safer in Colombia. I honestly do. I honestly feel safer in Cartagena and Medellin than I do in America.
I mean, bro, I've never been there, so I can't really speak on it, bro.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I'm for black expansionism. I'm for black expats. I'm definitely for black financial exodus. But I also think that there's opportunities in America for those that don't want to move. I don't think that you have to move to be successful. I think for those that do want to get in the way of opportunity and go outside and see the world, like myself, I definitely am for that too, of course. But there's a bigger thing. One, we gotta understand that some of these niggas ain't gonna make it. Some of these niggas ain't supposed to make it. Okay? The other side of it is, the little things that we do when we give out information or any of that shit, like sometimes we can't. At least I'm not going to belittle myself to make other motherfuckers feel comfortable in their bullshit. That coddling behavior never works or immobilizes anything. I don't necessarily believe that you have to berate motherfuckers, but you should allow them to demonstrate how dumb they are and then tell them that bullshit is dumb and then pick them back up, right? I don't know if you were here earlier, but when Brother Adrian was on the stage and what opened up as a salute to me, I appreciated it, but I also told him like, hey, while this stuff is true and what he was saying was true about articulating his concern about how black people are when it comes to other black people trying to revolutionize and empower other black people, his observation is valid to that point. But then I also have to tuck him back in and say, hey, brother, this is also a fraternal conversation because we're also responding to the chaos that people like you, look like you, created for us. Even though he might not be a descendant of one or himself an oppressor of any kind. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And he respected that.
Respect.
Yeah, he respected that. And so does a Donald Trump. Because literally, Trump is the only motherfucking president that's been on a Wu-Tang album. Been with all the motherfucking Democrat niggas. Back in the day, Jesse Jackson, all the niggas gave them money. Helped out not Muhammad Ali, but what's his name from South Africa? Nelson Mandela. Jennifer Hudson's family got eliminated. He put her up in Trump Tower 6 months, clean, no rent, no nothing. Told on Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I'm saying? Was a Democrat, staunch Democrat for the longest time, and black folks orbited him since forever. All of the Al Sharptons and all these house Negroes that are turning their base on him now, that was in pictures with him 30, 40, 20 years ago, right? Even after the whole thing, the debacles with him and his father in the housing situation, which wasn't just specifically towards black Americans, it was towards poor whites, poor blacks, and Latinos.
And because his name was on his father's business, he was included in the lawsuit. And in the 85 thing, when he talked about the Central Park 5, everybody wants him to apologize for some shit when he was going off with the news of them saying that they did it. You know, he said you should kill them motherfuckers. I'm seeing what's happening on the news with the drugs in the community, whether he gave a fuck about where it was coming from or how, when, where, why. He saw the effects of it and he judged the effects of it. But then also, I also would tell you, he's pretty honest about his position. He said, I am the least. He didn't say that he is not. He said, I am the least racist president you ever had in a long time. And I believe him. And when I look at his actions in private and public life, he has benefited a lot of black Americans. And if you have your shit together, he is the quintessential motherfucking white man that you can go to his office wearing goddamn dickies, talking shit about the nigga off the street, and you can pitch and promote him shit that if he likes it, he's gonna fucking act on it the same day, aka Kanye West, 20 niggas leaving out of prison the same day that he did that motherfucking White House situation that niggas didn't pay attention to because they were so damn emotionally wired into him saying what he said. They missed everything that he said and they called Kanye West a coon, but because of Kanye West, 3,900 motherfuckers, 1,000 niggas left out of motherfucking prison afterwards. The same day, I think there was like 20-something motherfuckers, and after that, a whole bunch of other motherfuckers left. So I would say that all the crying ass, weak ass, weird ass, left wing ass, bareback, jellyback, spirals, bitch boy niggas that's out here, excuse me for the word bitch ladies, I'm sorry, big punk ass niggas that's out here that make women feel insecure about their level of protection. Those Negroes I hear crying and complaining about shit, and they don't offer no solutions. They fucking sell. I mean, and when the solution is, I'll end it right here, bro. I mean, when a motherfucker do come with a solution, they're the first ones to criticize it.
I mean, what I want to add to you with that, man, is to build with you, man, because I think when we look at it from another angle too. So I remember it was this dude when I was young. See, my mom was from California, and we were from, and I was born in 84. And I shared the story. I already got started at this point in the story because when people, if I start at where I'm at right now, people are going to not like me. You know, they're going to think I'm being boastful or whatever. Sorry, you always got to start from the beginning where I came from. The hood, just like the many of the hoods that a lot of black people came from. Poverty, poor, jumping out of it in garbage cans, getting cans to take it to the can crusher because I didn't want to give us away. You know, because I've heard someone saying you can't take care of these kids because my mom was a parent, get the thing and talk to herself. And, you know what I'm saying? This throw crazy. You know, we had no car, we were walking every damn where, and it got hot as hell and felt the summer. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one time I got in trouble, man. We had to walk to the Dinkum House. We had to walk to my parent teacher, whatever the hell, counselor, salt berries was raining. You know, people drive so close to the work stop and they splash your ass. Splash me and my mom, like, God damn, always committing shit. Shit that nigga, you live in the projects, and niggas think they better because you live in the houses, you know what I'm saying? These by everybody, bro. You know what I'm saying? You suit wearing ass motherfucker, nigga, like, you just as broke as me. You live in that old ass house, motherfucker, nigga. You know, come on, bro, this shit, can't make this shit up. You know what I'm saying? Then you see your whole body kill a motherfucker, and you're like, damn, that motherfucker died. You know what I'm saying? You go to school, you act like you was cool with the shit, brag, yeah, man, we got to it. Really like thinking to myself, I gotta get the fuck away from these niggas. These niggas is crazy. They really think this shit real. I thought this shit was a funny game. I just want to get on some females. I'm a pretty boy. I mean, you know, I'll get in the paint and fight, but shit, pistol play, man, I ain't with this, man. Nigga, I never thought about shooting my gun. I'm like, hell, but hold on, that's just me. I'm what you call hood adjacent. Them niggas was on that shit. These niggas would kill niggas for real. I know one time one of my partners, he dead now. I understand that we went to, but you know, in high school, you be 30, 40 cars deep, y'all get hazard lights on. Anyway, we went to one set of party. They went to another set of party, and somebody came in. I don't know what you got shot. He went back and they killed him. Like, damn, I had in my, said, dude, I had in my English class, now he's dead, so it don't matter. It's a cold case for a cow, and never gonna be solved. The dude dead, I don't even know the dude he killed. But I remember, hey man, I had my English 4 class. Say, man, I heard you got shot. He said, yeah, man, but we handled that, though. Oh, shit, man, you doing the best homework.
How did we get here, bro? I'm lost. How did we get here?
What I'm trying to say is, bro, I came from nothing, bro. But now I run a private farm. If I leave a private equity, motherfucker wanna start talking shit, man. Fuck this nigga.
Oh, you the guy that did the $10 million raise joint.
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Venture capital joint. BC, what you do? BC?
It's not private equity, not BC. I'm private equity guy.
Okay.
But, and I didn't raise 10 million, I raised 200. I'm probably a little north of 200, probably close to about 270 now.
20 million?
Yeah, that's all.
What was your vehicle? What was your SPV?
Well, say it again.
What was your SPV?
So the client, Rocky, the name of the clients, you talking about special purpose vehicle, it was the biggest client. I got you, the biggest client was, his name was Rockford Peoria, it's an Encore.
Oh, no. I don't need to know the client's name. What was the mechanism?
It was VA clinics. They basically, they built 40 VA clinics throughout the USA. That's what they do. They're asset managers that turn to a PE firm. That's what they like. They do.
Might know that information, bro. Might click on it later.
Man, some of these niggas come here and make a phone call.
Man, nigga, I wish a nigga would.
Two places do you bad.
Hey, bro, they can always pull up. Nigga, I know niggas who got real bodies, and I told pull up, they still report. They knew who the fuck my people were.
Well, let's keep it moving, bro. We ain't gotta go into that.
He brought it up. You know what my little cousin is? Found the actual Compton crib, my nigga. Fuck out of here, bro. We ain't nothing nice. We ain't playing, bro. Then leave me alone at my country club. I like mowing my grass. I am a tax-paying, friendly-ass Christian nigga. How about that? If I'm not a gangster, bro. I got some niggas. I got niggas that come touch you, though. I got niggas that come touch you, though. If I thought you was seriously on some bullshit, you won't see. Tomorrow.
Hey, real quick, Daryl, check this out. But I'm gonna rap with you about the SBA and talk about how you raised the capital. I'll let you hear a little something, bro. Check this out.
Hey, Daryl.
You missing it, him. Listen to what I'm playing real quick, Daryl. Because I had a question for you. I want to get back to this deal. You gotta ignore it. Hey, Daryl, stay focused. Hey, Daryl, stay focused, bro. I'm trying to deal with you on something. Hey, Daryl, let's get back to the money. Let's get back to the money, big dog. Let's get back to the money. So listen what I'm saying.
Man, I need to screenshot this whole ass nigga. I can find out who the bitch ass nigga really is. Nigga, you better move your bitch ass around, nigga.
Yeah, I pulled up this morning, damn, early on a Sunday morning.
God damn.
My bad, I took too long, Erica. I apologize. Oh my God. Well, you're fine. I mean, I've been heard there. I've heard them all day, all night. They all been going at it.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the bag expression. You know what I'm saying?
I've been on it.
I don't know what's wrong with him. He was just on the.
Mister, cut it out. Cut it out, Mister.
But Mister, you're part of it too, though, nigga. Like you be agitating the bullshit, low key.
Are you guys speaking about the topic? Are you guys still speaking about
Of course, no. Let us get back to you. Let us get back to you, Saya. Go ahead, Saya Mountain. It's hurry to get back to the topic.
Nah, it's all good. I'll defer because I was trying to build the other brother that went left, so I'll go back on you. Go ahead, man.
Oh no, I was just asking if you guys are speaking about the topic more than I don't want to derail anything you guys are talking about. I just got in here, so I'll just
Speak on it. Speak on it, please. I beg of you. Speak on the topic, Donna. Speak.
Ron, I do believe we should support Donald Trump. That definitely in this time. You gotta think about it like the North Koreans, Kim Jong-un. We unfortunately have to just accept that he has nuclear weapons. And so now he's threatening, Seoul, South Korea, or Tokyo, Japan, or America. We just have to accept that. And the mullahs in Iran are much different. They're Shia Muslims, and they have actually an apocalyptic doctrine of for their that's their book actually believes and stuff, and that they're supposed to actually start it. It's a scary thing, but a huge thing also is that we're curbing China because China is obviously trying to knock us off the mantle militarily, economically, scientifically, technologically, and especially too with our reserve currency being reserve currency. They're with a BRICS currency. They're trying to knock off that reserve currency status. Now, if you look at what happened to Britain in the early 1900s when they lost their reserve currency status, the British pound. The British pound lost its value 31% on the dollar overnight. Poor dear got hit there, but anyway. And so, that's what's going to happen here if we allow China to keep on moving in, and forming this Belt and Road Initiative, going into the Panama Canal, offering to widen it for the Panamanians after we build the Panama Canal, and then we give it back to the Panamanians for $1. That was Jimmy Carter, by the way, Democrat, but if you look at what they, were doing in Venezuela, they were going to set up military bases in the southern part of the country. Our intelligence agencies confirmed that, but definitely it was hosting their military equipment, Russian and Chinese. And so what we have here, we have leverage over the Chinese. We can control in the Strait of Hormuz already with that. So China's getting 23.3% of their oil from Iran and 7% of their oil from Venezuela. We can stop that. Now, if we blockade the Strait of Hormuz, then we can also blockade any oil from Saudi Arabia, which is 19.6% of the oil destined for China. Iraq, which is 13.1% destined for China. Oman, which is 7.7% destined for China. 23.3% from Iran, which is destined for China. And 6.7% from Kuwait, which is destined for China. So we can literally blockade the Chinese, and they only have 90 days worth of reserves to be able to fight us long term, or Taiwan. So what we have here is leverage over the Chinese. You understand that? It's a beautiful move, because the Chinese are trying to move in on us all over the place. And in Greenland, the Chinese have all 17 rare earth minerals. And rare earth minerals, you need rare earth minerals for semiconductors and weapon systems and you name it, any technology, computers, whatever. If we want to maintain our dominance and not let the communists take over, we have to be able to make semiconductors. And so we have to protect Taiwan, and we have to make them ourselves. But if we don't have rare earth minerals, then we're fucked. The Chinese can withhold those rare earth minerals from us because they have a monopoly on them. So in Greenland, we have all 17 rare earth minerals.
When you land, I got a question for you.
Anyway, I'm pretty much done there, but this is a huge checkmate to China. and the mullahs. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. What are your feelings about Project Vault?
I'm not familiar with it, I guess.
Okay. Well, it's a $12 billion allocation for critical earth minerals and rare earth mineral extractions, logistics for startup companies to go into different countries of the world and or domestically in America through DFC, Excellent Bank, and a couple of other intergovernment agencies. With those compliant oversights, you can get up to billions of dollars of funding for off-take agreements for the stockpile of the national government, the United government. It is a starting point. The start point is 12 billion allocations. So, for instance, for me, our goal is to arbitrage 200,000 metric tons of lithium. That's about 10% of the global consumption. Nice. So we're doing though is that we're operating with the middle miners refineries in Brazil, Peru, Chile, Argentina. And we're doing yeah, I got you, bro. So what we're doing is just selling the bulk of it to America, but then allocating a certain amount to other countries like China and others. So we're not hoarding all of the assets, we're controlling it. We're just telling China, if you want these, you got to get it from us, and you got to go about the right way. No more back doors, go through the front. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I think that we made a fatal mistake by letting the Chinese rise. Now, we've had Democrats and Republicans both do that. In fact, it was Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger that helped normalize relations with the Chinese, helped build them from a peasant country to what they are. And then it was Bill Clinton who signed NAFTA in 1994 that destroyed our supply chains. So, I mean, we've helped facilitate the rise of China, unfortunately.
Well, Malcolm, here's the thing I think is somewhat disingenuous, right? I think at the end of the day, we gotta be honest with ourselves, man. Sometimes, an administration changes every 4 years, and it's not, Bill Clinton may have signed the NAFTA bill, but he did not draft the bill. And in order to come to a point where even a bill has signed, you already know 2/3 of Congress and the Senate have to present the bill. So you already know how the bill's made, right? So all we gotta say is everybody had their hands in it, all down to the actual.
I'm sure they did. I mean, because we have a bunch of globalists in our fucking.
I did not interrupt you, bro. So please allow me to land my plane. My question's not even. Honestly, I don't even really address what you have to say, bro. I'm not even trying to be funny. We go back to Cypher. Money. Cypher, man. One of my clients, black dude, he went to FAMU, chemical engineer major, actually has a lithium battery patent. He went off and became a bigwig at Collins, which is kind of weird, right? He was digital he was like over digital transformation, but we all know what happened to Collins. Amazon happened to Collins, so they filed bankruptcy for a few years, and he invested in one of my deals, one of my LPs, and he got, caught, the game, it's nobody's fault. It's like, shit, if Circuit City knew Amazon was gonna be here, and you already know how Amazon started, the guy started like a book, whatever the hell he was doing. Remember back the early Amazon with the books they was doing? And if you ever looked at it, read a story about the Jeff Bezos and how he got started, bro. Jeff Bezos was just a private equity guy. Worked at one of the investment bank. He was an investment banker, bro, that wanted to do some different shit. Got along from his parents, or maybe whatever, something like that. And he just went for it, bro, and made something of himself. He almost lost everything. That's the American way. That's one of the reasons why we should be supporting America, because that shit can't really happen nowhere else but in America, right? You know what I'm saying? So that aside, I get it. China became, part of the World Trade Organization. They actually became part of the global market, and they benefited from us, doing it. We kind of figured we kind of fucked that. Probably figured about fucked that prior to COVID, but our supply chain was jacked up and they had to come from China. That's when we kind of realized, hey, America first, man. We get bring some of that shit back to the Americas, right? But it benefited us. We pretty much with a different type of economy. We kind of upgraded. We weren't worried about manufacturing bullshit like that anymore. Now they just set the game up. Now we realize, hey, there were some errors in our ways. Look, we're not perfect. We don't have a crystal ball mountain, right? We're just human, just like everybody else. The only thing we did is benefited that we ate the geographical lottery. We're surrounded by two big long land masses in World War II. Which fought mostly in Europe, not here, bro. And Pearl Harbor was an inside job, so it's not all that. So what I'm trying to say is, there's no good guys. There's only winning and losing, zero sum. Now, aside for a question to you, how the hell you guys mining lithium, bro? And I'm trying to think, so you guys sold to the country. Y'all could have sold to anybody, everybody. That's pretty impressive. I didn't know black people even did it. How do you fit? I ain't never heard of it.
Yeah, so I hire white proxies. I hire white proxies. Russell Reynolds is a good hiring firm, and Ricardo Ruscio, Holiday Knight are some law firms down there. I have a proxy firm, so I have a direct parent company that orders the operation company, IMG, in Bogota, and we're putting it on. But what we're doing is just middlemen. We're not touching anything. We're going to the mid-level, top three. Yes, top 3 mid-level refineries, and saying, hey, I know y'all are not cash strapped, but you're not cash heavy. Here, we'll give you 3 5-year offtake agreements that are bankable, so you can expand your money or resources, and then offtake agreements is an order form saying we want to purchase X amount of metric tons of your whatever for however long. Usually it's 3 to 5 year contracts that are bankable that they can go to a bank, get a loan against, and then just based on that LOI, and then expand the ore output, and then say, okay, we're refining, and then those.
You want to buy a fraction? Okay, yeah, I'm kind of confused. All right, so what are you guys? Who's collateralizing what with the bank?
So the mid-level refineries would, not us. So we'll do a purchase order agreement with them, and then they'll go to the bank, get the money, and expand their operations so they can have a better output for us. And the thing is, we're going to the top 3 mid-levels.
Okay.
So we're going to the top 3 mid-level refineries in Chile, Peru, Argentina, Brazil. And then we order our metric tons through them, and then we sell it directly to the American government, and then elsewhere around the world, but specifically EHUD, which is the company that I'm working with, because now we're a vertical power source for them.
Okay. Because y'all, all right.
Hey, humbly, respectfully, what you said earlier about Trump, though, our black people and this, I don't believe none of that shit, bro. I'm not
It's cool, so hey, Mr. Bro, and I was fucking with you, bro, but you come over, you gonna talk about you gonna rob me, bro, my nigga, I don't play like that, bro.
We good, man. We don't let that go, bro.
Hey, I'm not gonna talk to you no more about that.
Hey, my nigga, and I better not find out you really on that shit. I'll kill your bitch ass in real life. How about that?
Hey, bro, I'm not talking about that no more, man.
Nigga. Hey, my nigga, hey, put your real.
You didn't have no smoke for the white man.
Hey, let's get back to the money. So Darren,
Y'all are little white girls. Y'all are probably safe for God.
Maybe they gave him real. Now you wanna talk?
You in the way, bro. You in the way. Me and this man was talking. Darren, what was you saying again about the money?
Yeah, no, because he found him a bitch ass and throw him in the children. And he ain't coming back up. Sorry, Darren. Let that nigga trick you out your position, man.
But, yeah. Well, you know what though, if anybody is a mirror, I'll be transparent. Darren's a mirror, because I'm still divorcing and reconciling my nigger side, and we can't carry that nigger into certain boardrooms. That's why I operate via proxy too, Erica, because sometimes my nigger side might say something to fuck up the deal. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'd motherfucker or somebody else that's from the area like Latin America, I got a Latin American CEO. And we'll hire those motherfuckers to say what I needed to say, and I'll just sit in the room and learn. But really, I'm running the whole goddamn show, because my nigga side ain't 100% in check. I mean, I know how to carry myself and be an absolute professional, but I know that there could probably be a time where it could get very tense or whatever, and I haven't gotten enough woosah. I understand that I need to grow in certain areas, so I have no problem deferring to other people that are better proficient at articulating themselves than I am. And you should take a note of that.
Aside from warning everybody, so I have a quick question. So, why do you feel that you can't speak as you speak in the boardroom?
Because right now I'm not the Mark Cuban in the world. I'm going to be that, but Mark Cuban, when he goes to these meetings, he's in a t-shirt and some regular ass stonewashed jeans and some fucking sneakers. And because he's in that position, he can do that, but me, I'm not there yet. I'm in the wrong road. I'm on the wrong. I'm signing the shit off, but I just can't. I can't do that just yet.
So you're the boss of your company, or?
Oh yeah. It's just that when if you're a researcher, you wouldn't find me on the paperwork, but internally, and the parent company, holdings firm, all that stuff is all me. But the thing is I operate via proxy because I have phases. So I have like for instance, for the capital raise we're doing, I have a guy for that. For the tech stack audit, I have guys for that. When it comes to my CTOs or my CEOs and things like that, we're hiring firms to fill those things. You see what I'm saying? So I have layers of proxies, but I'm in the room, I'm seeing and controlling everything. It's just that I don't myself have to do certain tasks that I talk about, but maybe my articulation might be a weak point or perceived as one. But until I get to the point of where it doesn't matter anymore, then they will see more of me. But for right now, as we're putting things and getting things together, you gotta kind of play the part.
No, just on my review and how you speak and how you carry yourself, bro, just on a couple of conversations that I've heard, I think you articulate yourself very well, to be fair. I appreciate that. I don't think that's something for you to hide from. That's just my opinion. You do what you want to do in life, bro. That's nothing to do with me. But I just don't think it's anything for you right now. I think you should stand on your stage and stand proud, because you're an intellectual, articulated man, bro. You've made power enough moves to become your own boss. I don't think how you speak. Your brain determines the action. But you've got good words and articulations to carry and hold up what your brain carries, if you get what I'm saying. So I believe if anybody else that sits, I feel like if anybody sits in the presence of, should also must respect the value of the person that is speaking. And I think that's what I get caught up in that sometimes. Well, I used to, but I don't anymore. So if I enter a room, I speak how I speak, because you're in the room, because my brain got you in the room in the first place. You know what I mean? I just wanted to just put that out to you there, bro. And that's the only thing really I came onto stage to say, really, nothing else. But, I appreciate that, bro. No worries, bro.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that affirmation.
All the best in your business. All the best in your business as well, bro.
Likewise, always. Same to you, good brother. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And you know what though, that is something that I must say I would struggle with, like sometimes making sure I could do what I do. I put things together at high levels, but I also know how. But that's also segues to the point about this whole Donald Trump thing, is that he's a gift for niggas like me. Like I could literally conversation when it comes to questioning character, acumen, capability, and any of those things. If they were to be like, oh, we see that you're a felon and blah, 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 blah. I agree with like Epstein. Epstein said, all you motherfuckers are dirty. You know, Trump said, all you motherfuckers, they tried to impeach that man. He got 34 counts, 2 baby mamas. I only got 1. You know what I'm saying? You know, we both been shot before. He's been in jail. I've been in jail, but I actually did time for a lot less. And this man did no time for a lot more. You know what I mean? I think that has been a thing for me. But I also feel that it's good to be strategic. And I appreciate the good brother said that was a warm welcome. That's definitely something I'm gonna put into myself. But sometimes we do gotta, you know, I think the banker / Django approach is best for introductions, because if, you know, certain people are in a room and, you know, certain conversations are being said and certain thought patterns are being, you can kind of turn off the opportunity before it gets a chance to kind of churn for you, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes you gotta be like strategic and be like, you know what, I'm gonna just sit in the room, I'm gonna learn, I'm gonna be quiet, and if I have questions, I'll just whisper to this motherfucker and he don't speak. You know, people that understand seats of power, they'll be able to very quickly see who's really running shit. But at the end of the day, I'm just here to really learn. I mean, the good thing about it is, as I'm doing these things, I'm learning a lot along the way. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that I'm being updated on, and there's a lot of things that I just did not know. And you know, I'm just happy to be in a position. But what I intend to do with that, with those resources, is to put them through black banks, is to work on, you know, affordable housing solutions, education, things like that. And, you know, I think I've talked about some of those things on the stage before, but, you know, this is just basically an ATM to finance a lot of other things that are for the benefit of my people. But it's just so sad sometimes when I hear my brothers talk, at least specifically, because we sound a lot of times I hear a lot of things that make it sound like a defeated people. And I don't particularly, you know, that's disheartening to me. I'm passionate about that.
Right now. Y'all good?
Yeah. What up, Michelle? Waking up, man. I'm feeling loquacious and shit. That's why I have to go on mute.
Mm-hmm. Sound like you've been fighting all night. Battling.
All my life I had to fight.
All my life. Hey, whether they support Donald Trump or not, he's still gonna do what he's doing.
Yeah. That's what I respect about him. Motherfucker, he takes exactly what he wants.
Did anybody hear about the bombing in New York?
The bombing in New York? No.
Yeah, they Grace Mansion protest bomb squad investigating 2 ignited devices thrown into a crowd. Let me back up. FBI says terrorism task force investigating after suspicious devices thrown during dueling protests outside New York's mayor's home. Shit.
Oh, I'm saying it right now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And somebody had said something about the bomb threat on a plane. Nah, this was actually some actual bombs. Like, what's going on?
Well, they said it's FBI said joint terrorism task force is investigating after authorities said smoke generated suspicious device was thrown at a county protest during a far right.
It's an anti-Muslim protest, not just a protest. It's anti-Muslim.
Well, they said, you know, under Trump, he said white supremacy is the biggest threat to national homeland security. They said during the rally earlier this afternoon, 2 suspicious items were recovered from property of Grace Gangster. FBI New York field office said in a social media post. FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force and the New York City Police Department quickly responded and are actively investigating the nurses. They didn't go off, they didn't make like smoke things that they didn't say it was a bomb, but the country's on high alert because of that. I can't wait to get back to Colombia.
Yeah, so it says it's about 20 organizers that are associated with Jake Lang. You know who that is?
No.
He took part. They took part in an anti-Muslim protest while 120 counter-protesters gathered outside the mansion around noon. So 20 against the 120. But that 120 had to find whatever the fuck that shit was, because it didn't.
They said is a far-right influencer U.S. Senate candidate arrested for damaging anti-ICE sculpture. Jake Lane, a part in January 6th rioter, posted a video of himself kicking down the sculpture in Minnesota Capitol. He's been arrested, and he was part of January 6th. So I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you, that man, I think that was the guy that had the doggone Indian outfit on.
That motherfucker. That is it.
But I know he's a part of all of that stuff. He had a website. Man, he cried when Charlie Kirk got shot. Like, he's one of those type of people.
But you know what, though? That's the win, though, too. Because in this, even though some of the right people are right, but the extremist white supremacists are coming out of the woodworks, and it validates everything that Black Americans have been saying about the American experience. Now, as a real American, I am American, but I do feel safer in South America. That's just my personal experience. Although I'm always going to be American, this is how I want all that shit. But I feel safer in other parts of the world because I don't get that. You know what I mean? The experience is different. But white supremacy is on a self-correct course to crash itself, and I'm here for it. In fact, I love it. I love this for them because it really exposes who they are, and not only exposes who they are, but the far left, they're going to clash and kill each other. If there's ever going to be any real threat to America, it will come internally, not externally.
Yeah, they got 6 arrests up there from that in New York.
I see. Interesting shit, though.
Lock their ass up.
Yeah.
Time for this, man. Ain't got time to be worried about sleeper cells. I'm gonna need y'all to fix this shit. Fix it. He was trying to fix it. But motherfuckers don't want him to. It's a reason why. Because let me just say this. There's a reason why he was doing deportation. Because he knew once he got on this mission that he's on, it's going to be motherfuckers creeping out of the motherfucking sleeper cell. That's why. And y'all, not you and y'all, you know, I'm not talking to you, but y'all motherfuckers are so goddamn dumb. Oh, the immigrants. Meanwhile, he preparing to go and take the world, and he had to clean house. Oh, the immigrants, Meanwhile, this man is trying to fucking make America great again.
Man, come on now. Hey, you know what? You killing me though.
Like, looking back at this, huh?
No, go ahead. I was gonna say the one thing we can't.
Looking back at this cipher, it just makes me feel like a lot of people is over emotional.
Yeah.
You know, they don't see the bigger plan. If you would have read Project 2025, you would have knew the plan. And you would have knew to shut the fuck up. I'm a land right there.
1,000,000%. No, I was going to piggyback off of what you just said with that because it's true. Like a lot of niggas are emotional shit, and the audacity of these left motherfuckers that be trying to tell other people how to be outraged. That to me is lame as fuck. Cause they be like, you should be outraged. You know what I'm saying? Like people were Venezuelans were celebrating, Iranians were celebrating, Nigerians were celebrating. Oh, they should be outraged. This is that. This is the. No, they wanted this. There was a lady in the room earlier that said that they wanted that shit. That they wanted to thank God for Trump coming in here. He said that he was gonna pull up, help was on the way, and then everybody's like, oh, see, it's been 2 days, help isn't there. Oh, it's been a week now. He's been saying that for a month. Then when he pulled up, oh, okay, they're just gonna talk stuff. He better act now or something. And then he started dropping bombs. Oh, he's doing the bombing, But then remember I played that clip, Michelle, with the motherfucking Hillary, Obama, Jim Crow Joe, and Kamala Harris all said that what they would do to motherfucking Iran. And this nigga actually did it, but he gave them 8 months of negotiation the first time, and he gave them over 30 days this time. And the last time he spoke, when he said, I gave him 10 days, and he gave him 12, 13, and bombed them on the weekend.
You know what? So how you gonna call this United States of Israel when we got the motherfucking bag? Israel works for us. It ain't, I don't understand the logic of it. Just because they're a small country, we pay for everything, that don't mean we not doing what we want to do. No.
U.S. is the big dog, but to be
We are
fair,
doing
there's some retarded.
Israel doing what he want to do and asking for backup with us. We don't have to back him up. But you know what? Since he's in on the plan, he's in on the fucking plan because y'all don't even listen. I just said the past year, this motherfucker tried to clear this country of certain immigrants, illegal immigrants. He's looking for sleeper cells to get them up out of the country because once he starts fucking around in all these other countries, that's when, like I just said, they just tried to bomb an anti-Muslim protest outside of the mayor's home in fucking New York. If the shit is right in y'all's face, what he was trying to do, he was trying to clean this shit up. So when he got ready to do what he was gonna do out there, we won't have problems at home. I learned.
Wake it up, baby.
Yep.
Wake that shit up. Now,
what's up,
to be fair,
he's down there looking like George Michael. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know if people are aware of this, but Donald Trump shits on Israel all the fucking time. He shits on Bibi Netanyahu in the most embarrassing way. Like, shit that just like, the way he does it is like it's normal. Like, you can tell that they have real candid conversations and he low-key punking him. But he fuck with it. Because guess what? Bibi is, which is not his real name, but he's his fucking son-in-law's godfather. They've known each other 50 plus fucking years before Jared was in, Ivanka's life. So, and then they're in, I think, what 20 plus years, 15, 20 plus years. So, BB gets shitted on, he gets screamed on all the time. Like he said, both of them, when they started doing that little 12-day war shit in April or whatever, and they screamed, he said, both of them don't know what the fuck they're doing, blah, 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 blah. He told Iran, let's go meet up in Qatar, and then on the way to Qatar, the IDF, whatever, they bombed Qatar, and he shit on. He said, hands off of Qatar. Y'all fuck with Qatar, it's an issue. And it was directed towards BB directly, because he was the only one that bombed the motherfuckers. He is the wild dog. He's the motherfucking, Marshawn and whatever her name was, the dogs that ate up the nigga in Django. That's Israel there in the Middle East. Now, he keep him on the leash as much as necessary, but if you get too close or you do too much, he will let that motherfucker go. So I would disagree and say that America was Israel bitch during Obama, Hillary, and the rest of the motherfuckers, but not during Trump. I would also add that while America's tightly aligned with Israel and basically would do whatever, go to any extent for Israel, I do find that rather annoying. But I mean, that's them, and ain't shit we can do to change it.
Sorry, you know what I did back, the U.S. sort of funding Israel, though. Or, matter of fact, the U.S. intervention in the Middle East is because genocide and all this shit sucks. But as an Australian, in terms of our way of life, we need the US to fucking stand their ground. We need it. And US is, Israel is basically US's people, unfortunately. And they've had to do some shit, but when my OG, who was, I already mentioned it, his dad's Iranian, he told me he grew up in the Muslim community. He said, bro, their way of life is just insane. It's just not right. And any male or any woman that wanted to live that life, they get put in the fucking, they get told to wear this or they get flogged. And it's like, we wouldn't do that to fucking our women, for one. And two, us working under that Muslim regime, it would not align with us whatsoever. It's just insanity. But Israel has been a pit bull, and they have done some gold shit. Yeah,
some real fucked up shit.
Some fucked up shit, but you know, if Iran actually got their hands on nukes, they'd have that whole region.
Well, something happened last night. Well, it's just 10 hours ago, y'all. Israel striked Iran oil facility. They done blew the motherfucker up, y'all. Y'all gotta keep up with y'all understand that's old news. But listen, they gotta have a strategy and come on back out of there. I think the problem is nobody wants to go back into another forever war. And I mean to think that we're just over there to save these people, to release these people. I wish they stopped making them think this. They're not over there to save y'all. They don't treat their own fucking people right. I mean, this is craziness. Yeah, they don't see that. They don't know what America is. They just see the luxury from the outside. That's all they keep talking about. Y'all get to do what y'all want to do. But y'all don't know that once y'all make America do this, y'all, man, they shit about to happen for y'all. Y'all gonna have another bad leader. What happened? Back in 19, a Ayatollah revolution happened. The problem with that is that Iran, the Persia state, was ruled by the Shah, who was a brutal fucking, he's a dickhead. But this is where they got worried that Americans' influence on that state was just way too overboard. And that's when the inbreeds came over and said, nah, women will wear a fucking hijab, and this is where a full clash in ideology happened within that state. And so, look, if you look at videos before that happened, women were liberated, it looked very, very aligned with democracy. And then that happened, and then all of a sudden everything got put into a straight Islamic state. Now, I don't agree with the fact that slaughter has to happen and everything happens worldwide, but if Iran, who is let's just say, if you look back at ancient history times, is the central heart of Persia and the Persian history, Iran needs to be liberated for the West to take control. And if the West, which is predominantly, obviously, crowned by America, this is where I think Trump might be on something. If he isn't, I'll just be like, you know what, you're a fuckwit. But if he takes control of that, he makes allies with Saudi Arabia, all the oil companies, brings sufficient oil, liberates Iran, they're on the same page as America, then they bring a whole lot of resources America's way. And this is where I'm like, Trump, you better fucking make this happen. Like, I hope you do, because if you don't, this is just going to be a whole fuck fest for you. But if he does, if he aligns Israel, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the oil kingpins, which is what the world's based off, natural resources, it is, unfortunately. We have to dig up this shit,
I was in the mining. I was a mining salesman. With the mine for everything we have, oil, builds of plastics, and all the shit we have. If Trump can really make this happen, liberate Iran, it will be a game changer. And on the same note, it will weaken Russia and China from being able to eventually dominate the US in the future. So, despite the fact that America's had to deal with hardships for decades, especially areas in low socio-economic communities, like low poverty areas, I believe that if Trump actually pulls it off, it might be a game changer for American people. I think he's that egotistical that he's that ready to make it happen. And I think he's not playing games. I think he really wants to. I think he's trying to do it, man. I do. But he's had the balls to call out NATO in front of the world, and all the leaders were like, "Is this cunt serious?" Like, yeah, this cunt has the balls to fucking really say that. He's like, none of you are paying what the US taxpayers combined have fucking covered all of NATO, and now they're putting warships in that region saying, shut shit down, and now Iran went and fired out all this shit because they're religious fanatics. They're not Christians, man. They're Islamists. Their leader, who my OG told me, the reason he converted from Muslim to Christianity, Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl. Like, it's just, their whole, he's like, and he witnessed in his church when he was young, a father flogged his son to death for doing drugs, and it was celebrated in the Islam church. And he's like, bro, the way of life of these guys is just so fucked in the head. He's like, I'm actually on board with them. He's like, as a Christian, it's wrongful thinking, but I'd honestly rather than just carpet bomb the whole shit. But if you actually
Go ahead, bro. My bad. Go ahead. That was impulse. My bad. Go ahead.
No, he just said, bro, like he got so angry witnessing what they put the ideology they forced him into. He grew up hating like Jews, and I'm not going to defend Jews, but he's like, I grew up hating Jews, and we didn't know why. And then he's like, I converted to Christ, and then I realized through Christianity that you can be open-armed and loving to everyone, no matter what they look like, no matter, it's just a different ideology. With them, it's a you follow my ideology, my principles, or you fucking die. Or we put you in chains, or you get put in a fucking hijab. And the one thing that upsets me is, and he's like, and he said this, it pissed him off, it's like, the people that get so passionate about defending what they say, they don't even realise that these people they defend would fucking put them in like a regime that they never want to live in at all. So I'm just like, oh.
Well, you know, there's a caveat to that. There's another side to that coin. The reason why most European Christians hate Muslims is because they force them to bathe. They force them with education. And their job is actually to cover the woman's modesty instead of having her looking like a whore, so that the angels wouldn't want to molest the women. So the reason why that there's a stricter law process, like there's really, fundamental differences here and there, but Islam is a Shemitic, they're basically the brothers, the half brothers of Christianity. They're just a lot more strict. They are more adherent to what we would call the Old Testament. And about Muhammad having sex with a 6-year-old girl, whatever that was said. There's a lot of that also in the Bible, with even Joseph being in his late 20s, early 30s, and Mary being around the age of 13. There's a lot of things that go on that we can't morally just be like, this one's better than that. They're all flawed because they're man-made. I'm more biblically based. I'm not religious. I notice an aversion of Islam in the European anything, is because of their history with Islam's dominance and their strict adherence to their laws. Now, not all of Islam or Muslims are that strict. You see what I'm saying? Like, there are Muslim nations that do well. Like, I mean, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, all them up over there, Islamic nations too. And they don't have the same problems as Islam because that section of Iran's Islamic rulership is adherence to a strict order that seems terroristic and it's not as green. I'm not a big fan of democracy because one, America is a republic, a democratic republic, and other places are usually republics too. But democracy is basically mob ties rule. So if the mob is fundamentally fucked up, that doesn't mean that that's right for everybody at all, or for most people. And so the democracy trope, the Islamist thing, because Islam is a beautiful religion of people, the cultures that have intertwined itself into it. There's a lot of Asian cultures as well. They do well in terms of cultural. You don't see like mass murders and shit like that you used to see in the West, like especially in America. I mean, because of our lawlessness and the way that we were founded, it's been mass murder. You know what I'm saying?
We just had the Bondi Beach attacks, to be fair, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, we've done some very horrific things to my ancestors, not just Black Americans, but Native Indigenous people. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even the story of Australia, the story of Australia and New Zealand in the late 1800s, they just expelled all of their mentally ill and criminals and put them on those far off islands and gave them rulership under the Britain Crown. And what they did to those people over there, those Tasmanians, they eradicated whole human and animal populations and species, right? So there's a thing, an aversion to, whereas Christianity has created pathways, especially in the Roman Catholic Church, which is nothing but the way, or early stage Christians being able to do paganistic things, such as you start looking at Christmas trees. Christmas was outlawed in America for almost 100 years, you know what I'm saying, for a real reason, because the celebration of it is pure. Absolutely, look it up. Yeah, for hundreds of years it was outlawed until the late, like, I want to say early 1900s when it came back around. You know what I'm saying? Then not only that, you have the Halloweens and the Easters. The Easter egg bunny is the fucking fertility god from Egypt. It has nothing to do with Christ's resurrection. Halloween speaks for itself, and these are westernized.
Right? It's all began.
Yes. Yeah, Saturnalia is what they call it. Yeah, Saturnalia is what they called it originally, but Nimrod, all this other stuff. Nimrod was born on December 25th. Jesus was a Gemini. Shout out to the Gemini.
What year is it? Yes. What year? What time is it?
The outlawing of it, I believe, was like 1821, almost to late. No, you're talking about the older time. So I thought you were talking about the outlaw. The Sumerian times, the Sumerian culture, but no, this was like ancient Rome and shit. Excuse me?
Babylon.
Yeah. So, but let me continue with this post on the land real quick. I just wanted no, it's okay. I just wanted to flesh out the thought in detail, so I don't miss a point on it. But I'll say all that to say this: I'm not against Islam. I am against, and I don't really have a dog in the fight, bro. I would say this for you, Adrian. Me as an American Negro, the way I see this is God's will be done. God will use Trump to do a good thing that could trigger a bad thing that could trigger God's return. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not against him. I look at it like this is an opportunity for my people to be in position to benefit so that we can step up to the border, because now that the world goes to shit, everybody's going, I mean, it would be the Black Americans would be the righteous people to step up and say, hey, look, let's calm this shit down, let's divvy this up, let's break that down, because we are very fair arbiters. I did have a question about mining, but I'll stop right there because I've been filibustering.
Also, so you're right.
Kids don't filibuster, guys. Sunday morning. Get your Lord on some kind of way. Yeah.
I mean, anybody can bring out of a human being that was pushed down in the mud and still produce a Muhammad Ali, a Falcon, and a Malcolm. You can't do nothing but respect that on the high end. And then bring out a Eugene and a Sheikh Amara and that's the Akbar too. And it's still, just like that, every really bunny rabbit is still going home and on and on. Y'all just switch it in, but that's still some real talk there for real people. And we ran into nobody. What do we want? What do we want?
Ambassador,
We want.
can you?
That's it. We want money, a good home, and friendship with all those things.
I want justice.
I'm speaking, I'm gonna give it back to you. I ain't steal nothing from you. But we want money, a good home, and a friendship, and all walks of life. And all of us have achieved that. All of us achieved it. I will assure you. We got some money, a good home, and a friendship in all walks of life. It's a choice, you know. If you say, well, I'm gonna live in the project, that's a choice. I want to live in something I want to live in a gated community. That's a choice. You know, I don't want to live under slavery. I want to live off of Kool-Aid. I want to live off of juice. All the choices you have all day. You make judgments and decisions all day long. But the statistics says that very few, and I do mean very few people, can make a major decision that could seriously affect their lives. And I'll let my plane on the facts as you know them to be, just by saying my mind.
Somebody say, come on over to my place.
That's what you need.
That's right.
Put some teddy bear up in the gas tank. You got high octane shit over here. Come on in the house. Get in where you can fit in. Tip top where you don't stop it.
I know that.
Until you drop. Drag your ear across the carpet and keep it moving by my. And y'all know what you get the asphalt look like that.
This nigga. I got a question. You didn't think I was threatening nobody early in the kitchen. I don't care about going to the goo. I just didn't want to be.
Oh man, let's not go back to that shit.
Let's talk about fast forward. Give me 2 steps to the rewind. Fast forward and keep it moving.
I know that you
But please, help me with my PTR.
Oh, but no, I heard
Muhammad, is that true?
Hold on for a second. I heard you threatening me. But I do know your ass was egging it on.
Alright, still cool.
Let's sit down and cozy eat a fire. And sip a little wine.
Cyber, do you reckon that if Trump liberates Iran, do you or do you not reckon that would bring much more valuable resources to the US and to that region as a whole?
Resource-wise, not necessarily. We'll have better controls over the oil prices, but I think what it would do is it would free up opportunities for redevelopment of Gaza and crushing the rest of like the Houthis and the rest of those motherfuckers, and really making that a central hot hub for the next foreseeable future. The whole Middle East would blow the fuck up in terms of tourism and development, real estate.
I'd love to go there, not gonna lie, like those Iranian birds look pretty nice.
We won't be able to afford to get there though, Cypher. You'll get cheaper gas prices, but it'll fuck the economy up here.
Why? Why do you think that?
Last war did the exact same thing.
Okay, this is not the same administration.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
Yeah. Can't be Iraq because gas was cheaper. There's other things
What was the economy? Where's the American economy at? Didn't we have a pandemic?
No, not just the pandemic, but your point.
good for a lot of people. Not least
What wasn't good for us was Ukraine, and that was your boy Jim Crow Joe that popped up the Ukraine situation, and that wasn't good for our population, our economy, everything fucking went up. And as of this time last year, I got eggs the other day, 18 eggs for $1.99 at Kroger's, my nigga. This time last year, it was like $6, $8, $7 if you could find it. I also got gas recently before this shit happened, and like the high was $2.38, and the last time I got it was in my PTR. Before I got it as low as 174, 172. Old school, yeah, thank you, brother. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see that, but what I do see is opportunities in government contracting, redevelopment, all kinds of shit. I see more opportunities than I see a downfall. If there are going to be sharp spikes here and there, yeah. But we'll get through it. And by the way, inflation has been reduced, interest rates have been cut, and affordability is up in terms of the United States. Economic report is doing good.
But hey, well, regardless of who in office right now, because I know a lot of people like tripping on Trump. We don't need to be meddling in other people's shit. This is for Israel. Israel needs to be handling their own shit. As a veteran, yeah, they need to be handling their own shit. We don't need to be involved.
I get what you're saying, bro, and I don't disagree with you. My only thing about that is one, there's nothing we can do. Brother, you gotta mute your mic, good dog. It's too early for this right now. To your point, I agree, but since there's nothing that we can do, I think the best thing that we can do is to position ourselves and organize. Let's just say this all blows up and backfires. I'm not saying it will or won't, but let's just say it does. Who's going to fill the power vacuum? Black Americans should. Let's say that this shit, it blows up and it's good, and it works out for America. We should also successfully grab that windfall. Black Americans should, right? But if we're too busy, like, watching this and not acting or responding to it or positioning ourselves, then we'll suffer the consequences of not being prepared.
No, yes, I like to say this.
You on that?
At the mic, there's certain mentalities that are designed to get the crooks off the hook. People who are the masters of deception. And deceiving the public is not something that they should be allowed to look for. And if they decide to do so, it is against their betterment to allow these crooks off the hook. And the crime is public deception and deceiving the world. And then, see, you got all this blood stains on your hands. You're not fit to handle the righteous people. People quick to overlook these things. And as a righteous man, I don't want to have a bypass. You can already handle your path, but to get the crook off the hook, I said, we don't smother your own economy is breaking down. Shit. I was at the gas pump. I've been up and down the Seaboard truck back in the last day from Jersey down to Virginia Beach. I know driving from gas moving up Victoria's Block. Guy had a bad hair day. Could have had a bad toupee day, but nevertheless, was his day. And he tried to get the funding and got that $75. That's just quiet. Well, it's a fulfillment G-Quad. It's a master of public deception that, and the group, you go for it, you know, because I know I got this guy very precisely correct. Because my judge name is Al Green from Houston, Texas. And he done walked with this guy a couple of times because he just knows that some deception, the degenerated behavior, the child pedophilia is becoming more public now. Oh, we knew this. Me and Judge Green knew that shit all the time. It's old news. But to those that is new news too, you got a degenerated pedophile in the office with 34 charges that should be fully exposed and exported out of Washington, D.C. tool called not for long, but on that strike, I mean, we just dangle. I can dangle a current for you. It's a dude in here. I can dangle a current, maybe run behind the current, run a brick wall and knock some common sense into the heads of we the people, or the public has been terribly deceived. And if you think you got something, you're going to end up with nothing. I'll tell you that Kool-Aid is 39 cents a pack, but you can't get a better deal. If you get 3 for $1, you only spend 33 1/3 cents a pack. Either way, it's a cheap shot. You got to dig in your trousers and pull up some real money, buy some real juice, and serve it to we people. Because the Kool-Aid is ineffective. The political philosophy of voodoo politics is just not selling with everybody. Maybe your body, but not my body. I'm not accepting voodoo politics from anybody, and especially not the orange toupee guy. I'm just saying, on the strike. You know what I mean? And I'm not after this guy. It's just that he shows up every day on the news with some new gimmicks, and you buy him into it. You go in there and get the Kool-Aid and come back to serve it at the 40 acres. But everybody, every closed eye is not asleep. But for damn sure, every open eye ain't woke. And if I'm lying to you, there ain't no dead shit in the woods. And just say, bye. Oh,
I like how you said, the politicians are involved in some scandalous shit, which is obviously disgusting, yeah? But some of the stuff we're going up against right now, especially in the extremist Muslim regime, man. Let's say the Jeffrey Epstein case, for example, disgusting, pedophilic, everything that we're like, who in the flying fuck in their right mind thinks of shit like that? In Iran, that is legally documented as legal. They've got arranged marriages with girls at 10 years of age.
And in America too.
So Adrian, let me ask you this, right?
It's legal to marry a 10-year-old in America too, 3 different states.
Which states?
The states don't even matter. It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
But the thing about it is, right, Adrian, do you worry about what's going on in another neighborhood, or do you figure out how to stop the shit in your own neighborhood? Because is that why we in Iran? Probably not. It's probably the politics that we tend to become, familiar with. But my thing is, we need to stop doing shit for other people. Okay? We need to stop getting involved in this shit until we square away what's going on here.
Yeah.
Like, so many fucking jobs, people that got fired from so many damn jobs and let go. Like, we gotta figure that out. How the fuck are these companies still making money? It's because they're doing business to business, to be real with you, and it's just cheaper to let a motherfucker go. But you got a ton of fucking people that have lost their job, and this scandalous shit that's going on with, these Epstein files. Like, not less. We need to really walk that down. Who the fuck?
Why is that a word? Why is that a thing?
It's a word because you need to figure out who the hell still making money while some egregious shit didn't happen. Here in America.
How does that even matter? What does that do for you?
What does it do for me?
Mm-hmm.
It stops the shit. It stops it.
How? It's still happening around the world.
My focus is not the world. It's what's going on here.
Yeah, 64,000 black girls go missing every year. Knowing about the Epstein files doesn't stop that.
What do you do about that? You definitely don't start going to war with somebody else. You figure the shit out that's going on in your own home while people not building families and keeping oversight over their own situation.
Iran's situation is America's security. Iran's situation is America's problem. Let me tell you how it is. Let me tell you how it is. that they were running operations out of Venezuela as well?
Yeah.
Iran.
America got a base in every country.
No, that's not what I just said. Are you aware? You aware?
Yes.
Okay, yes to what? What did I just say?
We're not gonna do this, bro. Just go ahead and finish.
No. Answer the question.
Yes to what? What am I saying? What are you saying yes to?
Yes or no?
He doesn't know.
Yes or no, Soccer? Yes or no, Soccer? Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't. So that's the thing. Like you gotta read. This is the irritating part about this shit. So he doesn't know what the fuck Iran's position is and why we're going after him this way because he's uninformed in that particular range, right? And if you don't understand the security interests, it's my assumption based off of no. It's my assumption based off of your actions and inactions. I asked you a question. I don't think that you literally heard me, but you heard words. And just to move the conversation along, you agreed. And then when I asked you what you were agreeing to, you couldn't articulate, which lets me know that you weren't A, paying attention, and B, you don't know what the hell I was just saying.
You gonna finish on with the narrative, bro?
Yes.
Trying to figure out you gonna attack him and eat his flesh all night. What the fuck?
I don't do that, brother. I definitely don't do that. But here's the thing.
You know the question and you gotta
here's the thing.
the whole narrative.
Yeah. So I paused to ask you on the suit, and you clearly wasn't. That's the highlight. But moving along, yeah, it is. I just made it one. I just made it that. I just made it that way. And now you're in defense mode. You offended. Now I want to go in. Because now you're in self-defense mode. You're in self-defense mode because you got caught up talking about some shit that you don't even know what the fuck you're even talking about. I don't think that you should even have an opinion.
You assume
because you don't know. It's not an assumption. It's not an assumption. And I'll keep going on. Because now I got your ass exactly where I want you to do. Now I got you exactly the way I want you to do.
God damn, who has the mic?
Yeah, so it's on me. I can finish it though, because I asked the brother a quick question. We're gonna move right along. So most people that have these opinions are not even aware of what the security issue is. They're not even, you can be a part of the military and know nothing because you just take orders and respond, right? So because motherfuckers do know what the hell is going on, of course to you it doesn't look like it's a benefit to America to have sovereign security globally to where your black ass can travel to different fucking places and not have to worry about getting blown the fuck up. Or you have the ability to invest in different countries that normally you probably wouldn't be able to have access to do so. And on top of this, it lowers the gas prices, it keeps it from being so volatile and having that one fucking country fuck up not only the stock market, the American Stock Exchange, but the cost of oil, the cost of logistics. The supply chain becomes a little bit more secure and we're no longer supplying and relying on China, and it pushes them back so that they don't become a formidable competitor geopolitically that will have your ass sitting up here talking about, oh my God, the Chinese, this, that, the third, the Chinese, they went up on this, that, the third. We don't need them. And by getting rid of their allies, by getting rid of their strategic partnerships that are adversarial to American security globally, financially, logistically, militarily, and intelligence-wise, you, sir, are oblivious to the actual fucking threat. You're more distracted by what the white man put in your motherfucking face talking about a goddamn pervert, which he himself is a fucking pervert, telling you should be more outraged about some shit that you know that been happening since before your ass was born, that you can't fucking control, and knowing anything about it ain't gonna stop it from happening, nor do you have access, the resources, or the power to do anything about it. But the one thing that you could do to shore yourself up, your family up, and to be in the know of things that happen, that if things does go left or things do go right, you can respond and be safe. Your ass is sitting up here being distracted with all this emotional bullshit about something that you ain't fucking even a part of. Y'all niggas are sitting up here getting distracted by a goddamn soap opera other than the war that's happening in front of your fucking face.
All right, speaking about the war, this is what's going on in the war right now.
Everybody, And when it comes to geopolitical trends, where truth matters, Israel's own missile defense contractor just gave it up indicated their system cannot stop Iran's newest missiles. Not today, not tomorrow. And the solution they're proposing, it will take years and tens of billions of dollars they don't have. Meanwhile, Iran is firing the unstoppable ones as we speak. Talking about three new types of weapons, which I'm going to be detailing for you in this analysis here. On the other hand, you need to consider that with the US, advanced military systems and so forth, from now, the British know. Iran knows it. Iran knows it can beat power head to head. So instead, what Iran is doing, Iran is spending $20,000 per drone. I'm going to share a picture with you here.
Yeah, that drone ship got blown to bits.
$20,000 per drone. So first, here is the tricky part of the winning strategy per se.
This is how it's going to work.
A $4 million.
This is this propaganda. He's just fading into it.
Each time Iran wants to draw, the US the point was that at a cost of $4 million each.
Let me guess, this is the same foreign minister of Iran that told you the Ayatollah wasn't dead when he was blown to bits? They're playing safe face, bro. What else can they do?
Hold up. The 2 more minutes.
To see the coverage for media that is not
Like this week as fuck, man. Where do you hear what that man said, bro?
with you. Guess what I just found?
Your mic, bro.
Nah, your mic is fucked up.
You get a chance to.
And you ain't saying shit.
Maybe not.
Thank you, Jesus.
My point was $20,000 for a drone versus America. That's countering it with a $4 million rocket or a $2 million rocket.
Nah, you don't even know what you're talking about, though, mister. Literally, you don't understand it. They're not knocking out those fucking. You don't understand. You're saying shit you don't understand, bro.
My point is America spending more money to win versus Iran. That's my point.
You don't have no money in comparison to that. Well, here's the point. If they're knocking out their depots, I know you don't. I know you're right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. You're right. I got you. You're right. So yeah, you're right. You're right. That's what's up. You're right. You're right. That's what's up. You're right. You're right. That's what's up. So the missiles that they're using are going to their depots, their launch pads, their governments, their intelligence. They're breaking down their infrastructure and the ability for them to respond. The response is overwhelming because guess what? Their responses have been reduced by 80% on average across the fucking board. So they're not using missiles to knock down every single fucking drone. Some of them motherfuckers have taken hits. Some of them have other weapons that you don't fucking know about to knock them bitches about the goddamn sky. And they're not getting as far as you would like to think. But I would tell you this, the missiles that they are launching are going towards those strategic land sites. So yeah, if I know there's 1,000 fucking drones parked over here, I'm gonna use this big ass ballistic $2 million missile and blow up all of that. You don't account for that because you listen to YouTube and don't read.
That's a terrible report telecasted this morning. I'll tell you the top of the line was doing all those witchy.
But I mean, you ain't gotta get so personal, bro.
Something massive.
Nothing personal, just listen to that. That's the first thing.
Bro. Something like that.
I copied the man. But it's a massive cover-up and all kind of deep deception and it's corruption at the highest level. And the degenerates I've talked for a few months or months about it. The cover-up and the massive deception and the corruption is all connected. And a lot of big wheels out there. And the Obama campaign is just something to it's like a channel of deception and a fulfillment decoy, but that will not get the orange to pay off the hook for lying to the public. And that I look to do is a bigger one. purpose is to reach the common ordinary people with the message of righteousness, checking the wicked in a hour of iniquity. In a strange peculiar brand of iniquity in which they have superimposed corruption on the people and made wrong fair seeming to the people, to we the people. They're going to get along. And it's not about getting along, it's about right and wrong. It's where right is subjective wrong in the midst of its iniquity. That's just what it is.
Righteousness subjective.
I'm just telling you, right does not resemble wrong in the very least little bit.
But what is right?
Wrong does not resemble right.
Righteousness
I'm not going to be wrong, but I intend to be strong. And I tell you this, that wrong does not resemble right, and right does not resemble wrong. They are both diametrically opposed. They are both diametrically opposed. Never can the twain meet because of the wicked being wrong and the righteous being right. There's nothing they can team up and do. And the victory, there's a war between right and wrong is going on right now while we're speaking. It's going on everywhere. There won't be no stone that's not overturned. There won't be a tree to hide behind. And then the tree cry, oh, wicked one, you cannot hide behind here. The man who has the pebble that stows the stone, and he has a glass house. And we can see through it, it's plain and clear as cellophane, the facts and the truth, and the righteous have come to check the wicked at this hour.
Look, OG, you got a powerful mind of thinking, but it's ideological. It's not reality, and it's not how the political scene is dealing with it. Despite how ideal your beliefs are, it's just not how it is in this political age. That's what I'm trying to explain.
I'm by no means the brightest crown in the book, and I'm not brightest crown in the bunch. But what I read, it says, Al-Harakat wa ma'aridraka al-Harakat, that the reality, and what will explain to you what is the reality, is that Allah is the only reality. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that the righteous will check the wicked at this hour. And you may read from something different, from social circumstances, your own circumstances, or you may be reading from a different page or a different book. But the book that I read from says that the righteous will check the wicked at this hour, and the pieces will fall.
In my perspective, unfortunately, Trump is doing the bad things to defend the righteous. That's my perspective. And he's doing the bad things to protect the righteous, and I believe I hope it's in the name of Christianity, and I hope you believe in that same thing as well. But this is the consequences, and if it was if the shoe was in the other foot, man, we would be in a completely different lifestyle. I know every one of us in this chat room would fucking despise. We would hate it to a T. And Trump has eliminated all possibilities of that coming to fruition. He's trying to, at least.
Well, as you scan up and down the good book, you will find that the hour is at hand when the Son of Man has been betrayed into the hands of the wicked, and the wicked have reached their fullness in the hour when the Shaitan, the devil, reaches fullness. You see, they will mislead many of the righteous into the lizard's hole, and they will take on the habitations of lizards, snakes, and reptiles, according to the book. And on that strike, the righteous, as Isa ibn Maryam said, just Jesus, the son of Mary, that is, it's become expedient that I go away. For if I go not away, then your comforter will not be sent unto you, but your comforter shall come and teach you the truth
knowledge of all truth. And know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Many times people misunderstand that. Know ye the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And that's
I believe you, but how do you apply that to the topic question?
And this is the application is that the truth will knock falsehood in the head and the lies in the head and knock the goddamn brains out. That's what I know to be the truth. And the facts is I know them to be my life.
So, Adrian, I got a question for you. You was talking about you were a mining salesman. What did you do, and were you operating out of Australia?
Yeah. So I was selling like $500,000 nose cones for BHP, Komatsu, Glencore, things like that. We were redoing the front of all the mining trucks, basically, sort of thing.
So you sold the equipment, not the actual ore or refined assets?
No, I didn't sell the actual ore, the mining materials, but I was involved in the mining sector, so my responsibility was to make sure that the trucks were maintained to be able to mine in Australia.
Okay.
And Australia is rich in coal.
Are you familiar with Queens and Mooloolaba?
Yes.
Okay. I was working with Bracken Mining in the 2010s. We were mining, they would start off mining sand, which, makes construction glass and corporate glasses and shit like that.
Yeah, sure.
But he went into tungsten and manganese out of West Timor in the Philippines. That's how I started getting into off-take agreements with Shonlo, Caulking, and China Rail, and all of those other different companies doing off-take agreements and whatnot. But I was honored for Luke Bracken, who was the founder and owner of Bracken Mining, and then Slimco, Mr. Patel, that ran Slimco Mining in North Africa, mining copper, ore, nickel, all that shit. They had millions of metric tons in ground assets, and they were actually trying to develop a smelter, $150 million smelter in West Timor for refinery phosphorus forms. But I think that when we talk about the critical earth minerals and stuff like this, there's also a logistic and supply chain and critical energy, critical earth minerals that are going to come out of this that America will have a closer grip on that, not Venezuela, I was going to say Venezuela, but Israel would basically shadow protect. So that basically be policing those resources and the logistics supply chains through their partnerships in the region. The only people that were holding any of that up in any real way was Iran, because they were the backbone of the Yemen's, Saudi, Islamic terrorists and shit like that. That were, and I only say Islamic terrorists because Islam itself is not a bad thing at all. It's not a bad religion. It's
not that evil. It's just some people just go
just like with Christianity. Yeah. Just like with Christianity, just like with Catholicism. I mean, every man-made anything has flaws. Yeah, they have flaws everywhere, right? But the point that I'm making is that from a supply chain and resource standing, it is important for us to have that and to have them about the way, because they were running operations in South America that people were not clearly aware of, that was dealing with intelligence, it was dealing with smuggling human beings and sex trafficking and drugs and guns into America through Colombia, through the Darien Strait. And they were supplying intelligence for all of these operations that were working against America's better interests. And also on top of this, they were also coercing and orchestrating the drug trade in the Western and the Eastern Hemisphere, being South Pacific too. And then this is going along with the collusion with China and Russia. So he's choking out China, he's putting Russia back on their heels, and then he's getting rid of Iran, which was the bigger threat than Venezuela, but you had to get Venezuela first. And through all of this kinetic activity and demonstration, it puts the entire fucking globe and our adversaries on real notice that we are shit that they talk. They haven't done a motherfucking thing. And in fact, China's been trying to get back into South America through their ties with Spain. Do you see what he just did with Spain? He said, fuck Spain. We don't need them for shit. They just got good people over there. And that's true. They were trying to use Spain to get into, they were trying to get Spain to introduce technology and shit like that in Brazil, Argentina, and now all of that shit is dead. The whole EMENA region and the European regions are not fucking with China like that no more, and especially Mexico. This past weekend, they had an agreement. I don't know what the agreement is. I haven't talked to my sources, but Mexico just had a conversation with Trump about trade agreements because Mexico is now going to be the new China for this hemisphere. And they have another meeting in Bogota on the 18th with CELAC and the African Union. And the vice president of Colombia is hosting that. I was supposed to be there. But the Sheinbaum, the Mexican president, Petro, and Francesca, the vice president of Colombia, and all the other world leaders in that region are meeting in Bogota to discuss ways to cooperate with America but still maintain sovereignty.
All right, second.
All of this shit's fighting.
Point taken, second. Everything goes successful with Trump. What does the opposition look like in the cause and effect of that? He gets the oil wherever you say he gets. What's the new frontier for the companies that don't know I'm going to do business with China, or if they still do business with Venezuela? What's the opposition once Trump is successful? What do they look like then?
Mr.
What does that look like?
Hold
on, wait. Hold on, wait for it.
Hold on. Adrian, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Chill out. Right, so pose the question again. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I didn't fully hear everything you said. Can you make it a little bit shorter for me so I can follow what you just asked me?
Hypothetically speaking, Trump is successful with the oil transition, all of that, his plan or whatever. What does other countries look like in the position if he pulls off?
They benefit. Yeah, they will benefit greatly. Like, here's an example. Here's a carbon copy example. Yes, not in the middle. In the middle, it's going to be fucked up. We all know that. But here's the point that I'm making. Look at what happened. You could use Venezuela as a template. One, you haven't heard anything else about any kinetic energy going on over there in Venezuela, firstly. Secondly, guess what? They did make $500 million, like we said that they would, and they gave us the oil, and we pledged over $1.2 trillion into their infrastructure build-out with private companies like BP, Exxon. All those people are returning back into the region to get their output back up and running, which is going to take time. We're well aware of that. But Venezuela as a country now gets the benefit because there's new jobs, there's new infrastructure being built without Chinese predatory lending practices or security breach interests, and then you have a better control over the politics and global hegemony in this region. And guess what? When you have greater relationships with America, you can trade more because we're the world's largest consumers. Next to be one of the next manufacturers. So we have some of the best manufacturing and some of the best consumption. We are the place that everybody wants to build in, sell to. Right? So guess what happens with those people that are in partnership with America? You benefit from it. So the end result is only going to be good for those that get with the program.
So you believe that, brother? To say you know that, believe it is two different things, though.
Well, I do live in Colombia, and I do deal with import and exports and international trade. So I happen to have my hand on these things. You don't. You listen to YouTube and don't read books.
Brother, that ain't no.
So you believe the shit that you're told.
No.
You have more faith than I do, sir. You literally do. There's a lot that you don't know that you believe.
Bro, I'm extracting the information from you since you are the.
No, you shouldn't. No. I need you to think that I'm a liar and then confirm everything that I just said. A wise man would.
Brother, I'm not even into that field you in. I'm just building conversation. But if you're trying to put me
that's
on
cool. It's not against me, bro. I'm just saying
You talk about what I believe. Yeah, I get it, but you said, well, you're talking about what I believe.
Bro, I'm talking about the books.
Yeah, so you talk about what I believe, and I'm telling you what I know to be true, and you say, well, you believe. I said, well, you have to have more faith than I do, because there's a lot of things that you believe that you don't know, that you hear from YouTube and don't confirm through any other resources or books.
Who told you that? That's something that
The way that well, here's the thing. I can confirm it by the way you talk. I can confirm that by the way you talk and what you say. Not just the way you talk, but what you say, right? So I know, and you haven't said that I'm lying about any of it. You didn't say, hey, no, that's not true.
How do you get the cause and effect from what I asked you about what it looks like Mr. Trump is successful to come back and
the cause and effect? I answered your question directly. Things that I believe. I let you know.
Just be talking. Just to let the man finish. Like, guys, he talked over me. Whoever was it said they don't do that. Who was it? Was it Mr.?
I don't know if I said it or not.
He wrestling they fellas, boy, I tell you.
Man, it's like he died on. He act like he died on stage.
Nah, you boys both have good points, man, but just let each other speak.
Bro, ain't nobody talking to you, cracker.
Damn, there you go, Erica, there he is, man.
Ain't nobody talking to you.
Alright, let the man finish. Keep going me till he finishes.
That's probably cheerleading. Stop being man, what the hell is you doing in here, white man? You don't even know that here.
Alright, don't move on, mister, because you ain't on topic shit. Go ahead.
I got a fucking point to prove about how cyber can always derail it back to reading books when we just talking about the topic. You ain't gotta be literal.
Do you know how we got here? Did you hear how we got here?
You ain't got. I take the humility like Jesus did, but you ain't got enough humility just to make your fucking point. Take your shit.
Yeah, I do. So let me tell you why. Let me tell you how we got here, bro, so you understand where this is coming from. So, and I want you to understand that I'm not coming with, I have to shame your stupidity, but I'm not trying to humiliate you. So, what you said out of your mouth after I told you how I came to these conclusions, I gave you a submission, very detailed and long-winded. That's because I said also, I do this shit. You're not talking to somebody that just watches YouTube. Nigga, I done it, and I was talking to Adrian about mining, because I've been doing that since 2010.
All right.
In Australia. Okay, no, pause. This is where you're missing. No, this is the reason why. No. This is the reason why you don't like what the fuck I be saying, because you act and respond like this. You're not with me. If you don't want to be offended, sir, I'm your teacher, nigga. But if you don't want to be offended, then listen to what I'm saying so you understand where it's coming from. Because what you're dealing with is pride and ego. That's the only reason why you feel the way that you do. Now, here's the point about it. After I told you my credentials about how I got to that conclusion, and you said, well, you believe this stuff, right? You believe a lot of things. I basically said to you, you have more faith in this than I do, because I do the research. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You just listen to YouTube, and if you don't do the follow-up work, no, you see, this is the reason why you feel the way you do. And I want you, matter of fact, now, I'm telling you now, bro, I'm here to make you feel a certain kind of way, because I want this to be a reflection for you. I want you to, after we have this conversation, whether we get on a good note or a bad note, I want you to reflect on it so that you can become better in your communication and your conflict management and the way you articulate yourself. And it's not about how well sounding you sound. It's not about how well sounding you sound. It's about knowing what you're talking about. Right? There's nothing wrong with explaining shit. There's nothing wrong with it. See it right there. This is the reason why we're having this back and forth, and I'm talking over you, is because you don't have the humility to listen so that you don't be offended. Right? I'm trying to tell you how we got here, bro. So that you don't feel that I'm going after your head.
Now you told me about I'm gonna finish what the fuck I was saying. You literally told me that I believe.
You said my excitement, like, goddamn it, look, Mr. Both.
I got it, you got it.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing real quick, because respectfully, when I was listening to this brother speaking, I don't know you, I think his name is Cypher, but I heard you say a whole bunch of things that don't make sense. And so you're sitting up here telling people they don't know, but I'm into politics, geopolitics today.
Tell me what don't make sense about what I said.
I'm about to tell you, because I like it when people talk like they got some sense, because that means we have a good conversation, right? That's what I'm talking about. So listen, you said that Donald Trump was helping Venezuela, and Donald Trump went down there and stole Venezuela's money and put it into an account in the UAE. That's what he did. Stole that oil money. After they kidnapped the president just to do what? Steal the oil money, you said that he was helping them out. Actually, they was trying to do regime change down there, but they can't do it. Because they would have to put boots on the ground, and that would have actually made a problem. Then he went over there to Iran, because they tried to steal again. He acted like he cared about the Iranian people, right? And what did he do? They started a war, a whole war, a regional war. Can you go on mute, brother? Because I ain't do all that while you was talking. Respect. I ain't asked for all this. Can you mute up while I'm speaking, brother? Because you over there hiding and hearing. We good. So my point is that I think we need to put things in the realm of facts. Donald Trump does not care about Venezuelans. Donald Trump does not care about the Iranians. Donald Trump don't care about none of them damn people. Donald Trump is for hire. He's a prostitute. Hey.
Do you live in America? Do you live in the US? Then if he doesn't care, what the fuck we still doing then?
Yeah, that's wild shit.
That's
so
like,
you can tell me how.
Where he at? Like, I mean, are you in America? The person that asked him if he's in America?
Yeah, no, I'm not, but the people that keep it down.
Just go ahead and go back on mute. Don't do that.
Yeah, so I like to respond to the Goog's point. I mean, he didn't say that I said anything wrong. He highlighted something that I would like to tap into to better understand. What money did he steal while taking Maduro? And how much was it and where did it come from? Some crypto. Now what? You know what he took? So he didn't take any fucking money. They did take the oil that Iran was smuggling from there because the interim president, the lady, she called the person you asked them about it. Okay, what money did they take? What I'm asking it, I'm asking it right now. Oh, yeah, thank you. So I asked you, I don't know if you heard me, but I said, what money did they take? How much was it? And where did it come from?
500 million. 500 million they took from the Venezuelan accounts after they had the oil. Listen, after they made the first oil sale for the 500 million, Donald Trump took the 500 million and put it in the account over in the Kuwait. That's what happened.
How did they get the money back? How did they get the money back?
Who?
How did Venezuela make $500 million?
Because what are you talking about, bro? Do you understand how much oil Venezuela produces?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Do you know how much oil? Hold on. Hey, Adrian. I don't know if that's you, but just let this is fraternal. Just go with me for a moment, brother, and let us cook this out. Real quick. Nigga, do you know how much they produce?
Actually, they're the number one, I didn't
ask about the reserves. I asked you how much do they produce.
Right, that's what I was going to say. They have the number one reserve, and we create the most production.
I did not talk about the reserve. I'm asking you how much do they produce.
I heard you, brother, but you're not going to make me talk the way you want me to talk. I'm going to talk the way I want to talk, so let me respond, okay? So listen, what I'm saying is that they have the number one oil reserves count in the world. All they did was make what's called an oil sale, and the oil sale came out to the 500 million, which Donald Trump then took and put in the Middle East, and in a security account, which is illegal by U.S. laws. Anything else you need to know?
I asked you a fucking question 3 times and you did not answer it, which lets me know you don't know what they produce.
Right. So what question you have?
Listen, you're not, listen, sir. I can tell that this conversation with you is not going to get very far, and you're nowhere close to as astute. Oh, no, ain't no check it out. I already checked you out, and you're not qualified for the conversation. I'm not qualified. Over 1 million barrels just because you don't. No. You're coming off mic right now. I'm talking this on me. You're coming off mic, right? Go back on mute real quick. They produce over 1 million barrels a day, around 900,000 to 1 million barrels a day. They used to produce 4-5 million plus barrels a day. But because their infrastructure has been dead for the last 20 plus fucking years, especially after kicking out U.S. Private corporations that they still owe money to, they've been on the downslide for a very long time, sir. Now, with another $1.2 trillion investment over the next 20 fucking years to increase their output, and their main new fucking buyer is America, guess what happens to their GDP and their job sector? It becomes sustainable for those people that left, the 12 million motherfuckers that left. Now, can return and come back there and have a livable income as one. And they got the money back, which you didn't do. I don't know where you got your sources from, but Venezuela made $500 million. And then they pledged 800 million barrels of oil to the United States. And if any other country wants to buy their reserves, critical earth minerals, or their fucking heavy ass oil, they now have to go through America to do so. Now, we still didn't touch on the security interests of what the fuck was really the reason why America went in there. And you probably don't even know about the December 28th fucking contract that they signed with China. Why you sitting there talking about geopolitical politics like you do some shit out here? That's the shit that I be talking about. Sometimes y'all niggas gotta know, like, hey, I'm not saying that I know it all. But even I know if I'm wrong about something or I don't know, I either don't say shit, I ask questions, I research, or I just admit it, like I did not know that. Some of y'all niggas want to be right so fucking much that y'all overtalk yourself and expose that you don't know really much of shit.
Alright, you gonna let somebody else talk now, bro?
I'm not going to if I can before y'all start back to arguing and shit, you know what I'm talking about, because I really do believe that they were still pulling the same amount of oil, producing oil. They just was telling the United States they weren't. I mean, it would be stupid to have that kind of money under your damn feet and you motherfucking playing game. You know, you over there working with the allies. What was happening is your ass was giving oil and shit to China. You know what I'm saying? And you was moving some motherfucking Russia oil because their ass was on the side. So I just think that all a lie, ain't nobody being straightforward, ain't no way the fuck them niggas walking around killing and greedy as they are, and they let that oil just sit under their feet and they ain't retreating from the ground, and they got the goddamn tools they need to do it. That makes no sense.
They stored it by their own people, man.
So Trump said, we're not having that, especially, he said, we're not having that in our country. You're not going to extort your own people. And matter of fact, we'll take your own oil and make your country better.
That's the extortion.
You can't extort it, man. That's what I'm telling you.
I must correct something. I said 800 million barrels. That was incorrect. Bitch ass nigga. I'm sorry, that is his name. He just corrected me in the chat and said it's 80 million barrels. That is the correct number. And I do correct myself, stay corrected on that.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? Because I've been listening to y'all the past few days on this subject. Like every time I chime in, I'm hearing y'all going off on the subject. It sounds like I know it's like get down and lay down kind of situation. It sounds like even though you see this is like all these moves are wrong, you know, we're still with it because we might profit from it later or not. Like looking at the consequences that'll happen after this. It might be a year or two. Like this is like a quick come up. This is like some bullshit. I'm looking at it. I'm hearing like, oh yeah, we're gonna get oil. We're doing. I'm like, yo, this sounds like a quick come up, and this is some bullshit, and it's gonna be what? It's not gonna end well. So I'm trying to see how do you guys see this ending well. You know, how do you see creating conflict in multiple directions, and how do you see that ending well? I don't understand. I mean, like, you guys talk about the money, but like, you know, they ran this game already. They already said, oh, they got something over there. We're gonna go over there and take them. They this part of their operation MO right now. It looks like this is what they do. They go into a sovereign people's country, take their fucking shit, and run off with it. So that's how it is. No matter how much diplomacy and how much paperwork come with it, and you know, like espionage or whatever. That's what's happening. Like, if we're gonna sit here blindly and act like, okay, yeah, you know what? It's gonna bring us some paper. Let's roll with it. You know, and then they're gonna say I'm childish for having this type of perspective. But like I said, I don't see this ending.
Yeah, because well, this is tribal shit. It's been happening since ancient history, and everyone looks out for their best interests. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, fortunately for you and myself. Fortunately for you, as an American, and for me, as an Australian that relies on American alliances, what Trump's doing needs to happen for our longevity. It does. And it sucks that it has to happen the way it does, but it needs to happen. We just had the most brutal shit happen on Australia's home soil, and now Trump is trying to do everything he can to cleanse. I don't know who is upsetting in America. Maybe those that aren't secretly profiting from it. But
Australia got a strong, right? So they
yeah, man.
So America is not gonna ever try to take your oil, right? You don't expect that to happen ever, right?
We're trade partners anyway.
I feel like
Australia's one of the biggest fucking islands with the biggest mining.
The way things are right now, there are no real partners. I don't see real partners. I see people backstabbing. Like it's fucked up right now. Like anybody get it. You know that, right? You know that. I'm sure you.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, man. But there's difference. The thing is, the difference between what is now and what's happened historically. You can't. If you've studied history from ancient history to modern history, you'll never be able to erase the legacy behind how deep everything has happened since, you know, religion is one, history is a whole other.
The thing is, we act like we're saying this, we use the word civilized, civilization, being civil, and all this bullshit, like whatever was happening 200 years ago, isn't good, you know. But that's not that, things like that, that's not how it goes, right?
Yeah, but it is. Yeah, but it is.
That's happened yet.
Yeah,
Hey, you cool with Trump taking your homeland? Poland? Oh, really?
What you just said? Poland, and that's Denmark, man. I don't know what you just said.
That's all your family up there. Cool with that?
That's why I said they don't fucking be talking like revealing themselves, but then we come talking.
I care about that, bro. Everybody's worship. My pushback is you always dwelling on the worst part. You don't never come to the best part. Remember that.
I'm back Cypher, but Mister, you're a good bloke too, but like you just said, you called Trump taking over Poland. That has nothing to do with him wanting Greenland, which is part of Denmark.
I said Poland purposely because he ain't doing shit about Russia beating their motherfucking ass and sending them rockets over there as well.
No. No one's doing nothing with Poland. Matter of fact. Yeah. No one's doing nothing with Poland. They have the most.
What if Russia take it? What are you really gonna do about it? Nothing.
Brother. Poland has the most hardcore immigration policy. No one's getting in that bitch unless they're Polish. You want to research it? Go look at it.
Ain't nobody that goes in there unless they stay polling. That makes really, that's what the United States need to do, and people need to quit talking shit when we don't. But yeah, that's a good policy. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you just said, what's Colin doing?
Hey, look, I want to throw something on the floor and see what you guys have to say about it. So the other day, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth was asked about the situation with Russia, giving intel to the Iranians. And neither one of them gave a straight answer. But I was just wondering, what do you guys thought? Because as of right now, they're going to war supposedly with Iran, and the Russians are supposed to be getting. See, the problem with this is that, remember that they unleashed, they dropped sanctions on Russia, if I'm not mistaken. So India can basically get full. Okay? Now this is coming back to bite them because now the Russians are supposed to be providing intelligence to Iran for them to carry out strikes on U.S. assets.
So if anyone
What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll say this. He answered the question cleanly. And why anybody would want sensitive information that's real-time tracked being leaked by a stupid-ass question like that is not wise to me. But he did say that they're well aware of who's talking to who, what they're coordinating, and if you're paying attention, the drones that they're about to start really massive shooting down, and through the training from Ukraine that's been successful, keep in mind that those same drones are what Russia is using on Ukraine. Ukraine said for training and mechanisms to shoot them things down and keep them down, we want at least $1 to $2 billion worth of Patriot missiles, which would critically hurt Russia. That's also a card that they're holding. And that's the open source of it. But they wouldn't release certain information to the public with a question like that in the middle of a conflict.
So I was just going to say, I think it actually is a good question, and I think the non-answer speaks about the confusion and the misalignment and the problems that they have trying to figure out what they're actually doing right now. But I thought it was pretty peculiar, though, also, that with the situation, right, we're not winning the actual war right now. I think people are missing the point of what's actually going on in the world. We're losing the war, not just on paper, right? But we're losing the war in the public image. We have countries that actually have problems. We have a whole global economic catastrophe about to go down if it gets any more worse, right? You've seen the gas price that went up 30 cents over the last week. I'm just saying, that in itself, you got so many parts of the economy that's going to have a problem. You got many ships that are stuck still in the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump act like he's going to be able to bring insurance to them, but they don't even have enough insurance to actually insure those ships. Now, actually, I was watching a report on that yesterday, that they only have about $154 billion into the account that they're supposed to have, so they need about $350 billion to cover. So now they're saying that they need to actually put ships out there, right, to actually escort them, which is also going to put American troops in the iron sight of war. Again, I think this is kind of a bad situation, but I just wanted to hear what you guys thought.
You do know that the U.S. Navy does escort everybody all the fucking time. I'm getting a Navy escort.
I was in the U.S. Navy, bro. I know.
Yeah,
I was in the U.S. Navy.
You guys get commissioned. Yeah, I know. And you get commissioned to do that all the time. It's not abnormal, especially during conflict, the military conflict. Of course that's going to happen.
The goofy move, they said Trump pulled up a submarine out of the middle of nowhere, revealing what submarines is that, like a dummy.
But Trump ain't driving the goddamn submarines. Y'all so goddamn crazy. What do you do? Call the goddamn and say full top. What the fuck?
It's on Trump's watch.
These niggas don't like Trump, though. They don't even know why. Maybe because a left-wing white man told them not to. Maybe because Joe Biden said that Unchained Wall Street, and these niggas believed it. sad. Motherfuckers don't even know when they win.
Hey man, welcome to the stage. Did you want the mic? Band.
No, I'm okay, thanks.
I'm gonna, CO, did you want the mic?
I'm gonna circle back with you in a minute. Thank you.
Okay. AMPSE, you can get on the stage. Did you want the mic? All right then. Okay, I'm gonna play this not you,
Eric, can I say like?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So let's be honest. If everyone is from the US, as an outsider who relies, Australia relies on the United States, and our Prime Minister is under complete fire. He is on the rocks like no tomorrow. He is getting ousted. But we are, and I've got family in the US, and from an outsider looking in, we are heavily dependent on the US. US is the most dominant military presence in terms of their own home life. I know rent is crazy. I'd love to be able to live there. Who's got their mic on there? Yeah. US is the most dominant military presence by far. There's nothing that Iran can put up against the US military. They won't follow them. Who's drooling in the background there?
Hey, Adrian, I got a question for you.
Alright, but I'm gonna finish this out before you give AJ his question, okay? Go ahead and finish.
Good morning to you too, Eric. Did you get some sleep?
No, I don't do the morning. Good top of the day to you too, sir.
Oh, that's what I have. Bad mornings to you.
Go ahead, Adrian, and finish your
So what like as we've been talking about, the US is by far the most dominant force. It's literally proven. And the thing is, Donald Trump has had to be the bad guy. Everyone, because of previous history, the US has had to be the diplomats, and everyone wants to be look at the US as you're the peacekeepers. But honestly, if the US wants to wreak havoc, they will, and they can. And there's three players that are involved in that. It's US, number one, Russia, and China. The fact that Russia and China have decided not to fucking get involved at all with what the US is doing in the Middle East is a very telling sign. And the fact that, everyone goes, okay, but we got to worry about Iran's drones. The US has obliterated every single fucking facet of the Iranian regime, which would have all of us basically tied to chains and shit. Not literally, but basically tied to chains under their ideology. They've obliterated every sense of that. And that came under a fucking revolution back in, nearly 5 decades ago. Trump is trying to clear that. If Persia gets liberated, then finally the Middle East, which were the US is already allies with Saudi Arabia, the richest oil people, the United Emirates, the richest oil people, Iran, who are the biggest terrorist people who pose threats, and they're threatening to blow up that strait, which is pivotal to oil prices, which in essence, oil in general is pivotal to the economy. Man, I'm saying let Trump do his thing. If he fucks this up, if he does, then he's a fucking goose. If this actually works out, which I believe it will, because no one can mess with the US military, honestly. Ukraine is even sending counter drones that the US helped supply Ukraine against Russia. The Ukraine is sending those same counterfeit drones to combat the possibility of Iran's drone ships. So there is nothing that can mess with the US. Nothing.
Can I add something to what you're saying?
Well, you could, but you can have it. But if you don't mind, can you make sure you give Sweet his chance because he was before?
Okay, go ahead, my bad.
I'll speak.
I'd like to go last again, real quick, Eric. I got an update, but I'd like to go last.
Okay. The mic on Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Adrian, good morning. So you were mentioning something. Let me ask you a question. There's nobody I don't think in their right mind that would ever argue that Iran or probably any other country wants to go toe-to-toe in a wrestling match, so to speak, with the United States of America, right? We all agree on that. Nobody's thinking Iran is going to whoop, quote-unquote, America's, you know what? You know what I'm saying? So that's not what we're talking about here. But here's the question, Adrian. What do you think? Do you think America's going to post up? How long do you think America's going to post up in Iran? What do you think? What do you see with your crystal ball as far as America, Iran? Well, what do you see the next 2 weeks, month looking like over there?
I see it as, if you look at what the Kurds and the people around, everyone around Iran is looking like, well, there's going to be Islamic extremist ideologies everywhere. You know why this is, man? It stems from honestly, it stems from a childhood belief, which is why I mentor youngins in my community. It's when they don't have nothing to believe in or nothing to gain for in their own goals, they stem to something outside themselves, and Islam has been the absolute manipulative beneficiary of taking advantage of these type of people that don't know where they want to go in their own life. So that is what they're fighting for and fighting against. So in terms of where this war is going, I think everyone around that who has wanted the peace for freedom and has been told by desperate people have been told this is the way you need to live and you will do as I say, as a dictatorship, every neighbouring country around the block is going to revolutionise. You've got the Kurds ready to invade, apparently Iran on their own turf. I don't think it's the best idea for the US troops to get involved, because you know why? Because as soon as they do and American troops start dying, everyone will say, Donald, look what you've done to our fucking people. Like, the bloke can't win. So they're playing this strategically missile-wise, but as my OGs told me, who converted from Muslim and Christianity, he said, dude, these people are just fucking in the head. And this is why I turned to Christianity, because honestly, it's better that everyone just loves each other for who they are.
Right. I'm trying to see what your thought is about not so much your belief, but so you think the Kurds, number one, are going to just run through Iran with the backing of the United States of America?
Bro,
I also think
that is crazy work, bro.
everybody around there is going to give up on Islam? Is that what you're saying?
My friend, I am Kurdish and I am in North Iraq, around the border with Iran. Today I am talking to you from Iraq. What Adrian said is completely true. This is more of a struggle between American power, Western power, and preventing the destabilization throughout the region that impacts all of the Gulf countries and the world economies because of oil trade.
The Kurds are going to run through Iran? Is what you say?
Okay, do you understand? So first of all, a majority of the population of the lands in North Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Syria is entire region known as Kurdistan. So my family in Hamadan, which is in Iran, is entirely Kurdish.
Right.
So we are uniting our fronts with our military combat units to assist with the American and Israelis against this regime.
Okay. So take over. It's going to take over Iran.
Hold on, Sweet. Is he saying that the Kurds is going to actually do something in Iran, bro?
You're saying America and Israel is going to back the Kurds and they're going to...
No, my friend, Kurdish people.
Listen.
Go ahead. the mic on me.
He's not
The
signing
mic
This is
on me. Can I have the mic, please?
Sorry.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, who was that? Put the mic back on RJ. Go ahead and finish. RJ, when you finish with your mic, please.
What I'm saying is, in Iran, for the last 18 years, the Kurdish people of Iran, which is known in our area as YPK, have been armed with heavy weaponry and anti-lateral weapons. We also have, for example, received weapons from Russia, China, America, and Israel. And this is not because we were planning to take or overthrow Iran, but to protect our own autonomous region from any kind of genocide of our people in our region, not to use as offensive type of combat, but for defense. So we have, for example, a few of the same type of Iron Dome technologies that Israel or America has been obtaining. And at the same time, we have cluster weapons, missiles that when you shoot them, they spread the warhead. And also in North Iraq, Israel Mossad has been meeting with PKK and Peshmerga, arming them also with heavy weaponry, and also there are jets that are being supplied, which can be flown from Azerbaijan. That's another reason Iran attacked Azerbaijan, because Azerbaijan has 20 flights per day between Baku and Tel Aviv, and 20 flights per day between it and Erbil, which is in North Iraq, where I am from. And this is because there's a weapon and planning to beefing up the region in order to oppose Iran. So there are many things that are happening strategically. But the one challenge that I think the world has is that as America continues its rampage on Iran, is whether they can sustain it. They can sustain bombing them every day with these expensive bombs. And there's no way to completely take out the entire IRGC population that's very nested in Iranian society without sending in combat troops. You cannot destroy the nuclear facilities without sending in troops. You cannot destroy all of the weaponry, missiles that they have stockpiled without sending in troops. So there will have to be troop movement, and so America is relying that we, the Kurdish people, will join them.
You guys are going to be the troops.
Correct. We will be the troops. There will be Mossad among us. There will also be Azerbaijani fighters among us. There will also be many Russian Turkmen that are called Tatar Turk, because in Azerbaijan there's a very big population of Tatar Turk people.
So you guys just want to fight. I mean, you guys don't have a beef right now with Iran, do you?
Yeah, they do. They've been at it.
We do. We have 18%.
I'm just trying to figure out why they trust.
18% of Iranian people are Kurdish minority.
So you just want to
It's the largest population, but they treat us like slaves. They have always killed our people, genocided our people. And so now it's a record.
This should get kind of bloody, right? This should try to get all bloody.
No, there's support, bro. There's support here, bro.
Yeah, speak.
Okay. Guys, please, because this is my turn, I will speak. So just 1 minute.
Okay, give me a second. I hear Marty. I'm sorry. Ask for the mic. Was it banned? Did you put the mic back?
Hey, I have a question after the person speaks.
Okay, and then he's gonna be cool.
So this is what I was gonna say. I think that, no disrespect, and I hope this doesn't come in disrespectfully to you, but I think it's laughable when the United States got up there and said that the Kurds were gonna invade in Iraq. Well, we have to understand the geopolitics is that Kurds are only 10% of the population. in Iraq. And that's what we're talking about is actual Kurds that live on the outskirts, as the brother was just talking about, right? So the problem is that there's Sunni and there's Shia, right? We know that the Iranians, they were actually helping the U.S. as it pertains to ISIS, because ISIS was not what they were under in Islam. And the Sunni and the Shia. So what he's speaking on right now is another engagement between Sunni and Shia. The problem that you had is that the Iranian government has support. And you guys can make me think like the Iranians are just out there by themselves. They are not. We just got reports over the last couple of days that the Chinese people was helping with support. Right? We got reports that the Russians are giving them intelligence to hit U.S. assets. Right? Like, think about this. Now, I believe that Russia is funneling money to Iran because they're partners. It's what they do. Right? Iran was giving them drones, they were giving them intel. You see how this kind of works out. That's called a partnership. They're an ally. I don't think that this is a good thing if anybody, especially the United States, puts boots on the ground over there. We are going to lose a lot of people. And I mean a whole lot of people. And as of right now, people are looking at this like, oh, they're bombing, they're bombing. Look at all the places that are been bombed over. They didn't kill hella people in Israel. They done bombed 3 places in Dubai. In Kuwait.
Fuck all.
Right? In the UAE. You can go all the way down the line. They didn't stop the Strait of Hormuz. They are controlling what's going on, unfortunately.
I mean,
and so to me,
apologizing for bombing people, that Iranian person.
Yeah, but he kept bombing. He was capping.
After that, what happened was Donald Trump got on the news and basically made people kind of bait them and mock them, and that's when they went back on their word. So you know what? You're right. Might as well keep bombing people.
Alright, I might get some the one that's was me.
But the band.
Go ahead, Ben, because this right here got important to talk.
Yeah, I'm going to go out to the band just to put that out there.
Oh, sorry, did you want to do the trade dollar thing real quick?
Yeah, but I'll do it after you do your submission.
And you could be right, I could keep this reading it, but I saw $1.9 billion, I didn't see a trade. Anyway, how y'all doing? So Adrian said the regime was gone.
Hey, I had a question for the bro before you start, please. Real quick. When Adrian was talking, I mentioned the conflict the Kurds are having with Iran. He mentioned that.
Go ahead, Ben. Somebody muted you, so I'm not sure who it was. If it was
Yeah.
mute yourself in?
Yeah, no, I didn't mute myself on what happened, but what I was saying was that
He's looking and talking just a second.
I'm sorry?
Listen, I got it. Please, God, dog it. Go ahead and finish, man. Go ahead.
I'll be quick, y'all. I'm just listening for the most part. But yeah, what I wanted to ask Adrian was, does he know that Black Americans in the United States have had the similar conflict, and I want to ask y'all, how would y'all feel if another nation said they wanted to come help the Black Americans in the United States to war against the United States?
I mean, it's happened before. Haiti came to the United States to help fight war. It's happened.
I'm gonna pause already. No questions, bro, because
yeah, the mic's on Dan. But no, yeah.
So Adrian said the regime was over. Let me read this. Recent U.S. assessment from intelligence officials found an attack on Iran unlikely to result in regime change. I know everybody's kind of interested, but people got to keep up. Even before the war, U.S. intelligence said they would
that he literally was on CNN. He was the guy that used to be the head main CIA guy with the Kurds. He said it's about 10,000 of them, and they only have small arms. They are not heavily armed. The Kurds have been slaughtered time and again. The U.S. oftentimes gets them slaughtered. Trump said yesterday we're not sending the Kurds in. Y'all gotta keep up with the news, man. Trump really said yesterday. That's because the Kurds weren't going in. They said they want to stay neutral. The Kurds cannot fight the IRGC. The Kurds cannot fight the Basij. I don't know if people know what the Basij is, B-A-S-I-J. If you look it up, it's the paramilitary force. You're talking over a million bodies. 5,000 bodies against a million. And the guys said they have small arms. So the Kurds aren't going to do it.
Well, you're right.
Okay, that's not.
I just wanted to say it quickly that
right now you were saying the opposite before.
No. We're starting to get armed, and we have been armed in different areas in North Iraq and also Iran.
The guy that's speaking, I'm sorry, it's not your turn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so anybody who thinks the Kurds are going to do it, if you're old enough, just remember Iraq. Same playbook with Iraq and the Kurds. They got slaughtered, turned them into lamb kebabs. They put a little spice on. They put a little coriander, a little garlic, onion powder, a little cilantro. They just lambs. But it's nice. What the fuck? Delicious. So anyway,
they put nooses around their necks and they taught them.
Iran, that's the slaughter, brother. Iran has, and by the way, just so people, if you're not keeping up, the ballistic missile count went down, and people thought they were running out. Guess what happened today? It's back up again. Right. The Kurds can't handle it. It's a mess.
I'm not gonna lie, it's amazing to see how Americans are rooting to lose.
They're wishing for the downfall of America, bro. That's insane. Who agree with the dictator and then come back and tell us how it is?
No, and also it's not
People on the planet.
Can we RJ back on the board?
Can we get you on mute? Okay, because let me help the new people. The moderators moderate the stage. Okay. Not the other people. Okay, so the mic is actually on Cypher.
All right, here's my submission.
Go ahead, man. You're playing my bad.
So the point was, and I just want to point to the last piece. I'm not rooting for the United States to lose. I just know what happened in Iraq. I know what happened in Afghanistan. I know what happened in Vietnam. The United States, if I recall correctly, did not lose one battle in Vietnam, but we all know we lost the war. It's because you can't do wars of regime change by bombing. It's not about losing or winning. That's like respectfully, that's like for children to discover, we won't win the game. That's not what this is about. It's about lives. Guess what? Gas went up again. It's now $3.45. 2 weeks ago, it was $2.89. That's the kind of warfare that the Iranians are waging. They know they can't win tank on tank, gun on gun, plane on plane. They're not into that warfare. They're trying to make our lives miserable. If they're going down, guess what? They're saying, you're going to go down. And when they tighten that strait, everybody talks about oil going through. I'll end here. Do y'all know that 1/3 of the world's fertilizer goes through the Strait of Hormuz? You're talking about food shortages if it continues. It's a lot more complicated than rooting to win or loss. I'm just not a child. That's not how I see the world.
For the people in the back, man, you gotta say that again.
Shut the fuck. Go ahead, the mic is on, Crisis. Is Crisis still on the stage? I'm sorry, Cypher still on the stage.
Yeah. So,
No.
I have to say this Nick man is a hilarious individual. And I can't discount his intelligence. I can't discount it. Don't start this shit. Don't start this shit. Look, so I was dead set and was talking hella shit about the $1 trillion. Now I'm gonna tell you what it is, and how I came to that conclusion. But I do have to submit to the fact that I was wrong again. So it was 2 times on this stage I have to admit that I was wrong about facts that I stated. But I will tell you that, I will tell you that I'm not 100% wrong about the overarching situation. So I'll go through it very quickly so we can get past that. I do agree with what Van's other portion of the argument is. I overly agree with Adrian and RJ, and I think that Van just offers the other side of the conversation that is accurate.
Let's say something really quick. Sorry for this Eugene piece to the room. Grand Rising and Big Rising. I just wanted to say something because I heard you admit you were wrong. I wanted to say to you, man, I respect you highly from hearing that, because there's so many people that comes to this stage and they are wrong and they don't have the courage to admit they were wrong on this stage. And hearing that, I was prepared to say to you, Melanie, that I respect you, and that is a very, very good position, whatever you were wrong about. I don't know what that is. I just heard you say you were wrong on the stage, and again, it propelled me to come up the mic, and that is like, bruh.
Who are you talking to, Eugene?
Talking to Simon, man. I love you.
Oh, okay, because yesterday he was spazzing out over being wrong, and I never got my apology, so I mean,
Relax.
acting like a baby last night.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm talking to this point, and I don't want to hold you guys up. I just wanted to say to you, Bam, I respect that, all right? Because again, so many people come into this stage in the room of the prodigies that have no idea what they're dealing with, no idea what type of information, and I find it sometimes behooving how people will fight, right? Even in the face of facts pointing to them that they're wrong in that position. I just heard that and was compelled. Good morning, Grand Rising. You got the mic, man. Peace to the room.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it too, Jen. I made a statement earlier about $1 trillion plus being invested into Venezuela, and just taking a step further, I put the shit in the checks. I'll stand on business because I know I seen what I saw, and man, we be spazzing with each other, but he did eloquently put me in check. It's like, oh yeah, I read 900 days, but boom, you know how he does it. And I had to go back and check that. So, as of early 2026, amid significant political and economic shifts, I'm going through this fast so I don't be long. There's been a push for substantial private investment as well as goals reaching over $100 billion through firms. Immediate commitments in major Western companies remain limited. Projected proposed investment into early 2026, U.S. officials and proponents of the new post-Maduro investment framework set goals of securing over $100 billion in private investments from the United States, European oil companies to rebuild Venezuela's energy sector. Immediate activity 2025-2026 activity, while major firms like ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips have expressed caution regarding the legal framework. Other companies have shown interest. The Venezuelan government reported receiving a total of $900 million in investment for oil deals from international and local firms in 2025, referred to as productive partnership contracts, CPPs, and mining sector following the March 26th visit to Caracas by U.S. officials have over 24 American mining and trading companies expressed interest in billions and billions of dollars in infrastructure investment in Venezuelan minerals, including gold, rare earth metals, oil and gas. Venezuela's legislature passed a law in January 2026 opening the sector to private investments. Reports indicate that companies like Shell have signed new exploration agreements. Infrastructure and industry analysis suggests a short-term, low-hanging fruit investment of $3 to $6 billion could be needed to reactivate oil fields, with an additional $25 billion required for long-term expansions. The historical context, this, that, and the third, I'll go over that part. That has nothing to do with the other part. But the other part is, too, following the removal of Nicolas Maduro, the U.S. is pushing for over $100 billion. Key aspects, the targeted investment is the $100 billion challenges. Okay, the opposition plan, a separate 15-year, $1.7 trillion economic transformation plan was presented by the opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, whatever the fuck, aiming to triple the country's GDP through privatization and liberalization. So the amalgamation of this information was where I was hanging my hat on. I was wrong with the numbers. I definitely missed the zero. Van was right about those 2 points that I admitted to earlier. I will submit to what's right when called out.
Makata, we got Makata.
So RJ, if he's still on the stage.
Yes, these are very good points. So I just wanted to say two things. One, our people have been armed only for defense, not for offense. So we've, over the years, have been armed for defending our people. But like what was correctly said, we don't have major weapons. Some major new weapons recently have been staged to help support our people. And now what they want, when I say they, America and Israel, want us to go and fight with troops in fighting and taking the Iranian regime on. In our opinion, U.S. has betrayed our people. Why should we help any American? America betrayed our people in Rojava, Syria, leading us to genocide. There is also in Syria ISIS prisoners being held, and because America left in a hurry, they were freed and they went back and regrouped to attack in both Syria and Iraq. And so our people are constantly left to clean up the mess, and we have nothing to support this because we're only a minority. And now they want us to fight their war, or a war in Iran. Even as a North Iraqi Kurd, I'm being asked to join the family members in Hamadan to fight against the Iranian regime, another country's regime, on behalf of America and Israel. Yeah. So this is a thing that is a problem for our people, but another thing is if America proceeds to have a ground operation, the concern America should have is how much billions and billions they're spending on both the missiles and on the operation, and how long they can sustain this, and how long they can be impacted by the oil not being shipped. Also, this other gentleman said fertilizer. There's also what we call urea, which is like created from compost, and also extraction from animal urine that's used as like a fertilizing agent. These are produced from the anaerobic reactors that are behind oil production, where these types of toxic fuels that are biological are harvested into positive like biofuel, biogas. So there's like multiple fertilizer, compost, urea, and oil products that support huge regions of the world. If that's impacted, then I don't know how America's economy or the rest of the world economies can sustain. Not only this, but right now, all the flights that are being impacted in the world's busiest airport in Dubai is also already having impact to trade in the region. So I don't think any war is a good war. It's very bad to have a war.
Can I back you up for a second, Jack?
No, the mic actually is going to be on crisis. I want to play a clip real quick.
Everybody, I'm going to get right into it because we have senators of the U.S. government telling us that we are about to put boots on the ground inside of Iran. We also have concerning warnings coming out from members of our military who have said that their leadership has instructed them that this is a religious war, Christianity versus the extreme Islamification of the Western world. They're going to try to bring about prophecies in Iran. This is wild to me. The fact that we even have this spoken in the military, if true, will lead us in an entirely different direction. Let's go ahead and jump right into Senator Blumenthal here, where he discusses that the United States of America is about to put American soldiers on Iranian soil.
I just want to say, I'm more fearful than ever after everything that we may be putting boots on the ground, and that troops from the United States may be necessary to accomplish the objectives that the administration seems to have, but I also am no more clear on what the priorities are going to be of the administration.
Now, there is word that Iran is bringing Khamenei, which is the supreme leadership, or the Ayatollah's, one of his sons, his eldest son, to his exact position. Now, if you're looking at this from a wartime footing, you can see that the Americans and the Israelis, they will not let the son of the supreme leader fulfill these ideologies that his father had, which, remember, if you get killed in your religious duties and battles, that's martyrdom. They will not let the martyr and his son continue to have it over the Iranian government, because nothing will change. It will just be a change of who's actually sitting in that position. So it looks like we're going to see continued operations. Today, some of the largest that we have ever seen have taken place. This video, for everybody out there that's a prepper or a survivalist, this is probably one of the most important videos that you will see. It shows piece by piece how to continue communicating when GPS is blocked, when your cell phones are down, when you have no internet connection using high frequency waves. You can put this together yourself. I've seen some of these kits. If you're tech savvy like we are, you can probably put them together without a kit. But I've seen them as low as $300. Let's take a look.
During Israel, and we're currently at the shelter, and what you see here, this is the safe cooling system, which in case we don't have internet for any reason, you're able to communicate to other countries and even send emails without internet. So now the master frequency here. This is all based on HF communication. That's the transceiver. Here is a small PC. That's a foldable keyboard. That's a touch screen. That's the transceiver itself. And that's the battery that can give you juice for about 24 hours or more. And now we're
so if you're going to start piecing this together yourself, you've got the SafeCom link, you've got a transceiver. So a transceiver has to be able to both send and receive messages over the frequencies. You've got a little CPU, a keyboard, and a touch screen. You can make yourself grid down bulletproof for just a couple of $100, but you'll have to dive into that yourself. The Federal Reserve yesterday. This is how you know that it's starting to affect everyday American life. The Federal Reserve announced that ACH, which is how you pass money back and forth, electronic transfer of money, was currently down at the time. It has so far been resolved, but everything is spotty. Lots of misinformation, lots of disinformation there. The Reserve, the Fed, they're urging customers not to resend their payments because they've been choked out. So a goal of everybody who hates America right now for either what they've done in the past or what they're doing right now, they're going to attack your information. They're going to attack your money. We've already seen banking systems get hit. They're going to attack your infrastructure. So your ability to keep the lights on, the water running at your sink. We just went to a gas station to do a fill up on another utility up here. The people at the gas station walking right after each other were, hey, US, hey, is price going up tomorrow? Hey, do you know anything that's going on about the oil? Because that uncertainty is now beginning to reach the American people. And at this uncertainty, you're probably going to see some level of unrest inside of the country. This video shows inside of Iran the drive-through of what is an active war zone. still trying to evacuate or trying to pick up family and get them somewhere else. Lots of debris everywhere. The streets are shut down. Military checkpoints are making sure that people who are moving around are not assets of the Americans or assets of the...
Somebody say something?
Sorry, am I tripping or can I not see the video? Or are you just playing first?
Oh, I'm playing the video. You can't see it.
Israelis. This is about to go hyperbolic in the way that we're going to see an act on American soil. Now, this video shows how their missile defense or missile systems from Israel and America are actually taking out the power grid. I want you to pay particular attention to the blue flashes of light that you see. Some sort of kinetic event at the Hoover Dam, trying to shut off our hydroelectrics. He made it over to another area, and so he decided to try to take out a substation. This is probably just one of many attacks we're going to see like this. Be expectant that you won't have access to 24/7 power. Get ready for that type of thing. What you're listening to there is what has been called a mysterious Farsi or Middle Eastern language number station. This was received inside of Italy. They received this signal. They said it's one of the most interesting signals because you only see this type of frequency and signal being sent out when they're calling sleeper cells or groups to action. So they might be telling the entire world, everybody who's listening to what they have to say, that now is the time to act on plan B or C or D. So guys, we have seen a lot of kinetic events across our country. When you go out into Walmart or everywhere, just please keep your wits about you. The Department of Homeland Security, they warned of rising retaliation. Kristi Noem, the secretary, told senators of the U.S. government that the strikes that are happening right now on the Iranian government, we can expect to see retaliatory strikes on our homeland soil. She said that federal agencies, including the Coast Guard and the Secret Service, are currently operating heightened security environments. And I'm going to go ahead and push that down a little because we do have local law enforcement. And I just spoke with an officer today. They said that from their higher-ups.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if we put this link in the chat for us to review?
Sure. Give me a second.
Have been told to watch out for everybody. Everybody who looks like they might be from a Middle Eastern country, and everybody who looks like they might be from America. Because it's probably not going to be the guy with some extremist viewpoint that acts. Why would you do that? You're not a very good employee of an extremist organization if you look like you're part of an extremist organization. They knew to go gray before anyone else did. So it's the realtors, bankers, people working inside of very low-level government. That's the people who have embedded themselves, integrated themselves into American culture. They pay their taxes. They don't speed. They don't drink and drive. When they're called to act, like maybe that frequency that we just heard, when they are called to act, they act. And that's one of the concerns that law enforcement has right now. The White House outlined the objectives. In the past week, according to the White House release, President Trump made the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. The launch was meant to annihilate their Navy, destroy their missile capabilities, and ensure that the Iranian administration and their proxy groups cannot destabilize the region or the world, cannot attack American forces, roadside kinetic events. And those have gravely wounded people, and he says he's meant to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
individual?
Say it again?
Do you want to leave it there? Because that's pretty much the summary.
I would like for us to get finished, but you keep interrupting the video.
Oh, I'd like to get back to the people. People are getting talk about.
Any other mods on the stage?
Oh, my bad. I'll show up.
I'm here. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to playing the video. We only got like a half a second minute left. Jesus. Yeah, keep playing that shit. I mean, we almost done, y'all, I promise.
Radiology, radiation, business. They said that anything above 20% has absolutely zero civilian use, not even at a professional level. It's only used for making bombs. Iran admitted to having like 600 kilograms, I believe, and don't quote me on that, but it was in the hundreds of kilograms of 60% plus enriched radiological material. How much of it is already inside the USA? Well, folks, you're watching Full Spectrum Survival on YouTube, where I do the scrolling, so you...
All right, there you go, sir. I am done. I know it was rough, but you made
If I could.
good prices.
Yeah, so the way this is the trajectory right now, what's most likely going to end up happening is the U.S. will put boots on the ground to secure the financial and industrial centers so that they can reopen the Straits of Hormuz. The Kurds historically are willing to fight, but have been grossly under-equipped. So what you're going to most likely see in the coming days is you're going to see people like the Mustafa Algeri. You're going to see names like that start to come to the forefront, because those are going to be the ones those are going to be the forces that they lean on to fight in the mountainous regions. The U.S. has no interest in putting boots on the ground to fight in the mountains, because they don't know the terrain the way that the locals know the terrain. The U.S. boots on the ground will most likely just be there to secure the financial and industrial centers. I am interested, the brother who said that he's a Kurdish, he's Kurdish. I am interested to hear from him which of their leaders, if it's not Hajiri, I believe it's Hajiri, but if it's not Hajiri, which of their leaders has started to step more to the forefront that will get a backing and the arms that will allow them to be the boots on the ground in the mountainous regions.
The brother RJ already articulated his point. The Kurds are ready to go toe to toe with them. They just don't have the numbers against Iran. They've been trying to fight against that shit for a long time, man. And they've been ready to roll for decades.
We just like, I thought like it was said that like they not ready. Like they said that they're not ready. That's the reason why I was asking that question, because I want to, like, when you understand the Kurdish people, like, the willingness is there, but they're not even united amongst each other. So I wanted to get a better impression. As to whether or not they're actually uniting amongst each other, because they're going to get the weapons, but if they're not united amongst each other, it's going to be useless when they go to put the boots on the ground going in the mountains.
So we have two leaders. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. We have two leaders. In Iran, the region has Baba Sheikh Hosseini. In our region in North Iraq of YPJ, we have Barzani. Barzani and Baba Sheikh Hosseini have made a concurrent to engage only if America invests in their troops on the ground. Meaning we will not go fight a ground war with Iran regime until there is a partner, because how many times our people are put in jeopardy and left, like last time in Syria, when America left us for genocide. if we have a partner to help us fight. But again, we also need more weapons. Even though there's been recent like staging of military jets and many things lining up in Azerbaijan, in North Iraq, outside. And I'm just a civilian, I'm not military, I'm not in Peshmerga or in PKK. But other fighters or my neighbors who are in military are saying that they're getting more and more weapons. But I think this needs to be multiplied significantly and backed by U.S. troops. That's how we will fight. So there is some agreement that from Barzani and Hosseini that if America sends in troops, they will join.
Okay, Barzani has said in the past that his expectation for his cooperation is a sovereign state for Kurdistan. Is that still the expectation?
That's always the expectation of our people, that we expect an entire four-quadrant Kurdistan. That means Syria, Turkey, North Iraq, Iran will form our traditional homeland as a sovereign nation called Kurdistan. And we won't relent or stop. In fact, anyone who calls us terrorists, we won't stop this terrorism until they stop their terror on our regime, until our four corner lands are united as one nation. We won't stand to be raided by Turks, raided by Arab, raided by Irani. Another thing a lot of people need to understand too is when you support groups like Palestinians, they are aligned with Wahhabi and the Sunni Muslim terrorists that kill our people. In fact, in Ramallah in Palestine, in only the last 2 years, they built a statue of Saddam Hussein and called it Saddam Square, honoring this animal, this complete Haywan, which is animal in Arabic, worse than animal.
RJ, didn't America back Saddam at one point?
I don't know about this history.
Anybody else want to chime in on that?
I want to ask a
If
question.
America supports Palestinians, then they obviously may have perhaps even supported Saddam Hussein at one point. Sure.
I want to ask a question based on what I heard him say. He said Wahhabism in the United States has been the culprit behind the, how can I put this? Wahhabism has been the enemy of the foundation of the Nation of Islam here in America. Wahhabism is what the government and some of the leaders of this Wahhabism movement, they were the ones who planned, or how can I put this? I'm trying to be simple as possible. Wahhabism partnered with the son of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Dean Muhammad. They funded Dean Muhammad and changed it. His whole standpoint, and they infiltrated America under Islam. Wahhabism has always been an enemy to the Nation of Islam and foundation of Black Americans here, just Black people in general in America. I don't know how many of y'all paid attention to those clips a month or two ago. So when he mentioned about Wahhabism, that stuck out to me. And that's all I wanted to say.
Eugene, I think what you're referring to is the introduction of radical Islam is what you're referring to.
Yes, I am.
Not only that, but see, I was trying to say
Let me hold on for a second, Sweet, which is totally different from Sunni though. Because I did realize, I heard the Wahhabism too. but I also heard and Sunni. They're not the same.
Let me ask a question, RJ, real quick, and I'm going to continue to get dressed. So, Wahhabism, and I don't want you to spend a long time on it because I want you guys to continue your conversation. I'm curious, when you mention Wahhabism, how's the sentiments there about Wahhabism and how it makes Iranian people? What were your, I guess, talking point around mentioning Wahhabism? How would make sense with phrasing that 3 different ways?
Yeah, no. We have Sunni Islam, Shia Islam, Al-Ghali Islam, Sufi Islam, and then there's Wahhabi. And Sunni and Shia are, of course, different branches. Al-Ghali and other faiths like Druze are interconnected to Islam, but have their own deviations. Like Al-Ghali is a particular ethnic tribe that follows Shia Islam, and Halibi is like another Islamic deviation that is of Shia Islam. My family, we are Zoroastrian. We're not Muslim in my family. Our people represent like maybe 5% of Kurdish people, but represent a larger population that is also a minority religion in Iran. But in the Islamic situation, Wahhabi is like Sufi Islam. It's like a spiritual movement of Islam that branches away from main Sunni. It's like you would consider if you were comparing maybe to your Christian and Judaism religions, that in Judaism they have 3 things like Reform, Conservative, Orthodox, but then they also have different ultra-Orthodox. Wahhabism is like ultra-Orthodox, where Sunni Muslims can become Wahhabi and joining this mystical or like specific belief. So Al-Qaeda, for example, is aligned more to Wahhabi Islam. This is also the group that had many people living in your country for years before they activated their cell. Meaning Muhammad Atta lived in your country in the state of North Carolina for 2 years before he planned the September 11th attack.
RJ, was Mahmoud Ahmadinejad Wahhabi Sufi? Like he
No, he's Shia Muslim.
So the Shia, are you familiar with the 12ers?
Yes, also 12ers. Yes.
Okay, so from your assessment, the people who are fighting back, are they the 12ers? They're the ones who are looking for the 12th Imam. They're gonna fight to the point where it's chaos for what they believe will bring about the emergence of the Imam Mahdi.
Yes, you are right. This is correct. This is like if you compare it to some of the Jewish people, ultra-Orthodox, that believe that they can bring about the Messianic era without, a divine intervention. They will do something to cause a divine intervention. Same with 12ers in Shia Islam branch.
So, Saddam Hussein, RJ, you said that obviously I heard you say you don't have strong regard for him. You really don't, I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, you really don't like him. Is that right?
No, we celebrate that his body was being decomposed by maggots.
Okay, yes. I just want you to really understand, I don't know if you know the history, but America backed him. You know what I'm saying? As you're talking about getting the backing of America and Israel to have you come in and do what you want to do in Iran and, fight this thing. And then now you end up where you personally, can't stand dude. Understand, if America didn't back him, I don't know if the world would really know about him like they do. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
So say about what's your point on?
Well, if you can't understand it, then it wasn't for you.
But he has he has a point. America had backed Osama bin Laden in fighting the Russians. You know, in the time that the Afghans needed a partner to, you know, fight against these Russians. So as a result, later they drifted in this relationship because this man was always about Wahhabism and radical Islam.
Yeah, and they backed the Shah as well, at one point.
And the Shah also is not good. Like, I'm one of the people you would think, oh, because you don't like Khomeini or the Mullah or this branch of the regime of Iran, that you must be one of the Shah supporters. No, the Shah also oppressed our people. We don't support either the monarchy rule by the Shah or this Islamic, we call it Qanun.
What do the Iranian people want, in your opinion, RJ? Like, honestly?
Sorry?
Would it be a democratic setup, or would it be like some sort of, what kind of ideology would...
The new regime of Iran needs to be democratically voted by the Iranian people, not by our people, and our people, own leaders in our own land. So two things have to happen. The Kurdish people must be liberated to our nation of Kurdistan, and the Iranian people, they need to fight and vote for having their own leader that's representing their people in a way that doesn't oppress our people or their people.
So RJ, there's been a lot of energy around defending the Iranian people, especially the young ones, like 30 and under, they're different. Like, there's been a lot of energy in the last couple of days in these rooms about, the everyday people in Iran, they're not with the current regime. So let me ask you this. In your mind, backing came to the Kurds and America, you guys are front line, and Israel backing your armory, all this kind of stuff. And when you run into the everyday Iranian people, where do you think their mindset is?
I mean, the young people, they want a regime change for sure. There's only, a much smaller minority of these that represent conservative views that are like their parents, but most of Iranian 30 and the younger generation, they want a democracy, but there's something to be said that IRGRC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, are so large in population and control and nested in many ways in all aspects of Iranian life. Your neighbor is, this Iranian Revolutionary Guard. But the people don't have a way to really, truly fight on their own. That if they fight, they will face this kind of heavy-handed murder of their people.
So that would be encouraged to be able to get
We're gonna open the floor up because I don't want this to turn into a sweet interview or anybody else. We're just gonna open up the floor just in case other people want to speak on the stage.
Absolutely, and I'm just curious in terms of our involvement, meaning the U.S. involvement, based off of everything that's been said on the stage, the people on the ground who are against the regime, the people that the U.S. are expecting to arm to fight the regime, and the expectations of some of these people, what they want from a result of cooperating with the U.S. The question then becomes, if the lines are not redrawn, will they still be willing to fight to overthrow the regime? Meaning, if the lines are not redrawn and it still stays Iran, there is no independent Kurdistan or anything like that, are those people still willing to fight against that regime to overthrow the regime?
I don't think so, no. But for us, our condition is that we are recognized and our region is recognized. But since no one is willing to recognize, it's one of the conditions that they will have to recognize. If they don't, then we will not join.
If the Kurds get involved, which they're already willing to do though, do you think that will be a precedent for the surrounding people to also help fight against the I?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, Adrian, there's many people. There's the Azeri, 18% majority population, minority. They're the largest minority. They also will join. And also Turkmeni.
Because US are like, yeah, US and Israel are like, yeah, we'll bomb them, but like, they're like, oh, we'll not get our troops involved. But if you guys, which I think is what they're really hoping for, stand up on principle and go, we're going to make the change, then that would be, I think, the dream scenario. The problem is, you're going to have to go, obviously, you like, your people are going to have to go toe to toe to really make this change. So, use their missiles and everything they got, our resources, not our resources, but the US and Israel resources to take out the thing, and then this is where if the Kurds show force, lead from the front, and then the rest of everyone else comes in around them, then there might be a chance. If the regime does not get changed, and I'm honestly, I do believe Donald Trump is trying his best, but if he can't make this happen, it will be a monumental fucker.
The regime change is just going to be for temporary, so they can take over and take the resources or whatever they can get after that. Like, they could care less about what happens to the people. Like this laid out multiple times. Like, I'm listening to y'all mention it when it happened in Iran and different states. It's happened before. I'm expecting like a world-changing event to happen from this is something I don't know.
I mean, it would be crazy to think that they would go into Iran and do what they need to do and just leave that. They can't. They can't. They're gonna have to have somebody.
They've done it.
Hold on. They're gonna have to have somebody to proxy that seat. Otherwise, they're gonna have another issue. It might take a while for it to get back to where it is now. Yet it's gonna regrow. So no one in their right mind would think that they can go in there and just get what they need and walk away, and it's not gonna be another problem. No.
The thing is, all I say is like, we all hate the fact that war's on the table. We all hate that people have to go, that people have to die for one ideology, and she has to be this extreme to an extent. But if we look at it and really ask ourselves, what have we grown up to enjoy? It's a Western civilization. Quite frankly, I'm not discrediting Muslims. There are some absolutely outstanding Muslims that I've met, but especially for Americans, Christianity, like, that way of life is more accepting, more loving, more harmonious to people, right? So,
not right.
Yeah, that's your opinion, bro. But Adrian, how can you say that? Because Islam has never harmed, torture, beat, rape.
Who's that?
Let me finish. Burn to the state. Any of that to black people in America, Christianity, matter of fact, the slave masters here in America, the history versus Islam, Christianity. Islam never did any of that. Christianity has been how can I put this, the foundation for how the atrocity of us us here in America, even still to today, Christianity is doing, and this is no disrespect to anyone who has Christian faith. I'm not doing that. I'm only responding to his statement. Islam has never done that. If you look at our communities today under Islam here in America, they have done far better in transforming the lives of our people than Christianity. If you look at it, on every corner in our neighborhood, there's a church, but the condition of the people are still the same. The condition of the people is the bad witness against the teaching of transforming the lives of our people versus the transforming the lives that Islam has done. That's just my opinion. And so when you make this statement that Christianity is somewhat, I guess I perceive it as being better, I just totally disagree based on facts that I see. And someone else can have a difference of opinion of it.
I hear you, Eugene. I just want to ask, do you mind if I ask do you have a religious background? And if so, what is it?
Yeah, me personally, I'm with the Nation of Islam. However, I like to add a point to that. I accept all of them. Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, all of it. I accept all of it. But I fly under the banner of the Nation of Islam under the guidance of Minister Louis Farrakhan.
See, and that's where I said, there's Muslims that really tap into the side of the nurturing side, the really peacekeeping side, and I think people like the UAE and the Saudis, they really uphold that virtuous Muslim side. Iran, for a long time, has felt like their backs to a wall and have literally lashed out and turned to religious or indoctrinated a lot of people in, especially the youth, in religious extremist conditions, and they felt like their backs to the wall, and they've been so desperate to develop nuclear weapons. And what for? What for? What good would that do? Just so they can hold blackmail over the fucking Middle East? Because Saudi Arabia said as soon as they get one, we're having one. And that's no good. That's why the US, which we love, the Western society, and I don't mean any disrespect for saying to you that Christianity is the way, because there are some people that uphold their religions in a really righteous way, just like Buddhists do, just like some Judaïsts do. But the fact of the matter is, man, some of these religious fanatics, they don't know how to act. If you saw the way the first Ayatollah who overtook the revolution, who founded the revolution in Iran, his funeral was covered by almost 10 million people. His body, it looked like, I don't know if you watched the videos, it looked like zombies. And then his body was hanging off the side of the truck in the funeral before he got lifted into a helicopter. And then my OG, he told me about the Muslim mentality, the extremist, not yours, but the extremist Muslim Islamic mentality. He's like, dude, these guys are just fucked. They have no care. He said one of the sons went out and took drugs, and the father flogged him literally to death, and he came back to the church, admitted it, and everyone in the church stood up to him. That scarred him. And then he said he turned to Christ, and that sort of saved him. And that was one story I heard from one of my OGs. His father is Iranian. I said, look, man, he's like, he gets so mad when people be like, oh, let's just protest on this, because if they had their way, we would be
enslaved. Like it'd be a next generation slavery. Like I understand African Americans have come from slavery. My personal family escaped the concentration camp. You know, like everyone's come from some point of serious oppression, and no one wants to deal with that. And despite the fact that I don't, it's never pretty when we have to do the war side of things, the bloodshed side of things. When there's oppression and there's an ideology that's just completely fucked up to the core.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I think let's see if we can. We don't want you to dominate the stage. Like listen to us get in if you want to land your point.
Oh, that's
what we want to be able to share. We don't want us to be turned into, you know, your perspective and opinion. It's just kind of what we like to pass the mic around and just share it. So if you want to go ahead and land it, and maybe we can get some new people to come chime in and co-play. And I can't pronounce what's your name, Oasis. And yeah, that's good.
I'll finish in 15 seconds. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, essentially, that's what I'm saying. When people like RJ say the Kurds are ready to finally stand up against this, against what they felt has been oppressing them for a long time, it means something different. Like when you're hearing it from the inside out, when you're hearing that one regime is slaughtering their own people, you know, it's enough of a sign. But I'm gonna leave it at that, and I want to pass the mic on to someone who else wants to have a take on that.
Okay, guys, the floor is open. Erica, you here? Michelle?
Yeah.
All right, so you got the stage, you got it. I'm gonna prepare to leave. Hey, nice chatting with you guys. Want to thank everybody for coming into 40 Acres and, you know, having this conversation. You guys have been doing quite well. Been a lot of people coming through this room in the last couple of days. I think the conversations have been great. Just keep up the good work. Taking along the lines of imparting knowledge. All right, Erica, you got that.
It was nice talking. Well, consider our gratitude for you holding the room and maintaining the room and then going around the clock with the room. That's not a balancing act, but a purposeful room that way you be able to go on to bigger and better in different ways and diversify. And I think we have a mindset to work with the people. It takes a great mind to multitask and run several businesses and then go out to have social time and make your FOI and do what you got to do for your Savior's Day and things. I'm very proud of the work. Because I'm telling you straight up, you reminded me when I was young, you go back on History Shake Art Department, these kind of things you have to deal with. And then raise your family, still come in and have a good sense of humor, be pleasant when you come on the air. When you know you done caught hell at the chair sometime and, you know what I mean, hard good, get a truck off bus car, cross town, the car broke down that day and you made your way in and you're talking guys, somebody come in the room and jump you, man. That took a lot for it too to do that, man. To put up with us and I come in half-cocked and say something crazy. Joe, somebody say something about me and we go on and you can't calm nobody down. I said, man, what did I come in here for? Same good intelligence, but you barely have power to keep it moving. But man, you're a great stand-up guy, man. I love being associated with you. Hope you continue with your success, man. A happy day on this day. Happy day, man. Bye-bye.
The floor is definitely open. I mean, for y'all that got some submissions that you want to make,
What happened to
Go ahead.
What happened to the Australian dude? He was pro-Christianity. I'll put my phone down for a minute and disappeared.
What was his name? The Australian dude. I thought that was Adrian.
He knew y'all was coming for him. He knew to get about it, you know.
No, he's still there. He always still there.
Who said I'm getting up out of here, man?
Adrian, he's still there. It's Adrian.
Come on, man. It's all good. What's happening? You want to ask me something?
Yo, Adrian. Wow. Why do you think Christianity is such so righteous?
My beliefs based on, well, quite frankly, I'm Catholic, but from my deepest beliefs, I'm based on what I've experienced recently. I was born as a Catholic, and I drifted to an atheist school just to learn because of how highly educated school was. They didn't necessarily tune into the religious side of things, and then I graduated, and then I got to start seeing things in my own eyes, and then I went to cafe, and then got close with his brother who was really tight in, who grew up in Southwest Sydney, and he explained how extreme Islam can be, or not that Islam is, or Muslims are bad, but he experienced the dark side of it. And so when my brother and my grandmother, for example, were saying Jews are murderers, all this and that, and Israel are full of murderers, and I'm like, you know what? I can't deny you, but I want to get someone who actually knows more than what the fuck I'm going to try and explain to you. So I got him to come over, and he said something about Hamas, and Hamas is sponsored by pretty much Iran, and they're the same, basically are the same mindset, right? The same ideology, same bread and butter. And he said these guys want women serving them. So recently in America, we've obviously been like, Jeffrey Epstein's responsible for, disgusting shit involving young women. Over in Islam, extreme Islam, I don't want to say the word, like marrying women under the age of fucking 13 years old, they're illegal or contrary.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, bro. Like, you kind of lost me when I was asking about Christianity. And like, for instance, right, you have your personal views on how you think Islam is like so rich people, right? And my experience with Christianity, like, was like everything. Like you said, you're Catholic. I was born in Catholic religion. I went to Catholic school. You know what I mean? Like, so I had horrendous experience with that, and so did everyone that I know before that. Like, I mean, like, dealing with the schools in general, and then when you talk about the history of what the Roman Catholics did to what happened in the Caribbean islands and all through the world in general, they tore shit up. I mean, like, so, like, you're approaching the conversation with a biased viewpoint, you know what I mean, instead of kind of like letting the information flow to you. And when something like that, you're going to create opposition. Like, you know what I mean? I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm like, no, I'm not feeling that, because that's not true to everybody. That might be true to you through a particular moment in your life. But like my homeboy Sif, he was getting missiles flying past his head when he was younger. You know what I mean? He's from Bosnia. So, like, everyone don't have the same experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I got Ben who were trying to have a crack at me in the chat. Look, I can never empathise with people under shit that's been happening. But since we're talking about the topic, what's on the Trump been involved in, and then what's been going on around that, let's be honest, the two biggest things are one, Trump's war efforts, and two, these Epstein files that people want to put on him. And that it's funny how fucking hard they kind of correlate, because it's such a scandal and it's so disgusting that, we talk about how fucking people are like, it's almost like predators just preying on weak in general is basically what it comes down to. And it's not necessarily even a religious thing, it's a people thing. But I gotta say, for the one scandal where it's like a big deal in the US, it's a common contractual legal thing over in fucking Iran and Pakistan and in that Muslim community. Arranged marriages is all across Iran, and it's from a young age, and it's quite frankly fucking disgusting. And that's not something I'm just coming from, and I'm not trying to attack anyone from a Muslim background, because there are Muslims that really uphold and stand on their principles and are honestly upstanding people. But that's what I'm saying. This is where the extremism comes into it, and it can go both. It can go both. If you want to put it, extreme left wing and extreme right wing. I hate both sides of them. I think they both need a circumstance in them. But trying to figure out how we can mediate between them, it's hard. It's easier said than done, to be honest. But I mean, the better that people can kind of unite under not just their own religion or beliefs, but just on, I guess, more like morality in a sense, the better we'll be.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I think everybody, when you get to religion, the crazy thing about it is sometimes I think when I hear adults come to conversations and just try to put a blanket description on people and their religion, I think that's kind of crazy. Especially when the religion that you participate in has extreme mother suckers in that religion as well that are doing some crazy crap that you would never do. And use your religion as the excuse for doing it. So I just think at this point we just need to realize that people are humans and people will hang on to stuff just to have the excuse to do what's in them. It has nothing to do with the title, Muslim, this, that, nothing. No, you just put a title onto the person that you really are on the inside.
Quite frankly, I never look at it as I prefer to look at people as
people.
Never as people.
People. Look at people as people.
Yeah, I look at people as people, but in terms of if you want to go deeper than that,
No, I don't want to go deeper. I just want to look at people as people, and I want to accept you the way you are. Whatever your actions are, then I'm going to judge you based on that, not judge you based on I meet you, and now I'm trying to figure out what your religion are so I can figure out whether I like you or not, but I don't know you. I mean, Islam is,
exactly.
And I gotta be honest with you. No. And I gotta be honest with you. I reverted to Islam. It is a total difference between Islam and Christianity here. Okay, I can't say what it is somewhere else, but it's a difference. If you're really trying to focus, probably Islam would probably be the best. You don't have the stuff that go on in our churches here, in our environments here. It's just different. And everyone has the right to choose what environment they want to be in, what God they choose to serve. And that's no one else's business. And I think that when we sit down and we participate in this mess, that these governments have going on, I mean, we're just as bad as them. We're part of the problem.
No, I agree with you, but that's what I was going to say. It was like people are people, and you can't necessarily just tie them down to, you know, what their ideology is. I mean, people are people, but you know, beyond that, you know, people have a soul. So some people have a bright soul, some people have a misguided soul, some people have a lost soul, some people have an optimistic soul. Like it's whatever. You have a soul, and that's the thing. That's what it really boils down to.
Yeah.
Some people have a dark soul, an evil one. So, I mean, that's how I kind of look at it.
Well, you know what, real quick, what Erica just said is profound, Adrian, and for all of us. Religion is not what you fess. Every day, how you treat people.
Yeah.
Not the label. The label is a cover-up sometimes. It really doesn't describe the religion. It describes the behavior of individuals. Now, people might choose to pray standing up, sitting down, laying down, kneeling down, extra looking in the sky. But then, that's prayer. And a bunch of people, some meditate, some people, you know, do whatever. But at the end of the day, I always hear, and all of us can be guilty of this, of judging people, judging even a group of people in that refers to themselves as this or that. And because there have been atrocities across the board, and people know that there were folks who called themselves Christian Knights. Oh, they went to church after they hung a group of black people, not just a group, but raped women, you know, did all kind of stuff, and then did not have no conscience, but they still refer to themselves as Christians. But most people would say, no, you're the devil, based on your behavior, your mentality. So that's what you have to look at. You know, most of these things, even with what you see going on right now in the world, most of this ain't based on you believe in God. God ain't got a damn thing to do with somebody killing somebody, taking somebody's stuff, being the police of the world. That's a decision made by those who run this world order based on conquering. You know, it's a big deal to conquer. It's a big deal to control resources. It's a big deal to say, I'm in charge. It's a big deal to say, you got to come through me, even though you got a Congress or you got a Senate or you got all of these line of governments that's called democracy. Deep down inside, that is another government called a shadow government. And it's some people that control them, that control the people, that control the resources, that control the media. So you won't get to the bottom of it because Satan has been in control for a minute. But that's all. That's all. You know, Erica said it absolutely 100% right on point. Religion is not what you profess. Whatever label, title you have, it is absolutely what you practice every single day. You religiously lie, you religiously go to gym, you religiously eat. That's your religion. You're a little lazy. But anyway, that's your religion. You're a little lazy.
You're right, man. No, you're right. No, you're right. You know, the other thing that makes you think about it is that when someone goes wrong or does something right, they're quick to label it. Like you said, it's a label, and they're quick to tie it back to that. Me, I know that, and it's got me in some heat when I've said, you know, I believe in a higher power. I'm not going to say what it is, but quite frankly, good people are good people. It's as simple as that. And I just don't know
what people agree with in terms of, you know, the Iranian regime that was in power beforehand, but it didn't look pretty to me. I don't know. And I don't think any of us who've grown up and had a privilege to experience the Western society, maybe you hated the shit out of it, but, you know, I can't sit there and pretend like we had it good, because if we were in those, I don't think we'd last too long on the other side. Because I think
humans adapt, just like those people over there are lasting. And you know what I found strange though? Now that you say that, because I've heard several people come on the stage and say 40,000 people were killed, protesters. Did someone else say that, or did I hear that wrong?
30,000.
30,000 protesters killed in Iran. Check this out. In the hell do you put 30,000 bodies? Can you imagine the smell of that place? With 30,000, I don't know, it's just hard to believe. I could be wrong, but where would you put 30,000? And then who counted them? I'm talking about who counted them? And how quickly did the numbers come out after the incident? I've always felt like for a long time now that it's a game and we just be sitting down watching it. We being played. 30,000 bodies.
They said, so it's not, I don't know how they're reporting it, but I think kind of did this with Nigeria too. It's not in one incident, it's over the course of a year between December. I think it's just over the course of, it's not, it's a course of, over the course of a couple of months. It wasn't like one actual, like, event that killed 30,000 people, because then the stuff that you're saying makes more sense. Like, where would you put all those bodies? But, yeah, I think that it was different. Like, one, and to be honest with you, they don't have official reports of the amounts. They're all estimates. Because they're all estimates. Like, cause I heard somebody say 50,000, I heard some people say 30,000, I heard 40,000, but nobody has a definitive amount. What is definitive is that the Iranian government killed about 4,000 people for sure, right? And then other human rights groups, they killed about 5,000. There's some additional leaked hospital data that states that the actual death toll is 30,000 plus. And that's where the claims are coming from. But I don't think that this is like, I don't think this has been confirmed, the actual amount. Have they been killing protesters? That's an absolute fact. But there's no definitive evidence that it was 30,000. And I don't think it was, and there's no definitive evidence that it happened in one event. It is over the course of time for either several months that we're talking about since last year to this year, and those are what the reports are actually saying.
Yeah, it can be all over the place. Hey, on another note, someone put Jairi in the chat. This person seems like they got a bit to say.
Okay, so yeah, what happens is we try our best to leave the chat on the stage that the person is courageous enough, they can come to the stage and say it, but if they're not on the stage, we don't. I mean, but you need to chat and address the chat if you like. But we're not going to do their work for them. If they have a conversation and they want to bring it to the audience, then they need to come to the stage and do something.
I'm sorry.
You said a few months before that. So this the reports I think are stemming since late last year, between last year and now. So I mean, as far as definitive amounts, definitely killed about 5,000 people.
talking to RJ and other people and just summing up everything I've experienced in my life, I gotta say, I didn't come across the exact form of Islam that I did. I'm not convinced that I would have just ran over to it. I don't think I would have went to just any Islam wherever I would have found it. And I think that's crucial because as I listen to some of the stories about people, I can imagine even in Iran, never been there, and RJ was talking about that area. I can imagine if I was in a certain area, I probably would be like, hell no, I'm not joining that religion called Islam as it's playing out in that area. Even in America, Christianity, that's a broad statement, Christianity. And so Catholicism, Baptist, man, and Seventh-day Adventist is in that boat. A lot of things in this boat is Christianity. And depending on the neighborhood, the zip code, who the preacher is, who the minister is, it's going to have a direct effect whether I roll with that particular group. And that's exactly the reason why myself, I roll with who I roll with because of him and because of the way he gets down and the way he duplicates that understanding that like that. So I say that to say I'm thankful that I've come across the information and I've embraced that if you're a good Christian, you're gonna be on the same page I'm on. In my mind, if you're a good person, a Jewish person that's down with Judaism in a certain kind of way, we're gonna be on the same page. And if you're a good quote-unquote Muslim a certain kind of way, we're gonna be cool. You don't have to even profess a religion. If you're just a certain kind of way, we can roll. So I'm thankful that my mind hasn't been locked in, and I pray it never does, on if you don't profess that one of those three words, then if you don't profess the right word, Islam, then we can't roll together. But hey, I understand how others' minds can be locked in like. Sound real low. Is it just me?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying that these dudes use these religions and they use the people. They control the people's will with these religions. Like yeah, I'm adamant about God and I believe and I want to be the best person I can be. But then when I look towards leadership, the dude that's leading the pack is utilizing these words to manipulate. You know what I mean? To manipulate me and my people. So how do you? And this is what's happening all over the world. It's like the people that's in charge aren't the ones that's going to be on the field. You know.
So I just want to say something real quick. The way out of religion is through it, right? And the way out of religion is actually through it. Realistically, if somebody is waving a gun over you and they've been oppressing you with a gun, or they've been pressing you with a gun, what happens when you learn how to use a gun yourself, right? Learn how to use that gun yourself. That's the same thing with that, but they can no longer oppress you. And that's the same thing with religion. When you understand what it really is and you truly go through it, these people low-key can no longer oppress you with something that you don't know anything about. You're living by laws and political systems based off of their religious beliefs, but you choose to not even understand and infiltrate it, even on an esoteric level, right? And that's what the problem is. You can't be mad somebody's waving a gun over you, and then you don't want to go learn how to use the gun to oppose them. You don't want to learn how to infiltrate and use the very weapon they're using against you. That makes you a sucker. And I'm not talking to any one specific person, but the way out of religion is clearly through it. Because in these rooms and stuff like that, a lot of the understanding that we get, we're one world order, and the threat of Iran, and the Mahdi, and the mark of the beast. How would you know not to take the COVID shot if it wasn't biblically ingrained in you not to do that? Like, we live by these principles, but on a day-to-day basis, we say they don't matter, but they're ingrained in our daily lives. And even when it comes to Islam, one thing that I respect about them, even though I don't call myself Islamic, right, is that they understand the usage of all these religions. There's never been a time where I see they put a bias on one of the Abrahamic religions. There's a well buy their demonic and Luciferian things, but then we refuse to pick up the very thing that they're using against us to understand the weapon, to come out from the indoctrination. You can't come out of indoctrination if you don't understand what they're using to indoctrinate you at the very least. And through that, maybe you'll finally get some true understanding. But you can't, like, it's just weird for people to constantly say, like, well, they do this, they do this, they use this, but don't want to understand what they're using against us. I find it very confusing.
Bottom line, I think people are attempting to hand us an inheritance that's not rightfully ours. And in that attempt, we have inherited the misguidance. And the thing that's missing, the misguidance is the knowledge of self. And we don't teach frequently here, but I could come in the room and just teach on Queen Nefertiti and never miss a syllable and talk the rest of the day just on Queen Nefertiti and free everybody here that was willing to get free. We just don't single out our ancestors. I could teach on Imhotep. The ancestors never say a syllable on Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. And everyone should be free with the kinetic science, our own science. They never talk a syllable about the Cherokee and continue to talk about Ekhenaten, the one God. He is as a prophet in the kinetic science. Just teach on Kemet alone and get us in a different frame of mind and never mention it. But we are so multicultural, so multi-complex because all of those faiths belong to us. I could be just a good Christian. I could teach on Jesus all day long. People wouldn't even pick up on it that I'm talking on Jesus. Say because it's so broad and so universal. Just Jesus, don't even mention Christianity, don't mention the Islam, the Buddhism, none of it, just on Jesus alone. It just, most of us are not trying to get free. Far too many of us just satisfied being a goddamn slave. I'm just being honest with you today. It's a Sunday, we don't have to teach too hard today. We got so many avenues we could go down. Believe them alone, just sit there and teach on Friday Lima the rest of the week. We don't want the freedom enough to do something to gain your freedom. We're not free. Far too many of us is a goddamn slave. If I taught on Malcolm, that would bring us out. If we taught on Shirley Chisholm, we'll get all of us social, politically free. And if you knew her way of life, you could use that, never mention religion. Just use the example of Shirley Chisholm will get us out of the bucket line. We just don't want the freedom enough to do something about it by my mind. Oh, my mind. Y'all still look good last night, my mind.
300% with that, Chief Man, Remus Man, but where was the teachers during slavery? Now the teachers are coming out, so say trying to teach. Well, we got ChatGPT. You know what I'm saying? So I won't be a part of those classes when we got I can use discernment to tap into the Akashic records. Some of us, we need the teaching from the source at this point, if that makes sense.
And make perfect sense, my brother, that we free ourselves, that we abandon the opposition and free ourselves from the slavery. You know, beloved, we could free a lot more if they knew there was a goddamn slave. But they don't know he's a slave. Someone has persuaded them, I'm okay, you're okay, buddy. So we tiptoed through the tools for a little while and they buck dance the rest of the day and be a sideshow, a monkey for the opposition. Dr. Collins taught hard against the buck dancing and scratching with you. Don't itch and step and fetch it. We just inherited too much garbage. The garbage can be satisfied living out of garbage can, even though he lives in a gated community, but his mind is stuck inside of a garbage can. a stage for brother looking good in the medical field. And he was living ghetto up in that way. And he put no maintenance on his stuff. The house falling down on one side. We built the magic floor and went back in and put an ounce of maintenance out. And we had to put another few $100,000 in the renovation after 6-8 months a year. And we had to put another few $100,000. If you just had the man report to the lawn every now and then. Man, check the roof when you need to check it. Do what you gotta do on your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. You need to run that system year round to keep cool that bad boy down in the summer.
What's
and
happening?
he got him out for the winter, but you didn't know
What's
that.
happening? Where we at?
We're just discussing us getting free of enslavement, even though we live inside of $1 billion, a $1 billion house.
Yeah, I don't want to go to slavery today, y'all. Can we not, please, just to...
Well, I don't know anything else to talk about. When I look like a man got a $1 billion house, living like a slave. Yeah, that's hurting us, that's taking us down a lot.
Yeah.
I said we could get free. I wanted to use something now. I wanted to teach on Queen and Singer. Don't you know that?
Yeah.
Focus on kinetic science so we can.
Yes, I mean, we got company. Goddamn, do we gotta be a slave in front of everybody?
No, I'm saying, well, we be in better shape if we talked about Singer and didn't talk about nothing else the rest of the day.
Right.
Big brother, wait, for a second, I mean, honestly, your history was tragic. I mean, but like, we've all got history. Like, I mean, we don't want to delve into it, but I mean, all of us came from some shit backgrounds. Our ancestors. Personally, my family escaped from a concentration camp. You know, so everyone's been here to enjoy. Everyone's here to enjoy what we can make to ourselves today.
Hey, Miss Erica, I passed my 30.
Hell no to the hell no to the hell no. Because
Can I speak?
person who knows who they are.
Can I speak?
And you'll superimpose that because you will be more valuable in somebody else's culture than your own. That's enough.
Miss Erica,
That's unfair to a guy.
What? Congratulations. Ambassador, you calm down now. Don't stop being disrespectful.
Can we talk about the widespread devaluation of the Black American and American politics with what just went down with Jasmine Crockett?
Oh, what's up? You can't wait till we get not in. And then we're gonna pass it back to Steve, and he's gonna open us up into these.
I just wanted to wait.
It's excellent.
Guys, please, I'm gonna be 1 minute, please. I just wanted to touch on the fact that the Iron Dome is collapsed. They mashed up the people, them things, and they said they got through. So what's gonna happen next? What now?
Oh, now the war finna start for real. That's what's
Alright, let's talk about what what's the
Well, I just thought it would be interesting to hear perspectives on this because I think from Kamala Harris to Jasmine Crockett, I think there's a shift a tectonic shift that's happening in American politics that we're not talking about. I don't know if any of you guys realize, but in that election, right, 93% of Black voters in Texas, the super majority of Black voters in Texas voted for Jasmine Crockett. You want to know what else happened? The majority of every other people group voted for Tallarico. Every other people group in the Democratic Party voted for Tallarico. And I'm just asking because I'm curious, the perspectives. What do you guys think is happening to Black Americans' profile or avatar in politics? With what they did with Kamala Harris, with what they did with Jasmine Crockett, when she was dancing down the hallway like a muse, like a court jester. What do
think they're doing to our image? And these questions are not rhetorical. They are thought-provoking, and they're intended to provoke response, because this is something I've been pondering for the last couple of days, because I'm in business, and I do opine on politics every once in a while, because it interests me just based on my background. But I'll make my submission real quick, and then, you know, if you guys want to talk about it, I think this is a good topic to talk about. Yeah. My submission is this.
Like any.
Hold on one second. My friend from across the pond. Here's my submission. Black Americans are being steamrolled in every category, social category in this country, but no more so than politics, because politics is where the zeitgeist is in this country, culturally, politically, obviously. People are attracted to American politics because of Donald Trump. And so anything that happens on that plane gets like shot out to the rest of the world as this is standard, this is what you can expect, this is America. And when we have a performance like what we saw in Texas most recently, this is not even the majority of Black Americans. The super majority of Black Americans continue to side with race over true policy, and we lose, and we're consistently losing when we vote on race. There's no area, there's no area in which Black people are more unified. In any other category in this country, socioeconomically, none of it. There's no other area where we have the most aggregate power than in our vote. And that's demonstrated in Texas. That was demonstrated in 2024 with Kamala Harris. We aggregate more in our vote than anything else, and we consistently side with the losing faction. And I want to know why.
Well, I would like to
get the back
stab this first, if you don't mind. I mean, because first of all, I mean, for a long time, we probably. Are you okay, sir? Sir, go ahead. Sir, you're gonna get a trip. I'm gonna give you a flight with no turbulence here. Mute. All right. Oh, you back off mute?
Yeah, can I?
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you that flight. Hold on for a second, okay? I got you. Have a nice trip. Okay. All right, so, yeah, what I would, fucked up my, but what I'm trying to say is that we've always known in this country that we've been put in spots for either an agenda that they have in place, meaning that you're just a puppet. You're doing what's told, and you're being sent because you look like the people you're being sent to. So naturally, you're gonna garner some trust. For a long time, that's what's been going on. And then the other part of our value to this country has been work, free labor, or entertainment. And we are directly responsible for that. Okay? And I don't think it's anything wrong the way we vote, because we're not the only people that vote that way. We're not the only community that votes that way. Hence, all the Black went with her, and the other people went with the other. We're not the only ones that vote this way. And these people are bamboozled. Maybe we can find some people to go wake them up and say, this is what's happening. You don't have to go with the other side, but you definitely need to leave this side alone and find you some goddamn other options. Thank you.
Erica, I didn't get to ask you, or Eugene, what are your thoughts on?
Yeah, in moderation, I would like to speak. Could you give me some time when it's available?
Yeah, you could go out for Adrian. I hope he stays on the topic of the question that's already been put on the floor.
Yeah, what's the question again, so we can be on the topic? Because there are a lot of things to say.
Do you have any opinion on where? Maybe I should just make the question more precise. In light of the Jasmine Crockett turnout and performance, where do you see Black Americans in the political game in the next 10 years?
Adrian is not able to answer that question. Ezekiel is not able to.
I can answer. Listen.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to take a stab at that question that's on the floor?
I'd like to, Erica.
Go
folks in a good way, opposite of how TC sees it. I see it as that woman, and people try to write it off probably like shit's a black thing. But when I look at Tarico and I look at Jasmine Crockett, not only just as a black woman or as a black person, but for America's benefit, to really stand up to and believe in that Constitution and really stand on checking, say Donald Trump, checking some of the nonsense that we're all looking at and having the audacity, having the hope, having the faith, having the courage to speak to the facts and speak to the energy of what's really needed in addressing real problems and pushing back. Shout out to her for having that. And I think what black people realize is, and maybe to TC's point, based on this conversation, other folks aren't that willing to commit to the truth, regardless of whom or what circumstance. They're not willing to stand up. They looking at it like TC said, well, which one will probably win? Which one is with like Donald Trump is, okay, that Donald Trump leading this way, let me try to get over there on that page. And hold on. Who's that? Somebody, thank you. And so, I see it as a testament to black folks. In fact, that's how we're still here as black folks, because throughout the whole thing, there's been those that have been holding on to the principle, holding on to what's right, regardless. And by standing like that, thank God that then there's those beacon lights, those individuals that hold it up, even for themselves, their own integrity, and they just keep standing on it. And even if the vote doesn't all the way go in their favor, they're not going to compromise. And so I think that it's a testament to America, in this case, or to that state where she voted, that they weren't willing to stand on somebody that, to me, really is capable of pushing back to balance out what's happening in Texas and what's happening in America.
Wait a minute. So, TC, the answer to your question, where do I see us in 10 years? It's either one or two things. If we don't wake the fuck up, we're gonna be left behind. Because at this moment, our vote don't mean shit, right? Because like you said, they all voted for her, but nobody on the other side wanted to vote for her.
That's correct.
And it was probably something, what the fuck? I can't even get my point out. Can I get my point out? Do y'all want to talk or something? Can I get my fucking point out? Nobody wanted to vote for her because she victimized herself. And I've been watching. And then wanted to say that it was racist. They cheated. This happened, that happened. But there was no accountability for how she represented herself. Just because you're black doesn't mean somebody is supposed to vote for you. That don't mean you're supposed to vote for that person just because they are black. What has she done throughout her political career that is going to benefit you? Because what are all the things she voted for? Does anybody know? All of the crazy shit she voted yes for, but then we still turned around and backed her. I don't think black people know politics. I don't think they're paying attention. So if we look at it for 10 years from now, TC, and if we keep going down the road that we're going, we're not going to have any type of politics. We're not going to have any type of representation that looks like us up there. But if the people in this room, because I think it's almost 200 people in this room, 150, 200, and God, get your kids to understand the government and politics and how it works. Learn to use discernment when it comes to people and their character, because character matters a whole fucking lot. It matters a lot. Just like with Kamala, I was seeing one of my clients, and she's not like black or white American. I think she's from Taiwan or Thailand or something, but she speaks American. She's been in here since she was 14, right? She told me she voted for Kamala. And we were just talking, and she was like, asked me, did I vote? I was like, nah, girl, I ain't vote. She was like, why? I said, because I don't like neither one of them. Well, what was wrong with Kamala? I said, well, first of all, she thought to represent her, and on stage was making the sound and shaking her ass and pussy at a political rally. She had Quavo talking about stopping gun violence, but all you fucking rap about is fucking drugs and gun violence. So it was a complete contradictory. I can see why some people can logically look at that and be like, oh, hell no. So that's where I stand on it, PC. I'm gonna land my plane right here.
Thank you. Flawless.
I'm gonna borrow this right quick. Hold on, TC, and I'll give it to you because see, this is, I know we love our people and that we don't say things in a way and knowingly when we're saying these things that we're riding right along with the fucking stereotype that's been given on our people, and we need to be very careful when we're speaking and sometimes realize that we're doing this. So I'm just gonna point this out. There's not very many voters that go back and check the history of the candidate that they're voting on. I'm sorry, I don't give a shit what color you are. They took civics out of school a long damn time ago, and a lot of our voters are fucking blind voters. They're not voting because they went and checked your history. Otherwise, half our fucking Congress and representatives would not be in their fucking seats. People literally put people in their seats and walk the fuck away and don't pay no attention. So no, we're not working with educated voters. We're messing with a lot of people that sit down and just listen to fucking propaganda, and they're fucking racist and don't want to admit it, and then they go vote. Okay? So no, this has nothing to do with people knowing this woman's track record. They sat down and they got played some short clips of her getting sharp with these people who literally sit there and get sharp with her. But I guess the best response would be to sit there and cower down to these draconian motherfuckers that are sitting in these seats. We got to be careful when we're pushing the other side's narrative. Do we need to do something different? Hell yeah, we do. We need our own party. The Democratic Party has been playing us for a long fucking time, but because they look like us, we ride with them. We gotta wake the fuck up. But no, this ain't because they was educated and you're not the fuck with her. They're racist. People are racist.
Yeah, can I answer that question, Erica, about Jasmine Crockett? I was just going to respond to a couple of people that was coming in. There's a couple of people coming in. I just wanted to just react to some of the stuff that was shared. It was a lot. To Sweet first, I think Sweet missed my point entirely. Of course, there are things that we can celebrate about people, their individual, characteristics, their the things they stand up for, stand against. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the wholesale representation of Black America. The point that I made in my original submission is that unlike any other people group, with the exception of the Jews, which the Jews get that exception because they play both sides. They literally fund both sides, the Democrats and Republicans equally. But with the exception of the Jews, Black Americans are the only people group that vote consistently for one party to the extent of 89 to 90% of the time. And secondly, with that observation, what I was conveying earlier is that demonstrates our value system. Is somebody having a hard time breathing? I don't know why he's breathing on the mic. That conveys our value system. And that tells the world something about our value system, but it tells the world something even more, I think, harmful. That we consistently side not only with the losing candidate, but the losing issues. Jasmine Crockett danced in Congress, in the halls of Congress, said they not like us, showing her ass for the world to see, and we voted 93% in the whole state of Texas. The one city that has the largest population of Black people voted 70% for Jasmine Crockett. The argument that Black Americans don't have any power is a lie. We have an immense amount of power. The problem is the people that we continue to get behind and the issues we continue to side with are not our issues. They've never been our issues. is for the next 10 years, and I think Flawless hit it on the head. Black Americans are going to be dead last, but here's the problem. We've been dead last for the last 70 years. We've been dead last. There's no change. We continue to do the same goddamn thing. And it's about time somebody starts talking about it. Jasmine Crockett is probably the best example. Coming off the heels of a Kamala Harris loss, in which we did the same goddamn thing. And I turn on my social media, and I see, black people with our antics saying, raising their eyebrows, pinching their lips, sniffing, they're, snorting hard, trying to convey discontent with the American political system. It's not the American political system, black folks, it's us. We don't have a forward-looking perspective on our fucking worldview. It's a backward-looking perspective. When you hear people talk about their people, take the Jews for instance, when they're talking about economics, they're not talking about how we were held down during the Holocaust 100 years ago or 80 years ago. They're talking about economic outcomes in the next 10 to 15 years. Where's oil going to be? What's going on in Israel? And how does that affect what the economics are going to be in the next 10 to 20 years? We're not having that conversation because we're stuck in a rut trying to get with, special interests and trying to take up more market share of the special interest category in politics when we should be siding on our economics and our education. And if you look at, hold on one second, brother. And if you look at the numbers on our economics and our education, which is our future, the Democrats have been failing us. Everywhere you turn, Democratic policy on education has failed our kids. Look at inner city schools and look at how our kids are performing. That's our next 10 to 15 years. We're not siding on issues that benefit us. We're not siding on issues that we're advantaged to win in when the Hispanic population has outnumbered the black population almost 2 to 1 going in the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, they running the motherfuckers in here like this.
We are siding with, the problem is we're siding with the category that is not interested in our progress. We keep siding with this shit. And I wonder why. What is that cognitive dissonance in our head that convinces us that we have to consistently vote the same way?
Why you sitting here making it seem like the only fucking, cause we don't have the same, like these other cultures don't have conversation. They're just like us. They're not any fucking, they beat up each other. They go fucking to jail. They kill. They motherfucking, they're misfits. They talk about finances. I mean, you got groups that do the same fucking thing that we do, and what y'all not gonna keep doing is sitting here acting like black folks just ain't fucking progressive. According to them, we don't have the numbers. If Houston or whatever county this woman just ran in is predominantly black and 70% voted for, why the fuck did she not win then? Who the fuck else was growing the 30% beat her? I thought you just said we all voted for her. So start with this bullshit talking about our people like that. Goddamn it, come with some solutions. I'm sick of y'all with this bullshit about what we ain't gonna do. What the fuck they supposed to do? Run to the other side that clearly will tell you to your fucking face, I don't give a fuck about you or your people. No, if you wanna come and you wanna say something, hey y'all, blah, I know this blah, blah, blah this. We need to leave both parties. But y'all literally come and sit to the table and say, leave one master and run back to the other one. And I personally will not co-sign that bullshit.
What was she getting off? She ain't gonna I'm sorry, everything went wrong. They are not like us. They're nothing like us. They're ahead. No, she's not right. I'm not telling why she's not right. They're ahead of us. If you look at education, they're ahead of us. If you look at median household income, they're ahead of us. If you look at generational wealth, they're ahead of us. Talking, man. Look at my talking.
Educated on this shit enough. She's right because neither side is for us. Point blank, period. And I agree with her. We can't keep bouncing back and forth, ping-ponging just because we want to get up into the game. We gotta do something outside of what these motherfuckers is doing and educate ourselves on this system. Because if we keep sitting under their thumb, you voting Republican, you're still sitting under a white supremacist thumb. And I get it, y'all don't like to look at it, oh, this forward. Because if you don't, you're gonna keep sitting ping pong and ping, ping, ping. That's all y'all doing, going back and forth. Oh, they got better views, or they said they're gonna do this. Oh no, they're gonna do this. No, fuck that. Do what you wanna do and create your own shit. We ain't gonna do something. Fuck what they gonna do. We got to do something. Fuck them.
Yeah, I get it. Like, basically, you have to promote this. You have to promote this relationship. Same with me. If I could just respond for a second.
As soon as they get finished with this, come here, finish y'all last. Soon as they
Just put my name in the mix. Can I respond to something?
1 second.
Let's wait till.
Give me 1 second. Because this is something that I dive into every single day, and it was prior to coming on Clubhouse. What has to happen is, I think Michelle said it earlier, a lot of people need to get political literate. You have to learn the politics. You have to learn the game. I would never tell you what party to go for, because that's a personal decision on you and however you feel you need to vote. But what I will tell you is to educate yourself. And no, don't go for somebody just because they look like you. Don't go for another party just because they don't look like you and maybe they're not telling you things that will benefit you and your children 20 to 30 years down the line. Because the one thing that they have always done was play the long game. The things that we vote on, we vote for them to either be implemented and last for decades. So you can't vote based off of somebody looking like you. You literally have to vote and be educated on what they have approved, what they have not approved, how they walk, what they do, how many people have sold, they have taken money from. You have to vote on those different choices because that's what's going to have you hemmed up somewhere. The best thing is to probably at this point create a different policy. Create a different party. The Republicans, not really it. The Democrats, not really it. There's been no investment on our return, no return on our investment. And a lot of our parents and grandparents have been with Democrats for years. The days of vote blue no matter who are over and done with. It's too many people that are they're walking around and their veils are off now. So they see what's going on.
Let me flame, nigga.
Love or hate. Don't tell me what the fuck to do.
What's that?
Love or hate.
Don't start that bullshit, motherfucker. Don't say that shit, huh? You gotta shut the fuck up, nigga. Union shit, nigga. That's what we talking about. See, that's easy. Let her talk. Shut. What you mean?
At the end of the day, love or hate who we have in office. I don't care what you do with them. Understand that he has brought everybody to the forefront of paying attention to shit. So while you're here and you're paying attention, make sure that your children are paying attention, because again, we are past certain age groups. A lot of this shit won't affect us, but it will affect our children and our children's children. So vote to make sure they have a good standing in the future. And don't vote just because it's your sister girl. And I lean.
Let me go now. Let me do this kind of like hold on. Just to put this in proper context. Hold on, like you like let me go. Let me go.
I'm not trying to argue, sweet.
I'm not trying to argue. I just want to put myself in
They got it. They gonna work it out. See,
I appreciate it. This is a problematic of like.
Let me respond to this dude.
Let Sweet go, please. Man, let Sweet go, man.
I don't know.
You and anybody else besides those two, come off your mic. You're going into the goo.
All right, cool. Let's go.
In about 5 minutes, I'm sorry, in about 30 seconds, if y'all can't work it out, I'll figure it out for y'all.
No, we can work it out.
I'll let you go first.
Let Sweet go, and then I'll respond. I just ask that I don't be interrupted. Go ahead.
And I asked the same thing.
On both, 2 minute timeline. Okay, go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Beautiful. Saw this dude try to put my name in there. Somebody else said that, but let me say this about this dude, man. It's pretty evident for those that are educated to understand where he's coming from. When you know him like I know him, and where he spends the rest of his life, what he committed to and married on to, in a big way, in every way, you'll understand he ain't vested in black folks. So he come in with these disparaging words. He tried to frame it so slick, like, oh, well, you know, just curious about why, the black folks voted this way. Why y'all so ignorant and stupid? And why do y'all just continue to do stuff and keep losing? This dude was a Democrat a few days ago. And now he on the Trump bandwagon. So we gotta put this little deflection in here and all that. I'm curious to know what he think about where Trump's leading the country right now. But beyond that, back to this major point. To think that black folks are just voting for her because she's black, that's so damn arrogant. That's so damn not true. He ain't talking nothing about the reason why all these black folks voted for her. And what her whole point was about. He just want to go right to the obvious. It can't possibly be because she's standing on some integrity. It can't possibly be because, now see, understand this about the Democratic Party. They're so damn racist. Like they've shown, they would rather not vote for her, thinking that Tyreeko gonna be born. See how that plays out. For the state of Texas, they thinking this Tyreeko dude gonna have the guts, gonna have the gall to deal with somebody that Trump is probably obviously going back in Texas, because Texas is very important for the Democratic race, for the Senate race. This dude, he had like Tyreeko was really a better choice. He ain't talking about what really the issues are. He don't have a backbone like that. He go where the money is, like a lot of people do, and go with the easy, low-hanging fruit, because he's not committed to the core of just standing on the truth. See, that's the kind of cat that dude is. And he want to try to frame it like it's some black folks are making stupid mistakes, and they just went for her because she was black. It wasn't they just went for her because she was black. A whole lot of other folks outside vote for her too across this country, and they know that woman stands on strength. That woman stands on the facts. That woman pushes back in a way that a lot of men will never push back. But that woman stands on the strength. So we don't get caught in that, it's just because she was black. She was the better of two, according to those people. But there's a whole lot of other folks that, for whatever reason, they decided to roll with Tyreeko, man. But you're really out of your league, TC.
Interesting.
All right, thank you. I'm out of my league, so I won't even respond to him. So a couple of things. We cannot vote third party. We cannot form our own party. I think the young lady mentioned a minute ago, or Erica said it, and then somebody else spoke after her and said the same thing, that we should form our third party. And I'll tell you the reason why not. Look at Texas. Again, folks, 93% of black Americans voted for Crockett, and she still lost. It's simple. 13% of the population, 9% of the voting population cannot outvote anything. We don't have the numbers. So that's not smart thinking. Hold on, Erica, if I can respond, please. That's not smart thinking, black folks. I will tell you who you should vote for by telling you who you should not vote for. You should not vote for the party that continues to deliver you diminishing returns. And you said other people behave the same way, they're just like us. Nothing could be further from the truth. These people are not like us. They are ahead of us. They have been behind us, and then they came up ahead of us. We're the ones that consistently play dead last. And again, this is not me banging on black people or damaging black people. It's me trying to provoke the fuck out of you to get you to wake the fuck up. You are voting against your interests every time, and you wonder why we are left behind. We don't have the numbers. Just as an empirical fact and understanding how politics work, we do not have the numbers. If 100% of us to vote in a federal election, national election, we still lose. If we put up want to shut me down and shut me up. It hasn't been 2 minutes. Y'all gave Sweet 2 minutes, but you didn't give me 2 minutes.
We did give you 2 minutes.
It's not been 2 minutes, but that's fine. I'll land on that. That's fine. I know I'm not popular, and often the minority voice is not popular, but it's needed to be heard because it's the truth. Go on, man.
Believe it or not, it's a lot of TCs online. Let me fight. It's a lot of TCs online that feel the way you feel. You got your 2 minutes. You don't make it seem like we not trying to let your voice be heard. I don't do that. I mean, whether I agree with you or not, you're gonna speak. But as long as you respect when you're doing so. But so basically, I got from your submission, if you can't be to join them, even if it's to your detriment. Is that what you're saying, TC?
No, I'm saying if you look at the policies, on the right, Erica, and you look at the policies on the left, there's a stark contrast in terms of outcomes. That's what I'm saying. You look at the policies about abortion on the left, and you look at the policies of life on the right, there's a stark contrast in terms of outcomes. You look at family unity in terms of fatherlessness, and the policies supported by the feminist left agenda on the left, and the family unit, strong family unit policy agenda on the right, the outcomes are starkly different. When you look at education in terms of choice-based education on the right, and public education on the left, the outcomes are starkly different for Black Americans. That's what I'm saying.
But so what you do need to understand, and all of us need to understand, is we've had Republican and Democrat presidents. Matter of fact, who the fuck was that with the No Child Left Behind? Was that Bush?
Yeah,
That absolutely fucked our kids up. Was that Bush? Was that a Republican?
What's that with G and Clean? Can I?
No, that was Bush. Okay. So my point here is that both sides have and are and continue to do fucked up shit. Okay, that you keep trying to blame one side for. Just like, let's go to Iran. That's where we're supposed to be, right? Let's go to Iran. Even with that shit in Iran, who the fuck gave those people fucking nuclear capabilities to begin with? And how many fucking presidents after that, after they overthrew the Shah, allowed the shit to sit there and continue and continue and continue until we get to this point? But when you get to fucking social media, you know who y'all blaming? One fucking side. I just want it being motherfucking played. Well, people sit here, and I don't think y'all do it intentionally, but you're picking a fucking side, and neither side is for you, and you trying to go get everybody else to jump off the fucking cliff with you. Jump off by your fucking self.
I feel like this. I feel like we don't understand how the vote is. If they say that it's 70, 90 to 90% of Black people, Black American, or Black whoever, that voted for Jasmine Crockett and she still didn't win, that means that we're not the ones that's holding any votes for her to win. She needed more than just a Black vote to win. So she has to cater to all parties. And for whatever reason, whatever other party that was there wasn't rocking with her. I know I seen something about the Latinas wasn't rocking with her or whatever. And either way it go, on both sides, they literally have to have everybody rocking with them. Believe it or not, on the Republican side, there are Black people that vote Republican that probably help push them over. There are people that vote in the center and independents that help, do what they need to do. And there are Democrats on different issues that help people do what they need to do. But it's not all Blacks, because all Blacks aren't voting. So even though she may have that majority of people voting for her, she don't have all to get her over whatever she's trying to get over.
Right. We also mentioned that a lot of her votes were thrown out by the court. I think they said something about they didn't meet the deadline to be submitted. So a lot of her votes were thrown out.
Well, a lot of her votes were thrown out.
Because here's the thing, what they tried to do is extend it to 9 o'clock for whatever reason. They had already had early voting, and most elections stop at 7 p.m. Anything after 7 p.m. wasn't counted, and it wasn't just for her. That was on both sides.
So actually, nobody knows how those votes would have came in. Dallas County votes. While they did vote majority for Crockett, if those votes were counted, it would not have been enough to overcome the difference between her and Tallarico.
Well, I'm just going to say this, because when we talk about these votes, and me and Erica, we talked about this probably a year ago today, I don't know. But forming that third party, you say that there's nothing to care, that it won't be enough. Yes, it will. You want to know why? Because we're not the only ones looking for another alternative in a better way. Something different. Todd is looking from the left to the right. Why not find something that's just right?
And who do you suggest to lead that effort for this?
I'm a very optimistic person. I strongly think that with the third, maybe fourth part, whatever, you fucking divide that vote down so goddamn much. Yeah, adding the third one, a fourth one, a fifth, all types of options, motherfuckers wouldn't even know where to go. But I strongly believe if we did form our own party, people will follow from all races, from all sides.
So that's
where I'm gonna go with that, because you know, I know we're gonna come with something different, something that something that we say. I mean, oh my God, am I giving it to y'all too fucking hard? Y'all can't fucking take this shit. Y'all don't like what I'm saying?
Nah, man. Jasmine Crockett controversially lost that election.
Adrian, why are you talking? You went Australia, be quiet.
All I'm saying is, I know, Erica, we talked about this last year.
I'm trying to back you up, Erica.
You remember what it said? It said that it would take our vote, poor whites, Latinos, and other races. And it was always going to be somebody that's going to be looking for something new, something bigger, and something better, something more to believe in. So, I'm not gonna sit here and let you and take in possible. You gotta pick this one side. No, I'm not fucking picking one side. I much rather for a side that's gonna be for the people.
Wallace, you're not pragmatic or practical. Who leads that effort is what I need. Can y'all let him respond, please?
I'm not practical when you lack logic and reason, because you only think on one side. Oh, you're just should I go right or left? Oh, I'm just gonna stick with right here because if I can't beat him, I'm gonna join him. I'm gonna fucking sit on fucking Pat Trump's lap and let him spank me, because he's spanking that ass right now.
Yeah, that's very sensational. That's not an answer to my question. Hold on 1 second. That's very sensational. That's not an answer to my question. It's not realistic. I feel like I'm I wish we could have more realistic alternatives.
Okay. See, you just fucking, you got fucking put a walk, man.
What the fuck is you doing, Adrian? Do you want the mic or not?
That was sorry. That's the reason I had to share it.
Alright, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just, I've been listening to the conversation.
No. The mic is on Adrian.
Thank you. So to answer your question, Erica, because I know you've been talking about Jasmine. I think she was well qualified for that position, but it clearly says that there was controversy around that election. And apparently who she was running against was where I think she might have defaulted, even though she was more than capable of fulfilling that role, is where she.
Thank you, sir.
This is where you tap into someone. This is where you tap into someone's weaknesses.
No,
and I guess what she was running.
I can't suffer this. No, sir. Okay, no.
Because she
Thank you so much, Adrian, for your support.
She caused a great habit going on Hot Wheels.
Use Hot Wheels, bro. Go on you.
No, yeah. To be fair, I'll be like.
Yeah, concentrate on Australia, bro. No, you so off.
But I'm off.
It's on Sam. It's on Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Hello, everyone in the key on Erica.
Who's that? What's your name? Asking for the queue.
Black Jagger.
Black Jagger, you have the mic. I was you to come off the mic.
You just said it was on another show.
That's good. Go ahead. Whichever one you go, please.
Okay. Hello there, everyone. It's my first time here. I just took some time to listen to you guys. I'm not American, as you can hear, but there's something I like about the Black American spirit. You know, you guys are great in so many ways, but I think because you guys live in the belly of the beast, you forget who you are, you forget what you've done in the past. And a lot of things you guys have done in the past has worked, but you look at the negative outcome because you were attacked. You were attacked. If you look at when we're talking about like politics, for example, because at 13 years old, I've read like a lot of American history books, like a lot. You know, I love America in a lot of ways for a lot of reasons. So I'll tell you something. If you look at politics in America for Black people, when you talk about like Martin Luther King and all the greats, there's one thing they all have in common. They all were able to organize the community. So when you talk about Republican or Democrats, that's not the solution. That's what I believe from your history, from what has worked. What is the solution is organizing the community once again. Organizing the community once again, and truly this time, because if you look at what has happened in the past, where you have just one leader and whenever the leader is taken out, people organizing bundles. So this time around, adopt a system where you have so many leaders, hierarchies. So when one is taken out, because it's a hierarchy type of leadership, it's naturally filled because you already have chain of hierarchy, like a military. You know, that way you can withstand whatever comes across. Organizing, that's the solution. Because when you organize, no matter how small your group is, look at all the other group, Proud Boys, look at all the other group. Like, look at all the other group from all race, from all groups, religious groups and all. When they come into politics, they come as a group. Because when you come as a group, your voice will be heard as long as you continue to put the pressure. Let's talk about Black Lives Matter. I don't know if you guys believe in it or not. I don't necessarily believe in it 100%, but I do see a lot of good things that they achieved. But there's a concept we can take from that. Black Lives Matter started from Black people to an extent. There is a lot of people from other races that would immediately align with you guys, but they need to see you guys strong. When you're strong, those people are going to come out from where they are hidden. Some of them are Republicans, some of them are Democrats. They're going to come out and they're going to align. This happened with the Civil War, where white people fought for us. White people invested their money, their livelihood, their families. In history, you see men that lost their kids. They pushed their kids to come and fight for the Black struggle. You know? Oh yeah.
Please don't get distracted.
Yeah. So you know, there are a lot of people. You guys have a lot of allies from so many sectors, but they need to see you guys standing strong to a degree, and they will be comfortable and confident to come out and support you, because you guys are pioneers. When I talk to a lot of Black Americans, I always say something. And I'm not trying to blaspheme. Today's Sunday. I love Jesus, but you guys are the Jesus of Black people in general, because you guys are in the belly of the beast. We Africans, other Blacks, are experiencing the beast from the outside. So there is a disconnect. When you experience the beast from the outside, you just experiencing its attacks. You guys are in the belly. You are being consumed. You've already been eaten. So organizing, that's the solution to every political, not Republican, or because when you go into a different group, you're going to be sucked into that group, and you have to conform with the principles of that group. If you make yourself something formidable as a group, something formidable, it's not about having 1 billion people. It's just to have a real good number. That's why they call it lobbying. Lobbying is just that's what they do. It's about not just about resources, because when you look at the media, they talk about resources, but actually it's not just resources. It's about pressure. Pressure. That's what it is. A group of people ready to apply pressure.
Sam, you got a lot of information. I'm gonna have to have you break it up for a lot of people that's ready to talk. But we gonna bring up Adrian. If you keep doing that, sir, I'm gonna put you in the goo. You got to get some discipline about yourself. Stay on mute, sir.
Thank you.
Back around to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. So I wanted to say what we're talking about is representation, ultimately, right? And so it's like America is a club, essentially, if we can use that analogy. So when you go to a party, everybody has different powers, right, that they can exercise at the club. You got people who are going to be general admission, right? You got people who are going to be on lists. You have some people that are going to be VIP. You have people that are going to be with the owners. And so when you think about Democrats and Republicans, these are parties that weren't registered by the people who are participating and voting into the system. Right? You guys, people are just saying, hey, I'm with this person because my mom and dad was with this person, blah, blah, blah. So they don't even have a defined form of representation. They're just voting based off inheritance. Right? Then you have other people who are showing up to the party and saying, hey, I'm such and such, and I'm with these people with my party. They're going to say, who's paying? Right? If you don't have anybody to pay, you're going to put the bill on the Democrats or the Republican because that's the party that you're with. Right? So they're footing the bill. You're not footing the bill. The party's footing the bill. Right? In America, you have the option to legally define your own terms of representation. Everyone's not always fully aware of that, so they just join the party that they know, which is why it's very easy for people to come into the country and just join into a respective race group, right? i.e. Black, or Mexican, or Asian, or all of these different legal representations, if they don't know who their family is, or their family doesn't have representation in business, or in the state, or assets, or credit, because that...
Well, we were alluding to the mindset earlier, and we're talking...
But, yeah, so, somebody... Yeah, so...
Okay.
What's happening right now?
No, please, people. Jesus, Ambassador, the mic is not open yet. Go ahead, Blackjack.
So, it's like going to the party and everybody's standing out in the front, right? And all the Black people, because they're not on the list, but they're just saying, I'm with the other person that looks like me,
everybody wants to say, hey, let me in, but they're not priority, right? And so that's what's happening in politics, because it's all based off entertainment. So when you think about a person like Jasmine Crockett, her caricature is there to hyperimpose and appeal to a specific way that people think, right? So she can captivate those voters, right? She unfortunately miscalculated in the turnout and the support of people that act in the way that she does and speak the type of rhetoric that she speaks, because she's trying to prop up a certain type of representation that she feels people would follow, just like any other politician would, right? Which is why they find points to run on, right? Because they know that people aren't going to read anything. All they're going to do is listen to what they say and watch how they act when they speak, right? So you have to be able to determine for yourself, which is why you can have self-determination, if you and your family or yourself are going to act in the representation of these other people groups. And if not, you determine special interest groups through trust, right? Which is how most of the private sector is set up, right? Which is how the capital, right, which supplies work, organized labor to the public, which is how the funds get to the public, is through the projects, which is the work that everybody does every day, right? This is how capitalism works. But because people don't actually take time to understand where they fit in the system and how they got there and how the caste system works, then it's just gets lost in translation when everybody's really trying to just understand, why am I stuck where I'm stuck at?
Right, yeah. Go ahead and land your plane. We need to move the mic, y'all. Gotta land your plane. I don't know. Listen, y'all, there's so many people on the stage, and I'm not gonna lie. Who was the guy that just spoke before you? Sam had some good points. Black Jagger had some good points. It's hard, y'all. If you're going a long time, listen, people waiting, and the more people that speak, the more they want to respond, but they're not able to. So if you can please limit your submissions to 2 minutes, it would be very helpful for everybody on the stage. Thank you.
Is that email and that's it, all right? We'll go right here, sir.
Thank you. Erica?
No, I wanted to make sure Black Jagger landed his plane.
I did that.
Okay. Go ahead, Ambassador.
Well, thank you, Miss Erica, and thank you to the room for a great Sunday conversation. I think I have to dig it back to something Sam was talking about, them Black lives, and something Mr. Black was talking about, us using the political clout we got to get what we want sometime, y'all. But on the Black lives, I think they hijacked the concept of the Black Panther and used it skillfully against us, even though they were on the front page of the news. But the work you gotta look at the work that's being put in, that was gonna really help us get free from these social political circumstances. And we look at it closely because when you see Black lives moving something and it's on the front line, but the undercurrent, they're gonna sell you LGBT at the end of the day. They're gonna loop you over into a particular brand of socialism and politics, and you won't even have your identity when you leave the room. And you are at fault, we the people. You got a guy coming out of Black. I alluded earlier that when Hakeem Jeffries come, you ain't gonna support. I can bring Hakeem Jeffries in the room. I can bring Dr. Attorney Malik Shabazz in the room. I know they'll be disrespected. I can bring Dr. Cornel West to the room. It's not the political leader. It's not the leadership. It's just you have to make a decision to put your footprint in the sand, put your fingerprint in it. There's an ink stain, and I've said it a dozen times, but I'll say it one more time. There's not an ink stain in Washington. Washington, D.C. for us. And guys like Joe Biden and Donald Trump make sure you don't get anything stained. The keeper of the gate in the person of Barack Hussein Obama made sure you didn't get an ink stain in Washington. But that doesn't say you can't put an ink stain in Washington, because of course we built this. And I can give you an extra assurance policy, a policy better than Prudential right now, that we can manage this. We built it. Why the hell we need somebody else to manage this shit? And both Michelle Obama and John Trump said, we built this. But we don't see the value system when you got a guy like Benny Thompson, and they'll come to the mic, articulate our circumstances properly, and then we don't even support the guy. He's standing by himself at the end of the day, and it looked like he a damn fool, and he's one of the most brilliant attorneys in America at this moment. You don't know him, because you don't try to get to know him. Vernon Jordan was the most brilliant attorney we ever had. Lived and died, raised the Urban League, everybody got raised to another level. You never even know who Vernon Jordan was. But we're not looking out at our own value system. Not Republican, not Democrat, not independent, not libertarian, but our own value system. And when a guy like Judge Kavanaugh, I'll be here the rest of the afternoon, that's my friend, but you don't befriend him because you think he's a foreigner. Because he might look like a foreigner to you. But I tell you, he's my man, he's a good friend to people. And if you ever got to know him, you will know more about politics, law, and government than you ever knew. If you took the time to go out to your cabin or your long work building and sit down with a guy like Al Green to know the politics. When he can attempt to arrest him, they don't put his hands on him too much, I bet you that. Because he'll hit him with that martial art move where it hurt him real bad.
Yeah, I run it, chop his head. I know.
You know, and that. So you, if you get to know yourself better, yes, man. You're right. I love you so much. It's hard talking to Mike at the same time. And to hear about intelligent people. But it's a great thing that you're doing here, sir.
I'm listening to you. Very emotional.
It's hard, but somebody got to work. Go ahead, and we thank you again for modeling consistently, damn near 24 hours around the clock. You can hear Miss Erica here. She's the only 24/7 moderator we got on Clubhouse. Not 40 acres. I'm going to give her the 40 acres of the mule plaque goes to Miss Erica.
All right, thank you.
Well, I mean, there you have another relic of
Number one moderator, but not facts, is it though?
Al Green is a great guy. I'm sure he's a fantastic individual, but he's another relic of the penitentiaries that every time we go back to the ideas, old stale ideas that brought us to where we are today, you find that they're being replaced. They're being replaced with a new tranche of people that are going to hold the banner for the Democratic Party and we'll be in the same place we are today, 70 years from now. Nobody's grappled with the contradictions that I brought up about the Democratic Party. The fact that black people better, our outcomes improve when we adopt conservative policies. Consider that as enough. Have we considered the reality that we used to be Republican, our hell-bent on back in history, how we can grapple with the reality that people voted Republican?
Do you think that Republican wrong? Because see, I like the way you mean, and you just switched this conversation. So this is about the Democrats now. So we gonna.
It's always been about the Democrats.
Wait a minute, let me just get this off real quick.
We vote 98% of the time for Democrats. That was my first submission.
TC, do you think, after what you just stated, that it will probably be better for maybe us, because there's not a third party that we want right now, do you think that it would be best for people to stay in the middle as independents and vote on policies versus, facts that you research versus feelings?
100%. 100, and that's all I'm asking for black Americans to do.
Because that way you give them, it's leverage there.
Yeah, I'm not asking them to vote lock, stock, and barrel for the Republican Party, no matter who can is, like we vote for Democrats. What I'm saying is survey your options, but definitely study for the people that aren't in interested in your progress, and they've not delivered for you.
Okay.
But that's why it's important for people to understand proximity, though.
Republicans have delivered for you since, y'all just changing the whole trajectory of the damn conversation anyway, and trying to tell people that the other side is better. Now, the motherfucker did just come say sit in the middle, which I do agree. Like, I don't know why you keep trying to put yourself on a side when both sides are fucking you up ass, right?
But this is why it's important. Hold on, TC.
I mean, I am hold on talking. So go ahead and go on mute, and then I'm gonna pass it to you when I get finished, right? Because I don't have a lot of time. But what I'm saying here is when we come to sit here and act like these people have not done the shit they've done in the past, the shit is crazy.
Erica,
That's people that they should attach themselves to.
Erica, if you want to preach, I'm not going to get in the way of
like to talk, just like you talking. And don't call me preaching when you just sat here and brought this conversation, preaching to your people like it was about your people when it really was about a motherfucking political party.
No, I wasn't.
Like, I just came up with some of y'all pop the kettle black ass Negroes. Okay, so let me finish. Quit cutting me off, making me lose my damn thoughts. So no, we should sit in the middle and quit commenting here. Or going to people. Period. I don't give a fuck what you're going in the office, the bathroom, wherever you going. Stop trying to make us cross over to the Republican Party. Cause after Trump gone, y'all got to really see what these motherfuckers about. Like, no, don't usher us into another fucking burning building. No, thank you.
Yes, so again, like what I was saying earlier, it kind of went over people's heads. So,
can I respond to her, please? It'll be
no, nigga, let somebody else talk.
No, that black jacket go.
I'm not asking the uncles.
At the end of the day, people have to be able to assess things from their playing field, from where they are. People have to be able to meet themselves where they are in the system. Most people are relying on their employer, right? In the state where they work, in the city where they are, right? So it's very important, more so for them to understand what governor they have, what that governor's interests are. Are they Republican or Democrat, right? Then to understand how that's going to have a trickle-down effect from their local and city government to their chamber of commerce, their district, because then that's where the policies start to affect you, because it's going to affect the business owners, and the business owners are really who are making the decision over how you're getting paid, what type of benefits you have, and that's what people don't really understand about the system, right? And so, yeah, your vote matters to an extent, but ultimately the people who are the elect are the business owners, the people you work for, right? And they're going to do what's best most of the time for their employees or for the labor. For a long time, the Democratic Party represented the labor force, right? So that's why a lot of people continue to vote Democrats, right? Because they felt like they were getting a benefit as a part of the American workforce, right? And then it shifted to traditionally, most of the business owners were Republican for a great deal. Now, because there's so much corruption, because all of the party is corrupt on both sides of the aisle, right? Because the entire government is compromised, because people don't pay attention to where people are from, and all these people that have dual citizenship from all this foreign interest for so many decades, but that's not the conversation. But it's important that you understand civically how you fit within your local and city government and the interests within where you work and who you depend on for your benefits. Some people don't have a job, so who do they depend on? The state, right? Some people work for the government, so who do they depend on? The federal government. So it's just understanding who you are and where you exist.
So when the young lady asked me would I prefer black people just vote their interests, and I said
divine intervention.
intervention.
Divine fucking intervention.
Amen. Let the church say amen.
Black people can't vote the same. Hold on. Black. I'm agreeing with you. We're not on two different pages here. We're on the same page, brother. 100%. The way you vote for your county commissioner is not the way you vote for president. I'm not having that conversation. I'm trying to respond to the young lady when she talked about her interest, because when I brought up Jasmine Crockett, that was an election on who Jasmine Crockett is. That wasn't a question about Jasmine Crockett's voting record. That was a conversation of what banner is Jasmine Crockett running under, and what interest does that banner provide for Black Americans, and like what outcomes does that provide for Black Americans? And for those reasons, I do separate that, and I think that's an important distinction. But that's not the conversation I'm having. The conversation I'm having is the one that we vote 98% of the time for the same party. Erica brought up the criticism that I was somehow trying to get I'm not trying to get Black people to vote on the other side. I'm trying to get Black people to wake up to the reality that their interests are not being protected on the left, so they should consider the alternative. Make some value considerations, not just protected class considerations. I'm a protected class.
In other words, you're asking them to protect their labor.
So Democrats are for protected classes, therefore I vote Democrat every time. But it's a Trojan horse. And again, I know some people don't have the range for this conversation, so I'm boring you. But if you actually look at the crosstabs and look at the statistics and how your children fare in the democratic education systems, if you actually took the time and did that research, you'll realize that this shit is deleterious for you. And if you don't know what that word means, look it up. I'm sorry that you guys don't have. I'm sorry that you guys don't have the range to have this conversation. But it's one we need to have in our community. If you just look at economics, just look at pure economics, right? Look at every other people group and how they vote. We look at us and how we vote.
TC, why would you keep talking if you think we ain't got the range?
I'm talking about the dude that's breathing on the fucking mic like he's Darth Vader.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about you, Eric. I'm talking about the dude that keeps coming off mic to breathe on the motherfucking mic.
Well,
that's what I'm talking about.
He was talking to everybody.
That's me.
Everybody don't jump in. Go ahead and finish up, CC, so somebody can get a turn.
I do agree that.
But I would like to respond to that because you say democratic education. I live in between two red states. And when I tell you they motherfucking education, what is you talking about? Democrat, they all the, what is you talking about?
Okay, let's go with what I'm talking about. Can I give it time to y'all?
And then I wanted to make the
Eric, I can answer your question.
To be Republican, but you just say you're trying to get them to consider the alternative. What's the motherfucking alternative of Democrat?
Like folks here, the arrogance and teaching.
I mean, without you saying independent, the alternative is Republican.
If you don't understand the word,
I said consider the alternative. Correct. I'm not evasive in what I'm saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. I'm not evasive. I'm very clear.
And I appreciate that. Well, so I heard what you said. This is just, I don't know why you won't admit it. I don't know if you're trying to get them to consider the alternative.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Consider the alternative. Hold on, Black. 1 second, bro. You hear her asking me a question. Let me respond. I am trying to get you to consider alternatives. That's literally what I said, Erica. Not even
the alternative is what you said, not
yes. Yeah, consider the alternative.
What's the alternative?
It is the conservative movement.
Okay. I don't the mic around, please. I don't know why.
Hold on, but I want to make sure I'm clear. And the reason why I'm doing that is because the alternative that we don't consider might be the alternative that scares us.
Okay, thank you. If you would just be straight and stop doing this, maybe this conversation for you will flow a little bit better. But you keep having to come back.
I don't know how straight I want us to know how.
Thank you, TC.
Okay, it's my turn.
Oh, yeah, so can I just make one comment real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, he's bringing up a good point, and I think what he's trying to say is that there should be now a way that people unionize their labor so that they can demand more value consideration for it, right? Because obviously neither party is protecting the labor of a particular class representation, right? And so in order for new demands to be met, there has to be an organized movement to move that labor underneath a different structure, right? With whether it be locally, regionally, you know, because it's going to be difficult to nationalize something like that, but regionalized unions can work, right? Because then now you can increase essentially the tax on the specialized labor that the community provides.
Black, I think you're at a solution stage. Your mind is sitting at a solution stage based on what you said. But that's definitely not what TC just said. Okay, we ain't gotta think about what he said. We heard what he said. He told us what he said, and he came back and clarified it. Even though it keep changing, he's here. He can speak for himself, and he did not say what you just said. But I think that's a good idea. Like,
Can I go, Eric?
Wait, because it's more power.
It's my turn, TC.
Take your value consideration and take it serious.
the mic is on. I mean, I'm sorry, not TC. I'm sorry, Sweet. The mic's on Sweet too.
TC, man. Shut up. Thank you. And so, again, exactly. I mean, I appreciate, like we like to do as black folks, back to, you know, we want to argue the case for somebody else, but that's not at all what he has done. It's definitely not what he just got through saying. He specifically said, yes, I'm trying to, ultimately, when Erica pressed him, he had to bow down and recognize that his motive was on display. He said it was to push people to the conservative party over there. So it wasn't no try to get y'all to vote in your best interest and get another third party in the union. None of that. That ain't his agenda. He recognized he jumped over there for the conservative side first. So he want everybody to go over there and get behind him so he can then be whatever his ego want him to be, man. But that ain't got nothing to do with what's in the best interest of black folks. That ain't got nothing to do with him.
I see what you guys are saying.
So he got a different motive. You've been around him long, you understand. But forget about being around him long. But in this room, Erica can recognize and hear, hold up, man. You came in on this generic, let me just have a conversation about the recent Jasmine Crockett and you know, let me just talk about the vote in Tyrico and you know, just this everybody 90% voted for her and you know, but up underneath it, eventually it came out. Whatever his real thing was, we know it had to do with this idea that, look, y'all get off of that Democratic thing and put all your hope over here like I've done and Donald Trump and the MAGA movement and the ultra-conservative, right, and everything, that's what we bet out.
All right, can I respond? So there was no ambiguity in what I said when I came off mic. It was to consider the alternatives. If you do just a pure face-to-face comparison, you'll find out that you fare better. But you can't have this conversation with people that are intent and they have a chip on their shoulder because I said something maybe 2 years ago that made you feel bad, Sweet. I can't deal with your personal, emotional fragility, bro. Like, this is not about TC. Nobody's talking about TC. We're talking about ideas, bro. You need to get off that shit. All right?
Erica spotted your game, bro. She didn't know it from 2 years ago.
Take it for what it is. Take it for what it is. I put the facts on the line. I mentioned education. You haven't responded. Your response is just TC, TC, TC. I talked about economics. Your response is just TC, TC, TC. I talked about our social economics. Your response is still TC, bro. Get off of fucking TC's dick and respond to the issues. Respond to the facts.
Man, I said,
none of the time we get our inches put first. This is not new. This has been the case for the last 70 years. Malcolm talked about it. The fuck what are we doing? Like this, we're gonna make this a personality contest? I'm talking about ideas. This ain't got shit to do with TC. Get off the fucking train, bro. And realize you're getting fucked up. You've been last. You stay dead shit is the reason why we stay dead last. You're not talking about ideas, you dumbass. You're talking about people.
Can I get in the queue, please?
We still want to do that shit too. This ain't got nothing to do with personality.
Yeah, crash out. You done crashing out, bro?
No, I'm mute. Hold on. I think the mic is on. Are you done, TC?
Yeah, I'm done.
The mic is
Talk to my wife.
on.
We'll talk to your wife about that issue.
Hey, stop talking to me. Go ahead, Mr.
Well, so this shit is crazy, right? This Republican and Democrat shit been around for hundreds of fucking years. And no matter who gets in control, neither does anything for black people. So to hang your hat on either one of them is fucking delusional. And as far as us organizing, what we organized since before this is 50, and where the fuck has that gotten us? We organize, somebody gets in office and tell you they're gonna reward you for your organization, and they shit on you when they get in office. It's just repetition. What black people have to do at this time is, if you're gonna vote, fine. But no matter who gets in office, sit back, observe, and figure out how to maneuver around this shit and make your life better. Because at this point, every president has shown you that they're not gonna do nothing for the black community. I went into a store in the area that I lived in the other day to show you how people are moving. On the front of the fucking store, it said Chinese. You know who was running the fucking store? Mexicans. See, these are the things that we have to grab a hold of when we talk about getting ahead, because waiting on some white fucking savior to come down and save you and do what's best for you, it ain't happening. You got to figure out how to move no matter who's in charge. So trying to manipulate somebody to vote Democrat, to vote Republican, that shit is old. It ain't working no more. They ain't considering black people. They brought the Hispanics over. Goddamn, they gave them more rights than they gave you. They pushed the damn alphabet community and gave them more rights than they gave you. You will always be at the bottom until you figure out how to get yourself to the fucking top. Stop depending on the damn savior and move accordingly.
No, he's correct, because what we're actually up against is colonization, and consistent colonization, right? Because as long as immigration continues to happen, it doesn't matter where they're coming from, right? They're coming in with the colonized American mindset because they have to do whatever they have to do to comply to be able to get whatever new form of citizenship the government is giving them to give now cheap labor or labor at a margin, right? It's going to continue to happen. So it's like we have to be able to privatize our wealth and our capital, our human capital, our intellectual capital, right? The financial capital that we do have, right? Because it's like essentially like you're up against drones, right? Imagine just they have unlimited agents to keep deploying into the country to basically just, like he just said, it's always going to be a new movement, right? Any new movement is the new form of the state agenda. It always has been, right? And they can keep replicating these people because they can just keep cosplaying people to look like whoever they need them to be, and then get people to associate with those people in the public through commercials and speeches and ad campaigns and movies, and that's how they keep that shit turning. Feel me?
So I want to be clear what I'm doing and what I'm not doing, right? Republican and Democrat are parties. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat. Those are parties. Conservatism is a mindset, it's a school of thought. I don't come onto these stages and promote the Republican Party. I promote conservatism. Conservatism is a school of thought. It centers on the importance of family, strong individual sovereignty, protection of your interests, ownership. It's not about collectivism. It's about individualism. That's a mindset shift. What I'm trying to convey is consider the alternative mindset the alternative school of thought for Black Americans. There's no manipulation happening here. I'm not attempting to manipulate. I'll know probably that this is now my third invitation to anybody on this stage to grapple with the alternative consideration, the conservative consideration when it comes to education, when it comes to economics, when it comes to policy. But for the third time, you guys are going to kick me in the back and say, oh, this guy's trying to get us to vote Republican. That's real surface level, limited, shallow thinking. And I don't know why we continue to do the same thing. But we continue to do it, and we get the same outcomes, and we wonder why. All I'm saying is this. I've had enough of the rhetoric. Like, let's have a fact-based, rigorous conversation. If y'all just want to do the fucking shoot the shots. Oh, he got you, he bigged up you. Oh, he got that zinger in on you. That shit is fun and goofy, and it will land you in the same place your kids and grandkids. We've not had a rigorous conversation about conservative thought, have we? Because they won't allow us to, because they bring in the sweets of the world to disrupt that conversation. To distract you from the reality that I'm getting you to consider a different way of thinking, Black America. But no, let's keep doing that goofy shit. Let's keep doing that they not like us dance in the hallways and shit. While our kids are graduating college, graduating high school with 3rd and 4th grade reading and math proficiencies.
Hold on, Neil, dog. He basically, hey, so, I don't know how much they paid, the Conservative Party is paying this dude, but 2 years ago, he didn't have it nowhere in his heart at all to go for Black folks need to be concerned. You know why? Because he wasn't going again. He wasn't going to. I didn't interrupt you, man. I didn't interrupt you, bro. All that passion that they paid you. Hold on, bro. Respect, bro. Deal with me. Hold on, bro. You brought me up, man. You brought me up. So you give everybody right. So you just got to put that jail shit. Somebody shut him up, please. You got to respect the Democrat, bro. Damn it, you had your time. And so the real is this. He want to put it on sweet because I guess apparently in his world I'm the only one in these clubhouse streets. No, I take that back. Politically correct, know about it too. Patty, no. But the reality is this, man, where does this dude go? I don't know why he want a grandstand and that's like he the Black representative. He's authorized by the almighty conservative, whoever God, to come in and tell Black folks that they need to be more conservative. Like, Black folks don't have no collective understanding, bro. And all of a sudden, hold on for a second, man. All of a sudden now, and again, he ain't telling everybody, hey, vote your conscience, vote what you know is best. He's pushing it all the way to the nth degree. And you know who's representing the Conservative Party. You know the whole mindset. And he want to act like he came in here acting like it was just some neutral spot. Everybody, oh, this is a new person in 40 acres in a mill. And everybody, Erica, and a lot of other people that haven't come off the mic in the audience recognize this character. He thinks he is an individual. He's a character representation. He's a mindset that's well represented out here of individuals that get close to massive and tell everybody this is where we all need to be over here. And y'all come over this way. Y'all, and then the insults and the arrogance. Well, if you don't understand what I'm saying, well, that's just true. He can't even see himself because he's been himself his whole life. He's been too close to himself to understand. We done seen many of UTC. It's not too personal. You think it's personal because you think it's you have a mindset that is reflective of an arrogance that won't lead us to any salvation, any freedom, and any of that, man. So to come in and start belittling people and start talking crazy, and at the core of it, the Black woman, you should really, really analyze and understand this mindset of this individual that has a real problem because from that Black woman that represent, and this room today was represented by Erica and Flawless, that Black woman, he ain't married on to that.
Conservatism literally means holding on to traditional values while opposing change and innovation. Right? Like the traditional values of Black folks ain't shit and Black folks are beneath white folks. That's conservatism and that's the shit y'all want to stick to. That shit's crazy.
Knowing damn well, like Flawless said, we need a whole, we represent, I gave you the other brother said, y'all are unique. You know that brother from, I don't know what country he was from, when he started off early on, he was in there a while ago, he said, y'all Black folks, man, y'all set the trend, we know that. Black folks know that, the world know that.
took the channel on every level you can think of. And so, yeah, Jasmine obviously didn't have enough rallying support around her. And, you know, a person can only be whatever they can be. She was obviously more than qualified for the House of Representatives and did her thing. But to try to clown her like I've heard him and other people do in other rooms, and she took and all that, look here, man. If you don't like her, that's fine. Stay with Tyler Rico, man. Go ahead and think that's going to save America or save black folks somehow. Getting everybody roll with Tyler Rico, I guess. You said everybody should have voted for him so that they could say, oh, yeah, we won. And now he representing black folks? What are you saying, man? So like Michelle said, we need a whole other thing, man. So if you're not going to say that, then give everybody all their hopes and we'll jump off the Democratic Party with Kamala and Biden and Barack and jump over here with Newt Gingrich and Donald Trump and New Yorkers and the Tea Party and everything's going to work out hunky-dory. Crazy as hell, man.
Guys, can I just chip in something? I'm the guy you're talking about. I'm from Nigeria, though. I've lived in 3 different continents. I'm living in my third, America. There's something I notice about we as black people. As much as we might think we're different, we face the same struggle in a lot of ways. Like I'm talking about in depth, if you look at it, if you're someone that look deeply. One of our biggest problem is individuality and the right to feel correct. Those 2 things have been our demise for years. You know what? I don't know if you know this saying. You guys, I'm sure you guys know this saying that they say, strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create bad times create strong men. Funny enough, when you look at it, our parents in the 60s, in the 50s, in the 40s, they created a good time because of their hard time. They became strong and they created a good time. So a lot of people would disagree with that. But there's something about those people. They were all informed. Every day they read the newspapers. They read. Some of them were killed just because of reading. And today, you see people saying, oh, the educational system is not good. We have children that don't know how to read. And it's funny to me when I hear that. Every time I hear that rhetoric, I laugh. Like, reading people have literally lost their life because of their own personal inclination to learn how to read. And now we have everything it's free out there. And someone is still coming out and telling us. A lot of the problem is, a lot of times we take so much as we want to say we are black, we still want to, this so much need to be accepted by people that are not us. So we go after their stats. A lot of us know deeply that those stats were made by people that are biased, people that don't really see us for us. But still yet, when we come to these platforms where we should embrace community, where we should embrace roles, because roles are important. Everyone cannot be the leader. Let the people that have some information speak. And when you want to speak, don't bash the other. It takes some time to discern what he's saying. Everyone here has passion. We're passionate. And I admire that. That means we all want something good. But how are we going about it? A gentleman, ambassador, spoke earlier, and he was saying a lot of stuff. And the next guy that came through said, oh, that's old stuff. That's old stuff. A lot of times, if you go to these powerful families in the world, you go to their houses, you see pictures of their great-great-great-great-grandfathers. But when you come to a black community, they tell you, oh, it's old, destroy it. It happens in Africa, it happens in the Caribbean, it happens in here. Oh, my father's house is too old, destroy it, break it down, let's do something new. We're always quick to look for the new, but we always forget that because it's new doesn't make it the best. Because it's new doesn't make it the right. Yes. We as a people, we need to move in unison, not division, That's the only way we can win. Thank you.
The reason why it's difficult, not too long ago, to contend with the issues. I don't know if this is like there's an allergic reaction to it or what it is. Somebody came on stage and the best attempt they could do is give the definition of conservative. What are Black Americans' conservative traditional values? I didn't ask you about white Americans. Yeah. Because when I'm talking, when I say conservative, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Let me finish, please. It's not about white conservatism. That's the problem. You came in with that Trojan horse. I didn't say white conservatism, did I? I said conservative values. And I enumerated them. That had nothing to do with blacks being in chains or slavery or going back to slavery or none of that shit. I'm talking about Black values. Now, you compare that with the alternative, which is the one that we've been voting for the last 70 years, lock, stock, and barrel. Liberal values. You want to give the definition of liberalism? And say, oh, that's a better definition?
Yeah, but I mean, liberal wants things to change. They agree with change, and conservative wants things to stay the same. And that's just not, I mean, things are gonna change.
It's actually democratic. It's not that. It's democratic and conservative. I'm not talking about a dictionary definition of the word. That's the point I'm trying to make. Right, but the point I'm trying to make is I'm not talking about a dictionary definition of the word. I'm talking about value systems. I'll give you guys an example.
No, we don't need an example. We know what a value system is.
No. I'm talking about liberal values in action.
Right. So then get to your point, because we just assume, because you'll probably be assuming, right, that the majority of us in the room know what you're talking about. So move on to your point.
Minimum wage is a great example. Liberal thought is, hey, we raise the minimum wage, everybody earns more. Let's raise the minimum wage to an artificial, arbitrary number, $28 an hour. But what you don't factor in is what that does to the wider economy and create more dependency on the state. Let's consider the alternative. This is what I've been inviting you to do ever since I started talking. Alternative, conservative value, conservative thought is create as much opportunity for market growth as you can and let market dynamics dictate earning potential and not by the state. What that does is it creates competition. And so since we know that Black people, we accept that Black people are not ineligible or inadequate or incapable of competing, competition breeds success for our people if we apply ourselves. So what I'm asking you to do is to consider or grapple with the alternative from our voting habits. I'm not asking you to vote Republican. You take that one situation right there, and then you build it out, the 17 degrees, and what do? You get competition, creates opportunity and success. Creating artificial, arbitrary metrics creates more dependency on the state. We saw it in Venezuela. They did the exact same thing with socialism in Venezuela. The state came in and said, look, we got this massive oil resource. We're going to hoard it for the state and determine how people get paid and who gets the contracts by the state. And what happened to Venezuela? A majority of their population is under the poverty line. They have more oil. They have more accessible oil than any other country in the world. Yet they're one of the poorest countries in the world. Doesn't that sound a lot like a comparison to Black America? The fact that we have so much ingenuity, so much buying power in this country, but we squander it because we get dependent on the state. Far too many of us are dependent on the state education. Far too many of us are dependent on state health care. Far too many of us are dependent on state welfare. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, boy, it is difficult when people want to look at these issues in the macro instead of the micro. Boy, it's a lot of shit that's going wrong with that. I mean, it would take a long time to vote for the conservative. That's gonna fix the shit that's going on. But because I do remember a time when this country was ran by conservatives and your ass was over there drinking out of separate water fountains and all that bullshit. They was beating your ass with water hoses, spraying you down, killing your ass, hanging your ass. I don't know what the fuck is happening these days, but I don't know if the youth this thing, we gonna start here. Fuck the past, fuck history, cause it don't matter. Well, hey, ignore it, you're bound to repeat it. Like it makes no sense. Go ahead, Mr. Rich. Go ahead, Mr. Rich.
Okay, I'm gonna make it short and sweet. You know, the choice between two evils still result in evil. Now, if we look to the past, okay, the black went to the Democratic Party because of the President Roosevelt offered the New Deal for America. If we look at the time, and there were very difficult times in the United States. The United States almost altered, and it was on the verge of total collapse. So yes, Roosevelt offered a deal to the American people, and the black people, in my opinion, fell for the okie doke. Okay, we went to war and we helped this nation out. Okay, but when we got back here, we didn't get any of the benefits that was promised. Then we went to North Korea, and the same thing resulted there. So we have been falling for the okie doke for the longest. Now, we talked about creating the third party. That would be in our best interest, because then we wouldn't be catered to neither side, because they pamper for our vote, and then once they get in office, they do nothing for us. They offer maybe a dog, a bone to quiet us up and things like that. Remember the conversation that Johnson stated that we will have those niggas voting Democrat for the next 100 years. Well, the thing that we have to understand is that we're just labor to them. We're just someone to act as a housemaid and things of that nature. So in order for us to be recognized, we have to stop, give me liberty or give me death. Now, if that means that we all just have to stand around and twiddle our thumbs in order to get recognized, then that's the course that we have to take. Because just, choosing between the two evils is not going to get us any place. Now,
Ain't that the truth, Mr. Richard? Go ahead, BB.
Yeah, the two evils, what is that?
No, the mic is on BB. BB.
Yeah, I'd like to talk.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Like I said, I just jumped in the room. I'm sorry if I repeated myself. But I just have to say, I think that I understand I don't know who was speaking before, but Mr. Richard, the brother, was saying about the difference in values versus our idea of the party just in general, like Republican and Democratic, because I think we do get hung up and we're deeply socialized. It's a lot of different social movements that are attached to these political movements, and then we forget the actual core values of these parties. Yes, the Republican Party is the original anti-slavery party. They are also very big on things like national security, reducing mass surveillance, which the Democratic Party doesn't have a lot of focuses on. But the Democratic Party does try to focus, I would say, on human rights. Obviously, postmodern liberalism is a little bit different. We're talking about social rights, which sometimes I think can translate human rights when you're talking about somebody being disenfranchised because of the way they identify themselves or their actual identity, and thus being economically disempowered. Yes, these social rights can translate to human rights. However, and again, what Mr. Richards was saying about a third place solution, we have to, first of all, I think libertarianism is something to look at. If you have some democratic values, but most of your values are Republican and conservative leaning. Another thing we're confused by is that we solely associate Donald Trump, because he is the president, with Republican values and the Republican Party. Donald Trump has multiple baby mamas. He's been married so many times. He's had a lot of different bankruptcies. He's not very conservative. He runs with the conservative party. So he's not even really the poster child for being a Republican. That's why he doesn't come off like a politician. A lot of politicians, they come off very clean, very polished. You can't name a president before Donald Trump that didn't come off as having a clean bill of health before. Some things may have been uncovered throughout their presidency, but everybody loves them. They're just, the people's champ. Donald Trump doesn't really have any of that because he's not the typical politician. And so, I think it is important to see what values are being pushed and what values are being pushed in what social movements, because they do have the economic impact. And then, put your eggs in that basket and, maybe use those values to build another third-party solution.
PB, because the
how is a third party option viable?
It's not that a third party, it's not that a third party doesn't exist. You know, there are other parties that exist when you go and vote on the ballot, and we don't pay any attention to them because we're not socially warped by them. You know, it's not really common for you to be hearing news about what's going on in the Libertarian Party. But a lot of people that, like I said, that have Republican values as far as how they think on a state and national level, but Democratic values on a social level, they tend to vote Libertarian. But those, they don't even give enough votes for it to matter, for anybody to get pushed, you know, to primaries. So it's not that a third-party solution doesn't even exist in the first place. And now it's like, oh, we need a fifth and a sixth-party solution. Maybe politics is the issue in the first place. Why aren't some of the geniuses that are mathematicians, economists, that are teaching some of the minds that build the software for them to maintain the financial infrastructure in the United States Department of Treasury, why are they not the commander-in-chief? Why is it the most intelligent person? You know,
here's the thing, BB, but the Republican Party under Donald Trump, as it is right now, there's nothing conservative, there's nothing about that party that represents black folks. That's not, to say that even that party represents where black folks' conservatism exists, and to say that Donald Trump, who again, so many days ago was Democrat himself, but he recognized that in order to be president, to work the magic that he's working right now, he could not do it on the Democratic side. So he jumped over there and then just got all in to believe in him. And we watched it all play out, and he knew it was a two-choice thing. He knew he could go against Barack in the climate that America still is in, and he was going to win a lot of people that understood, hey, just vote for me. You know what I'm saying? You know, I represent y'all. Don't trip. You know what I stand on.
Yeah.
And he could nod and win. And just, you know, just to land real quickly. And so the idea that then now to have somebody coming along, and as he just said, like, no, we can't. What makes you think that you could have a third party that could be better than that? And so therefore, you just have to jump in over there under Donald Trump, under the umbrella now, saying this conversation around, oh, that's where the conservatives. I'm looking out for y'all black folks. But go ahead, BB.
So, I'm sorry, I was going to ask, do you have an idea of what, you know, because you said that the Conservative Party, they don't represent conservatism. Do you think that the Obamas represented that? I'm just curious.
Of course not. Of course not. They don't represent black folks' conservatism or democratic justice values, and everybody get a vote either. They don't stand on that either. And that
should we be looking for a leader? Are you saying that it would be in the best interest of all of America to have a leader that represented what black conservatism looks like?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying,
to your original point of value.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Let me explain to you what I am saying. Since you asked me if that's what I'm saying, no, it's not that. Let me explain to you what it is. What I am saying is that black folks, we don't need to run around here trying to beat everything to all peoples. If we, as 50 million of us, even if 30 million of us was on the same page about a collective block, that would be more than enough to sway, like the other brother was saying here, to sway America to understand we ain't just looking out for black folks only. When you talk about black values, you talk about the love and do the right thing for everybody. That's why that's so important. Because that brother that came in the room, he understands it and the world understands it. When we stand up for what we stand up, everybody already sucks off of us and benefits off of what we stand and fight for. We just don't benefit off of it. So when we stand up for what we know we stand for, then the whole planet's going to continue to benefit. But the one thing that'll be unique now is we will start to benefit. That's what pisses off the TCs and a lot of other people. Now black folks will finally get their just due without no reparations even having to be in the conversation. It'll just finally be some justice because we came together. The only thing lacking in the whole American picture and on the planet is we won't stand together and back ourselves. So that's why I would definitely stand with Jasmine Crockett all day, every day.
So this demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the political system. You heard it from the horse's mouth. He said, we don't need a majority, we just need 30%.
That's not what I even said. You said something about 30%, bro. You just know what it is. 30%. I said 30 million out of that. Instead of 50 million.
Go on you.
Yeah, letting this for me?
No, let you talk. No,
okay, go ahead and lie on me, TC, but I won't say that.
All right, go on you. There you go.
Yeah, I don't even know why I address his commentary. He only comes off mic to try and refute what I say to discredit the legitimate claims and arguments that I'm making. I don't understand why he has to do it. I don't know if he gets a rise out of challenging me or whatever.
And don't spend time with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so why I asked you that question, BB, is because I didn't say if it was, we had the options, right? Because I track with a lot of what you're saying, okay? I track with a lot of what you're saying. But the problem that I have is, I didn't ask you if we had a third option. Of course we have a third option. I asked if it was a viable third option. Meaning, does it get us to success? Because if you were to adopt the framework that, okay, Black Americans, we go and form our own party, right? They're not suggesting they join the Liberal Party. They're suggesting we form our own party, okay? Suggest that we form our own party could only do one thing: effectively fracture the Democratic vote and render the Republicans to be successful and win these national elections. But let's just say they join with the Liberal Party, okay? And we don't have a clear plurality in the vote. I'm talking about on national elections, president specifically. What does that do? That creates a contested election, which throws the buck back to Congress, where the states vote by delegation, which is made up of what? Majority Democrat and Republican. We're back in the same place that we were. I'm not saying that Black Americans vote for the Republican Party. What my opinion has been is that we consider or reconsider what our real values are, and not just what's been foisted upon us that it's been given to us by the Democratic Party, and that's why we vote 93% of the time. And I would say this, and I'm gonna land here. I don't know if you were in the room, but where I started my argument was that Jasmine Crockett ran in Texas and got 93% of the Black vote. Every other people group did not vote with her, majority. They voted with Tallarico, majority, and the Democratic Party in Texas. That should tell us all we need to know about the interest of whether we can galvanize other people to vote with us. We can't. It's a losing battle. So instead of kind of beating the same drum and voting the same party, why don't we hear our values? And if we consider we have an honest conversation about our values, then we'll find that we align more with the conservative school of thought than we do with the liberal school of thought. And that the liberal value system is deleterious to the Black American progress story in America. And that's proven by statistics in politics, education, policy, healthcare, any socioeconomic category you can point to is proven out, statistically, empirically.
It's Michelle. Yeah. The reason why, and I agree with you, those other groups of people didn't vote for her because they didn't agree with her values. But I wouldn't agree with her values. But it could be another Black candidate that I could agree with their values. So don't act like that. We all, as Black Americans, don't have values, because we do have values. And I don't have to value what a Republican Party values. You know what I mean? Just because we align on one thing and this other thing, I don't really like it. I'm not fucking going with that shit. It's either all or nothing. And at the end of the day, you can't have a third party because there's so many other people that do align with values that are not strictly Republican, conservative, or conservative liberal, or liberal, whatever the fuck, Democratic liberal. There's people that range from a variety of point of views that don't align with those two parties. And if you're going to sit here and say that people aren't going to want to find another alternative, that is a defeated mindset. You're defeated already, and there's nothing anybody on this stage can even tell this man, because he's already defeated and he's already joined the other side, because he's comfortable with being docile, because if he can't beat him, because he's conquered already, he can't beat him, he's going to join that shit. And I win.
Yeah, I just want to make my statement right there is that you see his whole argument is based upon if you can't beat him, then join him. Okay, that's a whip. That's a cop.
I never said if you can't beat him, join him. I said literally evaluate the conservative policies.
I think TC, and I borrow this. I think I'll pass it to you when I get done real quick. But this is, the best way to approach this is, how about you just look at the pros and cons of each party? I really suggest you look at the cons of each party.
Eric, suggested that.
Either one. Oh, you did? What else?
I've been saying it this whole time.
Oh, okay, well, just the pros and cons. Damn, do you have a question while I'm talking? Like, y'all so goddamn rude. All right, so let's just look at the cons first, okay, of each party. And then you can make a decision from there. I mean, do we think that? I think that's more productive than going back, because, I mean, y'all keep trying to put this shit. It's bigger than just the people. Both of them have a system that they're offering you, and to be honest with you, it's the same motherfucking one, and they just don't make you think you got an option.
Bingo.
But let's look at the pros and cons. That works. Let's start with the cons, please. Anybody?
Erica, I'm so glad that you've come around to my position. This is what I've been saying for the last 30 minutes. Let's look and evaluate the alternative. I presented one alternative, which was, excuse me, no, stop it. You heard me say it like 7 times. Your comprehension gap is getting in the way. That's the problem. All right, so again, I brought up, not even like 10 minutes ago, economics. I talked about liberal perspective, the liberal school of thought perspective on economics, macroeconomics in terms of the wealth gap and addressing the wealth gap. What I mentioned was the liberal approach to it, which is embedded in socialist thought and socialist policy, is to raise the minimum wage to address the wealth gap. The conservative position is to increase opportunities to address the wealth gap. Nobody's grappled with that yet. It stands on the table.
So, we're doing cons. I don't know if that was a pro or if you...
That's a con, Erica. That's a bunch of talking points.
Well, can I read them? That's a con on both sides. You gave a con for who? The Democrats?
That's a con. The liberal school of thought. Yes.
Okay. So the Republicans, this is my thoughts, right? You go with a Republican system, right? They're conservative. They're not gonna give you the rainbow babies and all this other shit they're gonna give you. But what they will do is control your body, right? They'll uphold oppressive systems. Like, that's not gonna change. As a matter of fact, they doubling down on the shit. They say you done undid that shit too much, so I need to put it back where it was. And they are absolutely in the motherfucking process of doing that. Did they do that law that where they were silencing you if you talk about Israel? Did that shit go through? Because I forgot to go back on that one. I mean, so in the alternative, right? The con of that factor. I mean, we can go on for days, and I'm sure people had to this. But if you go to the Democrat side, right? Okay, they're gonna give you the fruity babies, which is more than likely gonna encourage your babies, like, you know what I'm saying? So you got the identity issue that's going on the other side. What else we got over there? They lying, making it seem like they're doing something good for you when they're doing more for another group than they are for you, but they make you think it's for you. But they really oppressing your ass too systematically. You just don't realize it. And so on and so forth. So like that. Can we do it like that? Is that possible?
I don't think that's as rigorous as I figure we should stay.
Oh, we can get rigorous now. You can come and give us the good, but I just want to deal with.
I wanted to focus on the economics.
Right. I know you want to, but I don't want to, because see what happens when you go to buy a car. You know how they get you to buy the car? They get you to get in that motherfucker and drive it, and you be like, this motherfucker's so smooth. Man, fuck how much this one is. I just want this car. It's nice. But the price tag, I want to look at the price tag first. Because if I saw that price tag, I already never got in the motherfucker. So let's deal with the price tag. Well, when you look at it, so we're going to look at these pros and cons, right? I don't know which one you want to look at, but like as far as these cons, when it comes to the Republican Party, somebody's out there, Mike. Can you please meet? Oh, it's Melissa. Oh, my God. Let me see. She in the kitchen somewhere, cooking it up. social programs, healthcare access issues, environmental policy, and tax cuts and deficit concerns. So the cons on the Democratic Party is higher taxes, bigger government, regulation on businesses, and immigration policy concerns. All right, so then when you look at the pros of the Republican Party, they say lower taxes, small government, business-friendly policies, strong national defense, and traditional values. But when you look at the pros of Democratic Party, social programs and safety nets, healthcare access, civil rights, and diversity, and that's just suiting it up. These are suiting up what they equality, because they mentioned that underneath there, LGBTQ, inequalities, anti-discrimination laws and stuff, environmental protection and education funding. So, I just wanted to put that out there so everybody have a good idea when you look at these two parties, what they represent. When Erica says, look at the pros and cons.
I just want to go on record by stating I am a registered independent. I went independent over 15 years ago. I don't get involved in the politics of Republicans or Democrats because I recognized long ago that it's just two wings on the same bird. When have you seen an ass with only one cheek? They both talk this good talk, but they are not for the people, okay? And that's the bottom line. So you might form any type of opinion you want about me, but I have done the research on this beast that we live in. It's a divide and conquer to keep people always at each other's throat so that they can operate in a state of secrecy.
Man, one cheek on the ass, what you
So the list that you gave off with the pros and cons, who was that list given to you by? All right, so my syntax is bad.
My bad.
Was that list given?
My bad. I was in the garden, but I didn't read out the full details under each list. But I ChatGPT it. I'll look it up.
That I knew you did, and it's not a slight to you, but it's a point I want to make. ChatGPT has been documented to have slanted views towards liberalism, so I don't think it's a fair arbiter at telling black folks what the pros and cons of those value systems or schools of thought are. I think it's slanted and it's biased.
So ChatGPT is a liberal? It's ChatGPT Gemini's it's a Democrat.
You don't have to take my word for it.
Because it literally gave a biased point of view of both sides. It literally just gave you a biased point of view. So what is the problem? What was the problem with what it said?
That's what I was getting to. But if you'd allow me to finish, I would like to address those. The framing of the problems with conservative policy, the top framing that stood out to me was the suggestion that conservatism is against essentially programming that benefits the populace, labor unions. That's not actually true, is it? Right? We know that in an environment where there's free-flowing cash, there's more sustainability, there's more sovereignty for these business owners to be able to act without the weight of heavy regulation on them, that actually wages increase. They don't decrease. That business owners actually operate in the interest of their workers because the opportunities are so vast and they're not being stymied by ineffective regulation and overburdensome regulation that restricts growth and opportunity. So the reason why I said that is because if you were to take the perspective of an unbiased criticism of conservatism, an unbiased criticism of conservatism would be that it falls sway to populist movements that distract from the core value system at the center of its theory, right? So you take, for example, MAGA, the MAGA movement. It's a populist movement that's bastardized.
Pause, because you just want to keep on going. So you don't have an issue with what it said about the Democratic Party, but all you worried about is the cons that it gave. And actual crimes of this Republican Party. Because this past year, didn't y'all see cuts to healthcare systems and food programs and welfare? Vulnerable populations may struggle, you know, it's a little bit of struggling going on here. They have oh Lord, have mercy. Let's put you down there, sweetheart. You're so sweet. But hey, let's support on climate regulations, tax cuts, and lower tax cuts on and can reduce government revenue. Critics argue that this can increase national debt. God damn, how much debt did we increase off of last year? How much more did we put on the national debt? So everything that it's saying is not biased. You actually seen that shit play out last year, right in front of your fucking face, and it's like you don't care because I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
I'm not gonna push back against the criticism on the left. Obviously, I'm going to argue the criticism on the left. I'm defending criticisms on the right. Flawless. This wasn't a personal attack. This was me attacking.
I know. I'm not left or right, sir. I'm not left or right.
And I'm not saying you're that. Our criticism was.
But what I'm saying is, you're gonna say that was biased.
But
no, that shit labeled exactly what the fuck y'all saw last year, and you so fucking blind to see it that people don't like that shit. But they do it. Okay.
It's not about what people like. It's what the facts are.
And that's the problem. And that's what the problem is.
Hasn't GDP grown? Hasn't GDP grown?
Don't give a fuck about the people. Y'all heard that. He knows that the federal government don't give a fuck about your ass, and Republicans don't either, because they're the main ones up in that bitch right now. I'm going back to my garden. Y'all have a good day.
The whole point had to do with black folks. When he came in the room, we done moved it to where he wanted it to go, to have a conservative and liberal conversation and debate. So we're supposed to forget about the black folks he was talking about, Jasmine, why black folks vote the way they do, and like you said, Michelle, what we all know we was looking at. So we can't see what we see in front of us. We can't believe our lying eyes. He want to just have a generic, theoretical debate about conservatism. Y'all need to think about embracing conservatism when we know exactly how that's played out in the last, 13, 14 months now? We know exactly, not no generic conservative, whether we should go that way or not that way. If we sitting on Mars somewhere, we're going to come down to Earth one day and then just start playing this game. No, we living through this life. So he wants us to just pretend like we don't know nothing about the actual conservative Republican vote party that he's saying, come on over here, y'all. I'm trying to sell y'all on this conservative thing. Not trying to sell you on generically like he tried to lie his way out of. Just be independent and just think, no, be independent and think, and then come your ass over here to the conservative. Once you start to analyze how jacked up Kamala Harris is. See, y'all don't know the history of dude. He jumped off that bandwagon when it was Kamala immediately. And you don't know the verbiage that was said against her while he was over here defending Trump before the election ever happened. See, I have that background. And that's why I know it's totally the continual doubling down on Trump in all things Republican. And every one of his arguments don't just go around that. But again, had it not been for Biden jacking up in that debate, he was hook, line, and sinker. The hell with conservative, Republican, everything. It was Democrat, Biden, he was going hard in the paint prior to that debate that Biden had with Trump, and looked like dementia kicked in. And then Kamala stepped up with some backbone, and immediately he went anti that. So now all the rest of this, it's just smoke and mirrors to try to get everybody over there where he went and tell everybody you stupid if you don't. But now I'm gonna frame it as black folks, you need to be more like you're conservative. Come on, man.
This guy has a serious problem. He needs to get that shit.
I ain't got no problem, bro. You got a problem in me. I don't have no problem. Trust me. I'm just talking
This guy has had the whole time to himself, and he only talked about TV.
You isolated talking about me, so we having a conversation.
What's going on?
This is crazy, bro. Like, get that shit checked out, bro.
Yeah, it is crazy, bro. No, you do you, man. Keep on maintaining your life with you and your wife, man. Don't worry about me. You're talking about the conservative party of black folks.
I'm gonna allow
Jasmine Crockett and Talico, bro.
Am I looking allowed to speak? let's clear, right? This is not y'all.
Hey, Ricky, y'all can do the fighting in the back channel.
Erica, this is not y'all. I didn't make one comment on.
No, it's both.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, Erica is not. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't make one comment about him. I didn't talk about his political. No, Erica.
You did, bro. You did.
I didn't make one comment about him politically.
Listen, okay, so this is what we're gonna do, right? Just so we can just move on in the conversation. If Sui says anything else about TC, I'm just gonna put you in the goo and vice versa. If you say anything else to or about Sweet, I'm putting you in the goo as well. Right, so same rule for both people. All right, listen.
Thank you. So I'd like to finish what I was saying. I voted Democrat my whole life, okay? Since I was like 21, since I was 18 actually, my first election. I voted Democrat. Up through college, graduated college, started my business, voted Democrat. It wasn't until the election of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump that I started to consider my political leanings. If you'll know, the average story for a black man in America that comes from a majority black city, the story is the same. They vote Democrat because that's what their parents did, and that's what their grandparents did. And that's what I did. Because that was the political theory that was foisted upon me, and that's what I believed. But it wasn't until soon after I left college, and I put my kids in school, and I looked at the disparities between the education system and the inner city where my kid was going to school, and until I took him out of that school and put him in a private school, the outcomes was completely different. And it didn't even take a whole year. So I started to advocate for choice-based education, Erica, which was a conservative policy. And then I was shamed, attempted humiliation, exactly like what just happened to me on this stage. Oh, this guy's crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's stupid, he's dumb, he's uneducated. Forget about the fact that I am educated. Forget about the fact that I employ over 40 people. I've made my first 7 figures by the age of 21. Forget about all of that. I'm stupid because I'm taking a principled stance on an issue that's important to me. It was at that moment, Erica, and I'm landing here, that I said I'm reconsidering my alliances, my political alliances, just because that's what we always did. And it was from that moment on when I started to question all of those political decisions. Why am I pro-abortion? Why am I pro-trans rights? When I started to evaluate it, why am I pro-taxes? Why am I anti-gun? Why am I anti-Second Amendment? When I started to evaluate that shit, I realized something, Erica. That shit didn't line up with the type of life I wanted to live and the type of life I wanted my kids to live. So yes, I changed. I made a principled decision to change the party that I aligned with. It was the best decision I made politically. And for that reason, I stand 10 toes down on that shit. It got nothing to do with Kamala Harris. It has everything to do with my political outcomes and the outcomes of my family. And guess what? A lot of black Americans are waking up to the same reality. And they also voted Democrat their whole life. They voted no matter who. And now they're reconsidering that shit. And I'm glad I did.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I used to be a vote Democrat only because if my family, I came from a Democrat and shit. That's it. Until I started to realize that both sides was full of shit. So I didn't run to the other side though. I just started to realize that it was both full of shit, and I vote based on what the candidate is on.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Put your kid in a private school?
I'm sorry, say it again?
If you had the opportunity to, would you put your kid in a private school?
Well, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't because what I felt was better was if you can give your child, your children or child the total experience, the environment and the school. So I've always had my children, lived in a, upper middle neighborhood, and my children went to schools like that. So I lived in Brentwood, Tennessee. Even though my nieces are in private school, I think it's stupid. Like I've had this argument. If I'm paying the money I pay for my neighborhood, my house, my home, my environment, the schools are good, why the fuck would I pay for a private school? So, again, it's just depends on where you are with everybody's situation. It's different. So.
Well, I appreciate you for answering. Honestly, what I took away from that answer is that if given the option, you would want the choice.
No, I would not.
want to be forced.
I don't need the choice, but again, everybody's situation, or did not need the choice. Everybody's situation is different. No, I do not prefer, because what happens is when you put them in private schools, they're usually in schools with people or children that can't relate to them. They don't fucking look like them. Like I have a coworker that's going through this issue. So it's a lot of shit that's going on, and again, every situation is different.
Yeah, but Erica, do you put your kids in school for kids that look like them, or to get a quality education? Like
I put my kids in school so it can be balanced, right? Yeah. You send a girl to a school, no one in there looks like her, no one has her fucking hair. That's a self-esteem issue that she's gonna have because she grew up around children that she could not fucking relate to. Now she ain't gotta be able to relate to all of them. She need to be able to relate to some of them.
You're basing that on immutable characteristics, Erica, and I understand that might be important in certain contexts, but in education context, I find it hard to see how that is
children. You have grown children.
Yeah, I do. I don't have any grown children. I don't have any grown children.
Okay, well, I'm basing it off experience, okay? Now, when you get to the point where yours are grown, you sit back and you reflect and come back to the story.
That's 100% fair.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time understanding that.
I've been listening for a long time. I've been listening for a long time. I just want to propose something, right? Is it at all possible, and this might be a new thought, I've been thinking about it for some time. Is it at all possible that we can stop treating this shit like it's a sports contest, like it's either one team or the other? Can we honestly say that there are good people and bad people on both fucking sides? And maybe, just maybe, if we stop looking for somebody to do something specifically for black people and start looking at people that do things for America, because if America does well, then we can do well no matter what party they're affiliated with, and vote that way, then maybe we can have some type of progress going forward, because I voted for Donald Trump, but I also voted for Obama. That was a fucking mistake, let me tell you. But guess what? Herschel Walker, I wouldn't vote for his silly ass. Neither would I vote for fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who just happens to be one of the top Democrats right now, but this bitch was a bartender. So maybe it's not about the party, and maybe we should start looking at the people who are actually doing things for America, for the interest that we hold, and vote that way, regardless of where they're affiliated. I mean, that's how it is.
I can assure you that voting will not get us out of this. On the education, out of my 7 children, 2 were homeschooled. Out of my 31 grandchildren, 11 of them are homeschooled. But man, just look at options and alternatives to things. Back or black to the vote on Jasmine Crockett did not take a political advice. Well, she might have took it, but she didn't use it. We gave her plenty of common sense. As I always say, the only campaign you got is the vote you get is the vote that you have for in person or to a group situation. There's nothing on the social media that will get you into politics. Absolutely nothing. And I think she leaned on politics. Got my money straight up. I said, well, I like what she said at the mic. And she's strong. She's a great lawyer. Her and the other black lawyer out of New York, the great attorney and judge down there in Texas, these are great people. I hope I don't get bad at it. I have my eggshells on my shoes, so I'm walking on eggshells to say some of this. But nevertheless, some of this needs to be said that we're our own brand of politics to get us where we need to go. It's not that we can't appease Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Independents. They're all shaking out and going to leave you out, that you will not be in the loop at the end of the day. At the end of the vote, they will count it and will tell you, see you later. And I do mean, see you later. I'll plant you now like a good tater. I'll plant you now and I'll see you later. And it's always been that. They coach us as long as the elections are going on. The half black one will run for the office, and then the half white one's going to run the goddamn office. We got to get used to running our own politics and and running the system, the things that we say we built on this land, we start investing in our self-run, self-government, self-management. That's where you feel in the scale that you don't manage properly and that you're not aware enough of the competition of what you're up against. Once you bone yourself up and get prepared, then there's nobody can knock you out of the ring standing on your own family value system. I have to land my plane on that, but know that the only vote that they're ever going to get is the one you ask for on the door-to-door and give them your handbill, give them your flyer, and that may get you some votes. But you won't get one office, not one single vote off of social media. And I land my plane on the facts. That's my life.
Beautiful story, Shake. You know, I was born a poor black child, you know, from parents in LA. My father was from Watts. And, you know, but they was poor in monetary, but they had enough to get by. But my parents were so strong on both sides and the good ethics and Catholic upbringing. And I bought into that, and I saw the diversity of life and the disparity of what black folks' life was like. And the lighter you were, it seemed to be a certain kind of lifestyle. And the darker you were, it seemed to be a whole different kind of lifestyle. And something in me said, go to college. And I did that. I picked myself up by my bootstraps, and I said, let me go. And I went off and did that. Got a student loan and did that whole thing, graduated, went off to Japan. But you're not trying to hear my story too deep. But then, you know, I realized, I said, you know what? As a people, I see this party over here, some people are leading us into a burning house and just, it ain't gonna work. And over here on this side, and I said, you know, we such a brilliant, amazing people, and the world loves us, and we just such amazing soul of the earth. I said, you know, I ran across a man, I just said, never settle became a thing in my mind. Like, if we just don't settle and keep standing on what we about and the good principles, I know that the world eventually will see that, you know what, we probably could build a whole new reality if we just stood on what we stand on. And that kind of formulated a lot of my thinking, and I appreciate y'all for understanding and hearing my story. My name is Rick Smart. I appreciate it.
The last footnote is, the footnote goes on there that says, don't go out and appeal to the voter. You have to go out and appeal to the voters that actually get up and go to the polls. There's a big percentage of voters, but they don't vote. So you got to find out which ones are voters. There's a technique to getting door to door to ask for votes. The people that actually go to the polls, and that are willing to cast a vote for you. That you got to find your constituency and be activists, social political activists amongst the voters that go to the polls. That's where we don't explain it with enough detail to get political action. And that motivates your action. I go out here and find these voters that go to the polls, leave their home, and are willing to leave their home and go to the polls on voting day to vote off. They vote absentee ballot, but when they cast that vote, it will be for me. That's a science, and I'll give you some more, Muhammad. I'll leave later in my mind.
I mean, just to address a little bit more Jasmine Crockett, does anybody know, like, we keep talking about how good of a person she is and all, like, what policy was she pushing? And then, is this the same Jasmine Crockett? And this is what I mean about just being voting for the party and being extra sport. Ain't that the same Jasmine Crockett that when the idea was floated of giving Americans $5,000 from the tariffs, he was like, what's that going to do now? Well, that's stupid, right? But the same Jasmine Crockett that is advocating for these corporations to get a refund from them tariffs, is that beneficial to the people or is that beneficial to the corporations? And it's the only reason why she's doing that is because the other party is advocating for the other side. That's not beneficial to the people. That's not keeping the people in mind. Fuck if you like the other side. $5,000 to the people, regardless of what you think, that would be better than that money going back to the corporation. Do I have anybody that disagrees with that?
Yes, sir, I disagree.
I don't disagree with it, but it would be nice to know the report card on the other side as well.
Exactly, man.
I'm just saying because people were talking more specifically about Jasmine Crockett, so I just addressed Jasmine Crockett with something that she was doing.
Yes, sir. I will go up to the mic and tell you this. I can name you 10 constituents. Start with J.C. Watts, Armstrong Williams, Nigel English. And name that list that you got. And you can't find one of them today, including Michael Steele's out of there. Sure enough, Colin Powell's out of there. And where's my black conservative? You can't find a bunch of them. That one that got stuck on the housing and urban development in Trump Cabinet. I can't even count him. That's a total Negro position. So, and he flipped Dr. Gankowski saying we're flipped ambassador. What decency is that? How you respecting me to put my doctor the Surgeon General as the health secretary, as the housing and urban development secretary, and say you did Negroes a favor. So these things, there's no difference in Trump doing that or Bush appointing Clarence Thomas or Trump putting in John Kavanaugh as a head of the Supreme Court. So all of these, it's just craziness that we do, seeking something that's never going to pan out for you on the conservative idealism. J.C. Watt was a stark father. You can't find J.C. Watt. You can't find Armstrong on the conservative front line, GOP front line, anything. And they'll sort that Negro out, but find and boot him out in the person of Michael Steele. He fixed the whole goddamn Republican Party. You can't find Michael Steele over there. Oh, I'm just saying to you, there's no loyalty to us anywhere. And if the loyalty is a loyalty to yourself. And when you find that out, they will respect you. Once you know that's a fact, once you have knowledge of these politics, then you know how to manage these politics. As long as you step up to somebody looking for, remember Charlie Rangel, he said, I just need a ride. As long as you're looking for a rider, that's just what you're going to get a ride to the other side, saying, my.
I don't know if there's been a defense of liberal policy. We started this exercise trying to compare two comparisons, and I've not heard any defense of liberal policies. I guess I'm the only one in defense of conservative policies. I put before you choice-based education. Look at the statistics and look at the empirical outcomes for children that go into choice-based education versus public education, specifically black children. Choice-based education is a policy promoted by the conservative thought. Purely public education is a policy prescription promoted by the left, the liberal thought, right? If you look at the empirical evidence, it supports that minority students, black students particularly, perform better. They have higher math and reading proficiency. The truancy rates go down. They have better SAT scores and ACT scores when they're involved in choice-based education. I mentioned ownership. Ownership is a concept promoted by the right. Collectivism and state-run redistribution of wealth is a policy prescription promoted by the left, the liberal thought. When you look at ownership in the black community, one second, Sheik. If you look at ownership in the black community, ownership has been the bedrock of our wealth. Home ownership and business ownership, to be exact. That is what's contributed to upward mobility for black Americans. Let's look at, hold one second, please. Let's look at popular sovereignty within the black community. Us owning our stores, us owning our homes, us owning the infrastructure. We know that black Americans benefit when we are directly involved in the decisions that affect our community. But when other people groups come in and determine how to divvy up the resources in our community, black people get left out last. What does conservative thought think? Don't import illegal immigrants into the community, into American communities, and displace the resources for people that should have never been here in the first place, particularly the ones that are bringing high rates of violent crime. They should be expelled immediately. What is the liberal left policy on this exact same issue? No, let them stay here. And if they do commit crimes, don't withhold, don't incarcerate it under a bail system. Remove the bail system and go for free until they show up on their court date. Hold on one second, and I'm landing here. If we take an evaluation, I'm happy to do the evaluation. If we take an evaluation on just those topics alone, you understand that conservative thought is actually more consistent with traditional black conservative values.
With that said, Mr. G.C. Carpenter, I'd like you to explain to us here at the 48% of you, to our vast listening and participating audience, exactly why and how every single conservative I know has been booted out. Can you explain to us why every conservative to this day, to this
what you're talking about. One of the most prominent conservatives, Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina, who instituted and sponsored the bill for opportunity zones, is still a prominent black conservative in the Republican movement. You have Congressman from Michigan. I forget the guy's name. I'm bad with names, guys. The congressman from Michigan, who's running for governor now in the state of Michigan, a very black, prominent conservative voice, has not been pushed out of the Republican Party. Now, again, I'm not defending the Republican Party, but I am saying that conservatives typically tend to run Republican. I haven't seen those guys get pushed out. Wesley Hunt did lose his election in Texas, but he got 13% of the vote. Just so happened that the electorate in Texas is consolidated around more statewide name recognized candidates like Paxton and Cornyn. But Wesley Hunt got elected to Congress in the state of Texas as a black conservative. He wasn't kicked out.
I think it's the very same thing as you find in the Ivy League colleges out of Harvard or Princeton. They use that graduate a few years when they get the usage value out of Tim Scott and others. And then you'll see there's a team ready to do the straw man, the 10-man, and they're going to sweep them out and rid themselves of the excess waste. Every one of them been set up by the Conservative Party.
Who are you talking about, Sheep?
Who the person, J.C. Watts? These are personalities that I know.
Okay, I don't know about Watts.
Do you know about Colin Powell? Colin Powell leads the list. Colin Powell, that was one of her mentors there. Then you got J.C. Watts and Armstrong Williams. Where are these guys there in front? Are they saying here's Trump candidate? What happened then? To all of those, there's a couple dozen more. I can't even bring to mind right now. They all seem all get washed in or washed out. Terrible things that happened to them, all the way up to death. Michael Steele actually rebuilt the Republican Party, and they vilified and ran him out of there.
Michael Steele is a liberal, and he's known as a liberal.
Stop.
Michael Steele is not a liberal.
He may be currently a liberal.
He might be currently. He
was a Republican. He headed the Republican Party, sir. He headed the Republican Party.
And he walked himself out of the conservative party. Stop it. Condoleezza Rice, that's the name that I'm sure you're familiar with. Condoleezza Rice was just spotted walking into the White House, I think like 2 or 3 days ago.
That's
a black conservative woman. She was former Secretary of State. Very prominent black woman in the conservative movement.
Withstanding, I know my point stands up. In human history, when you really study your politics, you'll see all the Republicans have been. Well, Condoleezza is an exception. Plus, she's a woman. And then they always have extra usage value for the women, up to Amarosa and all of that. But let's do this then. Let's go to route with women then. And why would a woman like MGT or MBGT, Margaret Taylor Greene, why does she want to separate from a nice party like that? She leave. No, she didn't only leave.
Don't you know that
and turned in her journey, but she know that the state turned in her connection. Top, what's his name? Donald John Trump supporter, Orange Toupee guy, specialist. Margaret Taylor Greene.
You know that Virginia actually promoted their highest elected representative to run for governor was a black woman, Winston Earl Sears. Conservative black woman. She didn't win. The state went the Democratic route for governor that time. But the conservatives put up a black woman for the first time. And this might even be in American history, actually, that the Republicans put up a conservative black woman to lead their state for governor. That happened in Virginia.
Well, TC, that's
my land. The conservatives are not picking out black women.
10,000 years of history on the Commonwealth. Myself, straight up. My bloodline runs there for 10,000 years. I can give you receipts, sir. But that's not necessary. I'm just saying that the GOP it's just a matter of time to go wash your butt out of it. It's a Limbaugh mentality. It's a Sean Hannity mentality. It's a Hal Turner mentality. It's a Donald John Trump mentality. It's a Rudy Giuliani mentality. Show me the use of that. Rudy Giuliani got all kinds of pictures from blacks up and down New York. Amarosa mentality. All of that. Straight up, I mean, just, I think you might have got over some Kool-Aid. But the people down there were.
Hold on, Candace Owens, they propped her up there too.
Everybody know when some Earl Shears is before y'all saying this stuff? First of all, it's a woman. It's a woman. She was the person that was running conservatively, like TC was just saying. But y'all are comparing her to Amarosa and to Candace Owens without even knowing what this woman stands for, and that's what I'm saying. Against she's in the Republican Party, y'all are automatically canceling her out. Oh, they just putting her in. Oh, she's just joking. Like, y'all don't even know what she stands for.
Same shit, different single style. That's my state there. I can work with that. I can work with the Commonwealth. And I can work you all the way from the neck to the land all the way abroad. So I ain't gonna play with you on that. The Commonwealth of Virginia is the biggest plantation and the original plantation of America. And that's where they got all the pattern how the Tuskegee Negroes were done. In the Commonwealth of Virginia. That's right. That's how, and to show you today how you're supposed to have these Negroes go ahead.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, we got some, y'all. I mean, what's going on over there? Tim Scott, what's that looking like that? Anyway, Tim Scott, I mean, they got them a good way. All of them, they sitting in there and running their agenda, most of them. What happened to Ketanji? What's the latest news on her? Ketanji Johnson, the black judge, is she still good? Or we done found a way to discourage her as well?
So that's what I'm saying. So what did Ketanji Brown Jackson represent policy-wise that would make us get behind her? Is it just because she's a black woman? Because if it's just because she's a black woman, then why are we getting behind a conservative black woman? That's what I'm asking.
You mean the Klan, brother? They next to the Klan, that's why. They standing next to the Klan.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to sit in them circles and somewhat not agree with them at those levels. I'm just saying. Now you can make it seem like you don't, but goddamn it, I just can't imagine you really not having some type of commonality between y'all to be sitting there. I'm just saying.
Oh, sensitivity, yeah.
I mean, hell, even on a local level, state and local level, I mean, it's corruption. At that level, I mean, at the federal level, you think it's any better, or you think it's worse?
Well, that's what I was saying. On a local level and on the state level, right? We should be looking for the people who are working in our benefit, and that should be regardless. The reality of it is, the Republicans and the Democratic parties are the ones that have the most money. For people to get out there, get their message out there, it's going to take money. That's why these people are running Democrat, Republican, but not everybody that has that tag represents the entirety of that thinking. And that's my point. We can find good people that are in the interest of the people.
You know, I seem to recall there was a shift in politics. I'm guessing around 1980 or 85 or something like that. What you just said, Ion, is true. We used to look for the best person to fulfill the job, but the whole system changed to voting party lines. And I strictly recall is that they used to have primary elections where you actually tried to find the best person to represent the party, but all of that went away, and we're stuck with what we have. Not too much on real politics. Not too much. I cannot be impressed by today's modern day politics and especially the policies of this administration, has destroyed the hope of many that had hope in politics. They have lost hope in politics by watching the actions and the lack of actions by this administration, Mama.
I think what happens is some of these people run on what they think their constituents want, right? They tell us what they think we want to hear, right? And they have an individual thought process of what they want to do. But once they win, they're engulfed in the party's identity and lose focus on why they ran.
Well, one thing that I do recall is that, it shifted to the person that had the most money, that had the biggest coffin, I think that's what we call it, that actually won. So the search for the best candidate kind of died with that thing. I think there was a law passed, something like that. There was a limit on how much money could be used for a campaign, but now they took that away. And so it became whoever had the most money actually generally won the election.
Our politics more mainstream than Wall Street, knowing that they get that good Senate job or get the governor job or mayor. Once big pharma or big corporations ask for you to go to the senator or go to that higher up, that governor level, you're pretty much bought out. Then you went Wall Street versus mainstream, where you started out with the mom and pop shops, the local community voted you in. You helped them get a park, you helped them get a nursing home, rehabilitation system set up for the elderly. Those things people love you for. But when you get in the big form and the big groups, they give you an offer you can't refuse. For the most part, in my opinion, that's what I've seen over the years. And that's even just now it's just corporation.
And speaking on a local level, I personally know of people that have run and was told to bow out because one, they didn't have the resources, the financial resources, and two, they were running on an agenda that they didn't want to win. So, again, it depends on who you know and how much money you have.
That's right.
See, it's a fact that we still have the mental drama and trauma of loving self. We still need validation, unfortunately, as a people, from outside of ourselves. We still have to assimilate before we just love ourselves. We still have to fight off the thought that says, black folks, if you love self, that means you hating everybody else. we still have to get past that. And as a people, we've proven we're not past it yet. Individually, collectively, certain little pockets, for sure we passed it. But as a body of people, we don't support it, Jasmine. 50 million people on the same ticket, 30 million, 20 million, 10 million. Oh man, countries wish they had 10 million. They wish they had the power we have that we just disperse out to the rest of America, therefore the rest of the world. And look at our dilapidated communities, man. All it comes back down to is, you know what? We've been taught to hate self. And that's a big fight. You listen to a person that loves themselves, you listen to a awake person. You listen to a natural person. Because they haven't been taught to hate themselves. If you see the Chinese all of a sudden wanting to get rid of their neck on something other than self, just know you're looking at damaged goods. Just know that. Ain't nothing wrong with you are. Who your mama is, who your daddy is, and loving self and loving your grandparents. That's a sign of healthiness. Wanting your species, wanting your race, wanting your group to live. That's healthy. Squirrels understand that. I promise you the giraffes, they know that game. The whales, they're not trying to be like the bumblebees. I promise you. They cool with being who they are. But one day, I got hope. One day, for Jesse, on behalf of Jesse, I'm going to keep that hope alive and that faith. Oh, I got faith that one day, we're going to not apologize about loving self. And we're not going to fall for the okie doke banana and the tailpipe no more.
What's some of the policies that Jasmine was pushing that we should have got behind that was beneficial for us?
Bro, I'd rather not go down to that lower conversation when I'm talking about the bigger picture.
That's good, got me out there. So she should have policies that represented that.
That's done. Right? I can't afford to look backwards. That's done. I ain't no Tyler Rico read.
Yeah, that's that accountability right there. You know what I'm saying?
We should have got behind it. Looking backwards by saying.
Yeah, we should have.
Right.
I'm telling you. You want me to spend the rest of my life breaking down why
you just talk for fucking 5 minutes about nothing. And when somebody asks you what was the latest policies, you can't even take another 5 minutes to break that down. You want to know why? Good dog, tell me why.
I know why. I'm done.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't be on this motherfucking phone. If it's Ramadan, get your ass off this phone. If it's Ramadan, you need to get me somewhere. Because right now, you
I'm going to let another man or another woman take my mind.
That's exactly the fucking problem we got up in here, y'all. Because this is a whole man. You just got finished talking. And that man asked you to answer a question. You can't answer it, but you keep talking to justify that you don't want to answer because you don't feel like you gotta answer it because you want to look back, but you just look back at the fact that nobody wanted to vote for the lady. So if you can't list the lady policies, why are you vouching for it? This is the shit that we've been saying up here this whole time. If you're uneducated about the person that you plan on voting for, what is the point of voting? Because when you find out that the person goes against one issue, you be like, damn, I would have never voted for her if you did that. That's the problem. We have to stop. We gotta stop this shit. It's great.
If I heard that Flawless was gonna fucking win for the run for the office, we should all galvanize and put ourselves together so help Flawless get in there. I didn't extract that out of that. I've seen people come to split themselves when it comes to the fact that we got a black person who want to help black people on any level, let alone fucking win. So Flawless, if you win, just know we got your back. But if you lose, it ain't your fault. Just try it again. Either way it go, the concept of it is as a collective, can black people do something together? This individual splinter cell shit y'all keep talking about on this app, it's not gonna get you nowhere, and all you're gonna do is just turn this app off and come back and laugh and do this shit every fucking day. I swear to God.
Well, one of my policies would not be okay for your son to cut his member off because he feels like he's a girl because you influenced him. It's not a policy I'm going to get behind. I just want to make sure y'all fuck stand that I care about my men. I care about my sons. I got twin boys. So the policies that she was voting yes for, that was not something I would want to do. And I'm sure it was other black Republicans, not Republicans, black Democrats that did not vote for that shit. But she did. She was okay with that. So yeah, me and her would be two different type of politicians because I'm not going against anything that's going to go against people with, my people pretty much. I'm not going to destroy my people either.
Slightly familiar with her.
Let me ask you hold on for a second, who actually gets to determine what the policies are of that party and who determines or is responsible for executing those policies? I mean, is it not the people that are putting these policies behind these parties?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, this is what you got. The policies are set by the lawmakers, and they run on the policy, local, state, and the local government
municipalities, meaning the city and the county within the municipality, the county gov, and then they have small the cities within that gov, and then there's a block that is a congressional district, and the voter constituency of that district supported them as the policy maker or as the congressional representative, and therefore she had more powers. She had quite a few. There's quite a laundry list of things. I'm surprised men don't know. The pay disparity between men and women is a bunch of that she was working on. State and local government, the human rights policies and issues that there's at least a dozen. So it's not hard to find out what she was representing, but it's just that they wanted to devalue her because she was an outspoken, but her intellect and the power to go and enforce that and to build a constituency within that. That's what I think that the haters see. This is what this is. When you really are sharp at your work, you develop a group of haters, and they hated her all out of there. But then she didn't go to work. That was her fault for not going and demanding those votes. You have to be live. You got to be a grinder to win anything in the state of Texas. And she just wasn't rough enough and tough enough to get the vote. But she, as far as policy, she was right on point. And she had a gun policy. It was a rat fest. The rights on government and reproductive. She had a rock stuff that she ran on. But it nevertheless, actually set policy. She's a proficient, able-minded, and able-bodied lawmaker. That was the thing that I think was most impressive to me, that she was able to articulate the issues at the mic. And I'll land my plane. Somebody asked the question. Let's give you a pertinent answer, and I'll land my plane.
I'm sorry, let me just say this. I really think now, y'all, listen, fuck it. I think that we got Down syndrome or something on. Because as he was speaking, I was thinking about Jasmine and the reason why she's such a turnoff to a lot of middle to upper class black people, if that shit even exists. Because they don't like how outspoken she is, and she really does get punished for that. But she's literally in an environment where the other side is the same way. Have y'all seen? I think she the press secretary, that white chick that be on there giving the goddamn news for Trump, the update. What's her name?
Carolyn Lovett.
Man, her personality, she's a nasty heifer.
Very much so.
You know what we talking about, that woman. She has the same disposition that y'all giving to Jasmine, but nigger, and I eat the butt. My boy, damn. Anyway, she has the same type of fucking. I just think that we got Stockholm syndrome, and we demonizing her for the way she is, but the ones around her are the same, if not worse. But we don't pick that out. It's like the ass on a black woman. It was bad, but when the white woman started to go get it, it was a good thing. That shit became expensive.
It was never bad.
And we was okay with it.
It was never bad. It was always amazing. Shout out to her.
I know that's
nice black woman.
That shit, that's right. Anyway, y'all get it.
Yeah, to that question that was asked, okay, recall Howard Dean, he was caught mentioning, I don't remember all the details, but they set the agenda for each one of the members that they put on the ballot. And remember, I stated that I knew personally of a person here that ran, and they told him that his agenda was not right for the party. That happened here on the local level. So there are people within the party that sets these criteria. Now, if you think that we get around here on Clubhouse and this is just fun, they have think tanks in these parties that define what the policy is, and so they select the right person to push those particular agenda. So they craft these agendas for the person that they're going to put on the ballot.
And that's the problem, right? The government shouldn't set the agenda. The American people should set the fucking agenda. See, the government has I always say this, the government has convinced the American people that the American people work for the government and not that the government works for the American people. The biggest problem we have is the structure of the government, right? They run off of what they think we want to hear, and then we leave them in office for 4 years. That should not be the case. On any regular fucking job, if you're not producing, your ass is fired immediately. And that's the way the government should be set up. If you got a 4-year term, your ass should be graded every year on the policies that you're bringing forth. If they're not in accordance with what the people voted you in for, your ass should be allowed to be kicked out before your 4-year term is up and not take any of the pleasantries with you as far as being taken care of with insurance for the rest of your life and being paid for the rest of your life. That's the way it should be, and that'll stop a lot of that bullshit. If you're not carrying out the policies that we voted you in for, we should be allowed to vote you out before your term is up.
Well, that's just like it's
Well, wait a minute. I just looked up, and I was looking up some of the votes that whatever she voted for, yes or no for certain bills. So you got a bill that, on considering several bills, including police reform and technology measures, she voted no. She voted against bringing this package to the floor. She voted yes to Protect Taiwan Act, supports this measure regarding U.S.-Taiwan relations. Housing the 21st Century Act, I'm not really sure what that is, but I'm gonna look into that. But it says yes, she voted in favor to expand and improve housing policy. I think that's very positive. DC Tax Conformity Act, she's not gonna, I don't think she's on the floor anymore. So those are just a couple of things that found that it's on her website.
What bro, this is? I mean, first, you gotta understand how politics work. You can't get them out of there before. Second, you don't want to push the narrative you're black treated very bad. Like, if what you just said went through, right? You know how many niggas would be out of if I could just grade you based on the year you had, that's the rough year. Let's say you got a black mayor that got a rough year, a black governor that got a rough year. And these crap because of one minute they had about it. Oh, let's say they had a great year. Let's say he's actually doing something or she's doing something that actually you get enough people together on the other side of that ticket saying, hey, we gonna push her out or push him out. No, you can't do that. You gotta remember, whatever is set precedent on one side will be on the bad side. You don't wanna set a precedent on some shit like that and then they be like, oh, okay, well, let's play ball. Since that's how y'all wanna do it, just because y'all feel a certain way. Next time you got it now. Oh, that would be fucking. That would be another way for them to just get out. Everything that y'all said, right? It's down. It was great. But think about it, they used that in all black politicians. That would just be another legal way that now they set a precedent. Black people wanted this, they voted for it, they said, yes, let's go with milk dogs, fair action. Then that would be the fucking mark.
You know, how often you still know if they already voted?
What's crazy is this is what we do anyway, right? This is how you get out of office when your term is up. So to say that's insane when it's actually what we do any fucking way is insane. I'm just saying to gather more control for the American people, we should be able to do it on a smaller level, right? If your constituents and if you running for state senator and you ran on certain ideas and the whole of that state voted for you and you don't deliver your first year and you got 4 years in office, that same people that voted for you should be able to get your ass out of there in the first year because you shitting on. But you want to be shitted on for another 3 years? So to say that's insane, that idea is insane, when that's literally what we do any fucking way. If you got a 4-year term, you got to win another 4-year terms. That's idiotic to say that what I said was idiotic, but that's what we do any fucking way.
But you're winning the presidency. You're winning that space and time.
Wait a minute.
He's there for 4 years.
Oh, God, he's off the mic.
I got off the mic first. This is my second.
No, Pedro, man, I was kind of courteous to you, and now I'm going to take my mic, okay?
Brother, this is the second time. Stop crying.
No, brother, let's be patient, okay? You came in the room hot, you didn't even know what the conversation was about, and you're offering your 2 cents, which you have a right to do. But brother, please wait, okay? Listen, I've often used the analogy since they can come up with a voting system for the American Idiot or the American Idol program that could tally all of the votes by the next day and then publish that vote by the next day. How come they can't do it for the electoral system? They don't want to because they don't want to know what the people think. They want to dictate to the people what they want us to do. You know?
Ain't that right, Mr. Richard? I ain't never heard it put that way, but that's the truth.
Well, if y'all know the reason why they can't do that, American Idol shit is flawed. They don't, wait, listen, you niggas ain't picking the president, and they not picking the fucking artist on stage. But what is it crazy that system of everybody calling in and phoning in, and we know the same day, you think that's actually how they get picked? No, they already know who's winning, just like they know the president has winning. The reason why it takes a little bit longer for the president is because they're doing an electoral college. But who got picked the president, American Idol style in real time. We just seen the other day behind the debate with Brother Funk in the room. How political like policy voting. That would work perfectly. No, it won't. No. Anytime that we're gonna instantly come up with laws and just pass them, man, that's crazy. You don't believe the number they put up on TV to this is crazy.
See, we live in a republic, okay? That's the reason why we elect the representatives and send them to Congress. They're supposed to be representing us and voting the way that we want them to, but they don't, okay? That's what the issue is.
But how could you, so they don't represent us. You know how many people that work in the Navy, all the military persons, right? They get a vote too, right? So how are they going to get their vote? They got another.
That's the reason why we need an electronic system to tally everything. We have the technology, we just don't.
If you use that technology, so you telling me you gonna really bank on that? I would rather us keep going in.
But you put everything on the hanging chad, right? The paper ballot, that's what you're hanging your all of this upon.
I mean,
man, I'll give you
they're choosing a president anyway, so we just talking for fun right now. Because they definitely, the electoral college is what picks the president. But for shits and giggles, let's just say that we were choosing the president where I vote. I would rather go in with my Scantron every time than oppose to this all us on Facebook or all us on Facebook and Instagram just picking out a fucking person from the phone. Dude, that would be manipulated in the first fucking year that's done. I mean,
and hanging child is not manipulation.
Yeah, because you have to get up out your car, you have to go into the booth, you have to actually show and prove with ID. I even like the idea now that they want the real ID. Yes, you should have a fucking pecking order. You can't just send something from a phone.
Change all that shit, man. I need to look into tokenization, man. That shit is. I'm telling you, it ain't what I agree on or not. The tokenization, man, the blockchain, so everything is visible, everybody can see it. Each person gets their own authentic token. That's why the blockchain is so important, because that shit is trustless. You don't have to trust anything. Everybody can look and see what the fuck happened, and you can't change it.
If you can't, you can't.
Powerful idea. You don't vote, and if you don't vote, who cares if you don't got a token? But if you do vote, it's gonna register. It's gonna know who you is. You can't lie. They can track your vote. I don't know why they don't do that.
Is y'all serious? Y'all saying the computer can be manipulated with these tokens? Oh, y'all are crazy.
I'm talking about the blockchain.
You don't understand tokenization and the blockchain.
Not the binary system, I'm talking about the digital system where it can be
tracked. That would be cheaper. Where it would be for fraud. Where it would be
tracked at.
Who gonna track it?
Don't.
See, this is what happens. This is why you got to leave some niggas behind. Some niggas would rather continue with the way things are opposed to standing up for change. And then those who do stand up for change, they try to demonize them. This is a perfect example of that. You would rather go alone right now with the way it is now, that has no benefit, opposed to trying to adjust to a change that could potentially be beneficial.
I need y'all to really think about what y'all saying right now. Just don't hate Pedro, don't hate the message. Just think about what you guys are saying. The system we have now can be corrupted, right? So y'all think taking it this route because they told you the blockchain can't be corrupted, y'all think that's going to solve the problem? Do you know how the blockchain actually works? You would be able to superinflate numbers.
Nigga, what we saying is the way it's set up now doesn't work. Let's try something else. Now, if you don't want to try something else, sit in your motherfucking corner and suck your thumb.
I think what they did was wrong.
But don't demonize others for trying to come up with a solution that could potentially work. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they tried already. Well, I think this year, when the next election coming up, with the real ID, everybody has to have ID, birth certificate, social. I think that's definitely gonna weed out a lot of things because you have to actually show a birth certificate. I mean, everybody should have a birth certificate that's gonna vote, right? So if you don't have a birth certificate, you can't vote. That's awesome. Yes. No, that's perfect. What do you mean you kidding me? Because some dead people have been voting. Y'all know dead people have been voting, right? People. So if you'll be able to eliminate
That's the system you want to keep.
Yes. No, listen, I'm saying so the new system, they're gonna require a birth certificate, right? So people have been voting dead. So now if you have to show a birth certificate, what happens when you come with a dead person birth certificate? The death certificate is also gonna pop up and that would be invalid. So I don't know, that's just a perfect way for illegal aliens not to be able to vote. I think the birth certificate plans, some people call it racist, like, oh, everybody don't have access to a birth certificate, but it's like, nigga, if you don't have a birth certificate or a social, do you even have a job?
So you worried about manufacturing the voting system for -1% or 1% versus 99%. Like Neil Dog are talking about. He's talking about developing a system for the whole, not the outliers.
No, I don't want the whole system, because if you make it easy for everybody,
you missed the point out. 1%. Look, hold on. There are people that are voting that are dead. It's such a significant minority that it's not even something to talk about. People that are voting that are not American citizens, you don't design a system around them. You design a system around not disenfranchising the people who have the right to vote.
I get it, but if you don't have a birth certificate, I don't think you should be voting. I don't care if you are a citizen. If you can't produce a birth certificate or a social security, fuck your vote. Like, come on, think about it. That is a perfect way to make sure that American citizens are voting and people that are not there are voting. That's just easy. And that costs nothing. We don't have to come up with a blockchain. We don't have to come up with billions of dollars of resources to get this new thing implemented. Pull up with the birth certificate. Do it.
See how small the think it is?
Yes, I do.
We're thinking a bigger box. This nigga is compartmentalized. Right?
You're thinking about something
We're thinking about a bigger piece of the plate, and he's still building from the fucking bottom. We're talking about the American. We're talking about the American people controlling this shit. He's still talking about the government control by asking for a birth certificate.
Well, the American people are in the government. Just vote for better people, or you should run for politics. But think about what y'all saying. We already
already thought about what we're saying. Think about what you saying. You already thought about what we saying. You think about what you're saying. We're saying that the American people should have more control, opposed to the government being more control. So if you want to sit back and let the system run the way it's already running, no advantage, only advantages to the government people that's in charge, and we're talking about giving that power back to the people, coming up with the system that gives the American people control of how long your ass stays in office if you're not doing your job. That's what we're talking about. If you can't see that, then that's your problem.
All right, cool. You interrupted me. I don't know. So again, if you do that, guess what happens? Now you have to come up with a system with money. That takes money, billions of dollars to implement what you're saying. That would be cool. That would be terrific. But a cheap way. Wait. A cheap way, something that we all have. Listen how crazy this sounds. We already have a birth certificate. Every citizen has a birth certificate. Every
attendance. Social Security card. If you don't have it, you can't vote.
But how does that change what Milton is talking about? He's talking about the quality or the performance of the legislature. It doesn't matter what you have a birth certificate or not. We're talking about holding people accountable. So look, you can have a birth certificate and vote for someone and not have a birth certificate and vote for someone. We're not talking about the nominal voting process only. We're talking about what happens when that individual takes office and how do they perform in comparison to what they said they were going to perform. You're still talking about stuff that we're not, that nobody else is trying to focus. We're trying to focus on how do we hold these people accountable.
Well, you can't hold them accountable. Let me say this, please. If you don't go to your city council meeting, if you don't go and petition anything, you can't. If you don't have a super PAC, or if you don't start one locally or for your government, if you don't push, you're not going to get heard. So, I mean, you guys are doing what many people are doing.
They already have those things in place. Pedro, get your real ID. You have to have your birth certificate and your social security. It's already on file. It may not be in every state, so you don't have to carry it with you. In order to have a driver's license, I know Maryland does have to have it. When you have the passport, they give the option. If you don't have it when you went out of the country, then they give you all the what you're saying, you do it the long, hard way. So what you're talking about, they already have it in order. I don't know about every single state, but that's what they're going for, to have it in every single state. So you don't have to carry it. It's already in the file. So there's no reason to carry it. So we can go through that conversation.
But that's not what they're doing. They're trying to the fact that you bring it with you.
Let somebody else have the mic for a moment, please.
Yeah, he's talking about restricting voters. He's talking about restricting voters and defining who is a voter. But people are also talking about the fact that when these people are in power, are they doing the job of the people? And that's what Pedro, you're focused on the wrong side of the equation, because you're focused on the conservative side of it, that they want to minimize and limit the amount of people who have the right to vote. And you know why they want to do that. They want to do that because they want to put people in place to do their bidding. We're not talking like that. That within itself is ridiculous. To minimize the number of people who can vote in a society that's classifies itself and prides itself on democracy is absolutely hypocrisy. You should be figuring out ways to remove roadblocks to voting, not put more roadblocks to stop people from voting. But the bigger conversation on the stage why it's so awesome to have this conversation is, what are the new systems that we can create to hold those people that we put in place accountable? Blockchain is a viable solution. All these other ideas that people are talking about are solutions to the problem. You're not talking about solutions. You're talking about disenfranchising people more.
The argument about the cost factor, okay, I worked in the electric, a couple of elections, okay, the present cost of counting paper ballots is enormous. Just think about if they converted that to electronics, the cost saving right there. So that argument about, it costing more to implement the blockchain or some other type of digital voting system is ridiculous in my opinion, because the present system is very extremely complex.
Okay, I'm gonna say it like this. Maybe I should break it down as to what I'm talking about. Think about college, and I've used this analogy before. If you go into college for 4 years to get your degree, that first year, if you fail, they put your ass on what? Academic probation. The next semester, if you don't get any better, what do? They suspend your ass from the school. That's what I'm talking about in the government, right? If you're not making the grade, if you're not doing what the American people as a whole put your ass in place to do, then your ass should not be allowed to shit on us for another 3 years. And you damn sure shouldn't be able to do 4 years of fucking over us and then take all those benefits out of office with you when you did not do your job. The taxpayers are still paying for you for doing a fucked up job after you're out of office. That should not not be the case. If you don't make the grade for 4 years, you don't get to retire with the benefits of the taxpayers' dollars. But you want to sit here and let them shit on you the first year and then leave them in place and allow them to shit on you for another 3 years. That is insane. So that's all I'm saying. Let's change the system. We're talking about solutions. We're not talking about the small shit you talking about, birth certificates and all that shit. We're talking about solutions to give the power back to the American people and not to the government itself.
Yeah, so look, I agree, but I have to disagree. That shit is wild. They're gonna use that against black people in office.
Hey, Milton, what you saying? It don't come down to Congress. It come down to people. That's the government. That's cold right there. You saying we want to do this all over again. Y'all done got out of hand. Give the government back to the people. Let's redesign this, because y'all done messed up my money.
All right.
Y'all done messed up all my money.
So let me try to explain why that would be stupid, right? There's already, they say, I believe that they lie about Venezuela, but they said there's more white people in America than black people, right? So now, if you put the power ultimately back in the people's hands and decide who gets in office and who gets to retire with their pensions or whatever, 401k, whatever the perks are, right? Do you see how that could be fucking horrible for black politicians?
You still missing the point.
I get it. Hold on, ma'am.
No, you're not.
Ma'am, I get it. I understand it. I'm just on the other side saying, hey, do you see how that will be used to destroy black people that have served? Think about you in office, in a predominantly white state, but you got elected for somehow, right? Now that you're there, these people, they hate you. They want you out. They don't want you to retire with any benefit, but you've done what you believe to be the right thing. That is unfair that they can get you to not retire with any benefit. That is crazy. They will use that. Dude, that is crazy. You don't want to say that type of president.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Are you like you're a plant or something in this room? Because nothing that you're saying is logical. Like, it's not on point at all. Like, this guy is brilliant. He's talking about the fact of bringing the power back to the people, and you keep bringing Trump talking points in this conversation.
Trolling, man.
You're not talking about, we're not talking about, we're not talking about individuality here. We're talking about the fact that the politicians are no longer serving the people. We see that every day right now. They're not serving the people. So hold on. So we're not talking about birth certificates and everything. We're talking about re-engineering a system so politicians meet the needs of the people.
I get it.
And you keep talking about Trump talking points. We are not talking about the fact that there might be a black person that is not doing the right thing and they suffer the consequences. Yeah, because it matters if black people are politicians and they're not doing the duty of the politician, they should be held accountable too.
But sis, is he capable for corporations? Since he run a corporation, instead of dealing with the people, for the people, he's looking out for corporations. My bad, Pedro.
What up, niggas?
What up, brother?
I just want to say, fuck y'all Sunday, but I love y'all.
For corporations.
I love y'all too. This is a great conversation.
Pedro?
It's America should support Donald Trump. Y'all niggas American, ain't y'all? What type of crazy ass shit is that?
It should say Israel.
I support Trump. That shit say Trump. I support Trump.
I don't think it's really, I don't they propose. I don't think it's really different. I don't think it's really different. Hey, somebody like hire.
What you mean, Nigeria? You don't think one's any different?
I don't think it's any different from like the stigma or the position mentally that black folk find themselves in today, and what you would call a house nigga found himself in years ago, right? Nothing has changed. You still on the plantation, niggas. You ain't
So what you gonna have is basically a whole bunch of niggas. Stupid, man.
Man, what's wrong? You having a Tourette's attack or something? Calm down. We'll get to you in a second. Go ahead, I can.
See, right, we're talking about government, right? You're talking about policies. You're talking about things that should be helping black folk move progressively forward. But that ain't been in the formula of America. America has always benefited off the backs of what you call the African American, black, whatever you want to call yourself, right? That's the reality. So your plight is not a one to buck the system or say fuck the system. Your plight is a one that says, well, hey, let me hold the system. And this is the same system that said, fuck your ancestors. Put them to work, enslave them. Rather than that, Negroes turn the other cheek, we're turning the other way. Government basically is I mean, when you're looking at politics is basically government, right? This is when you're talking about policies that affect a group of people. It's the, hold on. It's the fact that now Negroes have become this blended person, the house nigga, the modern day house nigga. So therefore, you basically are turning the other cheek and you're still working with this system to see how it can benefit you as this quote unquote American, right? They don't give a fuck about you as being a black American. So when is it that we as a group of people would now, because before you have a candidate, you got to create that. You have to create, we can't be, taking these candidates and these people that they're giving to you, right? This is now the importance of you creating that yourself, black folk, right? And we shouldn't feel accomplished until we do that. We're just waiting for them to give us some type of nigga, right? And then when they fail to do that, we over here applaud. I'm the one that's scratching my head, like, even Pedro, you're a boy. But why the fuck would you sit up here and applaud Donald Trump when you know damn well, even when, are you one that applauds Charlie Kirk? Right? I'm assuming some of you niggas are. Right? These are the same niggas that say, hey, you dirty, Negroes over here starting trouble. But then you got a fucking president with 32 felonies. Right? Then in this same system, they stop you from getting a job or moving progressively forward just for having a misdemeanor. And you niggas applaud that shit. Right? Again, I'm gonna land with this. What I see is the modern day house nigga. The modern day nigga that's okay, with seeing his brother and sister being hung, as long as he is able to now find some confined space in the fucking plantation, right? And I mean, we gotta be honest with that. Even some of us that are making these claims, we gotta be honest with that as well.
The house nigga. Is that white man? Yeah, but I just said,
no, I wasn't just coming at you, bro. No, all right, good. I got that.
The house nigga is the one that says,
let me get my
I'm okay with the way Master is doing things right now, so I don't see no need for change. All while the Master is feeding his ass out the back door and not allowing him to have a seat at the table when the decisions are being made.
So look, hold on. It bothers me, my friends. Yeah, I finished. Hey, the winner was my goal, I knew when he voted over for me, but I think she said milk dog.
All right, man, come on now.
Yeah, I'm glad you were there.
Well, I'm gonna go to him. You know what, go ahead, Red. You just came in and been promised. I'm gonna pass the mic to Red. Go ahead.
I'm going after Red, man.
Since y'all was attacking my points, I said, like, y'all can call a nigga a house Negro and all of that shit, but again, didn't them same niggas burn the plantation down? Kill the slave master? Why y'all ain't doing that? Same house niggas that y'all talking about. What about the field niggas that's in the field? Ain't y'all supposed to be the nigga that burn down the plantation and do all of the other shit that the house niggas don't do? Why y'all ain't doing y'all job?
It's coming.
So hold on. I ain't through yet. I ain't finished. So, no. I heard what you said.
What we're saying, burn shit down and start anew. That's literally what we're saying, brother.
So again, right? When y'all talking about niggas who support Trump, right? Because I ain't say I support America, nigga. I'm an American. But Trump himself, before he got into politics, right? All
the shit that he did for niggas, y'all niggas seem to forget about all of that, right? Y'all seem to now think, since he's in control of the system, everything is his fault, right? Everything that done happened up until this point is his fault, right? Everybody forgot everything that this man did all these years ago for y'all niggas that he in a position.
Conversation, bro.
Again, you can make your point when I'm through, because at the top it says,
that's not the conversation we have.
the topic says, should we support Donald Trump actions? The fuck are you talking about? So that's not the topic.
What he's talking about is we were on a topic and not the one at the top of the room. You know how the conversation usually just evolves onto something.
But I'm going off of the topic. Like when new people come in the room, I'm gonna speak to the topic. I don't know what y'all talking about, but I'm gonna speak to the topic. I know I did.
Maybe you should listen to the conversation
Don't feel so privileged that you can just come in and change the dang on topic.
I'm not. Like I said,
what be going on?
Like I said,
that's a really arrogant stance there, Reed.
It's not, Erica, because again, it done been plenty of time when we done been talking about other shit and y'all niggas will say, oh, well, no, let's get back to the topic. Then when I come in and speak to the topic, no, we ain't talking about the topic.
You guys read the room. What the hell?
I do that, but again, most times when I come in the room, I do. But again, I want to speak. I want to speak to the topic.
Show his love for Trump. Let him show his love for Trump.
I just want to speak to the topic.
Can we get back to the conversation?
And I said,
please get back to the conversation.
And I said when I got through talking, y'all can get back to making y'all points. Y'all couldn't be all just to say that shit.
Nigga, we was having a great conversation.
And you still can get back to it.
Then let us, nigga.
Y'all keep saying that shit like y'all can't get back to it.
Then let us, nigga.
Y'all be too damn much, boy. Y'all mean something else with y'all say.
I can't wait till y'all talk about some shit and I'm gonna come in here and change the whole shit up. That's all. I'll be back another day.
The conversation. When we get through with dealing with Red and his goddamn ego, we gonna get back to where we was with the politics and the house Negro. I wanted to read off this bill that just came out. They're going against the central bank and digital currency. So y'all go ahead. I'll try to come around.
Okay, Red had left. I was going to go on Red. Get back on topic. I got some questions to ask other people that's around. Because what they're saying, they want to be said unopposed. So now, these people are proposing that politicians should get graded yearly and be able to get taken out of office. And if they don't do what the people think should be done, they should be able to leave office with any benefit or covering from their service from office. Now that sounds like a great idea when you only think about us checking for white people. But I would want to ask the room, black people, please don't, I ain't saying nothing about Trump. I haven't said nothing about Trump since I've been here. Remember what I just said. Miller Dog proposed something. They ain't proposing things. I'm saying slow. That every year the politicians are graded. And at the end of their term, well, at the end of the year, we can either remove them, right? And we can have them leave office without pay, without benefits or anything. They won't leave with anything tied to them. That sounds good when you're just speaking out of hatred towards white people. Now, smart black people, doesn't that sound like a tool that could be used for white supremacy?
No,
it doesn't. Hold on, let me know. I can go to Atlanta or any black city that got black leadership and get enough people to say, hey, I don't like how this mayor is running this town. I don't like how this governor is running this town. I'm going to make sure that when they leave, they don't have any benefit from their service. let's say Erica is running the town and 100,000 white people just don't like Erica. Erica doing what she gotta do. She ain't did nothing wrong. She ain't did nothing illegal. Just because, no, listen. But Milk Dog, when y'all impose this new law that we can just kick you out of that, we don't like you. That means white people outnumber some black people in certain cities, certain states. That would be a horrible thing for politics when it comes to black people.
Comprehension is a motherfucker.
Hold on,
It's my turn.
my plane. I can't. Why can't I land my plane? Why is only you and Milk Dog's theories getting out? Why can't I talk about it?
Man, you finished. Are you finished?
I'm not finished.
I mean, because you said the same thing over and over again. That's a damn question.
Milk Dog said the same thing 40 times. You had no problem.
Hurry up, bro.
Y'all ain't the same. You have no problem with the people they agree with. Why is this competition?
Oh my God. Listen, are you finished, sir?
I'm not finished. That's why.
Okay, well, finish.
If my wife's over there and I'm talking, how could I be finished?
Okay, well, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask you to reset your question one more time, and if you do anything else, you finna take a flight with no turkey.
Gotcha. So Milton wants people to be able to get
Question. Okay, there you go. What's your last set on this stage? Where you at? The question, bro. The question.
Does anybody see anything wrong with what Milk Dog said, how it could be used against black people? I think this would be a proof of white supremacy that he's setting up.
No, I don't think it can, brother. It ain't got nothing to do with no white supremacy. If you come in and you're grading a politician,
I think it could be used for.
I just said no. If you're grading a politician, it shouldn't be based on your feelings. It should be based on fucking measurable metrics. Okay, sir? Not your goddamn feelings.
Okay.
I can't.
You would agree with me. Anybody want to answer the question? All right.
Can I answer?
Your ass ain't moderating the stage. Get your ass on mute.
Can I answer the topic?
Man, mute.
For a better. Should America support Donald Trump and his actions? Fuck them, right? I mean, right now we see that Americans are coming back home in body bags, right? And for Israel's war, so no, let Israel fight their own wars. They want to start these wars, let them fight it. There shouldn't be any American blood doing that. I think there's like 15.
But that's not what we're talking about.
What the fuck are you talking about? The title.
Listen, y'all, why y'all won't read the room? That's fine. You can reset to the title.
If I can't talk about the title, nobody can.
Yeah, no, not real. Can't talk about the title. All right, so forget the title. So, Erica, what's the conversation? I'm respecting your genes and flaws.
Give it a minute. Just hang in there. You'll get it in a second. You're doing your favor in a second. Just give it a second.
Yeah, just hold on.
Look at this. I've been I know everybody jumping on Pedro, but I do kind of see a lead, like a way for them to use it, because they use gentrification on us as we speak. So it's not far that they can't use this type of thing, because you kind of hear talking to these white people, they slip up and say, I think they can, because they come in here.
Oh, can you explain?
Give us an example. Shut up, Pedro.
Well, how they gentrify neighborhoods or what I know.
No, I'm talking about what you just said. How they can use that as white supremacy can use that against us by grading the politician every year, requiring the politician to meet requirements every year, like you do on a regular motherfucking job. You know, reviews, performance reviews, you know what I'm talking about? Measurable metrics.
So
how can they use that against us?
Evaluation.
So when I have a personal evaluation of an employee, that's just me and him, or me and her having that conversation. But when you generalize it and other elements comes into it, white people have more money than us, which they can use that money for influence and through the community. And like this pay people, they have super pay, they have all kinds of things.
I cannot with y'all.
I'm not saying it's very good,
brothers that are doing this, like this is a bad look.
She's not being a good leader right now.
This gotta be goddamn right. You're wrong.
Hey, and I agree with Sister Erica. I definitely agree with Sister, like us as men, black men here in America, this is a, now hold on, listen. Yes, it is. It's nothing but black men, right? Right, Papa, it's nothing but black men that, the Pedro, calm down, brother. If we're black men, so before you have a government, we at least should be able to congregate, have a collective conversation. Niggas all over the motherfucking place. You got niggas that want to work in the plantation. A few niggas want to leave the plantation, but most motherfuckers are comfortable with it. I think that's what we're ultimately saying, what the sister is saying. That doesn't mean that it's going to turn out to be a beautiful sight to say, but it's like talking about something opposing the current system that we have. It sounds like a lot of us, the majority of us, are okay with being the battered, the bruised, the humiliated black American. They never got no get back. And if I get back on the street, but when it come down to politics, you ain't gonna know shit about get back. You're okay with waving the white flag. If you can't beat them, join them. So ultimately, what the sister is saying is putting the power back into the hands of the people, right? Of course, anything can fucking happen at any damn time. But I think if you have a collective of people that are now probing and are able to probe and evaluate, right, with a conscious mind, right, this takes the hands, takes the power out of the hands of just those few people. I.e. them Jews, a lot of them motherfuckers that run the power here in America, right? So now it puts it, but a lot of us as Negroes, we're afraid of that. You're afraid of bucking the system, right? Even if I agree with this or not, it's a bump to the system. A lot of niggas just, oh man, I'm gonna argue why we need to be in the same temple. Rather than talking about blowing it up, not saying blowing it up, with, collapsing the system, going away from it, putting the power back into the hands of the people.
What's crazy is what I just suggested is literally what we already do. I'm just saying tighten it up. Because you already vote again when their term is up. You either vote them out based on the fact that they did a good job, that they didn't do a good job, or you vote them back in based on the fact that they did a good job. We already doing this, so I don't understand the pushback on putting stricter limits on it, putting stricter regulations on it. So I don't understand the pushback when it's what we're already fucking doing.
The pushback is from people being lazy. Goddammit, people just want to do some shit one time and go on about their fucking business until the next 4 years. Now, if you say every year, then goddamn, I gotta pay attention to what they actually doing. You know what I'm saying? I got to put a little bit more work in. Instead of every 4 years, it's every year. That's too much work. That's too much right when you trying to hold somebody accountable. We can't be doing all that.
I think it actually fucks it up though, because now you're.
I know, we just gotta let them get in there and do what they wanna do.
I got you, but I think it fucks it up because now you're hyper-fixated. And like Nathan was saying, if I have more money, I can make the perception look crazy on your end if you're a candidate that I don't like. I can make it seem like you're not doing your job, and if it's for a year, it takes time to get in office and get moving and grooving. If black politicians had to deal with this, man, you gonna see the turnover rate real high with us because they already like, look, see, that girl, she ain't doing it right. She only been up for 6 months and she still ain't changed nothing yet. Damn, can she get her term? Let her do her term. So now if y'all want to shorten the term and say it's gonna be here by a year, okay, cool. But don't do the 4-year term and then every year you trying to goddamn bring me back up. See, no, because they're gonna use that against us. Even with the benefit thing, this is the most egregious shit I heard. So even if, let's say I do a bad job, after I'm out of office, you saying is that people don't vote to give me my benefit package. I can't get my benefits. Bro, if you a black person and you serve the fucking white neighborhood or a white community or a white state, nigga, what? You think they're gonna let you think these niggas gonna get their package milk dog? No, they gonna say, you know what? You didn't meet the requirements. You gonna start seeing a whole bunch of black candidates not meet requirements. Why? Because I get pushed if I got the money. I can screw it.
So you making this about color?
They don't get no package because they usually do fraud.
I'm not talking about the fraud. I'm not talking about the fraud, bro. I'm talking about somebody that's in the office doing their job.
If you're the senator or the mayor of our town, we're gonna pay you, bro, because you did good. We're not gonna pay you because you robbed us.
Mister, I don't think you understand his middle dog. Middle dog was saying the people. You should put the power back in the people. I understand this. This is great on small level. But what I'm talking about, let me say that. Hold on, Richard. I don't care. So let's say you
And that's a problem. You don't just make it
mayor. Hold on, let's say you're the mayor of Georgiaville, right? So Georgiaville has to now say, hey, did you
just don't sound smart, brother.
Did Mr.
You know, he just wanted to be the better of it too.
I'm having a conversation. Mr. the governor, Mr. the governor of Georgia. If Georgiaville citizens can now say, we don't really like Mr. We ain't paying that nigga. His term, he didn't do a good job. Now they just voted to say he didn't do a good job. Now his family is left without the benefits. That is crazy. That would be used against black people. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it wouldn't be the people. It wouldn't be the man. Because he's so because you didn't like him. You didn't like your co-worker. You didn't get him fired because you didn't like his shoes. What the hell?
Could you propose your question again or your solution again?
But you're still taking away the power from the people, though.
So, look,
I think, well, just respect your power again, please.
I'm gonna put this on I'm gonna put this on a smaller level so niggas can really grasp it since they say me rudimentary in this shit. If you have a representative